Mic check, testing mic. Testing, mic check. Testing, mic.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Okay, testing
Have you
mic, testing
got what
mic.
it takes to
Test,
get
test.
to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Okay, I'm doing camera check and mic check, sorry. For the jump scare. I'm really tired. It's 3:35 a.m. for me, by the way, so C9 needs to at least get a win. Okay. Alright, testing again, testing mic.
Get us out of here!
Test, mic. Testing mic. I feel like it's not loud enough. Okay, testing again, testing mic. 1, 2, 3. Is it loud enough? Bro, my hair's getting in the way. We're just gonna have to look even worse today. And I have like a pimple on my cheek, yo, it hurts. Testing mic, testing mic. Hello. Alright, let me move my hideous face. Oh shoot. I hit my mic, sorry. Oh, is my mic like in the way? Alright, so we should be starting in 4 minutes, but knowing how production is, I'll probably add like another 10 minutes on.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Yeah, 3 more minutes. I'm low-key like falling asleep already. I hope I can make it through it. There might be a point where like I'm gonna start snoozing. Oh god, not this cringy song. I mean, they tried, but like...
Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it.
I feel like we need to make a song for this.
We all are on the same team. Let's go. It's our time to shine. It's not far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we show what we can be. It's on you and me, just wait and you'll see.
I mean, I like the concept, but...
It's our time to shine. We are the rising star.
I don't know. Okay. I'm getting like sunbeamed by the freaking monitor. What the fuck is this? No, seriously. They made like a song, like a little K-pop song. I mean, not K-pop, but like, you know, pop song. Cause it's time to shine, guys. Man, I need some chapstick, but like, I don't have one. Oh, never mind. I do indeed have one. I'm dehydrated as fuck. My lips are like literally burnt. I need to drink more water. Flying chapstick. I have a freaking... It's like a Hello Kitty macaroon. Little chapstick. Oh shit, where's my camera? There it is. Pretty handy. especially for somebody that doesn't drink water like me. Oh my god, like everything is so bright for me. My eyes, y'all. I've got like my PC, like the RGB going on, my monitors, my eyeballs are burning. Almost 4 a.m.
Time to shine. Perfect, isn't it?
It's time to shine.
Esports scene often overlooked and overshadowed, now shining in their own right. After 3 MLBB Women's Invitational tournaments, here we are, the biggest of them all.
Are we gonna start yet?
The largest prize pool in its history, all on the grand stage of the Esports World Cup. The only all-female tournament here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 12 teams from 11 regions all over the world.
They're wearing
from
those,
North and South America to EECA and China to Middle East, North Africa and Southeast
I'm sorry
Asia,
if I get it wrong.
powerhouse
Is it
region.
called a burqa?
Who
The
will
one that's like
shine?
full body?
It's time for
The
us to
black
find
one?
out. This is MWI.
Like covers everything. I'm trying to like learn. If I got that wrong, like I'm so sorry. The one like the ladies wear over there in Saudi. Oh no, bruh. No. That's out of pocket. I can't say nothing about that or else I'm gonna get shut down. Are we starting it? It's gonna be Falcons versus CFU. Serendipity. I want to see how they do though. That's a long intro. What the heck? What is this? Oh, is it the Esports World Cup thing? Oh, is that like Faker in them? Like the other, yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. Holy cow! I got sunbeamed. My eyeballs. What? Oh,
the time to shine, break barriers, and redefine
that
esports
was
is here. And it has finally come today, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the studio. My name is Eterna, and today I'm going to be your desk host throughout the entirety of this tournament from the group stage up until the playoffs. But of course, here I'm not alone.
Come on, I want to see the game.
Mirko at the studio as well.
Thank you for having me, man. Very, very glad to be here. Obviously,
oh man, now I'm
honored
getting
to be
hungry.
Here casting and analyzing for a lot of the women's divisions.
I had like a
teams
tub of
who've
ice
already
cream though, because I'm
improved
just
so much.
obese
And
like
with
that.
how grand, how big
But
MWI is.
I don't want to
currently
get
here
up
for the
again.
Esports World Cup, it's going to be even higher stakes.
Oh, is that
for every single
Mirko?
one of them.
Said it was Mirko, right?
It's insane, right? It's been a long time coming. Finally, that we have a media for all these women teams to finally showcase what they've got and finally show to the world who they are and what they are made of. But of course, Mirko, it's just the two of us here in the studio. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you back at home, because it's not just the two of us. There are going to be some casters. And they're supposed to be here by now, aren't they?
They should have been here a few minutes ago. They should have started with us. I don't know what's going on, but they are very, very late.
Oh, wait.
Oh, it's a skit, y'all.
There they are.
Wait. Are you serious?
They're still out there.
Now, I hope he's not. Is Leo driving?
No, he's not driving.
Okay.
Rex isn't driving either. They got a dedicated driver.
This is like some
guys,
kind of
stop
like
there,
skit you would
that's where
see
you
in
go
high
in.
school.
Oh, they got it.
Okay.
All right, they're right here. They're just right outside.
Be careful.
Oh, yo.
Oh, no, Trex. Are you okay? No way. I mean,
Trex. Okay, you know what? It's fine that they're
okay.
late. It's okay.
I hope you didn't
What in the world is going on?
They're coming over.
Oh, guys, come over. You were supposed to be here like 3 minutes ago.
You fine? You good?
I'm dead.
Bro.
Trex, Leo, what happened? Are you guys okay?
Are you fine? I'm fine. I'm good. I don't know about my good man.
No,
here.
no rips, right? We're good.
No,
we look
you're
good,
good.
Eterna.
It's T-Rex.
We look
Amazing.
good.
Impeccable.
You too.
Thank you.
Oh, we're on broadcast.
You look great. You look amazing.
So how are you guys coming into today, right? This is the first time that we've ever seen an MLBB tournament.
Is T-Rex taller than the other two? What the
And we're
heck?
gonna be the ones
I thought he was
opening it
like
up
short.
This is the first day in a day in history.
He's
that
like
we were
towering
remembering
over the other
ladies
two.
Get the spotlight they
NA
deserve.
prod.
Again, the biggest prize pool in the history of women's MLBB, the grandest stage of them all, and the chance to make history as the inaugural EWC MWI champion.
And not only that, but the regions in which are participating has expanded.
I'm thinking
in terms
Team
of,
Vitality is gonna take their
MWIs. We're
25th
seeing
win.
Multiple regions, NA being included.
They better.
We're seeing multiple women come and compete, which I
Team
mean,
Vitality
I'm
is
excited
just
for.
so
We got a
OP.
whole lot of games ahead of us in a couple of days to wrap it all up.
And remember, there are going to be some changes from when we saw MSC, right? There have been some changes with the patch updates that have been coming through. And I think one of the biggest things is that we are going to be seeing a new hero come to life.
Oh,
MSC, we weren't
Zujin?
able to see Suxin because it was
Zuxin?
banned as it was
Is that
just
how you say it? What
upcoming.
the
But now
hell?
we actually might be able to see them. But
Have I
do you
been
think
saying
that
it
Suxin
wrong
will
this whole
pop up for
time?
the female scene?
Me personally,
I've been saying
I already got the
Zujin.
chance to talk to some of the teams
Is
here,
it
and
Zuxin?
they are already very, very confident in a lot of their cheese picks. You know, Zosk might be coming out.
You wanna
and
see her on
honestly, with
jungle?
Juice in here, we
I
might
feel
see it,
like
but
she's
obviously
gonna
it'll
pick
just be
Fred
more
or
of an
Bratz, to be
an
honest.
experimental
Or
because
Lance.
With all the dive that is in the meta with all the assassins, it is very difficult still to pull it off in the early game.
I would rather side on the air of caution
Zujin?
because a hero like Jushin definitely changes the tides of battle.
Zujin?
So if you're gonna try to win against teams that you know have an established playstyle, maybe you bring out the Jushin when they're not ready.
Yeah, and well, the question is, do you bring it out in this best of two format where it's risk it for the biscuit, or you play it safe, or do you wait until bracket when you have time to kind of run things down?
That's a big question. Now, it's so risky. I mean, we've even seen the male teams kind of fall short in the group stage. And remember, at this magnitude, do they really want to be taking the risk here in the best of twos? Because, you know, it's not just the English casters
Zujin is
that have
good
been
if you have
brought
a
to
team
the
that
site, ladies
knows
and
what
gentlemen.
the heck
Even the
they're supposed
Indonesian
to do.
casters were flown out all the way from their region here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And I think we're going to have a little check-in with them. Indonesian casters, you there?
Let's see who has the balls to
Oh,
play
there
her.
they are. Who's that? We have Nefin, we have Owl, Omwawa, Papulong in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good to see that they're great. Are you guys doing good? Good luck too.
Good luck.
Selamat pagi.
Thank you, Paul.
Ah, learning some Indonesian.
Yep. I was taught well.
I'm with my Filipino brother here, I have to say, Paul.
Okay.
They were Indonesian though.
I'm learning.
Oh my
Sometimes it's
god.
that way, you know. Because
This is like
Only one
kind of
language at a time,
cringe,
guys.
to
Come
be
on.
honest.
It's a global event.
I mean, it's EWC, right? I mean, you were talking about emerging regions coming through, and you know, it takes time. So yeah, we gotta slowly learn
Slowly.
the languages.
Small brain.
I can't say most of the Filipino
Zushin?
that I know though. Not
Same.
a
Am I saying it wrong still?
Why?
I'm gonna just not say it anymore. I'm gonna just say the
Anyway,
freaking
thank you
lantern
guys so
lady.
much for coming over. I think you're a little late to the caster desk.
Well, happy
Match
to
one?
be here. We do have to hunker down.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Oh, my
Good luck.
Streamlabs
Thank you,
is
sir.
still
Good
doing
luck.
the
Don't be late. Good luck.
Discord invite.
You know,
Bye, Eterna.
I think we have like a clinic if you guys want to check yourselves out.
Yeah, Trex. You know, I think he might have to. Do you really like those guys?
No, not really.
Not really. I mean, you can still hear us right now, but there we go. There you go. Now.
Hi. Good luck. Good luck.
We love him.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you guys at home and you guys are wondering how will this MWI format be done, we actually have prepared something for you guys, so
The
don't
best
worry.
of two.
And here it is. In the group stage, which is what we are in right now, it will be a single round robin, all in a best of two. So we have 12 teams competing here at MWI, and they will be grouped into 4 different groups of 3 teams. Now, top 2 of each group will move forward to the playoffs. Meanwhile, the third team at the bottom will unfortunately be eliminated.
It's going to be really, really tough, honestly, for every single one of these teams, because even in the MSC, we saw how ruthless, how simple, brutal, legendary this format is. Best of twos. It actually creates a lot of possibilities for a lot of the teams that are coming in as underdogs to actually beat the favorites. A lot of the favorites actually got eliminated in the group stages of MSC, and I'm expecting some of those, you know, upsets to happen as well here in the group stages, and especially later on in the
I think the
knockouts. But
craziest
still,
thing
best
would
of
be
two,
Team
very, very
Vitality
brutal. Everybody will have to
not
go
making
all
it.
out from day one.
You know, the unkind way to say it is they got grouped. That's a term now, guys. Best of twos are so uncanny and just sometimes unexpected.
Feels so
Right?
fast.
best of 2. So it actually does give these emerging teams that don't really have a lot of information on them a fighting chance to
I
want to
see the
group stage and
game.
get into the playoffs, because like teams like TLG, there's not much information about them, honestly.
They've got to
I think
keep
it's
the
a great,
yappery
way to
going.
put it, double-edged sword, right? Where some of these teams are coming in with not a lot of data from all the other teams. They can't get a good read on them. Meanwhile, for teams like, especially the Indonesian teams like Falcons, Vega, and Vitality, they have their own league, and a lot of these other regions could definitely look at that league and try to read them off based on the data, based on the heroes that they play, the
I checked
playstyle they
Discord
have
for
in
1
their own
second,
regions.
and
But it's also, it could be a double-edged sword.
like
Because with the league, they
somebody
get so much more
in one of my
experience,
chats
and
was
on the
like, I
other
can
side,
see Cambodia beating C9.
so it really comes down to how they
I know.
utilize
I
these
don't know.
advantages.
So let's see who comes out
We'll
on
see what
top,
happens.
because obviously all these 12 teams from 11 regions will be fighting for
I
this,
am getting my
the
freaking
tournament
eyes
prize pool, the
like
biggest, the
sunbeamed
largest, the
every few
grandest prize
seconds.
pool that we've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen, in an all-female MLBB tournament at 500k USD.
It's a staggering amount, man. $500,000 US. First
That's
place
it?
takes home $180,000
Only 500K?
here. So you can already see the amount of motivation, I would say, for all these players. This is life-changing money for a lot of the women's
that
team,
up
you know,
to
especially
15
from the
million.
other regions where it's their time to shine, like the song says, like the whole theme is here for MWI.
It was
It's
Dior,
time
wasn't
for
it?
them to show to
Let me
the world
check.
that they are on the map. For their region to grow,
No, it was
even
Cyber.
more, this has to happen.
For sure, right? Because like you mentioned, for these emerging regions, some of them are even functioning without a coach.
Exactly.
Some of them aren't even full-time pro players. But with this amount of money that they will be able to bring home, that could cause a different dynamic and actually propel them even further in the entirety of the MLBB women's scope. So that's great. What
I'll be
isn't great
honest, like
for
the
some of these
women's
teams are the
tournament
groups.
is just so much
Because
like
a lot of people have been saying we have been
easier.
seeing a few groups of death.
Like
As
men
we
have
take
to
look at
do
this
a
right
lot
now, ladies
more.
and gentlemen, Group A.
Like,
So
it's just
today
real.
we are gonna have 6 games of best of 2s, and they are going to be centering and more focused on Group A as well as Group D.
Okay, I think first
And that
game
brings
was
us
Team
to our group
Falcons
of death in
versus
Group A, Mirko.
Sifu, CFU.
Such a brutal group stage here. For
And then Cloud9
Team
would be
Falcons,
after
Vega,
it.
For CFU and for Cloud9. All three of them, they obviously have like equal chances.
I don't know, y'all.
to make it out of the group stage.
I don't want to
And also
like
for Group
say
D, you
like
mentioned
shit,
them.
but
It's kind of like a toss-up.
Cloud9's gonna
Group
have
A.
a hard
Which one is
time.
really the group of death? I'll
But
have to side with
at the
Group
same
A,
time, I
like,
want
it
them to
does feel like it's
surprise me
more
because
equally,
right now
they're all
I feel
equally
like
challenged there.
I
Meanwhile,
can't really
obviously,
like
from Group
count
D, this is
on
always kind of
anything.
a thing that we have, an idea that we have for the
They need to
Chinese
give
teams,
me a
right?
reason
How good are they going to be
for
internationally?
me
We had
staying
some of those
up
doubts at MSC,
past
and I'm
4
glad to say
a.m.
that some of
to
those
watch
doubts were actually
them.
already wiped out.
Please.
Some of the questions that we had for how good they can be, they performed really, really well, taking down almost
Yeah, to be
80%,
honest,
going 1-1
MWI
against C9
is like
established
RG
regions.
but
so
for
here,
men.
even in Group D, I'm expecting
It's
TLG
just-
to
yeah.
maybe pull off at least a few big moments.
Let's see who they're actually going to be paired up against today.
Mm-hmm.
As we take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, 6 games ahead of us, 6 matches ahead of us.
6
all in
games?
best of 2. And for TLG, well, I guess we're finishing out the group stage today, as they're going to be playing twice
Sheesh.
here against Team Vitality, the tournament favorites, the powerhouse of the Indonesian
I'm thinking
region,
Falcon.
and even in the world.
Falcon Vega
two
might take the
times
first
consecutive,
match.
Years. as well
Second
as
match, I'm thinking
GGHG,
Sifu.
an
Like I'm
uprising
not
team
trying to be like a
that
hater
people
to
are
C9,
rooting
but
for,
in terms of
especially after what
skill,
we saw at MSC with the
like
Selama Red
Cambodia
Giants
might
going all
do better.
the way to the grand finals and ultimately winning.
But C9 might
that
surprise
1
us.
million USD
They
prize
might.
pool.
I
A
mean,
lot
we
of
saw the
people
surprise
have
in
to put their
MSC.
hope and their faith behind
We thought C9 was
Malaysian
gonna
team
do
here in
really
Indonesia
good,
as
but
well.
Just as a
they
region,
surprised
right?
us
Malaysia
with
just
a
got that
couple of
instant
losses.
impact. Right after that victory, you see teams just go all out here for MWI
What the
as
fuck
well.
is a best
so
of
me
2?
personally, I have, the
I
same
guess
sentiment
it's
as Eternal. I agree. I
whoever
think
is
home
ahead
girls,
by 2
GGX
games.
home girls,
If they
they're
tie
gonna be
1 to
really
1, I
good.
think they
Definitely
do a
teams to look out
tiebreaker.
for. But what stands out to me in the schedule is the fact
Something
that some
like
of these teams
that.
will have to go back to back. The fact that it's already going to be 2 groups wrapped up in the first day, that's already a lot of pressure. But some of these teams, if they lose their first game, let's say Cloud9 in match number 2, and then later on Vitality in match number 4, they're gonna have to play it out again, or match number 5 rather. They're gonna have to play it out again, and momentum is a big thing here, especially for the best of 2s. We saw at MSC that if you lose your first match,
I wonder how
sometimes your
many
second
pause
match, you still
metas we're
bring the
gonna
tilt
see
in.
too.
Sometimes your mental is not completely reset.
And not just that, right? I understand the momentum thing, but also more so.
It's not a best of 3.
Right, going back to back against 2 different teams, that is a different
It's like a little
requires
weird.
different preparation. So we're gonna see how these queens of MLBB around the world actually fare against one another as we welcome Dr. Sulaiman's upcoming showdown.
Oh, they're eyeballing
with
me.
Falcons Vega
Like
against
the side
CFU
profile.
Serendipity up first in the best of 2.
I love.
I'm
that
a
we
little
get to Start off the
uncomfortable.
day with a banger of a match here. Falcons Vega, obviously, one of the favorites coming into MWI 2024 as well. Falcons Vega. Coming in from Indonesia, I think when we're talking about the region as a whole, it's definitely the most developed region
Oh
when it comes
my
to the female
God.
side of MLBB. And for Falcons Vega, unfortunately,
I feel like
there's
that
a storyline
could
where
actually happen.
They're the best team in Indonesia. If it wasn't for that one team, if it wasn't for Vitality, they would be the queens of Indonesia. But coming here, they have got a lot to prove with the
I remember seeing like a
stage, with the
comment
grander
before
prize
the
pool.
stream went
But on the other
live
side,
that
CFU,
this isn't a
they've
beauty
been amazing.
contest.
They've shown so much promise in the last few tournaments, and I'm looking forward to what they have to show here in MWI.
The freaking side profile,
They
bruh.
weren't an invited team. They didn't qualify earlier on. They were the last team to actually qualify into MWI through SPS, right? That's why Indonesia has 2 regions. So that's already a big storyline for them to show that that's how hungry they are to finally, kick off that title of being uncrowned queens and finally be the queens that will be crowned here at MWI. And I think what better way and what better time than now?
I got the chance to actually talk to them, and yeah, it's very cool to see a team that's been, on the receiving end of a loss so many times in the grand finals.
Are we gonna get to the
have
match?
The same hunger, actually.
I'm
are
here to
even
see the
hungrier
matches.
now. I asked them if, how do you do that? How do you turn the losses into hunger? And they just told me, yeah, we just do it. It's that simple for
Oh
them.
no, not
So
the
the fact that it's
yawning.
that simple, it shows me that they're even coming into this. A lot of people will probably think, the Indonesian teams will be coming in with a lot of pressure, knowing that they are the favorites, knowing that they're the most developed in terms of the women's teams.
I don't want to yawn like
teams that we have, Vitality
like
and
crazy on
Falcons,
camera and
they're coming in with no pressure
inhale
at all,
everything
which is
around
strange,
me.
because CFU, I would expect that from CFU.
I honestly want to know what they're feeling right now.
It's so
We
bright.
talked about pressure earlier on.
Here,
Are
let's
we
see if
going
I
to
can
see
move.
that pressure coming through as we welcome them into the venue, ladies and gentlemen? Let's welcome the Jamil
Let's move
player
this.
entrance. Are they chill? Are they calm? Are they relaxed? Are they shaking a little bit? But here they are, both teams.
Okay, this
coming
might be a
into
little
the
better for
stage.
me.
We're gonna have a little look and a little peek
Or
as
maybe
to how they're
not.
feeling.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see CFU first here, walking up, rolling
Podcast
in.
meta.
It does seem like, there's
There's
not
so
a lot
much
of pressure there.
yappery
Coming in
going on.
confident, walking up to the stage, but when you get to the stage, it's a different feeling, right? Walking up from the entrance itself, and then seeing the massive
Bruh,
stage
what
that
is
the
this?
Amazon Arena. Oh,
They're
definitely
driving them up in
sends
golf
sends a
carts.
bit of nerves down your spine.
But technically, right, from CFU Serendipity, we have 3 players that are experienced, right? We have Tegami, we have Abby, we have
Nah,
Due
some of them are wearing
as well.
a lot of makeup.
So maybe that's why, right? Like, the veterans
Yeah.
giving the support, the morale support, and maybe that's why they're
Like
I would
cavemen.
say, yeah. I mean, even though,
I
obviously
can't say
on the
nothing
stage,
'cause
they've been
I'm ugly as
international
fuck,
queens
so-
before, and obviously that experience will come in handy. when it
I
comes to
can't
these big
put other
stages with a
people
lot of
down
people
knowing how
watching as
I
well.
look.
Some of that pressure, I think, is died
I
down for them.
can
At
just
this
say
point,
that
it
they
just comes
are
down to how
wearing
they
a lot of
perform in
makeup.
the game itself.
Like,
For
it's
Falcons,
just- that's
Vega,
just a
they're
fact.
Very, very aggressive, and it's the same for CFU. They like to go for a lot of these cheese picks. I'm a big fan personally of the men's team for CFU, and that's what they're usually known for, making their own meta. And I think from the matches we've seen from CFU here as well, it's kind of the same. They love to invent their own meta. Speaking of juicing, that's now available. Maybe they might pull it.
What was that girl just
Do
like
they want to do that? I mean, if they
like
do, that's a
looking
big
down
surprise element card that
into
actually
your
works in a best of
soul?
2.
What?
Right, best of 1 even better,
That
obviously.
was like a
best of 3,
creepy
that's when
looking-
things are kind of more
creepy looking
difficult to utilize
person.
that surprise factor, but best of 2. Now we're talking.
Yeah, because like just getting one game itself is.
Oh, I love that
so
girl's red
crucial, right?
hair
Because you're
though.
already technically
Wait, does she have
guaranteed
actually
with one
like
game, and
actually
then
have
you
red
can go on
hair, or
to
is
the
that
next
just a
matches.
light
So
effect?
especially for the big matches, a lot of these teams
I might just
coming
be
in
tripping.
as the underdogs, they're just looking to
Jump
get this
scare.
one cheese stick in, or maybe a few cheese sticks in to secure game number 1. Once they do that, they can play with no pressure. Sometimes we see these teams winning with cheese picks in game 1 and then going back to the normal strat. So it really acts as a curveball to their opponents, and especially up against teams.
Are we done with the yappery?
Going up against the meta.
I love that girl's hair. I don't know her name,
That, these cheese picks bring
but
up.
she has some gorgeous hair.
All right, so
she
you've
needs to
been
be like
talking
in a
about both of these
hair
teams for quite some
like
time.
commercial or something.
Do I ask?
No, we've been working with each other, for a long time.
Should I ask?
Erna never asked
No?
me for my predictions. The chat knows, everybody knows, not to ask Mirko.
All right. That's a fair factor. Let's give these queens a fighting chance.
Yeah.
So what about you guys at home? Who will win this match? Do you think it's Team Falcons Vega or CFU Serendipity?
I think it's Falcons.
Head on to the stcplay.gg right now.
If
and
I'm
lock
wrong,
in your predictions. Obviously,
I'm gonna be
I think
sad.
this is one of the matches that are actually. It's actually quite difficult, right? Because on one hand, you can even say that Falcons Vega is one of the powerhouses of Indonesia, but on the other hand, we've seen CFU Serendipity play in several other tournaments before MWI hit, and they've been looking strong too.
Yeah, I think there are strong points for both these teams. Obviously, for CFU, I would have to say that they've been playing with this roster for such a long time already. So synergy, chemistry, it's already going to be really, really solid for the side of CFU.
And they got like
Falcons Vega,
all the camera angles.
If this was like a few months before, but the fact now that they have
Game gonna last
players,
40 minutes.
I'm not even sure who the main lineup's gonna be. Is it still gonna be Funi in the mid lane? Is it gonna be Agatha? Is it even going to be a new jungler in place of Caramel? Some of these things we don't know just yet, and it actually
I think
works
it's just
maybe
the
in
red
their
light
favor. Up against CFU,
that makes their hair look
wants to
nice.
stay together, wants to utilize their chemistry, maybe sending them a few of these curveballs for what they prepared.
Hold on.
To the counter.
Why'd you bring that up?
Bring what up?
A different jungler for Falcons Vega?
Yeah.
Is that possible? Could we not be seeing Caramel?
It sounds weird, right? That
Okay,
Caramel.
uncertainty.
Caramel.
But you know what's certain?
What?
Caramel.
The possibility of new skins.
Did they win yet? The game hasn't even like started.
So, let's take a look at the youth fair.
What they've started is the yappery.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys participate in this activity, you guys actually stand a chance to get your hands on exclusive
I'm so
new skins. And you guys are
uncomfortable.
curious as to what skins they are. Check it out for yourselves. Do it now. While we're waiting for the teams to get ready, while we're waiting for Falcons Vega as well as CFU Serendipity to get ready, check it out.
It is 4 in the morning. I want to watch the game.
I've been looking at the screen because I want to check it out.
Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Oh, now we're gonna have to watch interviews.
Simply means restriction. 1-1 song.
That is not 1-1.
Leila,
bro.
is it Leila? Ah, Joy?
Wasn't that Kagura's old
I think Joy.
voice line?
Lolita.
Oh,
Lolita?
Not Lolita?
I might be tripping. Curse simply means restriction.
I don't know. Ikaw, Chang yata eh. Oh no, it's not Chang. Ikaw, guess ka. Give us a clue. What I'm Chang.
I'm thinking of old voice
I
lines.
guess it's Chang. I don't know what hers. Yeah, it's not Chang.
Bro, they're trying so hard.
No, it's not Nan. Oh.
It is Kagura!
No.
Bro! I actually got that right.
Long time didn't play, was it?
I was questioning myself too.
Sorry, I'm not Kagura main.
Because I'm used to her Japanese voice lines.
Hide my room.
Rough.
What the hell was
It
that?
don't even sound familiar. Hide my room.
EXP hero
Hide my room.
Is it EXP hero? Oh no, we don't know.
I don't know the English
The sound
ones.
is not even relative. For sure. Bane.
Oh, I was thinking Bane, but
so
no,
I
I'm
don't
questioning
know.
myself too much.
I'm bleeding.
What the
I
heck?
know this song, but I forget.
I've never heard that
Is
one
that Cyclops?
before. Oh no, I'm bleeding.
That might be Cyclops, right?
Cyclops. You're good. Cyclops.
What?
Cyclops.
Oh, yeah, Cyclops.
Oh, Cyclops!
Dude, I actually got that one.
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops sound like that.
Dude, wrong item choice. And ini.
What?
Diggy. Diggy?
Oh yeah. My in-game voice sounds like hentai. It's the whole reason why I have it set to Japanese.
Who is this?
Was that Glue?
Familiar though.
Glue. It sounded like the little him and like his
maybe
goose.
it's like got too because the voice changed, right? You wanna surrender?
You wanna surrender?
Let me use my brain.
It's gotta be Glue.
Jawhead? No, Jawhead don't sound like that, right?
No.
Glue. Glue.
Is it Glue? It is, right?
Glue.
It is Glue.
That's
That's
babies.
yo. His little goose be talking.
That's it, girls. Yeah, thank you so much.
I said.
Oh, that was all. I wanted some more. I think I got like
wow, how did they
all
guess
of them but
those
one.
voice lines?
I'm more concerned.
And that's because I don't even have my game in the
I didn't
English
know those were babies.
voice lines.
Are they actually Glue's babies?
That would be kind of brutal, right? You
The
smack the baby, you
goose.
step on the baby to get HP.
Anyway, you know,
This
I
dude's saying step on babies to get HP.
I got the Bane
It's
one.
the
That's the
goose.
only one that I got, I think.
Okay, give me a voice line now.
You put me on the spot, man. I'm not. I don't.
Okay, me first.
All right, give me a voice line.
When you gaze into the abyss gazes back.
I got you.
That's gotta
Who is
be
that one.
No, he doesn't know.
Tyros.
It's not Tyros.
Is
You
this
guys know?
Selena?
If you guys know, put it into the comments because Miracle's watching.
Selena? Karina?
When you gaze
Alice?
into the abyss gazes back.
Oh, it's gotta be Selena.
No.
Huh.
It's a mage.
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to sleep tonight.
All right, I got one for you.
Okay.
Right? The 7 C's. That's it.
Kadita. Like.
Hard one.
Okay.
Bro, that was easy. 7
Okay, let's
C's.
stop.
You know what? I'm pretty bad at this.
Yeah, I'm
Gaze
supposed to be
into the
highlighting
abyss.
the good things about you.
You know, sometimes it's hard.
I mentioned the curse, your prediction curse, and now
Why do you bully me like this?
guys.
Yo, I wanna watch the game.
Anyway, for our upcoming match, once again, it actually is going to be quite interesting.
I think it's
We're gonna
Selena
have
because she
Kagami
puts like
versus
I
Caramel
think when
in
she
the
sets like a
jungle,
trap or something
supposedly.
down, she'll
Now,
say like
from
gaze
what we've
into the
seen
abyss.
from them so far, how do you think that's actually
Alice,
gonna
I
go?
don't think
Well, I
she
mean, both of these players are
says
very
she does more
well-versed
like
in the assassins. We know that right now it's currently the assassin meta. All
different
around the map,
voice
we are seeing
lines.
Lings pop up, Rogers as well, especially Rogers and Lings as first pick. But even then, I think a lot of the other picks that they are known for especially for Caramel, you know, she has played the Martis before. We have seen the Martis that actually has been rising now with maybe the new item involved with the execute. You know, that definitely helps him, or with some of the executes as well. But knowing that both of these players want to go for damage output, knowing that both of these players can play assassins, it'll feel be very, very interesting when it comes to the pathing. Because I think for an assassin matchup,
Are we getting into
mainly
the game
what
yet?
differentiates them, what makes it difficult for both these matchups, is the pathing. Whoever gets the level advantage first usually has such a massive advantage to play with, because mobility is already not a problem, damage is already not a problem. So it all comes down to the little advantage that you can get.
Yeah,
Mainly,
she
it
says
is
something
usually levels
about
into the neutral objectives.
But it looks like the stage is
Yeah,
set.
exactly,
Ladies and
like
gentlemen,
kiss
let's welcome
grants
the
you
first
death.
game to kick off
Something like that.
MWI x EWC 2024.
Alright, we're getting into it. Oh my god, it's gonna be the most dramatic like shit ever. Triangle pieces. I I need one of those chairs. Mine is so
12
uncomfortable.
teams
I'm like,
from 11 regions.
my
gathered
back just
right
creaked.
here in Riyadh, capital of Saudi Arabia.
Is that
to
Liz?
Celebrate our female professional players here for the Mobile Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2024.
Is that somebody else?
Well, you got that right, Queen Cheryl.
That's a
Mansell.
whole
It's
other
an
person.
honor
I thought it was
to be
Liz.
right here. أعزائنا الحضور وأعزائنا المشاهدين نرحب بكم معنا هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية
What is this guy
المملكة
saying?
العربية السعودية الرياض مع MWI Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational from the land of dawn to the grand stage. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling super ecstatic and very, very excited.
You got this
indeed
chair for
because
yourself.
Right here for the next 4 days, we will see 12 teams from 11 regions duke it out.
It's
over
not
the land of
Liz.
dawn to fight and vie for the crown, and that's to be champions of MWI 2024. And this time, it is time for our femme fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang to shine as they go for the championship, and that is worth $500,000 US dollars.
500K.
Time to shine indeed.
Man.
12 teams, 11
I could buy
regions,
so
all
much food with
battling
that.
out right here in
My
the Kingdom of
fat
Saudi
ass, bro.
Arabia, Riyadh. Well,
It's
I guess
not
we're ready
Liz,
to
bro. It's not Liz.
That's right. The
It's a
Amazon
whole other
Arena
person.
stage is set, and with that, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our teams. Starting off with the pride of the Philippines, presenting to you Smart Omega Empress.
And ladies and gentlemen, alongside them, coming in right now from Myanmar, let's hear it for Net Angels.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, before you, Smart Omega Empress are the undisputed queens hailing from the Philippines. Philippines' best bet with the same roster since 2023.
Amazing stuff with the Net Angels, founded last year and all that.
Oh, are
being
they
part of
introducing
one of
the
best
teams?
coming away from Myanmar, and now they are here at the EWC for the MWI.
What are y'all
Absolutely
saying
right.
in the
Now,
chat?
Next up, we're going to be seeing the faces representing Latin America, presenting to you DreamHack Girls.
And all the way from Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Team Falcons Mina.
Now, for DreamHack Girls, these are the first team from Brazil through direct invitation to the M Series Championship, and they're here. to
Oh,
put
that
up a
girl
score
has
for
like skunk
MWI
hair. It was like
2024.
black and white.
Let's make that happen.
That was pretty
and ladies
cool.
and gentlemen, for Team Falcons, being one of the prominent teams and the Arab ones, all female MLBB all the way from Egypt, and they are ready to make it happen.
I'm not
And
trying to
now,
repeat what you're
presenting
saying
to
in the
you
chat because I feel like it's
representatives
something
coming
bad.
all the way from Vietnam, Zeno Lilies.
Coming alongside
Benedetta,
with,
hurry
ladies and
up.
gentlemen, let's hear for Victory Song Gamers.
Now, Zeno Lilies are completely undefeated through the Mekong qualifiers.
Why does she have
Now,
casts
they're
on
here
her
to claim their
arms?
spot in the MWI 2024. Question is,
Oh,
are they
it's a
able to
long
keep
sleeve
up their undefeated
shirt.
streak? Let's find out.
I thought both their
Let's
arms
find
were
out
broken. I was gonna
indeed,
say,
ladies and
damn, that's
gentlemen,
impressive to
Victory
play.
Song Gamers, one of the top performers in the EECA. They went through a
I'm
roster
so
shuffle
mad.
and now fielding in 2 PH imports.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the
Imagine paying money
reigning
to see
queens
this live
of
just to
Mobile
see
Legends
people
Bang
talk for an
Bang,
hour.
Presenting to you,
Yeah,
Team
all the
Vitality,
yappery.
hailing from Indonesia.
And all the way from Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
Now, these ladies from Team Vitality are no strangers to
Dang,
you all
Team
because they're
Vitality.
formerly known as Bigatron Era.
That's my
And they're
idol
on a
team right
quest
there.
To secure their third peat championship right here for MWI 2024.
If they were doing like
With
the
that,
in-game
ladies and
tournament
gentlemen,
coins again,
for our
where you can like,
homegirls, a partnership between the Gladiators and
you know, put your
Homegirls,
coins
and they are
towards
here
the
to
team.
bag another win for Malaysia.
like they did with MSC.
And now,
I would put all of
introducing
mine
to
towards
you
Vitality.
Representatives coming from China,
There's
Title
like 5
Legends
people on the
Gaming.
ground.
And all the way from the US, let's hear it for Cloud9.
Now, TLG hailing
Oh my
from the
gosh,
land of
they look
prodigies,
so
they are poised to show
awkward.
their prowess
Come
on
on
their
and
debut
smile.
right here on the world stage.
A beautiful debut indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And
you guys
we
need
are
to
here
smile.
With Cloud9 with some mega players. They will pretty much may have a Cloud9 moment right here.
That's right, high on Cloud9 indeed.
Oh my.
So with that being said, last but definitely not the least, the team
what's
that
up,
will be kicking
Limit?
off match 1
Yeah, for a like
today,
and subscribe.
presenting to you
I do
our
appreciate
uncrowned
it.
Queens right here
Where's
from
everyone?
Indonesia,
Probably
presenting
asleep.
to you
It's like 4 in the
Falcons
morning.
Vega.
Well, for me. Are we finally getting into the first match?
Alongside them,
Oh no, they're
for
still.
this
They have little
match,
pandas on
gentlemen,
their shirts.
The pride of Cambodia. Let's
That
hear it
was so
for
cute.
CFU Serendipity.
Look at their pandas.
Now, for Team Falcons Vega, now despite being in the shadow of the reigning champions, and that is Team Vitality, they are here to snatch that
Oh, but like
crown
Cloud9,
from their fellow
Cloud9, they look
Indonesian
so
counterparts.
like
now,
awkward.
Will they succeed? We will find out right
Ashley
here in
looked like
match one
she
itself.
she
Opening
like
up the show
I don't know.
here
She
for
looked like she was
MWI
mad.
2024. How you feeling, Bob?
I feel super
Look
excited.
at her. I
Let's
don't
see
want
what's
to be
gonna
here.
happen as well with a team like CFU Serendipity. We have a mix.
You're one of
between
the
veterans
5.
And newcomers.
You better get me
It's
some
gonna be
merch
a good
then if
one
you're in
to
the
watch
crowd.
and be excited for.
Now, what's promised right here for MWI 2024, even for the very first match, is going to be a high-octane game fight that's going to be happening at the Land of Dawn. But you know, we're just hosts for a reason. We're not experts. So without further ado, let's pass our
I've waited
time
like
over to
20
our
minutes
friends
just
at
for
the
them to
studio.
start this
Take
game.
it away.
Yalla.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara, for that amazing
Let's
opening.
get into the
Finally get
draft.
to, put the names to the faces of all the 12 teams that will be battling it out here at MWIX EWC.
All right, y'all.
2024. And as
I'm
you guys
voting
can
for
see,
Falcons
both of
Vega.
our first teams will be
That's just
ready.
my
They're
personal vote.
on their desks. They're getting mentally prepared. But wait a second, Mirko, is that Funi?
It is Funi. So, seems like Funi will be the one in the mid lane. Main lineup coming in from Falcons Vega. Still have to see the other members here on the team.
You're stealing my husband?
Who's going to be playing for the first game for Falcons Vega? We did mention earlier that they have a lot of new
can't. I'm
players coming
sorry.
in. They have swapped.
He does have
some of the
white hair
players here
though.
and there
Like
with
that's
Agatha stepping in
real.
for Funi, but it does seem like they're actually going to be deploying a new jungler as well. No
I think
Baron, and
what's it called? I like to
head-to-head matchup that we
compare
were talking about,
Mr. Moonpie to Granger because he has Granger's hair. If you like look at it in game, it's like all the white and like the dark.
Both these teams have amazing coaches, by the way, very experienced. So I'm expecting the drafts to go very, very close. I think it'll come down to the executions, really.
That's the thing, right? I guess most
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
wondering,
teams
like,
were prepared for Caramel in
what the
jungle,
women's
Agatha
meta here
in the mid
is
lane, but
for
with the
other
swaps coming through,
countries.
now this
Like, what are they gonna bring to
poses
the
a
table
very,
for
very interesting
MWI?
matchup. What's gonna be the difference here? What difference in playstyle? What difference in gameplay will we be expecting from Falcons Vega?
6 foot tall muscular staff.
for Falcons Vega,
I did not
it comes
even
down to
like
how they
notice
utilize
that,
the side
bruh.
lanes.
What
Side
are you
lanes
looking
definitely
for
has been their main strength and
in
laning in
this?
general. If Chin Chao gets a bully laner and she's
Man,
able
I
to
want one of those
snowball
secret
the lane
lab
itself, then
chairs.
transitioning into
I'm
some
over here
team fights,
sitting in like the
it'll be massive for Falcons
creakiest
Vega. That's how they usually get the
spine
snowballs rolling from the
crunching
early
thing
game to
ever,
control the mid
and
lane.
like these
Meanwhile,
girls
from the side
get
of
some
CFU, it really, especially
like
after the
super
patch,
nice chairs.
has a lot to do with the jungle. If
I'd
the
take one of
jungler
those home
can
with
get the
me if
snowball
I
going,
went.
if they can go and secure some of these neutral
Be
objectives,
like, I
it's
mean,
gonna
I
be
made
really
it
difficult.
here.
But
Might as well let me
here's
keep the
new,
chair.
the addition I want to put in to the fray is for Falcons Vega. It's kind of a what's it called? It's kind of outdated the way that they play, right? When it comes to the gold lane, when it comes to the side
I think
lane.
it's cool how they
Meanwhile,
get like
for the
their
side
nice
of
like
CFU,
esports
playing for your
jackets and
jungler
stuff.
as the #1 position has been great so far. We saw at MSC as well. Teams who actually utilize the junglers, give the resources over to the junglers to
Is that
enable
like
them to
a
pop off,
player
has been
camera
able to
in
find
their
a lot more success
face?
than teams
That's
that
like
actually
way
traditionally
too
play for the
close.
side lanes.
Maybe that's why that they,
That's
subbed in
literally
Caramel?
like
Could that be
you
the
look up and it's gonna go
reason that
straight up your
Falcons Vega are
nose.
coming through with a completely
The
different
camera
roster?
shot.
Because like technically one of the things that Falcons Vega are super known for is that they falter in the late game.
Exactly.
Oh, her
right?
nose looks
And
kind of
with
greasy.
CFU Serendipity
What
being
the-
so comfortable in that particular aspect of the game,
Yo, she's got chapped
that's
lips like
actually,
me. I'm not alone.
A risk, a factor that Falcons Vega are risking here.
And what's
You
scary
built the
is
chair
the
from
CFU, right? They
scratch?
understand how to
It
play
was
the early
your
game.
chair, and then you wanted to trade again.
Here. For the early game, usually they get the lane
The
dominance.
other chair that I
control the game
had
through the
was
laning
super
phase,
comfortable.
through even individual 1v1s
But you
in
wanted
the
it
mid lane.
back.
We expect the mid lane to be, more of a clear shove and rotate over to the side lanes or to the jungle to help enable and get prior on the map. But for Falcons Vega, they've always had a very, very big emphasis
Sorry for
on
my
actually getting
sniffles.
individual leads. And this is something
I was
that
really
might
sick
change,
recently,
like you said,
so I
with the
still
change
have
of
like a
Footy
little
coming back
bit of
into the mid
a
lane, maybe
sniffle
we'll see a
going
more
on.
active mid laner as opposed to Agatha, who usually
I
does
survived,
want to play
though.
a bit more, does want to play into the jungle.
Ain't no virus taking me out.
The new jungler, Meilane. Caramel was a bit of a mix. We saw her do well during the utility jungle meta, but I felt like
Looks like
it's
a.
time.
Oh
this is the
my!
time
I'm
to
not
step
gonna
for her.
say that on stream.
Especially because the assassin picks what she's
That's
known for.
mean,
She's always been known
yo.
for. Has been those
Bene,
assassin
Nolan, Ling.
Bene,
You'll buy a
Nolan,
secret
Ling. I
lab
remember
chair?
The Hayabusa from back
No,
then all the
no,
way.
no, no,
And
no.
Hayabusa has been coming up. So
I think I
I'm
deserve a
expecting Meilane
secret
to
lab
maybe
chair.
play the assassins even
Considering
better, because
how
why
much
else
my
do you make that kind
spine
of choice,
has
right?
been through.
And I don't think you'd want to go for
Taking a
something
needle
experimental in a best
into
of
my
two.
spine.
Definitely not. No,
Right?
not against CFU too, a team that is known
I deserve
to go
like
for experimental picks, to
a
go for cheese picks.
gold-plated
All right.
secret
so with that
lab
being said, what
extra
kind of
comfort
picks
chair.
are we expecting here in this next lineup, right? Because I mean,
All right, we
technically,
getting
when we're
into
talking about
draft
the MLBB
sometime?
scene, sure, there are teams that are more formed. There are teams that are coming from
What's going
a
on?
background where their league has been more developed, and they're the ones that usually bring up the
Does she have lotion
the
right
meta
there?
picks, right? With the Rogers, the Lings, so on and so forth.
I don't think
another
you
thing
wanna put
that we've
lotion on
actually
your
noticed
hands
about
while
female
playing.
teams is that they really do enjoy sticking to their comfort. They really enjoy utilizing
Literally
their
every single person
power
is
picks.
doing
So
a pose
now, ladies and gentlemen,
in
as
their
we get
pictures.
into the drafting phase for game number 1 in this best of 2 series, our opening
Are they gonna
match
be banning
of the day,
assassins
we do
like
see that
how it
Falcons
is
Vega are
in
going to
rank?
have that first pick slot.
You know how like
What are your
Ling,
expectations?
Kaya,
Well, expectations
are
instantly is that
banned.
first pick has been a lot
Edith
more prio
banned,
compared to red
first
side, right?
off.
Blue side has been finding so much more success. I think even in MSC we saw that, and this is exactly why. On blue side, you can actually dictate the pace of the game, dictate the picks that are going to come out. You don't need to ban out the chips. You don't need to ban out the
Spinny
low. You can
toilet.
force your opponents to do so. And
Okay,
for
we
CFU,
see the
they're already
Ling
caught on a
ban.
spot here where
Chip,
Falcons,
understandable.
they're
That dude
banning
just
all
pops up
the
anywhere
respect
on the
heroes
map.
over to CFU. They're getting rid of that Ling that we were talking about for Tagami. It's going to be massive. The assassin pick that can snowball, that can look to find
Let
plays
me know.
around the
Is
map.
my
The
mic
Edith
still
as well,
good,
knowing
by
that
the way?
CFU
Like
love
my,
to go and team fight, love to stay
my
and
voice?
force you.
If it's too
in
loud,
these
let me
team
know. If
fights
it's
for a
too
long
low, let
period
me
of time
know.
For the rest of the members to catch on, and
Lu
here it is.
Yi
That's a chip.
ban?
That's the Lo Yi that we expected.
Alright, so they
This
took
is
out
why
the
blue side's
two
so
like
scary, man.
teleporters.
I mean, we also talked about this earlier on, right? The fact that,
There's
CFU
the Haya
they're coming
ban.
in with 3 veterans, right? 3
I guess we are
players
gonna
that
be seeing these
experienced
assassins
on the
banned out.
international tournaments. We have Tegami, Abi, and Ue. And these are the 3 respect bans that have been given over from Falcons Vega over to CFU, right?
It's
Edith,
pretty
like
usual
you
to what you
mentioned,
would
with
see
all
in
the
rank,
advantages that the Edith
but
has, but
personally, I don't
another
really
thing
see
to point
Edith
out is the
banned
fact that
out.
Edith is a big power pick for UA in that roaming position.
Oh, it's
So
a
now,
target
Lo Yi
ban,
has
I
been taken off the
believe.
board. One
Okay,
more.
that makes a lot more sense.
Chip, Lo Yi, they're gonna have to choose between Roger or
Lower? Oh, you want me to
either
lower my
utility
mic?
pick or-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh, Juicin, obviously.
Am I
Juicin
yapping a
is
little too
available
loud?
now to be picked up, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are just tuning in, it's a big pick. Leo likes it. Leo likes the fact that in a best of 2, maybe you need to go for these cheese picks. Maybe you need to go for these new picks to send a curveball.
Okay, I lowered
to
it
your
a little
opponents.
bit.
But that does leave a big pick to be left open. The hero that I
Bro, it
mentioned
is not
should've been banned out
Liz.
maybe
That's
to
not
Roger,
Liz. Like,
right?
I'm not
So much
even like
flexibility.
kidding.
On top of
That's
that,
a whole
usually
other
you
person
get, like, flex
named
heroes
like
or prio
Cherry.
heroes. Roger's both. He does both.
Oh, they
He's a
banned
good
out the
flex pick,
Zujin.
and he is a monster in both the
Zujin.
jungle and the gold.
Whatever her
I mean,
name
technically,
is.
I'm
The
not really
freaking
sure what
butterfly
Melee
lantern
plays,
lady.
right? Sure, it can be flex, but what we
Okay.
do know is Chinchao
Tegami
is a
took
monster. She is
Ruby?
a beast on this Roger. In SPS, as they were going to get their slot to qualify for MWI,
they locked in the Roger,
Chinchao actually
too.
pulled in a split push that was so amazing that I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure that it has still been seared into their opponent's mind. So that's definitely something that we do need to
I'm
pay
not giving
attention
free
towards. And by the
ASMR
way, this
content.
Harith now picked up by CFU alongside with the Ruby. That's That's a power pick.
Oh,
in
a
for
Harith.
Fendi, their gold laner.
Yeah.
Roger counters Harith
CFU,
though.
knowing
Like,
that Roger
what?
can flex in the gold lane, might as well give the gold lane for CFU a better time in the lane. Having a Harith in your team adds so much early game power, and especially mid game. When it comes to these neutral objective battles, the fact that they, by the way, Falcons have banned out the Edith means that Falcons could have
Image
taken
needs
it
a
in the
ban,
second
she's
phase here
meta.
at Harith, no counter.
She's
available for
okay.
the
I mean,
already banned
there's
down, picking up
a
Ruby
lot
as
of
well to stop
counters out
any
there.
kind of
It's
stompers to
just,
stop the
I think
Harith
she's just
instantly,
very
but now
feared.
Falcons, they retaliate with a solid choice. Terizla.
Oh, that's like a good combo of
Terizla,
CC
even in the
there.
MSC, it
The
was
Terizla
the
and
favorite
the
XP. Like,
Vexana.
everybody goes for Terizla when it's open, and it's because you don't need
That's
to put
literally
resources
RG.
at all to this guy. You don't need to funnel anything.
Welcome to the
Keep your
women's
levels
tournament.
down, and you can
Your
still
everyday average
initiate
ranking
properly
games.
and tank up a whole lot of damage.
So before coming into the second phase of these drafts, are you expecting perhaps a counterplay towards this Terizla in the EXP lane? Export, CC?
That's the thing, right? What is even a counter for the Terizla? It really is about... Terizla is a non-laner.
Terizla's like really OP right now too on
XP Not in the way
XP
where he
lane.
demolishes people. Some picks, yes, he demolishes. The Exborg is a good pick against it, but the Terizla, all he needs to do is shove the wave and then play for the team fights. Get level 4, play for the neutral objectives, and completely ignore the Exborg. Exborg, if he doesn't bully the Terizla in the early
They
game, he's
ban
gonna
at
have a little
20
bit more,
seconds.
struggle, I would say, to get to the mid game to actually deal damage to the rest of the members from Falcons.
So the winning conditions are definitely set in stone now for CFU with the choice that they have made here in the first
So
phase. Now
taking
coming
Borg,
into the
that's
second
a
phase.
pretty
Right now,
decent
Falcons
pick.
Vega, with the
That
lineup
true
that they have
damage.
right now, they have a lot of catch. Right? They have
Why
catch
does
from the
staff like
Vexana,
7
they have
foot?
catch from
I think
the
it's the
Terizla
camera
as
angle.
well. But they're still afraid for CFU Serendipity that they're going to double down on that catch. The Minotaur has been taken away from Falcons
ban
Vega.
Minnow.
Good ban, reactive ban there. Knowing that CFU wants to be diving deep,
Lilia.
team fights as well with the Harith and the Exborg. Something
I'm
the
feeling like
Minotaur
those
is
two are target
great for the
bans.
banning phase, but I think for Falcons Vega, this is a good approach for them too. Banning out the Lilia and then maybe the Valentina as well to take out,
Look
the
at the big
possibility
muscular
of CFU
staff.
getting a pick like the Valentina, who's been able to find
I'm
so much
literally
success
not
in this
paying
meta
attention
as
to
well.
that.
And the Lilia ban's really just about the prio in the mid lane. I think it's they can go for. Yeah, no, I'm thinking just mid laners. I was about to say maybe they want to go for the Grok ban, but they already have an Exborg and Ruby, so Ruby's
I wonder.
gonna go Rom, Exborg's gonna go XP. There's no
What if they
possibility,
picked
I
up
think, for the Grok,
Foul?
unless they want to go
Take
jungle.
that.
Who knows?
So let's talk about the possibility of the mid laners
Penalty
here for CFU,
zone.
right? The one thing that we know, the
And
data that we have about
Imperial
Abi in
Knight
the mid lane
or
is
whatever,
that
the
she
knight
loves
that
Lilia,
Vexana
Nana,
drops.
Odette, and the Nova. So now
Take
that the
ban?
Lilia has been respect
Okay.
banned away,
I mean, you can just counter
as well
that
as
with
the
an
Vexana being picked
Akai.
up now by Falcons Vega, do you think that there is still a slot
degenerate
for
looking
Nana
coach.
and Odette to make their appearance in the international stage?
Yeah,
Bruh.
I think so. Nana and Odette provides
That is
for Nana
goofy.
provides a whole lot of security for yourself, right? You have that passive, you can run away from a lot of these dive situations, and Falcons Vega, they're definitely, leaning
He's going to win
towards
finals?
the chain CC to pound down.
For
with a
all
larger
MWI, I'm
combination
thinking
here.
Team
So going for something
Vitality.
like a Nana that can actually
They are on a 24
stop
win
the momentum
streak,
of
by
a
the
full
way.
dive from Falcons would be pretty good. Also, the Molina is a massive tool when you want to kite back. And it seems
Are you
they're not
asking
gonna go
Vinny?
for Valentina ban, actually, leaving it open, leaving it to CFU to go for these choices and banning out the Baxia, which is interesting. Because with a Tigreal ban, you would expect that CFU want to
Okay,
go for an
that's
assassin pick
weird
in the
to
jungle.
see.
It's still going
I
to be
haven't
really
seen
hard,
a
by the way,
Baxia
to
ban
go
in
up
a
against
while.
Terizla, Vexana, and the Raja on the assassin. But hey, if they want to do it, Nolan is still up for grabs.
Nolan, Fanny,
There's definitely
Amon.
some good heroes open.
Do you think
Julian,
Amon is a
Nolan.
possibility? I mean, Tagami is a master of assassins, right? She loves her assassins, and there's been rumors circling around that Amon has been one of her favorite heroes to utilize in that jungle. Do you think it fits?
I guess it fits, right? I think the concern is they already have a Harith and now a Nana, so two magic damage dealers. They
What?
want to add on a little bit more physical here.
A
They do have
Nana?
an Exborg, but it's more of a hybrid damage dealer, so they
Bro.
are setting up for an assassin. They can still go for utility. Amon.
Never thought I'd see a Nana
considering
picked
that
in
they
a
have a lot of magic
freaking
damage, and there's a lot of
international
CC, they
tournament,
can catch the
guys.
Amon, a lot of
International.
picks. It's a really
What?
risky move. I'm not saying that it can't be picked up, but the safer choice would
Out
definitely
of
be
all
Nolan,
the
especially
mage
if
heroes,
Falcons Vega
Val,
decide to go for an
Faramis,
assassin themselves.
Kag.
One of the best when it comes to clearing. Again, we mentioned about how pathing is
Nah, let's
very,
just
very
go for
important
Nana.
in an assassin matchup, or just technically
What
any
the-
matchup in general right now.
what the
Even in
actual
utility up against an
fuck?
assassin, that's why the assassin usually comes out on top. They get such a massive level lead all the way from the start of the game.
Okay.
Okay,
Round
Falcons
things out, ladies
have
and gentlemen,
a
for Falcons
solid
Vega, it's
draft.
official.
That
It's going
is
to be Roger in
crazy.
the jungle.
Holy
The quality of
Carmilla
Chow, An
ulti.
addition of Carmilla for that roaming
With a
position.
follow-up
That's
from
Val
Vexana
on Carmilla.
and Tarizla,
reactive.
and then
pick.
Roger
Fanny
and
comes
Claude
out as
cleanup.
well.
That's
no stoppers.
That is
Vega. They went
cancerous.
for the Carmilla. They saw the Tigreal. They saw the Minotaur.
Fanny.
They didn't expect the Fanny. They banned out the Boxia, and now
Oh my god.
these picks with no stoppers, they're gonna have to deal
Oh,
with
I need to
Nana
lower my
Harris
mic.
and
I think it's
physical
because
damage. Fanny.
I'm kind of
ready.
yelling. My
Are
bad.
you ready?
I'm super ready.
Are the casters
I'm
ready?
lowering
Trex,
it.
Leo, you guys ready?
We're more than ready. I can't believe the Fanny slipped through like that.
Okay,
It's looking
I lowered my
spicy
mic some
already in
more. My
MWI
bad.
right now. We got
I'm
a
like,
Fanny
I'm getting a
Milano
little
done. Game 1
hyped.
of MWI.
Eternal Miracle, bringing us the goods as well as the ladies.
I am
Again,
not
this is
saying
Falcons
that.
of Vega and CFU
I'm not saying that, bro.
coming through the Sharks versus
Okay,
the
for real
Falcons.
though,
It's the skies versus the seas.
You ever seen a shark fight a
Falcons
falcon?
have an
What we're
insane
gonna do.
draft.
Never thought I would. Not in my MWI bingo list, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in live.
I don't
Riyadh.
think
I hope
Sifu
y'all
can
are
win
doing
this
safe.
one.
I hope y'all are having a great day or evening.
They'd have to
as
be
we get
really
into the
like
very
on
first
point and lucky
matchup.
with that.
Very first game in this history-making tournament. Starting off in the orange here for Falcons Vega, while CFU Serendipity dipping into their purple.
Okay,
I think it
Ruby
was-
Roan.
Yeah, definitely has to do with the Vanny and moving quickly over to orange buff. One of the things
All right,
I'm
Vinny,
all
it's time
excited
for you
for,
to critique this
Carmilla
Fanny,
pick in the
this
roam
female
position,
Fanny user,
it's
right?
like their only real stopper right now for the Fanny, so it's a lot on Thal's shoulders right now.
And it's a soft.
Why'd they clear that much?
Too. Not to mention maybe. So at best they have like a
The heck?
1.5, 2 stoppers, right? You have the Eternal Guard and you have the penalty zone. That's it. That's it. I wonder if Falcons Vega are kicking themselves for this now in mid. Yui playing some footsies here with Tal. Again, I don't know if expected Funi to play today.
All right, Ruby already has to go
Yeah.
back.
and Mei Ling.
She got poked a lot.
Definitely a toss-up. Don't know exactly what happened. This might have been the choice due to some scrim decisions. Who knows? Mirko said it. They must feel confident with this
I
composition.
can cast the map
so
better.
Excited to see exactly
Honestly,
how this
yeah,
plays out,
this
but
is
that's
kind of
a
giving me
Gami
like
pick
motion
right there.
sickness.
Definitely spices things
It's just
up
like
for game number one, and
constantly
this is
like
what we talk about in group stage. These are
swaying.
the
What is that?
possible, strats that can get
Okay,
you
we
that
see
first
Fanny,
game
level
one win.
4,
Yep, and
ready
the
to come
draft
in.
definitely worked out for Serendipity this time around. Yui taking a visit down.
I guess not.
Yui
Just kind of
Fendi.
standing
We're
around.
gonna talk about here as well.
Is she gonna go
Chincho's
in?
not having a
She doesn't
great
have her
time.
blue now.
It's
She's
very
gonna have to go
difficult.
back to get her
Yui
blue
coming in
buff.
Yui takes a little bit
Yui
of
taking
Should be
damage.
okay there. You talked about Yui. You talked about Chincha. I think this Yui
Turtle's
Ruby
gonna
pick
be
is
up.
Be glorious.
Might get a pick
against
off
Mei
of
Ling
here
this
on
Roger.
export.
Really, I feel like Serendipity just drafted.
He's
very
not level
cleanly
4
in this
yet
game.
either.
Yep, they do have their fundamentals down.
Just gotta be careful. And there comes Steve. Roger going in, getting the first blood. Nana does poke him.
Abby putting some damage on the Mei Lane, but you can't.
He is
beat
a
the
little
aggression
low.
The Falcons Vega bring to the table.
I'm sure he's gonna heal back
Great
up off
first
of
blood,
his
great
blue
pick,
buff.
and see if you tried to do something in the gold lane.
Okay, Yui,
actually succeed
don't
in the
overextend
speed lane. Now it's
there.
turtle time.
Here we go. Some footsies.
There's
3v3 potentially.
3 members there.
By Tagami first. I like the rope though without Falcons Vega pulled. You saw how they were visiting bottom.
Motherfucker's almost 5 and no gank.
Forcing out an ult from both sides, and then they pull a fast
Okay,
one.
Harith
Like,
using
where
his
did
little
you have thought that would come
key.
from the Fanny lineup. What shouldn't have been come from the Cambodian squad.
Okay, is nobody gonna get the turtle?
Cambodians are a little crazy, man.
What's going
They like
on?
to have some fun, man. They bring out.
Okay, they
bring
pull in
out the
turtle.
Fanny, game 1.
Turtle's
It was
there,
the
giving
fact
some
that it was pick
vision.
number 5. It's great drafting from.
Okay,
Coach.
Roger
Great
pulled
drafting
up.
from Coach for sure, but here comes turtle.
Stun
play.
onto Ruby.
Nice stun onto Yui. Thal going to kind of hold down the front line here. The Carmilla should be able to get a stun done. Does have the ultimate ready. The blood pack able to do.
I don't
something
know
here.
if
Mei Ling
Fanny
just
will get
dancing
this,
around.
to be honest.
Keep her eyes on Tagami though.
Okay,
Looking for a
huge Imperial Guard
does
coming
come down on
down.
Abby.
Stunned
Nice stun.
Abby
Here comes
there.
Tagami. Look for the turtle, able to steal it,
Oh my
take it
god,
away.
Fanny
Can't
got
get
it.
away, though. A lot of damage
Fanny
on
got the
UA.
turtle.
Trying to get the finishing
There was
blow.
a Carmilla
Trying to
ulti
find
there,
the
right?
get the Lycan pounce. Finds the
Mei
kill.
Lane does kill
Mei Ling
Yui.
on the
Is
Moshi
still
Bang
going
as
in.
well.
Is going to
CFU
pick up
on
the
the
double
run,
cuff of
loses
Moshi
2
Bang.
for the price of a turtle.
Mei Lane going ham this
Bro.
time around. 3 already.
I literally just said Fanny's not gonna get this, and she freaking pulled up and took that
in the
turtle.
next few seconds. Again, Serendipity, clearly CFU won that draft. They got some.
That's crazy. I
sneaky
kind of
picks
jinxed
through.
it for them.
But they just can't get through Falcon Vega's fundamentals. They're just
dang,
so
XP lane,
clean when it
their
comes to
turret,
these engages, and they
Esports
know how to
turret's
play the
already
map
lost
against
all the
a
gold
line of
plating.
say what you will about that.
Oh, I'm
They
offended
lost
coming
the
out
fight.
from
Now
Yui
Falcon
there.
Falcon
Foul
Falcon
taking a
Falcon
lot of
Falcon
damage.
Yui
He's
is
gonna
gonna
flicker
win
through
that
the
fight.
wall.
It all flickers through, and there's your fundamentals right there,
Whoa.
feeling comfortable. Even the call from Melee earlier, I don't even want to take this turtle because I know I can get 2 kills. Leaves the turtle behind, goes for the kills. Tagami gets it, but it's a great trade for them.
The little intricacies of that flicker from Thal. They knew that there was no one in that river bush. They knew that there was no one coming from mid.
Is it
so
raining
they made the call,
outside,
right, flicker
bro?
over
I'm
here, you're
like,
safe. I got you.
am I tripping?
Team Falcons Vega covering up
Philly
the
is
map
raining.
really well. Now you're clearly ahead here in the early game.
It's
Again,
not even
now we're looking
raining.
at 2000. Yui Fendi gets a hit on her, forced out the ult.
There had to be some
Monster
kind of
does
headlights
come
or something
down.
through the window. I
Yui there to
saw.
help out along with Abby, but now it's 4 members of Falcon
Oh,
Vega,
Imperial
the
Guard
big
dropping onto
Guardian
Yui
was
there.
right
Lots
on
of
Yui.
damage.
Trying
Is
to get
going to
some
be
damage
taken
off.
out by
It's a cutthroat
Chinko.
landed. No, doesn't
Fanny
connect. Everyone
went
able to
in.
dodge through.
It
Even
didn't really pick
Melee
anybody
with
up.
people like
She's
him
still
pounce.
0-0-0. Oh, never mind. He's going to get the shutdown on Mei lane. 1 HP. It's going to get away. What? Picked up a double kill.
From that burn.
She got it down. She was
Sheesh.
trying. All this while, she was trying. And it took maybe 2 or 3 big engages. Here's the STC replay one more time.
Dang, Roger got kind
Again,
of
the Eternal Guard came through.
cooked
and
there.
Now maybe we're seeing remnants of that.
Oh, the
initial
retry killed
dilemma.
Carmilla.
Nice push. All right, great conversion. Now we're seeing the dilemma coming through now. Where's the hold?
Is my mic like
if Tagami can keep doing this,
too
then
loud still?
Team Falcons Vega have
So I'm like, I don't know, I'm
something
kind of
to
like
think about now.
casting
Melee,
over it, and I
win
don't know
away.
if it's just like a big
Violet gets
mess.
nice damage on him,
He's gonna take the
motion
turtle.
armor.
Oh,
Gets the turtle this time.
Melee
Tagami
with the retry
hightails
gap
it out.
there. Export
Last
having to
Insanity
pop
defensively
the
just to try to
last.
get away. CFU
No, not
backs
last
off.
sanity.
All
It's
right.
Faraga
Clean.
armor.
CFU Serendipity. I think it's key for these ladies now to pick their fights.
Man, XP
They can
lane,
play
that
where
is
they're mobile, They
gone.
can play where they're everywhere. Oh no, Abby!
A lot of damage on Abby, but down comes
Stunned,
Force, able to help
terrified,
out. Yui there.
immobilized.
Beautiful, I'm offended, but Melee still gets
Yui
the
falling.
kill. Melee now moving on to the orange buff, and CFU lose another
Oh,
member.
there's 2 Yuis. You're just Yui,
They got
Fendi,
nothing out
and
of it.
Yui.
Violet walks away. And now
Fendi
Melee,
died.
Grand Theft Orange.
Grand Theft Orange?
Madam. Madam.
What?
She took a small camp on the way out. This is going to balloon out of control now.
Yeah,
We're
Falcons
looking at
are kind of
more than
dominating
2,000
right now.
gold ahead.
Imperial
A
Guard
push in mid.
dropping onto
Tagami coming
Export
in,
back
clearing the
there.
wave. That's it. They lost the main artery.
They already
Yeah,
took the
that's a
mid
bad
turret
blow.
too.
Mid lane gone. And
6
even when
minutes
they were
into
having
the
that fight
game.
up top, we saw Chincha chipping away a little bit at the mid tower, and that just gave it enough for Team Falcons Vega to be able to completely secure it. Right now, even with the Fanny, Team Falcons Vega are just looking
Might
even
see a
the pressure
sandwich
they're putting
here.
They're keeping CFU Serendipity inside of a
Oh
box
no.
right now.
Just giving some
And Team
vision
Falcon
there. There's
Vega
4
are able to control
members
the rest of the
of
map while doing
Sifu
this.
in the bot
And
lane
again,
there.
Uncanny coming from a lineup that is facing off against Fanny. They can't hold down. So this is just macro
Okay,
control.
Fanny, you're just kinda sitting there.
Absolutely.
Don't go for him.
From arguably
If she's smart,
the
she won't do it.
second-best team in all of the MLBB
Okay,
women's
she missed a cable there.
esports. And here, now they're putting in
Imperial Guard dropping from
forcing back
Vixana.
Yui taking a lot of damage.
Yui.
Lane looking for the kill.
Carmilla
Trying to
ult
finish,
comes
able to secure
out.
it. Yui goes down. But in comes
Last
Last
Sanity there onto the back line on Thou.
Bang!
Beautiful last
Oh.
They're still going in.
Oh my gosh, penalty zone did come out. Melee's gonna be picking up that triple kill. Oh my god, Roger dominating here.
Vega, they don't care about a
Another turret falling down for the
She's been
size
cooking, man.
Sifu.
She's been cooking. 8 minutes in, she picks up the Thunderbelt. I'm liking where this is going. As per my taste, I would have picked it
Man,
up
this
maybe
is like a
sooner,
massacre
but
to be
Again,
honest.
aggression is the name of the game here. An amazing start. Motion
That was a
Bang
good
tried
penalty
to
zone there.
Control that fight down bottom, but
Did
trading
catch
up for
the
foul,
Fanny.
and then allowing for the rest of Team Falcons Vega to
Pretty much a
win that
free
fight in
uncontested
their
Lord
back lane.
too.
Oh, this is just par for the course. You just go straight for the Lord, and you continue controlling the rest of the map. CFU Serendipity, I'm thinking maybe their next best move here
Massacre.
is to cordon off these fights into smaller
Not the hand
corners. You notice how a
cams.
lot of fights that happen in those open spaces.
So that's what those
Team
cameras are
Falcons Vega
for.
do better at.
Literally
They
in their
gotta
face.
fight in smaller spaces. They gotta have Tagami go from wall to wall.
Yeah, they had to do something about Melee here. I mean, Melee
I don't
just,
think
he
Ruby
shouldn't
Rome
be-
was
or
it
She
here.
shouldn't be able to just jump into this. fight the way she is. She's even getting locked up from UA in some of those fights and still has time
Falcons
to
has
just do
that really
whatever
good
she
chain
pleases
CC
in these
combo.
fights. 7-1-1 on a Roger. It's what a
I was playing negative 100 brightness. For real, it was all dark.
It wasn't even second item, it was third item.
was super
Thunderbelt,
dark.
First up War Axe, and then the Piercer. I'm thinking
Nah,
she's
Borg,
like
you
2 or
better
3
be
steps
careful,
right
bro.
now
There's
sitting
4
with
members
that
there, and he's
Piercer,
gonna get hit by the Imperial Guard. Taking a lot of damage. He is gonna
Flame was
go
tested there,
back.
but the Lord's still encroaching in right now. Looking for the crash. 1 more minion to go. The defense does pop.
Are they gonna
on
lose the
that
inhibitor already?
Nice on Thal.
Foul falls.
Deal for Abby, but in comes
Chinko
Melee
took
with a
the
nice
turret
bounce
there.
on Bang.
Roger
No damage
just
on a UA
cleaning
Fendi.
up.
Meleeing, playing the field to Melee. It's looking dangerous right now for CFU. They lose an inhibitor.
Thal is worth
That is insane. 9
more
minutes
in
already
waiting
an
mode.
inhibitor.
It's amazing how she's
gone.
able to trade in for a big objective in mid.
Whoa,
and then another
going wild
trade
with the
on way
cables.
out. CFU Serendipity again. This is gonna hurt them even more because one of the strengths
Holy
of
cow, a
their
lot
lineup
of
is able to
damage
do
from
is to
Vexana.
go across the map and just pick fights, cut waves, and now they have to do that on a level wherein they're on the defense. Even if they can leave the base, which I think now is one of the few times they can, 10 minutes in, it's still gonna be tough. Is there enough farm on UEFendi is my question. Tegami, sure, she can run around, she can cut lanes.
Melee is unbelievably fed right now.
Farm on UEFendi is Abby dealing enough damage.
Like,
Count your blessings, she
Sifu
hasn't
doesn't
died.
have like
That's-
much
I mean,
to
as a
lock
Nana,
down.
you probably shouldn't.
Ruby
She
just
has
keeps
everything
dying.
packed into her
There's the
kitchen.
Carmilla ult.
Speak of the
Hereth
WA
using the
Fendi.
Purify.
Through UA, able
Oh,
to get a
UA
nice
did a
unoffended
flicker.
onto
I'm
once again.
offended,
Look at
but
the
it
damage
wasn't
onto
enough. That was gonna
CFU.
walk
It comes
away.
Last Insanity, unloading on
Last
Violet,
Insanity.
Violet
Moshi is gonna be falling. Monster kill going over to
fire
May
in the face.
lane.
Takes out Moshi Bang.
Fanny
Tommy,
trying to
though,
go
looking
in.
to finish,
It's not
decides to
gonna
back
reach
off.
anybody. It's gonna end up dying. Double kill from May lane. What?
Damage that she had to go through just.
What am I watching, yo?
Team Falcons Vega.
It's like a ranked
punished her.
for real.
This is tough. 11-4, 11 minutes in. Mr.
Bro.
Wagner. CFU Serendipity, they had a great draft, but fundamentally speaking, Falcons Vega.
There goes the next inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, CFU seem to not be able to play it to
They,
its
they
maximum
can't. They
abilities.
can't
Abby
reach
takes more damage.
Vexana.
And at this point, as you said, we look at the comp.
Even
we look at
if
the way
Fanny
that
goes
Vega's moving
in,
around the map right now,
she's just
it's
gonna get
always 2-2
terrified
and
by the
Melee kind of on
Vexana
her own.
or
because Melee can handle
freaking stopped by
herself
somebody
against the
else.
Fanny. A Lycan pounce to dodge a cutthroat, or a Lycan pounce to dodge a couple blades and get the damage out, and the rest are covering each other's backs.
The only real
Bursted
hero
the
that
heck out of
Melee
that
has to worry
Lord.
about is Ruby, right? Like that's the only thing that she has to think twice of. Abby, she can just dodge Molina's gift. Forget about it. Like, I can just run around. I can hop through these gifts. And now another fight breaking out in mid.
The pack comes down to the
Oh,
damage.
snap.
Unloading. UA
Oh my
goes
god,
down
May
first.
lane is just
Next
going
might be
crazy
Yui
with
Fendi.
Roger.
Able to get the outplay though, looking for the final shot.
Oh, is he gonna get shut down by Abby?
Yui Fendi.
That's a
pulling up
lot
on
of
the
gold
Fendi.
picked up.
Doing some nice damage onto the Lord now, but it's still coming soon.
Abby
Team
made
Falcons
bank.
Vega.
Abby made bank and they do this.
Don't
against
let it hit the
defense. Where is she?
turret.
Where are they?
Tagami.
Tagami's trying to get the blue
purple
buff right now.
Sees that they're all
Seriously?
hanging out there. Team Falcons Vega lose a Melee and they immediately
You can't
back
lose that
up.
last
All right,
inhibitor if
so
y'all
that
want it.
explains the big
Actually
spike
do
now.
something.
We're looking at 6K,
Holy
5K
crap.
between these two
My
teams.
back's killing me,
And
sorry.
we were wondering, is there enough farm on Abby besides the fact
There's
that she
literally
hasn't
no
died?
stun.
This is one of the times when you say, okay,
Mhm.
maybe we can still do this.
Yep.
Good news is they still have one inhibitor. This could have gone so much worse. They could
I
have
mean,
lost
the
everything.
only thing
and
is like
they were forced to
the
take
Vexana
whatever
skill.
farm is left
skill
out of Team
skill
Falcons Vega
1.
freezing, which is what's happening now. But as it is, checking out, okay, a Trinity on
The
Abby
Terrify.
here. You have Yui Fendi, also a Trinity, just barely. I think maybe just one more item, and then a fight in like, thicker part of the forest here, like a little corridor. That might be it, but you're still looking at 5K between. That's still tough.
Are they really trying to find another fight? Why are they so far out? Being met by the Carmilla
Take out the major
ulti.
damage deal. Yui Fendi down, out of commission. Falcons Vega now looking for another inhibitor. Tagami can't even go in.
You don't let him breathe. I think that's the play here for Team Falcons Vega.
That inhibitor's almost
problem
gone
solving,
already.
CFU, Serendipity. There's like 5 or 6 things they need to do. It's a
Playing with
grocery
long
list
nails?
of things
Oh
to
my
hit on a
gosh.
checklist. One of them
Could not do that.
does not have an answer.
The long
to Team
nails
Falcons
like
Vega's
hitting the
one
screen
move.
is nasty.
It's just forced out
Okay,
by
she dropped the
Here they are,
Imperial Guard in
taking out
there. That way they
last
can take the
and
inhibitor
Waves are gonna
faster.
crash in. This is well timed for Lord coming in a minute.
You know, I gotta say, Thul's been so amazing on this Carmilla. Even though she's taken a few deaths, she always lands that ultimate at the perfect time to at least catch 2 members, and the rest of the team follows up so well.
That
The
and she can get out.
emotes.
If she dies, so be it. They're taking out at least one on the way out too. Not to mention, it's like Funi did not miss a beat. She's #1 in the damage charts right now, and the last time we saw her here in MWI, she also put up quite a show, honestly.
I don't want to see
when they
Harith,
were
bro.
formerly known as GPX Boss in MWI 2023.
Bro,
Just
the
change
camera's
one.
like
Just
making
change
me feel
Caramel to
sick.
Melee, which, by the way, we also missed. We were
Just
expecting
like
Caramel
weird
to play, but
motions.
Melee is holding down jungle. She's doing more than that.
Melene's doing amazing. I mean, Funi's doing amazing. Even as someone that's kind of stepped back a little bit from the team a little bit, still showing
Man, I'm trying to
that
stay awake.
I still got it, man. I can
Almost
still
5 a.m.
hang with the best of them. And she is stomping down. She's got her foot on the neck right now with these
Pretty
sharks.
much another free lord.
Taking a lot of damage. CFU not going to be able to contest
Sifu
it.
can't do like
And that's a
anything,
clean
bro.
take.
Ruby missing that I'm
Towards
offended
Team
and is
Falcon.
taking
Vega's
even more
named third
damage.
this time as they push back the rest of CFU Serendipity.
She,
what's
like,
Stal thinking?
completely
He's looking
missed
to
that.
steal this. They're just denying everything. Oh, there it is. Just serve it up.
Serve it up.
Take
Another
it, Chin
one.
Shot, it's yours.
Another one.
Another one.
Easy. Falcons Vega just, and then now they take it slow, right? I love the lane freeze right now, waiting for Lord to come. They don't need to rush anything. 7,000 gold, almost 7,000 gold lead. We're getting there. Something bad. CFU, how do they defend this?
It's going to come off of Abby. Abby is going to have to use all of her kit. Like,
They won't
that
end.
little Nana, Pink Venus. Put everything.
like 2.
Are we gonna
Catch
see
2 in that
a?
ult, and then hit the best case
a
scenario,
choke?
you hit Violet lane with the gift.
I don't know. I feel like
That's
they're
one
gonna
way to
end it.
start
There's a
And
Carmelo
now it all comes
conceal
down.
going
Aldo
straight to the
tries
back,
come in,
trying
use the
to
conceal
put.
play, a lot of damage unloads.
Oh, Imperial Guard
Moshi
coming
Bang,
down.
Moshi Bang forced to back off, but in
Oh,
comes
big
Flo
penalties
with a
onto
huge
the back
penalty
line.
zone.
No, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it here.
Down. Tagami though trying to get the outplay, but they're already locked onto the base.
Yeah, that's it.
Vega.
Falcons takes that.
Masterclass take game #1.
Dang,
The
that was
advantage
clean.
with critical mass, and despite Falcons Vega,
I knew Falcons was
rocking
gonna get
lineup,
those
none of us
win.
expected for them to deploy in day one.
That draft was
They
solid.
get the dub.
There's
In
the 5
quick
people in the
fashion, too.
crowd.
And I mean, like we said in the beginning, we felt like CFU had the clean draft, but Vega knew exactly how to work around it and executed it perfectly.
What is a scalpel to a 6-inch
Oh man,
metal
is
bolt?
that it? Why are they all
Not
getting
much.
up?
Not much.
Don't tell me they're gonna get a freaking 20-minute break.
We were hoping it would unlock
for a
something
game.
out of CFU Serendipity in the face of a
No, bro.
powerhouse like Falcons Vega, but here we are. We'll talk about it later on. For now, here's Eterna and
They
Miracle
need to
breaking
jump
down
into the
game
next
1.
game, bro. There's no
Thank you
reason
so much,
to take a
Leo.
break.
Thank you so much, Trex, for that amazing cast for game #1 as the Falcons soar high in that first game of their series.
Man, what a performance coming in from Falcons Vega.
Moonpie,
I gotta agree with the casters,
the
man. We also have
goat.
the same sentiment. You know, the drafts were amazing from CFU.
Thank
They
you.
were able to
But
get
we
the
know
fanny
there's
pick
only
as well.
one goat in
Sneaking
NA,
in that
and that's
fanny pick
Mielo the
with
goat.
no stoppers from side of
Milo
Falcons
the
Vega, but it
goat.
goes to show you that what we said as well on the early stages.
You know what? I
of
kind of
Falcons
take
Vega,
after
when we're
him
talking
because of
about
how
the
many
team,
times I've gone
they
bronze.
have such a good way to win out these lanes, to win out these matchups.
Damn, A-Lane, like,
individually,
really
to a
popped
point
off
where
here.
Really, the composition with no stoppers, everybody is a stopper when you can deal that much damage. Right?
Falcons
Whenever the
just
Fanny walks
dominated.
in, she almost instantly
They're gonna
gets her
sweep.
HP deleted.
100% gonna
And
sweep them.
there were some points in the game where Falcons Vega, you know, the clear problem for Falcons Vega, the weakness point has got to be that discipline still. I think in the 10th minute, they actually had a solid chance to go for the end, but some of them overextended. Still, though, a very phenomenal
Oh, it is
performance
the
for their
best,
first
too.
game here at MWI. 15-6, 15 minutes. And before I throw it back to you, Eterna, I just got to mention this, right? Terizla in itself is already a dirty pick.
He got
It's
11
No
assists.
resource, man. I'm going to just go in. I can go 0-5, and I can still be useful. Take a look at that build. I mentioned this a couple of times off cam to Eterna. She went first item Queen's Wings, and that was like 4th minute. Queen's Wings. Straight into, get this, the steel leg plates. And then the Dreadnought armor. She was just going for components up against CFU, and she knew that the magic damage dealers were already super behind, so she only needed to care about Tagami on the Fanny. And when that happened, Dreadnought done, Steel Leg Plates done, Queen's Wings done, yeah. No assassin, no
She's
damage.
holding the little triangle.
It was dirty, right?
Dirty.
Even when we were talking about the Trizzle, I was like expecting, okay, we'll definitely.
Why am I
see
flashing?
CC
What
or
is
the
that?
export to try and counter the Trizzle
just
in the
realized,
lane,
like,
but
my
that's
camera was
absolutely
flashing.
not what we
Sorry.
saw in game number 1. And you know, I gotta have a little bit of an applause.
Alright,
you know,
next game,
for the
next
two
game.
newcomers into the lineup, the two players that we're not used to seeing from, you know, Team Falcons Vega, or previously known as GPX Basreng, as Leo put it earlier on. But they get the highlight here, right?
Oh, that's
Fumi
pretty
as
cool. They
well
have the
as
map
Maylane,
like
they
under them.
performed
What the heck?
amazing. You can even see that she had the highest GPM for Maylane, and for Funi, highest amount of damage.
Definitely, man. I mean, Caramel definitely got to be careful,
Standing
right? Because
on the
Melee's
game.
performance has been phenomenal. If she continues to perform this way, maybe she's going to be a mainstay on the team for a long time, maybe even all the way for MWI.
I'm trying
because
so
that
hard
Rocket
not to fall
performance was
asleep.
Certainly amazing. in turn.
So, do you think she'll grab the PlayStation
Yes.
MVP?
Yes. I think
Okay, we'll see. Let's bring it out. The PlayStation Tournament's MVP for Falcons
Why do they
Vega.
do half
It's gonna
the
be Maylane.
face?
Whew. On point, 93%
Bruh.
kill, 828 GPM, and even you mentioned earlier on that Sky Piercer and into the Thunderbelt was just, you know, the cherry on top of already a very dominating early game from this Roger.
really is. It's I think this was the Innocent build, like in MSC. I think it was Innocent that actually utilized this build a whole lot with the War Axe first item, straight into the Sky Piercer, and then going to the Thunderbelt before the Windtalker. And I think that was the item build, the item path that was the choice for Maylane as well. War Axe in the early game to get an even harder snowball into the Sky Piercer.
She,
We
like,
already know
slit
what
her
that
throat or
item
something?
does.
What
You know,
the
we don't need to talk about it
was
anymore.
that?
It definitely needs to be nerfed.
She's like-
Maybe it needs to be a bit more pricey because 1,500 on a Roger that's snowballing all the way from the start. I love the priority, by the way, for Team Falcons Vega and the priority for Maylane, because in the first neutral objective,
Violet missed that
most people will be like,
penalty
hey,
zone.
what are you doing as a jungler? Why are you letting the turtle get taken away by Tagami? And I would say as a Roger, no, that's great. You want to go for the kills. You want to go for the snowball through getting gold by getting those kills, and it actually went to become worth it. They got 2 kills in turn for the turtle, and it enabled her to go for those items. The Thunderbelt also, such a good way of putting down utility when you already know that the rest of your team does a lot of damage. You're just there as a Roger to execute, and that was the style that Maylane actually displayed. All she was doing was really
Alright,
waiting in the
I
back,
wanna get
trying to
into
go
the
for
next
the range
game
form,
now.
and then whenever anyone goes low, she acts as the assassin. She wasn't a fighter, she wasn't a marksman mainly, she was an assassin that game.
So it poses the question, right? Because across all the tournaments after, as well as the emblems coming through, the new emblems coming through, she actually opted for Quantum Charge, not Warcry. What do you think about that?
I think the Warcry definitely, you know, it adds a lot of value, but knowing that the playstyle there for her was not about standing there for a long time, not about joining the team fight for a long time, but actually executing Quantum Charge definitely allows you to go in, get out a little bit faster, knowing that the build she went for was a bit more of the boom, bang, you know, kind of
Bada
hit
bing.
and run, bada bing. You can add the bada bing too. It makes sense for the Quantum Charge more than the Warcry.
Shout out to Gani, by the way.
Shout out Gani.
And you know, shout out to you guys. How were your predictions in that first game? Were you guys right?
I got
Were you
it
guys
right.
Wrong?
Falcons
or
won
did
that.
you abstain? Because, you know, you have a little curse going on for yourselves. Like our fellow friend here, Mirko, and his ongoing caster curse. You know, you guys can actually
Usually
let
that
us
happens to
know
me when
of
I
your
vote for a
next
team to
audience
win, they
prediction
lose.
in the STC
But
predictions
Falcons
earlier on.
won
The
this
website
time.
was down there, so you guys can actually go to, you know, a quick refresh to take a look at that. But now, best of 2. We still have one more game between both of these teams.
I don't know how these girls are
See,
playing
if you
with
had the better draft,
long nails.
Everyone kept mentioning it.
Like that.
What do they need to do now?
I could never.
That's what's concerning now.
It's too, like,
especially after
clicky,
taking a
clacky,
big
and,
loss
like-
like that. It was pretty one-sided
Ugh.
in game number 1. Now they're gonna have number 1. Step number 1 has got to be reset. They really have to try to reset there while we're on a break right now for them, right? And then try to look for
Why are we on a
the
break, bro?
normalcy
That
of
was
your
like
gameplay, because it almost felt
nothing.
like it was them forcing some of these big picks, like the Harith in the gold lane, where you could definitely see that for Yui, she was very, very uncomfortable on the Harith. She wasn't able to fully bully Chin Chao, and also Chin Chao is an amazing laner. We were talking about how the side lanes have been amazing for the side of Falcons Vega. So the fact that Chin Chao on the Claude was the one initiating, was the one going for poke, was the one trading, it was definitely not a good look for the Harith. The Harith was the
They
one
really
bullied
gave
in
these
lane, and
girls
that's
a
not supposed to
break
happen.
after
But
like a
that's the problem,
10-minute game.
right? Because according to data and according to statistics, this Harith is actually a power pick for her.
Yeah.
So is it that she's not comfortable, or is Chincha just an amazing laner, like you mentioned?
That's the next point I was about to bring up. I think, we've been talking about the pressure on stage. It's a very, very big problem, usually for a lot of the players, especially making their debut here on the international stage. And some of you might say, they've been here on the international stage where offline is a bit different, right? It's way different. And the fact that
offline is
pick, it
probably a
doesn't
whole
always mean
different
that you are
atmosphere.
going to be able to make it happen, make it work. Because especially for the Harith, it's a very high mechanical hero.
Yep.
You cannot get nervous, you cannot get those jitters, or you can't let those jitters get a hold of you. And it's time for her now to either
I feel
double
like
down
they
on the
weren't
Harith pick,
nervous,
knowing
they
that
just-
it is her
they just
comfort
got
pick, knowing that
outdrafted,
now, you know
bro.
what? I'm just gonna have
Just
to let go. I'm
condense
just gonna
it
have
down
to
to that.
play with no pressure, or go for a completely different pick, a safer pick like weak side, and play for Tagami.
That's actually one of the things that I really wanted to mention. Despite them having to suffer that first loss in game number 1, a big props to Tagami.
Exactly.
Her reputation really preceded herself, right? I mean, a lot of people were saying that she was one of the best assassins in the current meta and so on and so forth, and we actually saw that, right? The Fanny, she was trying her best. At some point, she did
She
go
missed a
for
lot
a
of cables.
turtle steal under the nose of course, Falcons Vega. So definitely a big props to her, and hopefully she can stay consistent or even grow in this tournament, in the second game especially.
Yeah, I think doubling down on Tagami will be a great choice to go for, by the way, for the side of CFU, because, hey, she already performed so well in game number 1, and that was the game that they were actually losing all the way from the start. I think the way to enable her has got to be pick up the Terizla, or at least try to take that Terizla away, because having the Terizla in the XP lane, where even if you get a lane counter like the X-Berg, like you mentioned earlier, Terizla is a non-lane. So if you pick it up, you have a lot more priority to play and enable your assassin
Did they
jungler.
play a
We've been
game?
through this whole lot
Yeah,
of
they played a
MLBB. This is why
game.
Terizla is
Falcons,
so popular
completely
and so
swept them.
amazing. So yeah, either you
They
ban it out or you pick
steamrolled
it up.
them
I
that
think now that
game.
they are going to be on blue side,
And
they
they
have a chance to actually
freaking-
pick it up for themselves.
they gave
and
them
can
a
actually
break,
force out a lot of the
by
other
the way,
bans,
a
like
break
Logi,
after
like the
that
chip towards
game.
Falcons Vega. That was something that Falcons Vega was able to absolutely capitalize on in the drafts. They banned out
please jump into the
respect
next
heroes
game?
all the way. The Edith, the Ling. And then they left all those picks open.
I do believe was it the Hayabusa last ban
Mm-hmm.
for Falcons
Bro,
Vega?
they talk
So full respect.
so much.
But you know what? I'm not worried.
I just
about
want to
CFU.
see the next
Why?
game.
Because they have the support
Ooh, of what?
of the pandas on their jersey.
That's
Have you
true.
seen them?
That's true.
Man, guys,
The CFU pandas.
once they get on camera, we need to appreciate those pandas, man.
There's more people
wanna
playing
appreciate
than in the
those pandas too.
They're so
crowd,
cute.
bro.
Yeah, during the game,
panda
sometimes
sport.
the face cams goes to the panda shots, and we're just like, oh my god!
Was it
Vinny
not
out here
highlighting the
roasting.
players? Like the hand cam? Was it the panda? See,
Yeah,
See,
they're
it is a
working
hand
while
cam,
people
but
play
I
mobile
look
games.
at the panda.
Yeah. And if they win, they
Would
make
you
a
prefer
lot of
better
money
if you
from
had
it
a panda,
too.
Eterna?
I'd love a koala.
All
I was born in Australia.
right, mate.
Why are
about
we
you?
talking about animals
I would
now?
take
A LaFell?
Bro, they're just
I
like
would take a
trying to
LaFell and a
fill.
nice suit.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Anyway, I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay though, but that was good because honestly, for Falcons Vega and for the side of CFU, that's what they need. They need additional ways to actually take the game, and even for Falcons Vega, because even though that was dominant,
Can we
all the way
G
from the start,
next?
we did see weakness points.
I could
We
have
did see
finished
that
like
in a
5
couple of
ranked
ways,
games
CFU
with
were
how
almost able to
like
come back
much
when they were
they're
actually
talking
kiting
right
back.
now.
So they could go for that. They could go for
Can't
the
wait for
exact
C9
same way
game.
where they actually try to play
Yeah,
for the
it's
kite back, wait
trying
for
to
these
get to
initiations,
there,
wait for the
but
overextensions that
It's just
Falcons Vega
talking like
technically have a
so
tendency to
much
do,
and
then
giving
punish
them
them.
these breaks.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the pandas.
Me too. To be fair, I am too.
It should be the next shot, right? We saw Falcons Vega earlier on camera.
Falcons just needs to win
and we
one
should
more.
be getting pandas after this. But while we're there, we go. Oh no, it's covered.
Oh no!
No, show us
No
the
panda.
pandas.
They know that you don't get the panda. They need to win first, then you get the panda.
And it would be actually really great for them, right?
Oh,
Because-
panda!
There you go, panda. Hi, panda. Oh, so cute.
At this point, I
There
think
are
you're
5
gonna
of
be.
them.
There are maybe even more for the coaches.
You're right. You're right. And the coaches need it, right? They need to get their head in the game. I mean, technically, they did win that draft.
Not
in
the
first
zoom
game,
in.
Oh, see.
Why?
Are you saying
A
the pandas
close-up.
are?
See, the cameraman
They
gets
really
me.
zoomed
Yeah.
in like that.
They're happy with the pandas. They're happy with the pandas too. But you said the pandas.
They look like they're
definitely need
sweating,
that, and they
bruh.
did win the draft. Are you telling me that
I
the
said the
pandas-
coaches.
Yeah. Do you mean that the
Like,
pandas
they're
actually
kinda
help the
greasy.
coaches draft?
It's support,
whisper?
right? If anything, it's support. Why are we talking about pandas?
It's you started this,
I'm sorry. Let's get back into the game, right? Because in this group, for CFU and Falcons Vega, the third team in their group is Cloud9. So,
yeah,
if Falcons Vega can win 2-0 here, they definitely... It's almost a shoo-in for them to make it to the playoffs. But for CFU Serendipity, if they go 1-1,
okay, look, with the makeup though,
like we said, you know,
like,
the group of death. It's
sometimes it
very
gets greasy.
It is going to be 1-1.
Like it's not sweat, but like your face gets like
every team
grease. It's
in the
weird.
Same spot. They're all 0-0.
It's just something that happens
no
with makeup.
Points on for the
and I feel like that's happening with them.
2-0 win against one of them. And hey,
it happens like especially around the nose area if you're wearing a lot of like foundation. We're finally into the next game.
Let's prepare you and let's welcome you into
automatically
the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series between Falcons Vega and CFU Serendipity. But it looks like there
I literally just said it is makeup.
Falcons Vega still have that
but sometimes the makeup product,
it looks like this might actually
the
be
skin like tries to absorb it and then it like makes it greasy.
I think it'll be exactly the same for the side of Falcons Vega, right, on blue side. And unfortunately, because CFU are on red,
bro, if you don't wear makeup, then you won't know.
Bands. It's
like,
Chip,
you just
it's
won't
Lo
know.
Yi. Maybe they'll change the last band,
It's
right?
just
Maybe
like
they leave Juicin
like if you
open,
look closely to their faces, it's like grease. Greasy.
I don't know.
It's
now
not
I'm actually kind of
sweat.
scared
It's
of
like
the Juicin pick, right?
Like oil.
Because why do they bet it out? They know something
but
we
it
don't.
happens.
Has Falcons Vega been able to perform in scrims with the Juicin, or is it just respect?
They're just gonna like ban the exact same things.
Or what do? They can't leave.
I'm not mad. I'm like I don't know how to like describe
Right?
it. That's like my issue. Like how the hell do I describe it in a way you would understand?
It seems like the Louis
I can't
does
like
have
I
that
can't describe
impact,
things
especially
sometimes.
when pioneered
and
or
I get
when,
irritated at myself for that.
Steered in with the right person, but
they banned out the Vexana now.
Ban. So this is already a very big difference to game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Last time around it was the Hayabusa, but now it has been changed into the Vexana. The big question is now for CFU, do they want to still leave the Roger open?
We pretty much see the same bands, but now they take out the Vexana here.
I think, the Hayabusa is up for grabs. Technically, they can go for that, but yeah, that's a big question now for CFU. If they want to leave the Juicin open up against Falcons Vega, I think the other picks to ban, if they really want to go and, enable Tagami, maybe would be... we've seen this before as well. I think it was Liquid Echo versus Falcons AB Bren back in MSC, where Terizla became super prio towards a later stage. But again, the Roger was something that we were mentioning for first pick together with Ling all the way from the pregame, and it will be banned out here. Roger banned out. Hayabusa and Juicin left open for the draft. Blue side has a chance to pick it up, but is it that prio? Now that's the big question. That's a new question that arises once you answer with the Roger. And it turns out, nope, not as prio as that dirty Terizla. DT!
Terizla going to be first in picked for Falcons Vega. And I honestly wanted that question answered, right? I want to know how Zuxin fares in an international and a professional level. Does it work? Does it not work? Is it too squishy? Is her damage enough to penetrate through? But let's see, maybe it still does have the possibility to be popped up later on in this phase. But with the Terizla first in, do you think CFU are going to go for the exact same thing? Ruby and Harry was their choice earlier on, but with the Hayabusa left open, it's actually going to be a Hayabusa and a Ruby. Man,
they let the
Hayabusa. Now that's something that I'd pay to watch.
That's crazy.
Well, lucky for you, you get paid to watch. Because the Hayabusa gets picked up here. It's a massive pick for Tagami. We saw just how lethal she was even on the Fanny. But now, the fact that they picked it up so early, right, it leaves it a bit more vulnerable compared to the Fanny pick that we saw last picked by CFU. Now Falcons Vega, they'll be aware of this Hayabusa pick and they will go for a bit more of those stoppers. Also going for the Harith now that the Roger has been banned out. They want to go for that lane prio, and this is also where Chinchao finds her comfort. The fact that she was already winning lane on a Claude against the Harith. Now I guess we get to see what she can do on the Harith, a snowball pick, a pick that is known to bully other laners, and Valentina too, to go for that flexibility. IMU, the creativity of the players that play Valentina, usually they're a bit crazy, especially here with an I'm offended. And technically, I don't know if you want to take the shadow kill.
it's a good escape tool.
It's a good escape tool. That could be something they want to go for as well. But this could be also why the Valentina is super prio.
I think they took out because they
forces
definitely
the
don't
enemy
want
team to not go for any more big ultimates, right?
Take
Or
that
go for
penalty
too
zone,
many big ultimates
maybe
to
this
try
time.
to
overwhelm
the Valentina. But in both those cases, it's kind of tough. If you don't give the big ultimates over, that means you're kind of limited yourself as to these big team fight moments. But if you do try to overwhelm the Valentina, if the Valentina's smart enough, she'll be able to choose the right ultimate for every single team fight. But they go for the claw, so we get this exact same matchup, just on different hands. And this is where we get to see whether maybe now it's just Claude. Claude's better in lane, or maybe Jin Chao was just a laning beast.
Oh, how the turntables, as Arashi likes to put it.
Michael Scott.
I want to see
but you're
Falcons
right. Finally,
Saber,
we get to
like,
see
just to be
this
jerks.
similar gold lane matchup, but on reverse,
Just
and we finally get to see
target
the
high
prowess
with
of
that
both
triple
these
sweep
gold
all
laners
game.
in their lane. Because, like you mentioned, right, with a Harris and a Claude in one lane in that gold lane, it should be a shoe-in for the Harris. And not to mention now, Falcons Vega are holding really good side lanes, right, with the Terizla in the EXP lane. It's going to be a wonder how CFU are going to hold on to the prio, especially in the early stage of the game, right? They don't have the prio in the gold lane. They don't have the prio in the XP lane.
Gotta stay up.
Is there bank on the mid lane? But even then, Falcons Vega, they're quick to adapt, right? They're quick to react to this. The Lilia gets taken out. So what are the choices left to win in that mid trio?
You mentioned Inanna. It didn't really work out for them in game number 1, mainly because, well, their clear was okay too, but it's just really tough.
That's pretty cool how they have like the heroes right there in front of them on the stage.
Now they ban out the Minotaur, and the Tigreal is still up for grabs. That's a big pick, by the way, for Falcons Vega. They ban out the Yu Zhong. They might go for the Tigreal. If it's not picked up by CFU here, the Hayabusa is going to be in a lot of trouble. The Tigreal is one of the best picks. Or
if
I
they
would say
take
maybe
Tig,
the best pick when it
Val's
comes
just
to
going to
going
take
up
the
against
ultimate
Assassins.
though.
Because once you go in, you get caught by that implosion. Goodbye. Everybody's going to be able to follow up. And the Baksha ban is definitely interesting. I would have definitely thought, especially considering they have already picked up the Hayabusa early, that they
really
want to go
gonna
for the
take a
same
Tig
exact
into a
bans they
Val?
did in game number 1 with the Minotaur and the Tigreal. But now they ban out the Baksha. At Falcons Vega, it really seems like they're already setting up for an assassin pick. So the Baksha ban, again, is definitely something I'm going to be questioning, just like in game number 1.
I'm thinking Saber or Nolan
for
Falcons. Oh,
Zuxin
Sujin
finally makes her appearance,
Okay, there's
ladies
the
and gentlemen,
Nolan.
in the Land of Dawn on the competitive scene. And what better way for Zuxin to come out than in the hands of CFU
Kufra.
Serendipity. But Tigreal doesn't even show up here. It's going to be the Nolan and the
bad.
Kufra. That was one of my main questions, right? You mentioned the Tigreal being one of the best stoppers, but if we're talking about best stoppers against assassins, I mean, back in the day, it was either Ruby or Kufra. And now Kufra's back.
And technically for the Kufra, you get double the value here. You're up against the Hayabusa, you can cancel some of those dashes with the Quad Shadow, and you can also stop Ruby from dashing back and forth with her kit. Now it also kind of forces CFU to go for... What do they want to go for? That's great, by the way, for Falcons Vega, this Kufra pick. The Nolan pick, we expected, you know, an assassin. That was already a great setup for them. They go for the Arlet. Vengeance, yes, can go through the bouncing ball. Anti-CC. This time, though, I'm going to have to say Falcons Vega, it seems like they have got a great draft.
Yeah,
to
Falcons
take
has
it
an
all the way to
insanely good draft.
Good prio in every single lane. It's definitely a tough battle now
Very
for
solid.
CFU. For
Val
our
could take
Cambodian
that,
representatives, ladies and gentlemen.
Final slash
if they
and the
want
I'm
to
offended
have a
from
fighting
Ruby.
chance, if they want to put Cloud9, and if they want to eliminate Cloud9 right now, as well as Falcons Vega, they need to be able to at least take this to 1-1. But Mirko, are you ready for the deciding match?
Absolutely.
I'm ready for the deciding game, and I'm pretty sure the audience here in the Amazon Arena are also ready. So let's take a look into the casters. Leo, Trex, you there?
We're here and we're ready to go. The Kamai bring out
Well, at least we're seeing Zujin now.
In her debut game, can she make it happen? Can she get the upset victory?
I wonder if she'll be able to,
over Team Falcons Vega.
you know,
essentially debut game in any
play well with her.
international event, right? I don't think we've
Like,
seen
considering
her
how
anywhere else,
solid,
really.
Team
And CFU is not
Falcons
disappointed
is
with a variety of picks.
with that
We
draft.
saw that they lacked a little bit of fundamentals in
don't know
the
about
last
that.
game. Is this maybe comfort for
I don't
them?
know if Sifu
All right, to their
will
defense,
get
it's
through
less
this.
about them lacking and more of just Team Falcons Vega having the solution. Team Falcons Vega coming from a very developed region such
Already
as
see
Indonesia,
3 members.
CFU Serendipity, who
They're on the
have
XP
some
lane.
veterans. It's just tough to cut it close. You know what I mean?
Taking the gold crab.
Looking at the laning this time around, Yui and we have here Abby roaming around. I'm still excited to see what this Jushin brings to the table. Going up against the
good for jumping.
here. Check it out now. Thal and Funi.
Kind of poking
look
them.
At this. You can't beat the reliable damage of Valentina.
You definitely can't.
Okay,
But a
Kufra.
nice grab
Airborne.
on Thal brings Thal back, but we're already seeing the possibilities with the Jushin. Going to be interesting how this works out in a lot of these team fights. It's something we haven't gotten to see yet. Moshi
Potential
Bang,
gank
maybe
onto
looking for something here.
Terizla?
All
No.
right. Oh no! Yui!
Oh, Yui having to use that
Forced
flicker to get out of there.
She's put down to 1/10 of her health. She's going to be sent home. That's a TKO. Tagami thinking about an invade here. I like how Melee just picked the Nolan dead cold right there.
Hayu's
in
just
that,
wasting
last
time with
slot.
that.
Up top, Yui Fendi. 2v1.
Major. I mean, both teams kind of playing the back and forth right now. But CFU, I think,
Turtle's
know
gonna be
what's
up
at
in a
stake
few
here, and they're not
seconds.
forcing anything at all. They're definitely taking a little bit slower. We're going to wait for this first turtle. And we might not see a lot until second turtle, but Falcons Vega doesn't want to let that happen. Look at the damage already.
Picking up Terizla
Dragged
there.
back onto the
Oh,
tower.
there is going to be a
Funi tries to come in, get
response.
some nice damage on a Moshi Bang.
Penalty zone
Violet
from
brings out the penalty
Violet.
zone,
Flicker
takes a little bit
coming
of damage
out
back
from
to herself,
our lot.
and nobody goes down.
All right. I like how CFU Serendipity are playing super disciplined, and they're really holding their ground.
Yui doing a little bit of
Tagami,
zoning.
Could have pressed all.
Good for jump. Straight there. He's not level 4
But
yet.
Yui able to respond back quickly. Yui needs
Okay,
a level 4
Abby
before this turtle
and
finally
Yui
gets
just
it.
hit
Both
level
teams
4.
a little bit low on health.
Okay,
Got to go back
Cooper
to
got
these
his
buffs.
too.
I'm going to say it now. 2 win half.
Abby having to go home.
There's gonna be a point
Ruby
in time
going
where
home
Team Falcons
too.
Vega aren't gonna rely
That could
too
be a free
heavily on
turtle
the
for
ult.
Nolan.
Like, they can start picking fights. They can just start playing footsies.
There's only Arlot
and
there
checking
zoning.
range.
I don't think
Until
he's
CFU
going to be able to do
is
much.
forced to push the button, whether that be on
That's
a final
4 members
slash,
of
on a
Team
quad
Falcons.
shadow,
Okay,
shadow
Haya's coming
kill, and
up.
Now here we go.
Tagami looking for the angle.
Looks like
in.
he's going to go in and take the
Nice
turtle.
take for Tagami. And now they're looking
Very
for the
nice
turnaround, look for
executed the
possible grab
shadow
onto
there.
Somebody. Funi runs, Thal runs.
Was
They
able to
really don't wanna
retry
force this
gap,
fight. They lost
Mei
what they
lane.
came for.
As long as Tagami's around and she has the retribution, nothing is truly safe. Until you know that she's under some CC, until you know that she's out and away, you can never count out a
Okay,
potential
penalty
first
zone
kill
onto
on
Moshi
1v1.
Bang,
Moshi
taking a
Bang.
lot of
Might not
damage
be able to
there,
get away
and
from
he's
this.
going to
Hits
die.
the final slash, trying to vengeance
He's
through.
dead.
Trying to get away, but
Yeah,
falls
first
right
blood
into
for
it. First
Violet.
blood over to Violet.
And up top, there's a
Two
jump.
Cooper jump going, does get Sujin there.
Able to take out Abby to Blazing Duet.
Blazing
to try to seal
Duet.
the deal to try to turn things around.
Oh, a lot of
Tagami
people
to find
low.
Mei Lane. It's a 1-for-1
Tagami does find
trade.
Nolan.
Team Falcons
Yui.
Vega not giving up just yet. Yui takes a little bit of damage, and Chincha.
Oh my gosh, Tagami very low, but does have the turtle buff.
Shield, though, should be
Shield.
okay.
Yep. Check in with the quad shadow. Let's check out the STC replay. Moshi Bang, I think she was buying time. They knew that this bigger fight was going to break out up top.
Man, that was a
And
big I'm
Abby
offended
goes
too
down,
by Ruby.
But there is a trade found eventually by Tagami. Jungler for a mid laner. I'd say to some extent that was worth it, especially if they could convert. Now in mid, Funi put down to half health. All right, they'll let that go.
I'm still wondering how this Jushin is going to completely play out. Abby's taking a death now. I think
Falcons
it's huge
is
that they
ahead
got the
on
kill
gold
onto
pretty-
Melee though. We saw
pretty
how well
okay.
Melee did last time, especially a farmed
1.6K.
Melee, a good fed Melee. And right now, putting this death on a
1.4K,
Melee, I think is
whatever.
definitely a win for CFU this early on.
Yeah, slow her down. She does so much.
Okay, Turtle's
when
gonna be
she's
up
ahead.
again.
So if CFU Serendipity can find a way to get into a, I don't know, place
Kufra
where
was
they
a pretty
can
good
put some
pick
offense
for
on the
this
board,
comp.
they can definitely maybe
Okay, Violet.
see a 1-1
Okay,
now.
did
Violet
get picked
with
up,
final
stunned.
slash.
He's gonna come in with the penalty zone. Does hit 2 members.
Trying to get the town's revenge, unable to walk on to anybody.
Oh, big I'm offended coming out.
In comes Tagami.
Tagami. Let's take out the Violet there.
That spot gonna get pulled back from the Zushin, but doesn't need
Kufra's
to.
gonna
'Cause
fall
Yue
too.
Gets the kill first, but Melee.
Okay, here in
up
the
against
middle
Yue Fendi.
lane,
Yue Fendi trying to
Nolan.
get away and able to.
All right, very rarely does
Quad's gonna
a
live
quad
from
walk away
that.
from a Nolan, right? With lethal
That's a free
intent.
turtle for
so she
Tagami.
played that mid 1v1.
Oh, they
very
are
well. They
trading,
had to trade
though.
for a turret up top. That's a turtle scored by CFU Serendipity. 2 so far in
Yeah,
this
turtle for
5-minute
turret.
game.
You got to point it out for Team Falcons Vega.
Are they gonna
though,
force mid lane
still
here?
Holding a gold
There's
lead.
4 members
After being a little
right here in
behind on
mid.
kills, after being down 2 turtles, still
No, they
just
can't.
overall
Okay,
controlling
Final
the
Slash
map
did
to
come
follow.
out.
Gets a knock off
Arla
on
did get stopped by
Moshi.
Kufa there. Airborne pulled back by Zujin. Funi did take the ultimate.
The IMU just to
The
get away.
IMU Zujin
CFU
ult.
unable to get a kill there, but we see the aggression from both teams.
All right, Funi stealing away the ult from
Pretty
Abby
decent amount
Zujin.
of
Actually
spells
made a
used
difference there.
on the side of
There
Team
was a lot of,
Falcons, so
passive
got
kicks
two
that
flickers
helped not
burned,
just underneath the
3
turret,
flickers
but
burned.
from CFU Serendipity pushing forward. Say what you will about this 500, 600 gold lead that the Kamai are behind on, but they're still very aggressive. Dal now finds one.
Oh, continues to be aggressive,
Ooh.
just hanging out in these bushes, looking for him nonstop.
AB took a lot
able to
of
connect,
damage
and
there.
if one of those connects onto more than just one person,
Okay, it looks
it's
like
gonna
they're
be
gonna
trouble
force
for
this
CFU.
turret on top and
It's
bot
easy
too.
for Team Falcons
Chigo
to set
does
up
take
because,
it.
Again, a lot of what Thal wants to do.
Tursla was
are
able
not
to
her
defend
ults. Her
top.
ult is barely what counts. The jump and the ball is what really gives CFU Serendipity here a massive headache. Approaching
Cooper gonna
the
jump?
final turtle of the game here, about 45
No, he's not gonna do
seconds in. Chinshaw scores her Feather of Heaven there, and best believe we haven't even seen this.
We might see a
Harrod
gank
fight
here.
yet. So there is
No,
gonna be a
Ruby
power
gave
spike
vision
coming
on the
from Vega.
bush.
And Funi just took that I'm offended, so watch for the big I'm offended play from Funi here. Funi's been a star from game 1 to now, showing up for Team Vega. CFU,
They're trying to bait them out to the mid lane.
We see the possibilities they've had here. We see Tagami actually.
We're gonna see
able
it.
to pop off
There's
on
the
this
jump,
Silver Phone.
does
Misses the jump.
miss.
CFU will be
Final
able to
slash
some
shows me
beautiful
foul
offense
there.
on
He's
the
gonna
ball.
get stunned.
Fall
He's gonna
back,
pop the
brought down to about
flicker.
20% health. Here comes a concealed prey from Tagami and Yue. But Team Falcons know it's coming. They back off down to the turtle pit.
A lot of resources spent in there by both roamers. Moshi Bang being an XP laner.
Alright,
allows
Turtle's
for her
here.
to
Cooper
kind of
jumping,
play with
does
the range.
connect to
Now
Yue.
jumps in.
Iron's Revenge coming out. Checo does take out Yue there.
But more damage responding on to Thal.
Foul. Hit by the Woogie Shadow kill. It's going to be falling. Double kill going over to Moshi Bang.
Thal, Funi down.
Taking me still there in the back. Oh, AB's going to fall. Mei lane, 1 HP. It's going to die. She's taking me 2. Picking up a killing spree. Violet. Taking out Moshi Bang. Oh, top lane. Clutch pushing the turret. They are going to be losing the mid lane.
Once again, they get the main artery.
STC replay coming in, even in these macro and
Man, they really
micro
chased
moments,
AB
right?
out
The
there.
team fight, the map. You see that both teams are trying to one-up each other, but so far it seems like Falcons Vega are the ones who don't let through
Man, Mei lane.
much. You give them
I
an
don't know.
inch,
I don't know about that.
not a mile, but they take a yard. And
Okay, we're
that's
back
a
here to the
lot when
turtle
you're
fight.
looking at a game that's this tight. 5-6 right now. Last turtle up for grabs. Oh, this is a turtle that's long overdue. Best believe as soon as this resets, it's gonna turn into
Literally
a lord.
overdue turtle.
And all right, Falcons Vega let it go.
They might be okay with it. Falcons Vega, they have a little bit of gold lead. They're not too worried about this.
There it is.
There it goes.
Yeah,
Gonna turn
Nolan's
into a
not there
lord.
yet.
And while this is happening,
Wait out the
Melee
lord.
knows. Melee's not worried about it. I'm going to get this purple buff. I'm going to farm some more, live my best life.
Okay, they're going to see Nolan clearing top and try to make a play here now. Yeah, there they go. They're going to connect over to Thal. Big final slash coming out. Does take Thal out. Chico also falling. All 5 members there. Big stun onto Violet is going to fall too. They saw Nolan top lane. And they said, alright, let's go in. That's pretty much a free lord.
Now Funi playing here in the river.
Nolan shouldn't have shown himself at the top lane.
Turn of events here that none of us expected. CFU Serendipity
That pretty much
up
fucked
Team Falcons Vega, put them in a
Team
box and sent
Falcons.
them home. You see how far away Mei lane was? Like, she can't fight against 3 or 4 members of CFU Serendipity.
He
Not
can't
like
even
that.
take the turret either.
Watch for Thal.
They
I mean,
might
Thal's
lose
just-
mid?
And
No.
it's maybe
Damn
at a
it.
point now where Thal has to be a little more careful about those jump-ins, a little bit more careful about those face checks on these bushes. If Yue is able to get the catch first, it becomes a problem.
Au contraire, I think it's right for her to just keep throwing herself at the opponent.
Okay.
Because she can afford it. She's a roamer.
Fair.
But
The rest of the team has to be careful.
that and maybe
I know,
now you have to
Falcons is
consider
kinda
Team
throwing.
Falcons Vega, they got to be asking themselves, who's the beatdown? Are we in a position of
They have a good
aggression, or
comp,
should we
but
defend first
they're not
and then
executing
find a way
it
to
as
rope
well
a
as they
dope?
should
Right now,
be.
I think it's the latter. They're defending up top. There's a mid lane push. CFU
Oh, big final slash.
Big final slash at that. Zmon Sports does a drop.
Does
Nice
pull out
damage from
Violet.
Luke. Tagami
Try
tries
to
come
do
in,
the penalty
gets
zone,
slashed
but
against the wall, can't
oh, it's gonna connect to
capitalize.
3
Tagami
members.
grabs that,
Tagami
gets
picking up the
unstoppable
unstoppable off of
kill.
Violet though.
And that's the thing. Even when they stop Tagami for a second, you just Click that ultimate.
That's a mid lane turret
that
falling
shadow
down.
Kill and the damage secured.
And we do see Lord bearing down in top lane.
Had a
Kufa jump?
safety net. She had a couple more shadows here to jump by Tao.
It's not really gonna do much to Ruby.
Taken down. Yui Fendi gets another push.
That's another turret down too.
That's it. Wow. CFU
a lot of turrets just got lost for Team Falcons.
And at the forefront is Tagami.
Sifu comeback though, for real. They win this.
Kunoichi. Dude, that's why Falcons Vega banned out the Hayabusa in game 1. They knew she was up to something.
They knew, and I was actually very surprised that they switched it up in the draft because they won game 1 with that ban phase, and they
should have taken Saber, bruh.
They let it through.
Yeah, they let
Saber
it through,
for that
Vexana instead, and now it's fighting. It's taking them down.
It's giving comeback.
It's giving comeback.
All right, so let's talk about Team Falcons Vega's chances for a way to claw back into this. Again, that does sound like we are over-exaggerating the lead that CFU Serendipity has, but honestly, they're playing from a
Dang, they're just playing bush meta right now.
I'd say they're down, right? Especially after what happened in game 1. But now, looking at 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity have snowballed out of control. I think Team Falcons Vega should have had the easier snowball in the mid-game.
So now at what point? I mean, luckily CFU hasn't escaped too far away, right? Team Falcons Vega only about 1,000 behind, 1,500 behind. But CFU has hit a nice spike with Tagami 5-0 and 3. They got the snowball this time.
Bro, if Sifu
what's the big play for them on this next Lord?
Falcons Vega have to get to that point wherein Fal can throw out these jumps without dying.
They're trying to bait with the quad.
By buying the immortality just about
Valentina
2
showed
seconds
herself.
ago, that should help. That and I haven't really seen Violet hit an amazing penalty zone. Maybe she doesn't have to hit a penalty zone. Maybe she just has to hit 1 or 2. But easier said than done when you're looking at not just an I'm offended, but also a final flash. Moshi Bang.
Okay, Quad shot himself in the bot lane.
Doing a lot of work. Like when you see that animation, oh, that's Kimochi.
There comes the
that's
conceal.
Oishi.
It's not really going to do much.
It's a delicious initiation.
That's the Moshi.
Starting a little bit on the Lord, trying to get their attention.
They're Kamai.
Hey, man. They're the Kunoichis.
No, that's the Tagami. Here's a jump.
Big jump. Timer's revenge, but doesn't hit a wall, so it's not going to be very, good there. Blazing Duet. Oh, Yui's going to fall.
Picks it up, finds it. That's one
down.
for
Haya
CFU.
and Terizla coming from behind. Penalty zone.
Possible play here, and comes Abby as well. 4 members pushing back Falcon Vega.
Violet.
Oh, wow. Falcons Vega hit him where it hurts. CFU Serendipity.
Oh, Violet didn't have penalty zone
anymore. They were
anymore.
looking for a play. Team Falcons Vega said
Violet had to go home.
10 seconds too early. They did not expect.
He's gonna jump in the bush. Yeah, there goes Yui.
Going to be in trouble here. The lock on the damage.
Yes, she's dead.
Force, and that's enough to get Chincha the kill.
AB2.
Abby's got to get back, able to get the stun on a Chincha. Moshi Bang there as well, but Chincha able to find Abby.
Okay.
Now Tagami just hiding in the bush.
I cursed them, bro. I said Sifu is gonna choke here, and that would be disgusting, right?
Could have done better to check those bushes.
What do you know? What did they do? They just choked. They just choked so fucking hard.
They had to concede a massive objective. This is a scaled up Lord.
Bruh.
And it all started with that pick off on Yui Fendi, and then another one on Yui.
That was like
another one eventually on Abby. It's all crashing
I don't even know what to say.
What is it? 14 minutes? This
like,
is the Lord that jumps.
This is the Lord that jumps.
Why, bro?
Very true. Couldn't have said it better myself. Looking at some of these items, there's
that
one thing that Maylin has done great, and that has always kept up with Tagami. Right now, holding
now
the lead.
Falcons has
an
enhanced Lord on their side.
There's not even a shutdown goal. They just farmed out of their minds after the pick off.
Farming their minds off.
Now she's up by 700, 1800 gold. That's huge. And all right, luckily Tagami doesn't have her Skypiercer stats reset, right? So they can find a way to get it again.
Funi took the I'm offended.
But first,
Final Slash went in.
All right, Final Slash does come in for Moshi Bang there, but the Lord is coming down to about 70%.
They need a focus inhibitor at least.
Gets the dash onto the wall, gets the smash.
Why is someone pushing top?
For something here. Falcons Vega playing the distance, keeping it slow.
Nobody's pushing top turret.
Steady. Minions able to come through, but unable to get an inhibitor, and they back off. Another wave coming. Are they going to try to force this? CFU look for the play themselves. Tagami
they're going to go for a fight?
Once again,
what was that conceal for? Okay, penalty zone completely missed. Oh, big Final Slash coming out. Herrick does pick up the killing spree. Okay, Chico, double kill. Triple. Maniac? Savage? Savage?
Tagami now.
Savage?
The Shinigamis are here. Team Falcons
Nah.
Vega looking to wipe them out, but Tagami wants to defend.
Did
They're
by the
already on
winter
base.
ground.
CFU. I don't know if Tagami
Nah,
can do
not
it
gonna
all
get
by
Savage,
herself. Too low, too late, not enough time. Team
Nah.
Falcons Vega.
At least
with
they got
the
a
2-0.
maniac. That was pretty good.
They lost
Falcons.
some altitude in the mid to the late game
What a
transition.
what a nice comeback from Falcons. They were losing.
A series of sudden
They were
rotations.
they were able to get that enhanced
CFU,
Lord and come
Serendipity,
back,
despite
take
being
the
in control for the
towers,
majority of the game,
pull off a maniac with that
slip
Herod.
up and end on a
That was beautiful.
2-0 victory for the Falcons.
We saw promising hope in that game from CFU, and it makes me excited in the games to come for them. But Team Falcons Vega show that they just have a steadiness to them. They have that, they got that dog in them. They're ready to hold it out and wait for that moment to pull it off.
And it's that veterancy combined with, again, that dog, that grit that they've had for a while now, that they had running all through these years. Again, they got a chip on their shoulder. They have a shadow looming over them where they can't beat the best of the best, but they know that they can be the best. And they started off strong here in the very first matchup of MWI 2024. Congratulations once more. And I gotta be honest with you, Trex, folks watching at home and even in the Amazon Arena, this puts CFU Serendipity in a very dangerous place in their minds. We're gonna go to the stage right now. We'll be hearing from Cheryl and Barak.
What an amazing, amazing, amazing match there for
want the
Falcons
white
Vega
hair
as they
one?
soar high against the Kamai 2-0. Mirko.
Phenomenal performance. It almost looked like CFU were definitely going to take that game, right? I mean, knowing that they were able to take the snowball from the early game as well. Some of these fights were just 50-50. Super, super close. But this was the big fight that really gave CFU a massive advantage. It was the 5th minute of the game. This was when they got the hold of the game. After this, straight into the turtle, straight into these objectives, and then really punishing on these initiations from Falcons Vega. Because I think all the way from the draft as well, we were talking about how the Tigreal would be the best choice here for Falcons Vega, and I think I will still stand by that, knowing how Tal played the Kufra here. It definitely felt like it's more of a Tigreal playstyle, but hey, in the end, they were still able to make it work through the reactive plays again. But whenever Tal was the one initiating, it never looked that good. Because obviously, with this kind of lineup, when you have a Terizla and a Kufra, you want the Terizla to be the one opening up the map. You want the Terizla to be the one baiting out a lot of these resources and then initiating first.
Here we go, there's the Harris Maniac coming up.
For the Kufra, then to follow up with the Tyrant's Revenge,
Almost
with the Rage as well,
too,
finding them and really capitalizing on a clump up team fight that was already set up by the Terizla. And in the end, we definitely got to see that where they actually comboed it perfectly with the Valentina, with the Nolan,
my
and
camera's
the
tripping
Herod.
again.
And it just goes
It's
to
too
show you, by
bright.
the way, how scary the Herod still is. We were talking already many times with other analysts, with other casters, that the Herod has really fallen off at MSC. Yeah, never mind. MWI, completely
I'm
different
literally
story.
getting
Herod just
sunbeamed right now.
going through everyone.
Back on
From
track,
this
especially
screen.
that the Roger was banned out earlier on, right? The Harris still a big gold laner to kind of watch out, and we finally get to see Chinchao shine, right? Because from the first game, I was expecting that Chinchao would, carry through as she usually does in a normal Falcons Vega gameplay, but in game number 2, finally she gets her moment. It was her time to shine. She was, holding the GPM. She had the highest damage dealt towards the end, had a maniac under her belt as we do present you, ladies and gentlemen, the PlayStation MVP. It goes to Chinchao. 11 KDA.
9-1-5. I think I just really gotta give props to the composure that Chinchao has in this game on the Herod. This is not a pick that would usually be able to fully carry in the late game, right? I mean, there are certain conditions to be met in the later stage of the game for you to carry, but luckily for them, they were able to still play along with the Herith in the mid game. That's where Chinchao is still at her peak when it comes to this hero, and you can see the understanding of Chinchao, of this hero as well, knowing exactly when to take these fights. I think it was one time that she was picked off. It was around the bottom lane. That's why she had that one death. I think it was, no, not this one, the other one. But anyways, for Chinchao, the fact that she only died once up against this composition that was built to really punish someone like a Herod who wants to jump in, who wants to be up and close, up and personal.
-2 points.
She played it really well.
Rip.
Purifies as well, always well-timed to get out of these sticky situations, even when she dove in with the team.
For sure, for sure. And I think one of the biggest, turning points for Falcons Vega in that game that CFU Serendipity were leading for that certain point was that Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
Right?
Power
As
spike.
soon as that Holy Crystal hit in for Chin Chow, that's when things kind of went badly for CFU
My mic's
Serendipity. And actually
extremely
that
low.
does put Falcons Vega at number
Is it
one
'cause I was
in
too far
the
from it?
standings, ladies and gentlemen, in group number 8. That's not a number, actually. That's a letter.
Letter.
By the way, But it looks like we are going to go to a short break before we get into match number 2, where, again, the CFU Serendipity will have to go head-to-head against Cloud9.
Is my mic good
To see
now?
their performance, we're going to throw to the break. Don't go anywhere.
Let me
We'll be
know.
right back.
Another break, bruh. Alright, while we have this break, I'm gonna go get some water. So I'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليه تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده؟
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot on a Sony? You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio here for MWI XEWC. And we have an update now for the audience prediction. 91% for Falcons Vega earlier on, and it looks like you guys were right.
91% to 9%.
Like, I don't know what that feels like.
I don't know what that feels like, right? I mean, I think if you told me to predict, I definitely would have said CFU, so I'm in the minority.
I mean, like, if you make a wrong prediction, you can cover it up and say it was a curse.
Right, yeah. I mean, so do I say it's a curse now?
Yeah.
CFU will win against Cloud9.
Wait, so are you saying... Anyway, let's keep that a secret.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, after that grueling match between Falcons Vega and, of course, CFU Gaming, unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they don't have much time as they're going in for the upcoming showdown by, of course, Dr. Sulaiman here. C9 now against CFU Gaming. C9, a region all the way from North America. But, you know, people consider this to be a multinational roster, right? If I open up my stats here, right? We have a Filipino, we have a Chinese representative, we have a player from South Korea and even Thailand, and the coach is Filipino as well. It's Midnight, same coach for the Cloud9
I know him.
males. Oh, you do?
Mr. MPL, because he casts MPL usually, you know? Yeah, I think for C9, it's really, really cool that we get to see this kind of roster, right, from NA as well. And really, I'm expecting a lot coming in from the C9 roster. The fact that some of these players actually, you know, went and they play the normal league usually. So they have experiences already going up against some of the men's teams.
All right, time to get into the C9 match.
And bring it up here.
Especially for Nicolette, right? She has experience from NACT, from BTK,
Yikes.
and now she's coming into the female Cloud9 team as their jungler. So she had to transition from that mid lane role into the jungle. Now, a lot of questions are there, right? How well will she do in the jungler position, a new position that she's coming into straight onto the international stage?
Seems like we're definitely going to be seeing an assassin versus assassin battle. We've already seen assassin versus assassin in game number 1, so technically for Cloud9 coming in fresh now, up against a team who just suffered a 2-0
I still think
loss.
it's crazy that
there's the advantage on their side, right? Not a lot of data as well for Cloud9 and
like
meanwhile for
they
CFU.
added somebody
now
to
that game
their
1 is
roster
over,
that's
now they
never
also
like
have a lot of
even played
database in the previous
tournaments.
tournaments. Tagami, Abby, Yue, Yofendi, they're all going to have to pop off. They're all really going to have to show off those unique metas that we were talking about. We were always hyping things off for CFU. It's the thing that we were hyping up about CFU is their cheese picks, their unique picks. So I want to see that now.
You know, technically, we should have known a little bit about them, right? Because technically, 3 members from the side of CFU Serendipity were at MWI last year under Impunity Starlets. So 3 of them are utilizing the knowledge that they have as well as the experience that they have to hopefully pull through in their second game.
I'm allowed to say
to try and lead
that it's
and
unfair.
come back on track if they do want to make it to the playoffs. So
What they did
with
with
that
their
being said,
roster.
ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the stage is ready for the upcoming battle between both of these teams. Let's see what we see on the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back and assalamu alaikum. Salam, Cheryl.
Salam indeed.
Amazing stuff took place in the first match.
Well, they went to bed late, so they'll probably wake up late
Yes, I'm
again.
incredibly excited. You know,
Let's
to
jump
have
into
watched
the
very
match,
first match opening up
please. Let's jump
MWI
into the match.
2024. We've seen the likes of CFU, you know, actually losing the first match itself and coming back here into match 2, you know, with barely enough time to come together. What we do know is definitely they are warmed up and ready to go. We have seen Falcons Vega taking the first win with a 2-0 clean sweep, even though in match 2 their positions were a little bit challenged, but they're here to show who
we
is
please
boss.
get into
so
the
speaking
match?
of which, we're jumping straight in to match 2 for the day. We're going to be seeing the likes of Cloud9 all the way from America.
Let's go.
Of course, we get the videos and the angles. Why is Panda so far?
Incredible stuff, and those are the beautiful faces coming from Cloud9. I know all of you guys in the comment section would be absolutely buzzing for all of these girls because that's all we see in the comment section. So who are you rooting for? Let us know in the comments section, guys. So without further ado, Bar, take the lead from its team.
Let's go. And
We're
now,
saying
ladies and
all we
gentlemen,
want
going
to
against
like
the
what I want to
team, and
say,
let's hear
but
it
I
all the
can't.
way from Cambodia. Let's hear it for CFU Serendipity.
Didn't we just see them? There's like 7 games today.
Stuff that are the beautiful ladies coming from CFU Serendipity. Now, despite facing a 2-0 loss earlier,
sub
what we
2
do
people
know
out?
about competitive players is that they will definitely bounce back. Earlier on in match 1, it's nothing but a
I mean,
warm-up.
from their original
So they're here,
roster,
ready to go
yes,
and
they
take
like got
on
so many
Cloud9.
changes and stuff
You
for
got that
C9.
right. And of course, to get more into the details of the matter, we are ready to hand it over to the studio. Ready?
Take it away.
Yalla.
Yalla indeed. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara, for introducing the debut now for Cloud9, our representatives all the way from North America. Man, how do you think that they will be faring against CFU Serendipity?
I think it all comes down to if they feel the jitters, but also side selection. That's a massive choice
She's
to
there,
go
bro.
for.
She's a jungle.
Massive decision to make, and CFU this time, after taking 2 consecutive losses on the red
Alright.
side, they will finally go and take the blue side, and this will force the chip ban coming from Cloud9. My question
Valid
is
chip
right now for
bans.
Midnight, at least for the men's team. Same coach, they don't like to ban the low E. For some reason, they want to leave the low E open.
Bro,
they want to leave some
Stella,
of these big
like,
picks open and then try to counter it.
just appeared
My
out of
question
nowhere.
Is, will we see a kind of draft?
Never
They're already
seen her
kind of
play
going for that.
any
Now,
tournaments,
stand
nothing.
out, really respecting
Like, literally
Tagami
nothing at all.
as an assassin
Just
threat in the jungle.
spawned onto the roster.
Do you think the low E is going to be left open?
That's the big
Like,
question.
she didn't even play in the
I mean,
actual
they're forced to,
qualifiers.
right? But then that also poses a larger threat at hand. The Roger that we've seen just really dominate, especially in that first match of the day, in that game
Ling Ban,
1,
of course.
in the hands none other than Maylene. So, what's the choice here? Louis, Roger,
There's her shirt backwards? What the heck?
and Harith. Harith technically has been banned out now. But what do you think here?
I wonder if the Moskov is actually still in priority, right? Because technically in game number 1, or match number 1 rather, both games we did not see the Moskov at all. We got to see the same picks, Claude, Harith in the gold lane, the
course
Roger in the jungle,
Haya
and banned in game number 2. Hayabusa is going to be banned. Now that's interesting already. You can already see the respect given over by CFU towards C9. knowing that Nicolette, you know, we got this from Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Wagner.
He said, be careful. Nicolette is probably going to play the Assassins.
Wait, they do have...
Right, because statistically...
They're subbing right now.
People were expecting that
the
Nicolette would bring out,
XYZA person?
jungle,
the Benedetta
right?
hair
Barrett's,
lady?
Fredrin.
Please, no.
Is she subbing in for mid?
I know you don't like it, and I know it doesn't work as well in this current meta, but let's see. Let's see if Nicolette is ready to pick up an assassin in the jungle. We do still have the Nolan.
Stella's not playing.
The Amon.
They put the other mid laner in the
but
sub.
With the Zuxin being banned out here, the Roger and the Luo Yi have been left open, ready to be picked up by both of these teams. The priority should definitely be on
They
Roger,
really
right?
subbed out Stella like that.
I don't know. At this point, usually Luo Yi. Oh, no, it's not Roger. It's not Luo Yi. Does seem like for CFU they're gonna go for the
XYZA
Turismo
is
first
that
pick.
girl's name?
Really adopting
She's
that
never
style
played
that was
tournaments
utilized
either, bro. I've never
earlier
seen her like at
by
all.
Falcons Vega. We were talking about how Turismo
Like they're
just finds
two
so
mid
much value,
laners,
especially
like,
if your
just
jungler wants to go
spawned
for
in.
assassins. And now I'm glad that we see that adaptation being made by CFU, but it gives over the chance for Cloud9 to go for Roger and Luo Yi. And it should be the picks here coming in from Cloud9. It should be Roger, it should be Luo Yi. They get a good flex pick, they get an amazing mid laner too.
Let's see.
And finally, maybe we get to see that midnight brain power that we've been waiting for since MSC.
We'll see. Will it be the Luo Yi? Will it be the Roger? Or will they go for more comfort here?
Okay,
I mean,
they did take the Luo.
there you go. That's a Luo Yi.
Not a Roger, though.
Carry.
It's a carry.
Ah.
I
Why?
mean, technically, for Panda in the gold lane,
They're like, what the
it
hell?
is one of her comfort heroes, but Roger was also. So technically now CFU can pick it up for themselves.
They're gonna
utilize
take
it once
Roger
again
like
as a great
nothing
flex.
now. What in the
was
world
the idea
was that,
behind this carry,
Cloud9?
Mirko? Is it to shred down the front laners that now CFU are holding? They have the
They got the Edith and the Angela.
Yeah, I think at first glance you might not like the carry pick, but then if you do your research, right, if you look at CFU, especially considering in game number 1,
that carry was picked
banned out.
way too
Turismo was
early.
taken away from them. CFU
I don't know
really
what that
like to go
was
for these
for.
tanky lineups, and going for the carry pick here might actually help them a lot later on in the mid to late game stage, but they still need to try to utilize
Roger?
this Luo Yi power all the way in the early to mid game. They need to
Julian?
try to capitalize on this, right? Because if they
No,
go
that'd be
for
too much
if
magic,
they really
maybe.
just play for the carry, then really what's the Luo Yi for, right? I mean, these ambushes, it's gonna be really tough. They can go for a Kaja carry combo plus the Luo Yi. We've seen that many times before. You get the diversions, get the Kaja into a great spot to go for the
No,
fight,
that
and then the
carry
just
pick
goes in.
right now is just a little weird.
That's Carrie's voice time, but they go for the Nolan first, which is
Okay,
interesting
Nolan?
because it's technically the complete opposite of what CFU want to go for. CFU, full tanky, sustainability, and the other side is like burst damage.
But if they want to go for that pickup strategy, I mean, technically the
Oh,
Nolan
what's
still
up,
falls in
Viper?
line, and obviously
I wake up early?
they
Dude, I
wanna
haven't
try
slept,
utilize
and it's
their
almost 6
advantage in
a.m.
the
for me.
timing to prevent CFU from banning it out, because I
Had to
guess
see
the
how
other assassins
C9
that
is
are
gonna
up on the
do.
table would be the Nolan or the Fanny, right? So they pick up the Nolan first in order for
Ban
it
Claude.
to be secured before it gets banned out by CFU, and if they still want to go for the Kaja, they
C9 has a
technically do still have the chance to.
draft
And
going on right
obviously,
now.
the
I mean, the
Kaja
Louis is
carry
good. Nolan's
burst
okay.
coming through from the Nolan as well. Even the
They
Luo
coulda
Yi
taken
does have
Roger,
also
though.
bursts as well as a holding onto the side lanes. It can definitely try and hinder if CFU want to go for an assassin too.
Yeah, great export ban, by the way, coming in from CFU. It's definitely gonna mention the export here would find a lot of value for Cloud9. But knowing that they have the Luo Yi, the carry, and the Nolan, it's gonna be really hard if CFU actually get an assassin or a physical damage or whatever kind of damage dealer in the gold lane that acts as a hyper carry. So I'm thinking this is gonna be a bit scary for CFU, technically, especially up against that Nolan. But if they have this tanky front
This
line
is
already and they
weird.
want to play front to back, now that the Claude has been banned out, maybe they can go for something like a Natan. Very scary, by the way. It's not the best pick right now, knowing that the early game is, you know, there's a whole lot of emphasis on the early game. You want to get that snowball going, but having these many frontliners, it definitely already kind of increases the threat of a Natan if ever it gets towards the mid game, if ever it gets towards the Holy Crystal.
Wow,
3 Adam power
ban.
spikes, and with the Angela, maybe none of these members can actually burst him down. CFU, they might also have to think about
Oh, they fixed the
picks up
thing.
Kaja. Because if they do want to go
They
for,
changed
you
the
know,
name
a
from
hyper carry,
Stella
whether it
to
be in the jungle or in the gold
XCYA
lane,
now.
nothing
Because
can
the sub's
really
playing
escape
instead.
the Kaja, huh? That's why they, for C9, they banned out the Claude, because technically the only way to get out is a blink. Claude has that. Natan has that too, but it's a bit harder to pull off. Not as instant. You have to tap. Double tap.
C9 are looking confident here. You can see them, you know, high-fiving one another, holding hands, giving each other support.
That's confidence.
It's confidence, man.
That's why I never high-five.
Yeah, Mirko's not that confident.
Yeah.
So Kaja an option? Could they still go for something else? But they don't. They go for a healer instead. They go for a support.
Try and out-heal maybe?
With the Florin being picked up. So who
Florin does do well versus Angelus,
hero, right?
but sometimes it's not enough.
What's left to
We'll see
in that
if they can pull it off.
Right? Assuming for C9, in order for them to make this lineup work, because they have the damage, they have the healing and the support coming through from the Florin, but what about the setup?
Who's tanky enough? They got 4 very squishy members on the team. No Terizla, they go for the Roger, CFU, Roger and Joy.
Nah, bruh, that's it.
CFU's got a scary composition. They got the
why did Cloud9 give Roger like
I'm
that?
not too sure.
Wait,
C9.
Joy Jungle?
Yeah, Joy Jungle, Roger Gold. This is something that we don't see a
I
lot.
don't know what
no
this draft
stoppers.
is,
There's no
but
one that
it's
can
not
really stop the
cooking
Joy.
right now.
The electrifying beats back then before the nerf. It's great because no one can CC you. If there's no CC on an enemy team,
I don't know. What are y'all's opinions on that?
That's the same. Even basically pre-nerf.
Sifu looks
Joy
really
here.
solid right now with that draft.
There's no
They've got the
Ruby
dive,
to go
they've
for,
got the
there's no
heal, they've
export.
got the setting potential.
I mean,
Jewel likes playing CC and Esmeralda. I was about to say. Her 3 comfort heroes are Terizla, Esme, and
What is
CC.
going on, yo?
I mean, Edith and Angela, right? There's shields there that you want to try to capitalize on, but this, by the way, they're really looking for a snowball, right? Because if they don't get a snowball, it's tough. But even then, Florin, it's not meant to snowball. What?
It's
I'm
interesting.
kinda confused, but hey, it's Mr. MPL.
Will it work?
Midnight.
I don't know.
Anything can happen at this point, right? Esmeralda debut, Florin debut. We've got a lot of debuts in our upcoming match of the day. Leo, Trex, take us away.
And away we go, back into the land of dawn, back into the games. It's match number 2 in the opening of MWI 2024. Leo and Trex at your service. It's C9 and CFU Serendipity in action. Trex, you know a little bit more about C9 than I do, than the regular viewer. What's up with this Esmeralda?
I mean, it's a comfort pick for Jewel. And to defend it as well, there are a lot of shields on the side of CFU.
There's a few.
I mean, a few shields, yeah. And some possibilities for more depending on who the Angela picks and everything. So, I mean, yes, it could be something that Cloud9's been workshopping on. It could be something to just give Jewel some comfort in that EXP lane. This is
they put Ashley mid
of the team along with Xayah.
and
so
Xayah on roam. That's not like a normal thing.
Focus on Panda, Ashley, and Nicolette.
Okay.
And off of CFU,
so they did sub out Stella and just swapped roles around a bit.
Dire. Again, just by the way the schedule works, and if they get swept here by C9, then that's a sure elimination. Group A has its 2 teams moving up, but for now, we focus on the early game. Moshi Bang versus Jewel. Esmeralda versus Terizla up top. It's Panda going up against Yui Fendi.
Jewel trying to do her usual XP freeze.
Start bullying.
I mean, a lot of possibilities for the Roger.
It's not really going to work against like a seasoned player,
Nicolette
though.
is going to go down. Nicolette kind of debuting some of these assassin picks here. We know that Nicolette has had a large hero pool variety, has played some other positions before, but how is it going to be when you're playing with the big girls?
On the big stage. Abby here, bursted down, 2/3 of her health. Nicolette, quick rotation through. Back in the XP lane here. About a quarter of a minute until the turtle spawns. For those of you who don't know, Nicolette, also known as Apple, played a good couple of years as a mid laner. And I guess, from all of those
now we're starting the glazing.
I guess it was just natural for her to pick up. Oh, nice steal by Moshi.
Honestly, very clean.
Okay, turtle's up now.
That was the tip of that revenge strike. Just whoop.
That's all it took. Into the bot lane, but both teams taking things slow. CFU knows what's on the line here. They know it's a deciding match for them. They need to at least secure a 1-1 here. Cloud9 also needs to kind of at least secure a 1-1 because they know what's
that was kind of a weird
Vega,
teleport.
the monsters of the group, essentially. And here comes Cloud9 looking for the possible dive.
Oh, big penalty zone connecting to 3 members of Cloud9. Okay, Jewel already down.
Looking for a target, gets caught
Triple.
against the wall. This is big damage. Tagami comes in.
Nicholas down.
2-0. Cloud9 Cloud9 down.
Single-handedly off of Moshi
I'm not
Bang's
gonna expect much,
monstrous
to be honest,
penalty
from
zone.
Cloud9.
She turns the tide and is my personal MVP in that first engagement, which
Bro.
turns into a massive turtle
That
here.
was-
SEC replay.
What
seeing
positioning
again
was
the
that?
Aftermath of that penalty zone. I think they missed the most
It's
important
a
part.
Terizla, like,
It
come
was
on.
just a second prior to this, but this is the aftermath. This is the result.
So it's going to be huge. They're going to
That
have to find a way to work
positioning
around that.
was
They're going to have to keep eyes on Moshi
horrible.
Bang. We saw the Terizla in previous games. Moshi Bang is able to pull some big moves off, especially early game. I feel like that's when Moshi Bang really shows up sometimes.
Again, benefit of the doubt for Cloud9 looking at it optimistically. This is a lineup that takes a while to get up.
They're way too
you have to
squishy
wait
for
Ashley
objectives, to be
find these
honest.
odd angles for maybe Nicolette and Jewel to jump through. But looking at how CFU Serendipity are playing and how they have such a huge chip on their shoulders after what happened in the first series of the day.
And Florian can't really bush
these
check
ladies are gonna
either.
make it easy. Like they are
They
gonna
have a Edith.
have eyes on the back of their head saying, you know, what's in this bush? Where's the rotation coming in? While being
Already taking some
aggressive. Look at
gold
this
for
now,
Roger.
Fendi. And Yui, like Tagami just coming and helping out.
Yeah, Tagami just to
They
make
don't know what to
sure that there's no
do.
funny business from Cloud9 here. No, I like what you said there. CFU, there's either two ways you take a big sweep like that, like losing like that. You either break down,
it crushes you,
or now you're angry, right?
They're just
Now
gonna
you're-
focus
you're
carry right
hungry,
now.
You know what's on the line, and you feed off that. And so far in game number 1,
That's already a
CFU
free
is
turret.
feeding off of it. Cloud9 needs to find the
Okay,
response.
Nicolette
Turtle gonna be
went
up in
into
30
the
seconds.
minions
Jewel having a little bit of
instead.
trouble against Moshi Bang in the boss
Already a
side,
turret
and
taken
tower
from
goes
side of
down on the top
Cloud9.
side.
That's a flicker forced out.
Jewel's
of,
gonna have to go back
Abby
home.
here. I think that should be fine. You are looking at an Angela, relatively low necessity hero. Like all she needs is her ult, and then she's in the fight, so she can keep herself safe there. Look at this deep cut by Moshi Bang. It's been a while. Like we rarely see this interaction in the XP lane, right? Because Esmeralda is a non-meta hero. But look at this, a level gap between Moshi Bang and Jewel. And I can only imagine what the gold is like, right? Look at this, 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity.
Yeah, and a lot of it's probably
C9 already losing gold lane turret is
Luckily,
like
Tagami
extremely
at least had an
bad.
even leveling field, so it's a good thing for Cloud9.
Roger's gonna be getting a lot. Okay, teleport from Ashley behind.
Onto Yui Fendi here. Ashley, Xayah both hiding out in the bush. They get
Going for a
the pin.
sandwich.
Yui Fendi looking for the getaway. A lot of damage on
Angela gonna go on to Roger though. 4 members of C9 chasing are gonna take out Roger.
Yui Fendi goes down. It's a 1 kill though onto the gold lane for the turtle.
Okay,
Was
but
the trade worth it?
I'd say
Sifu
it wasn't, but
already
Skylar is
almost taking
doing what
mid
they
lane
can, right?
while they're
The
playing
fact that it being Yui Fendi
cat and
makes it
mouse in
close to
top
50-50,
lane.
makes
4
it
members of
almost
C9
worth
for
it,
some
almost a
reason.
wash. CFU Serendipity are okay with that, just as long as they don't slip up and let these pickoffs turn into
C9
massive
doesn't,
objectives.
like,
'Cause look,
know what to
their map is
do.
pristine. All turtles their way, not a single turret taken out. Looking at the item
Alright, they
game here,
swap
yeah, can't go
lanes.
from this almost 1,000 between Moshi Bang and Jewel, but yeah,
They're
no,
playing really
pushing,
scared.
Nicolette is
They're too
above,
squishy too.
Tagami.
They don't have
Yeah, which,
like
I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be
the
important.
CC they
even with the
need
death.
besides Lu
Only
Yi.
100 gold lead, but still could turn it into more. Cloud9 need to now, I mean, this is their time. They're going to hit a spike at some point.
Taking me.
Probably around like third
Going for
turtle.
Ashley
They'll
in
have
the
a
mid
moment where
lane.
Maybe they can really do something. First Lord.
Okay,
But
penalty
CFU is
zone
able to
does
really
make
just give them the stiff
Xayah
arm here. It's gonna be
pop
trouble. A little bit of damage
Purify.
on Moshi Bang. Panda
That's
with
another
the side
turret
step,
falling
and
for
they get more shots onto
C9.
Yui. But CFU are
They lost
playing
top
the
and
macro game.
bot.
They're taking towers. They don't care about fights.
Joel
They're
pushing.
circling their prey.
It's not gonna be
as
enough.
If they took the clouds themselves into the deep blue sea. The Sharks have taken another turret down bottom, and I appreciate what Jewel is trying to do here. Like, again, when the cat's away, the mouse plays, right? So when it's a free lane, you get that push in so that eventually the map opens up for Panda, which, by the way, we got to counter blessings. Panda hasn't died yet. As a C9 fan, as a fan of NA, as a growing and developing scene, again, this is the first time that an NA women's team has joined the MWI in its 3-year history. You kind of want to get what you can, right? Out of these small trades, out of this relatively silent part of the game, like entering the mid game.
It's not RG.
I think this helps Cloud9. I think just the fact that they're allowed to push a little, jockey for position, allow for Nicolette to take these buffs here and there.
Okay,
this helps
Nicola
Cloud9
dashing
maybe
straight
find their
into
footing.
Moshi.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the reasons they went for that gold lane gank early on, even sacrificing the turtle for, is give Panda
Okay,
a good
teleporting
game.
behind.
Make sure Panda's a little bit ahead
Okay,
of Yui Fendi, possibly.
no one
because
got
Panda could end
teleported
up
to
being the
top
big
lane.
saving
Most
grace.
likely to
They're already
push.
kinda locked
That's gonna
into
be a free turtle.
Late game condition at this point, taking
For
those few
Sifu.
early deaths. They got to look for something. They do have the heal with the floor, and there's some possibilities there. But CFU, all they got to do is just keep pushing, keep playing these off lanes, keep playing the pressure.
Nicola
Don't force
missing
fights, just play
skills
for
and not even
objectives.
at turtle, bro.
Now, there's the last turtle of the game, scored by Tagami, and there's a fight.
Okay, now.
Damage on Xai, able to get some heal back though. In comes
Okay, big penalties all straight into the turret. Just gonna get picked off like that. Mid lane's gonna fall.
Tagami still forcing the field, dancing with
Okay, Joel tried to
danger
jump
right
in.
now. Joel gets
Use the
Star Move,
sprint
unable to do too
for
much.
some
CFU got
reason.
what they came for once again, another tower.
Whenever you fight
Okay,
CFU,
this
especially with
is,
this
like,
kind of lineup,
actually
it's never a fair
depressing.
fight. You're never thinking, oh, it's just the same 4 or 3 ladies. You always have to think of Abby. And the way that Tagami and Yui Fendi just kind of dove in there and just
hi, Lizzie.
threatened these fights.
Shelly.
If you think of diving us, then you suffer the consequences of a puppet on strings.
Bro, this is like
Xayah's not there
actually
yet.
very
Xayah can hit the
depressing.
blooms, but their lineup isn't built just yet. Her heroes don't have the items just yet, the damage output to make that heal make sense.
Yeah, I think it's completely right, And I think overall,
Literally
we're looking at
all
Xayah,
of
we're
Cloud9
looking
is just
at
kind of
Jewel,
grouped
the two
together.
rookies right now on the team. It's
No
their
one's trying to
time
split.
step up. They got to be able to do something. Here comes
Like nothing. They just
diversion
don't know
play.
what to
Can they lock on
do.
Yui Fendi here? The stun almost connects. Heartguard
They don't
does
have
come
damage.
out, but the Lycan pounce onto Xayah, brings her down to about half health. Jewel now on the run as well. Yui Fendi doesn't want to give it up.
They can't
We
do
also look for
anything,
Ashley gets a
bro.
toss up, gets a knock up. Ashley actually able to
Okay,
use the
she's
Purify.
dead.
Just
Okay,
dancing
no,
around that,
Floor and
gets some
Heal
damage
came
back.
out.
Jewel now get involved as well. Nobody goes down on either team.
They're going to be losing turrets.
Run. Just putting enough damage on a Cloud9 to force them back, and they eventually
Another
do
turret
get that push
gone.
down. CFU Serendipity shrinking the map up. I'm wondering, now that Xayah has moved over the blue
Okay,
to
I'm gonna
to
be
Panda,
real. This is
the
what
blue to
happens
Panda,
when you pick looks over
does that mean it's
skills.
go time? Does
They
she have
don't
the
know what
items?
they're doing.
Because it's going to be much difficult for her to get some farm in. They have to wait for these waves to crash in.
And Nicolette versus Tagami in the top side. Nicolette having a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats comes out.
It's
Nicolette
not-
gonna
it's
go
not
down.
ranked. This is
Tagami,
not
the
NA ranked
Shinigami,
anymore.
taking kills
Like
by
these are
the
some
minute
these
right
are
now.
actual teams you're
2-0
playing
and 1-4,
against,
and with
and
that
you
hard
needed
guard,
to
Tagami can do
be
whatever she
scrimming,
wants.
boot camp.
This is
He
the
needs to be
perfect
doing a lot
jungler
more than
that's
just
slightly
you
out
know
of meta
sitting around.
that fits
and-
this lineup well. You
Yeah.
got an Angela on you. Anyone
Bro,
diving
this
can
is
really
like
help. This
really
puts
sad.
Ashley's job
5-1
very
already.
hard one. Has the
10
mid lane
minutes.
because As the Lu Yi,
C9's
you're the one who
lost,
wants
what,
to
4
find these
turrets?
odd angles to put your opponents in a very uncomfortable position. Quick, easy lord here for CFU Serendipity. Now, when you have an Angela, when you
It's
have
kind
a
of
Roger, when you have a
irritating,
Joy,
like how bad the
suddenly,
draft is too.
Predator becomes prey. It's like they can't even live in their own jungle now. Look at this.
The Sharks are on the prowl right now. They're aiming for the sky.
They can't do
Cloud9
anything.
looking a little shaky. Panda still not taking a death, but when does Panda finally do something? Big penalties on
All I'm gonna say is
Xayah. Jewel
karma.
taking a little bit of damage. Panda.
I'm gonna just
trying
say
to pop
karma.
off. Jewel still in the midst of it. Able to take a lot of shots to the face. The heal comes
That's what
in.
happens when
We're seeing some possibilities, but still not
try to bend
enough.
rules
Cloud9
and
unable to
stuff
output. They can
in your own
survive,
region.
but no output.
Yep, they can kite, but can they kill? I think we are, baby.
I think
optimistic.
honestly,
like 3 or
there's
4 minutes
other
away
players
from
that deserve to
Quick
be
item
there.
check. You do have 2 items on
like representing
Jewel
NA
here, so
right now.
I think she needs like 2 more to be able to tank up even more.
Yeah, no front with
Trinity
Luo is
onto Nicolette,
actually crazy.
and just 2 items on Ashley here. Not even the Trinity on Panda yet. She's she needs a double time, I'd say.
She's about. She just got
karma.
the DHS.
Like I
Finally
know,
locked in. 11
like some
minutes
players
in.
that were in the
Does this mean Panda can finally
qualifiers
start outputting?
that
We
are
seeing
actually
Jewel start to
like
be a bit
really
tankier in that
decent
last fight,
and
but
did
still
well.
CFU, the way they've been playing with this macro
Didn't
game,
get
taking
this
towers,
opportunity.
They don't care if they don't get a bunch of kills. It's 5-1 right now, and they're controlling the game.
That's right. They're a sledgehammer. They don't have to see results immediately, but as soon as they see cracks, and boy oh boy, 5-1, 5K head. If that's not a crack, I don't know what is. They'll just keep going, you know, just keep working at it slowly but
imagine
surely
getting
to
like
break
the
down
rules
Cloud9 in
changed
game
for
1,
your
but
team
the
to
fact that
add
this is going
whoever
much
you
slower
want
than
in
expected
after the
means
qualifiers.
C9 has a chance.
And you add 2 people
C9
that
can
didn't even
actually just
play in the
force fights like this,
qualifiers
see
and
him
have
motion
no
back, put down
tournament
half health,
experience.
and You see here,
This
Abby's
is what
even
happens.
thinking about
Like,
throwing it on you, defending not Moshi Bang.
like if
Maybe
my
a
team
pickoff.
had that
Much like what
opportunity,
Falcons Vega
I
did
would
to
have
CFU
like given that
Serendipity
chance to people
early on,
who
game
were
2.
actually
Maybe that could be Cloud9's
like
ticket out of
good.
here.
Yeah,
and know what
Cloud9
to
just kind of
do.
needs that big play, the big turnaround, and they've been buying time.
Don't care
well.
how they look.
They were able to get
They
past
play
the first
good.
floor without losing a
They
single
play.
inhibitor. CFU, though, I think they know this, right? And they know, okay, we got to make something happen here. We got to make something shake because it's true. If Jewel gets out of control, if Panda gets out of control, if Ashley's able to make some cheeky plays, it could be a problem. So the longer this goes,
They
the
can't
more
do.
Cloud9
They
starts to
literally
I mean, it's
can't
not
do
like
a thing.
a game
Like,
ender. If they get to end game, they still need to pull it off, and we don't even know if they're capable of that yet.
Yep.
But CFU definitely
this
knows
is
there
kind
is
of
a clock
embarrassing
ticking.
for us.
Yeah. Long
again.
story short, Cloud9 has to find
I
a way
know
to be
I'm
on the
streaming.
offense.
I'm allowed to say
5-1
my
here
opinion,
in
though.
a very slow-paced matchup just shows
I
that
just
the team
can't
that's in
like
control is
openly
definitely
cuss
in
out
control.
people
If
or
Cloud9
be,
can't
you know,
find that odd angle from
violate
the back line,
guidelines.
maybe take out this could be it. Oh, nice feint. Yui checking in.
I mean, bro, have you not seen Cardi and Zane streams?
That might be the start. We can
And
talk
they're still
about a
going.
comeback.
We'll see. It's
Our
still
region's a
1-5
drama
right
region.
now.
Our
Positions are
region,
being held
North
by
America,
both
is a
teams.
drama
Cloud9's
region
taking
for
things slow.
a reason.
So it seems like they do have a bit of a game plan
Drama
here. But CFU
region
also
for a
not
reason.
scared to let this drag.
Okay,
Not
Jewel's in
rushing
a
anything
bad
at
spot
all.
right there. Should
Possible
not
hard
stay
guard
there.
onto Yue Fendi
There's an
here.
Edith and a
And look at the
Tarizla.
positioning from Abby. Always just
That's
hanging
pretty
out
much a
back, going for
free
purple buff right now.
Never
Lord.
Never showing
No
the
one's
face at
not
all
there.
Until the heart guard comes through, they're going to be able to take this Lord.
Yep, she's making herself scarce, and that's what you do. The conceal here, coming in from
No
Yui.
one's not even
They're running
there.
away. A lot of damage thrown out. Impressive. Okay, so there is some potential. Ashley can, maybe given the chance, 2 to 3 seconds of free hits with her spells.
Yeah, you get a couple hits, you match it up with, and then you also
Oh
get
God, they
some
need
of
to
the
know.
bloom
They
shots
do.
and everything.
Yep.
You get some of the stuns. There's some possibilities there, but CFU, they didn't overcommit. They are also playing
Like,
so cleanly.
we're already
kind of
tainted with C9 and the MSC.
Yep. So again, the attempt by Jewel.
This was their supposed to be the redemption, right?
And again, Exia, all she can do is just watch the map, right? Now that's her best practice right now. Much
Exactly.
Like Abby,
We got Lizzie preaching in the chat
One is playing
too.
defense, one is playing offense. And Abby, this is check it in.
Look, she's just gonna kill Nicolette there, right? No, Nicolette got
The
lucky.
heal does come in for Cloud9, but the Lord finally gets the crash.
Inhibitor gone,
Cloud9's
mid
late
lane
to the
gone.
Party, late to their own house. The Lord is in. He's home. He's kicking down the
Penalty
door.
zone,
Moshi Bang lines
connected
up
to
with a nice
two
earth
members
shatter.
there.
Nicolette finds Moshi Bang though. Moshi Bang down. Jewel might
Okay,
be next
Tarizla
on the
died,
chopping block.
though.
It's 1-for-1. Yui takes a lot of damage. Cloud9 trying to respond. Panda popping off with the speedy light wheel, able to get the shots off.
Oh, Tegume's in there, though.
Tagami, the Shinigami, reaping death. But
Okay,
Nicolette
Nicolette shut her
in the
down.
tracks. It's chaos. It's disaster.
They
and
are gonna
Cloud9
lose bot
comes out
inhibitor
happy.
though. S2 inhibitor's
Big
gone.
clap back from the team from North America. Cloud9.
I mean, they managed to get a
trades
couple
3 for
kills,
1.
but at
Here's
the same
the
time, it's
SEC
like
replay.
kills or defend your damn base.
There was a plan from CFU Serendipity to actually end it right then and there, but C9 played the rope-a-dope very well.
Like, no one's clearing the bot during that fight. Why is there 3 people in the mid lane clearing those tiny amount of minions and nobody in the side lanes?
Play for a comeback, and eventually she gets her purple buff again.
That ice crown, the ice crown.
The winner crown.
Winner crown, fool.
Bro!
Hit it. The battle. Was able to sidestep, then get the kill.
There's so much I wanna
good
say.
mechanics. Something we were wondering if Nicolette was going
so
to have.
much.
Maybe she's getting some rust off herself. Maybe she's getting a little more comfortable on
I had
stage.
a
'Cause remember,
little bit of
none
faith,
of these
you
girls
know.
have ever been at something this large before.
Not like this.
Okay,
Not even
Nicolette,
back
why
home
are you
have they been
ulting
on
an
a
Edith?
stage before, so this is a big step in the direction
It's
of
an Edith.
Cloud9. Can't
If you're gonna ult somebody, go for Angela.
Vega. They look
Angela's
tough right
like
now.
the squishiest
It's true.
one
I call
there.
this the group of death, and that holds for almost everyone. We haven't really seen it quite for Falcons Vega, but who's to say? Who's to say? We haven't seen all the matches in Group A just yet, but right here, right now, 16
Nicolette
minutes
shouldn't be
in,
showing herself
6
by
to
those
4.
minions.
Cloud9 are
Especially
putting
when
up
Lord's gonna be up.
quite
Okay, there's the conceal
comeback,
play
possibly.
already.
Ooh, conceal play. Winter Crown does come through.
Ashley's
Ashley
dead.
Gonna get knocked up here though. Taken out. Yui Fendi able to get the kill.
Penalty zone
just
got
misses.
missed.
Can they get the response to get the trade at least? Cloud9.
Okay,
finds it.
because
Panda
Moshi
able to
missed
pop
that,
off.
they
Yui
were
Fendi
able
still
to
playing the
live.
distance though. Heart guard still locked on. Look at the damage.
Jewel?
Jewel able to just get
Use the sprint.
away. It's 1-for-1.
That's gonna be a free Lord
They're
for
gonna hightail it back to the
Sifu.
Lord. Not
CFU.
try to push it too deep.
I wouldn't say that's the safest thing to do right now, because look, I think C9 knows that it's time time to hustle. All right.
They should not have
there's
even
a few
like
weeks or months that
shown
they've been together as
themselves
a
on the
full-on
map.
team, in the guidance of their coach, knows
Especially
that, hey, we got to take it
Nicolette
step by
there in the
step.
bot
You know,
lane.
there are some fundamentals, some things
They
that you
kinda
gotta do,
mapped out where
basic
the rest of the
protocol.
team was gonna
And
be.
so far, Cloud9 have
And
been
just-
checking off
yeah.
these boxes. Like, again,
That was
haven't
pretty much
seen
a free pick-off.
multiple MWIs casted at last year's.
Look at that
This
winter
is
though.
at a level where I can say it's pretty competitive.
I think I
Coming
missed
from
that, but
team that has been together
I don't
for
even
a
want to go
while
back.
in the Kamai in the CFU Serendipity.
I want to go to
going
the
up against
future
one
where this is over
first-timers
with.
on this big stage. I am impressed by what I'm seeing.
Definitely holding their own with Ashley back on the field. They can fight for this Lord,
Like
and
real,
CFU knows
there's
it.
like other
You said it
players
might not be
that
safe
would have
to
done
rush it.
so much
They
better
knew it.
in that
they
spot.
made the call. Now they're just playing the distance again.
I'm not even talking about me. I'm ass. Like I'm pure ass. I know I have like no skill.
She's tanky,
but I
right
know there's
now, man.
actual
She
like
can
women's
finally
players
hang out.
in
The
NA
Esmeralda's starting to pay off
that
a
would have
little
done
bit.
so much better.
Tagami dashing through.
Ashley,
Look at that, Ashley. You're not gonna get away even if you flicker. You're dead.
Tagami gets the kill, but look at Panda down to the
They
box
go
side,
straight
trying
for
to
your
follow up
back
on
line
somebody.
because your
Tagami
back
will
line
comes
is
out.
like your
Tagami
entire team
gets
is all
the winner
squishy.
crown. Can they capitalize? Panda in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage coming from Moshi Bang. It's still 2-1.
It's not enough.
Yui Fendi
They're low.
in
They're
the
gonna cut
wolf
y'all
form, looking
off.
for the like and pounce. Nicolette switches directions up
Nicolette.
against Yui here. Doesn't have the fracture. Doesn't have the damage. Panda locks onto Moshi Bang. It's chaos.
Okay,
Once
Moshi
again, and
falls.
Moshi Bang goes down 2 for 2. Cloud9 still in the game, but
That
look
wasn't
at
a bad
Yui. Jewel
kill.
might not want to be the target. Minions do come out. He has the heart guard ready. Abby is a problem. What's the solution?
She is with and without these fights. The fact that if you rope a
Honestly,
dope
Panda's
CFU
getting
Serendipity,
a
they
good
can just
amount of gold
tuck
from
one
that.
of themselves into
those,
another and then pick
lane
a better
clears.
fight. I think Cloud9 got as much as they could out of that trade.
They're
By
waiting for
taking down
Tagami to come back
and
for
Moshi
Lord.
Bang, that's as best you can ask for, but that could have definitely been the end. CFU Serendipity, again, much like the Sharks that they are, these ladies are able to split
I don't think
up
C9 will be able to
Cloud9.
get this.
Isn't that what Clouds do though? They're just condensation
They're
in the
not.
air,
They're not
man.
gonna be able to
But
get
they're holding
this.
on. I think they can put Ashley in a better
Tagami's
position.
there.
They can get better fight.
Looks like the Russian Lord, though. Tagami's ready. Heart guard ready. Cloud9
She's
down.
gonna go straight for the back
health bars
line.
are looking a little bit low. They need some
Look, they already
heals.
had to
Decide
reset
back
the
off.
Lord.
They know it's too late to
Minions
rush
are pushing
Lord.
in the
What
bot
we've
lane
seen from
too.
the
Somebody's gonna have to
5
go
or 6
back to
minutes of,
defend.
this bout here is Ashley not
They
fighting.
sent
with
Ashley
and they get a
back.
steal.
Nicolette gonna try to dash in
Bro.
here. Can Nicolette pull it off? Tagami.
Tagami takes the Lord. Nicolette's dead.
Jewel now on the run.
Joe can't do
CFU
much.
with a Lord like this could be dangerous for
Harry's
Cloud9.
not there.
Still on
She's
the run,
busy
has a
trying
lot
to
of
clear
shield,
the
should be able to
damn
tank whatever
minions.
CFU sends. It's
They have
40
no
seconds
wave
on the clock
clear
for
going on
Cloud9.
there.
We're still waiting on a wave. Can they defend this?
This is pre-TikTok timers,
Bro.
18 to 20. This is as good as TikTok timers, especially if there is a gap as tight as this one. And I'm not talking just economy. I'm talking about the map. Look at this now.
There's a
All three
conceal
are crashing
play.
in, and Lord hasn't even spawned. This is going to be difficult for Cloud9 to defend. Yes, Nicolette can come through, but they
Tagami
are
going
lacking
straight in there.
the map. They are lacking the space to work with this. They can't. They
Jill
can't
is like the only like tanky
Yeah,
person,
it's definitely going to be
and she can't really do much.
crucial moment. 4 seconds on the clock for
She
Nicolette.
can
Panda
like kind of
in
walk up,
bed.
but once she's
Gonna
like
work on
CC,
melting
that's
down.
it. Ooh, penalty zone.
With the penalty zone into the backside. Jewel also with the falling star move. They're trying to pull the Lord to the side, but in comes Tagami. Jewel goes down. Yui Fendi taking a lot of
No,
damage.
they're
Lord
just aiming
still
the
out of bounds
Nexus.
from the
That's
base
it.
balls. Anyways,
They're like,
Cloud9
get
cannot
us out of
defend
this
CFU.
game,
Take
bruh.
the win.
The Sharks can breathe.
I've
Get some oxygen in their gills because it's not over.
I've
just
seen
yet.
like
They are still
Epics
alive.
play
Group
better
A
than
proven
this.
To truly be the group of death.
This is
See, not a lot of promise.
painful.
That lineup. Their
I was
execution,
expecting so much more with how like how much they
they're gonna break it
glazed
down even
the
further.
C9 roster.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Trex. Thank you, Leo.
Like,
But
what is that
GG for
positioning there?
CFU Gaming
Three
finally
of
coming
y'all
back from that loss from match
sardine
number
together
1
for
to lead this best
Charisma?
of 2 series now here.
Took them a while to actually take that game, which is very impressive. Again,
The
like Leo and
loss,
Trex
like,
mentioned
honestly,
about C9, the fact
started
that they were
at
able
the draft.
to somehow even force it all the way to that later stage, despite getting
Like, yes, they got a
absolutely
few pickoffs
obliterated
here
in
and
the
there,
early game.
but
Team fights
they
was very,
sacrificed
very
so many
impressive, but
turrets. They
still, there
sacrificed
was a lot of promise
so
with
many
this lineup,
objectives.
obviously in the later stage of the game,
Nah,
but
bruh.
when those
Nope.
promises get fulfilled,
when you lose all your base turrets already, when you lose 2 base turrets already, it just becomes way too late. And unfortunately for C9, CFU understand that they always have that advantage. With the base turrets taken down, they know that these waves are always going to be constantly slow pushing back towards Cloud9. They never need to actually make the desperate call to rush the Lord. They can just go back and forth with this new version of the Lord dance that we have come to know now with, you know, the changes onto the Lord damage. But all throughout, the fact that CFU were able to just constantly
Moshi missing that penalty zone was kind of funny,
and
though.
those were the moments that Falcons Vega were able to punish in match number 1. Unfortunately, here's C9.
I stayed up the entire day and entire night. Now it's 6 a.m. for me, by the way.
It's good for this, but every time they got CFU low, it almost felt like for C9 they really had to wait for CFU to dive even more, to overextend for them to actually punish CFU. Meanwhile, if CFU make a mistake, they can always just be like, all right, you know what? That's a bit too much damage. I'm gonna just head out. Jewel, shout outs to her. Damage taken. She was able to take so much damage, and even for damage dealt, you know, the carry doing a good job. But unfortunately, when you're dealing damage to these frontliners, which
I feel like C9's never going to sponsor MLBB again after what happened with MSC and now MWI.
You're not able to fully burst down to Edith with the primal.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's like the reality.
Terizla that we've already spoken about in match number 1 being a ridiculous hero.
You can't just pick people,
and you can see the damage reduction
by how much
so
people
it was the broken item build for the Terizla once again, and
who
you know, it actually poses the question, right? In MSC, it was very different, but for MWI, is Terizla first pickable?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the meta that we're seeing right now? As of course that we do have to crown our match MVP by PlayStation.
Tegami played pretty well with that Joy.
Again, right? One of the biggest anchors in CFU Serendipity. We saw it in game number 1 and game number 2 for their first match of the day against Falcons Vega, and we're finally seeing it once again in the game. And we're gonna have a little look at her highlights this time around.
I'll have to say though, if it was me, I want to give a massive honorable mention here to Moshi, because honestly, with this Terizla, this is the reason, by the way, Terizla is so prio.
Honestly, though, C9 men's actually put up a fight. They just,
because especially considering most of the players here are trying to utilize the assassins,
they just got steamrolled
Terizla is just
right now.
The best enabler for all these assassins. I think in the first turtle fight, you guys saw that Moshi was able to get a penalty zone on the 3 members, and that just set up perfectly for the electrifying beats coming in from the Joy. If you have anyone who can lock people down while also soaking in all the damage, baiting out all the resources, it really enables these assassins to execute everybody.
So much drama.
But you know, ladies and gentlemen, before we finalize this best of 2, you know, anything could happen. Cloud9 could definitely come back in the second game. We are gonna throw to a short break, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
If they come back, I'll go buy a lotto ticket for real. It's so bad. It's so bad, y'all. Honestly, if they all went AFK and let the AI bots play, they probably could have done better. Actually defended towers and stuff too, because computers have a lot more common sense right now. It was hella painful, bro. It just feels like they don't give like a crap about it. They just wanted to show up for a free trip and just play. That's it. But there's other teams who would have like done anything for that opportunity and played their actual hearts out. Would have scrimmed for hours and hours on end, or you know, something more deserving. Bro, why did they even need a break? All that for what? You thought Neko Jungle was good?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen,
That's
to
only
MWI
because,
2024 at EWC.
NA.
We are now back for the second game in this best of 2 series between CFU
She just
Serendipity
played
and
Fredder and
Cloud9.
Barats.
Earlier on, CFU Serendipity were able to lead this best of 2 series
Or
1-0.
Lance.
And it's now or never. It's now or never for Cloud9 to make their comeback.
But these big girl
push this
teams
to
out here
1-1.
from other regions,
Now I'm wondering if game number 1 was a bit more
They
of
play all the
an
time.
experimental game for Cloud9, right? Because
They know what to
obviously it is
do.
game number 1 of a best of 2. We were talking about a lot of these cheese
They don't
picks,
just,
maybe
you know, sit around
seen the
causing
light of day
drama.
here in a best of 2 format, especially in the group stages. But
So
yeah,
now
after that
I'm
performance,
not gonna
I
argue
feel like
right
you
now,
know
bro.
it's time to go back to the
I'm not.
fundamentals. It's time to go back to the picks that
I lost
have been
12
meta,
stars.
right?
You think I want to argue
Especially
right
now,
now?
considering if they lose 2-0 against CFU, then they're gonna have to bank on a win, clean sweep against Falcons Vega.
And on that note, right, it's time for you guys to put in your predictions, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro,
The
her
SSC
Nolan was
predictions,
like,
because we
she
wanna
was
know what you
ulting the
think. We don't
minions
wanna
instead
know
of the
what Miracle
hero.
thinks, right?
Like,
We don't
if
want
you
to
go
curse
back,
any of these teams, but we
there was
want to know how you
a moment
feel,
where
because
Nicolette
technically,
went in
for match
to
number 1
ult,
earlier on the day, you guys,
I think
did it in 90-ish,
the enemy
91%
mid
prediction.
in the
I
turret,
think,
but she ended up
for
ulting the
you guys
minions
for
and just
Falcons
walked
Vega, and you
away.
guys successfully predicted that. So what are your predictions for
And,
this?
like,
Do you think
her team was around
Cloud9 will be able
objective.
to come back?
Obviously, you think your
that it's
jungler's
be
gonna
a
go
CFU
to the
match
objective, but
2-0
she
to kind of
teleported,
tie it in with Falcons
or
Vega
actually
in
teleported,
Group A? So many questions.
what's it called?
Please, help
Nicolette
us
to the
answer.
top lane just to do absolutely nothing
I'm
but
not gonna
farm a
answer. You
gold
say you
crab
don't
You're not
while
allowed to answer.
the
Okay.
enemy
You can
took the
analyze.
objective.
You can
And then
give
their
us
team
speculations
died.
of the picks maybe that will change, but no predictions. I'm sorry.
No predictions. What about statements, right?
What kind of statements?
Never mind. Let's let's go back to the game. Let's go back to that draft, because honestly, I think
Bruh.
the first phase was actually already pretty solid from
Dude
C9,
wants
right?
the
The fact
RG.
that they were able to pick those picks early. I think I was not
Yeah,
a big
that's
fan of the
just for
carry,
no
but then
reason.
after seeing
Yep.
Edith and the Terizla, I'm like, okay, I get it, right? I get the Terizla pick, Edith pick, and then straight into a carry. But then in the second phase, the Florin, after having 3 squishy members
Exactly.
already,
Imagine
they
you
decided to go
dash
for
and
another
then
squishy
boom,
member, and then
your
on
skills
top of
on
that, they put
CD.
in the Esmeralda. I definitely
And
can
if
see
you
the
had
winning
that
condition
dash,
for
you
this
would have been
composition.
fine.
It really comes down to like early game as well,
Yeah, be
because
smart with it.
for the
Not just use it
Esmeralda,
for
it's
whatever.
kind of a weird hero in a sense where the power spike isn't the usual power spike that we are known, that we know of in MLBB. Because Esmeralda, massive power spike at the start of the game.
Oh,
You're really
man,
good
my
at lane.
neck is
And once people
creaking.
get dominance ice, you kind of fall off a bit. So mid game, down
feel
again, and then
old.
late game, that's when you get the power spike again. But
I'm gonna be
unfortunately,
25
again,
next
although
month,
all those
y'all.
promises, all the potential
I'm
that we
falling
saw
apart
in the
already.
late game for that lineup, they got it a bit too late and they lost so much. So if they want to go and enter with the same approach, they really gotta clean up a lot of the execution.
Honestly,
because
y'all,
early on with the
like,
foreign, even
with
we are
how
kind of
NA is
accustomed to that, right? We
performing
know
in
that with
internationals,
foreign,
we're
you don't go for the
fucked.
first neutral objectives. You leave that,
Like,
you
we
leave
are
that open, you go
so-
for farm and you go trade.
We're so fucked.
As made popular by Beloyski.
BBB.
BBB.
Big boy
It's
Beloy.
so sad, man.
So that's the thing, right? How will these teams adjust? How will they come back? Because again, like a lot of people might be questioning the Esmeralda pick, and I think it's a good argument from Trex when
Nico
we went
looks
into
so
the game was the
different.
fact that there were a lot of
Literally,
shielding
I saw a
on the
lot of
side
comments saying
CFU
like,
Serendipity, that at the
like
end
she
of the day when you
catfished or
mentioned
whatever.
the Esmeralda power spike hit, she was a lot more tanky, she was a lot
Like, it's
more
a whole
able to
different
suck
person.
in the damage that was thrown at her, and obviously the women's teams, again, they fall to their comfort, right? Despite certain situations,
yeah, it was a huge
certain
draft gap. I
scenarios.
don't know
If-
what they were thinking
it's
with the
just comfort
carry
over
second
everything,
pick.
right? They want to make sure
Having no
that they
front
are
line for
able to
Lu
play
Yi.
it. They understand the fundamentals of the hero
Esme
and can play
XP,
it
but
and understand the ins
into
and
a
outs.
Terizla?
So the Esmeralda at a certain point
Oh,
did
no.
work.
And I agree with that.
That's just me, though.
Esmeralda pick, but not as the sole frontliner. I think for the most part, Esmeralda, if she's the only frontliner you have in your composition, she's still
Close
a bit
NA
squishy
server.
because the sustain isn't. She isn't just a brick wall like Terizla, you know what I mean? She needs time to walk around and then sustain around with her skills while she's dancing. You know Esmeralda, but usually...
Night Sky tells all, sorry.
Yes, exactly. I think someone else in front with her would be great. And if they want a healer still, Minotaur was still up for grabs. I don't remember it being banned out by CFU. So
yeah, they
could have gone for maybe even a Minotaur there to actually help.
But the
with
person
the
they have on their Braum
you kind of get the same thing, but also
has
you have
never
so much
played
more lockdown, so
literally
that the carry
any
can actually
like
do her thing.
tournaments or anything. They added
No,
two
but
people
light wheels.
that didn't play in
Now
the
ball is in
MWI
their court,
qualifiers.
right, for Cloud9, and definitely
straight into the
I think
C9
we talked about it in the
roster.
roundtable as well. This was one of the teams that I
After
was
they
so
won.
excited
They
to see,
swapped two
especially with
people out, by
Nicolette
the
coming
way.
into play.
And those two people
It's her, technically it's her
don't
redemption
play competitive
arc.
at all.
It's her time to shine. And I'm pretty
That's a
sure
song.
that she...
They
is
just
it?
like spawned in out of
MWI
nowhere.
song, Time to Shine.
Oh. Could you sing it for us?
No.
No.
Do you know who the guy is drafting?
But back to
It's
that
Midnight.
point, right? It's her
Coach
redemption
Midnight.
arc. It's her time to shine. It's her time to prove to the world.
Same coach for
what she's
C9
made
MSC.
of. So definitely they're coming back in with a level head. They're coming back to try and at least go for 1-1 now as we enter, ladies and gentlemen, into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. And now Cloud9 have first pick.
See, this is what's scary, Eterna, because, you know, Blue side has had such a massive advantage, but in that game it was C9 technically with the advantage because they were the ones to leave the Loyi open. They were the ones to pick it up
they've
for
made
themselves.
these like
Loyi
crazy
has been
requirements
phenomenal,
for
even in
their
MSC, and, you know, usually
roster or
pick it
whatever,
up,
and then
get
they pick a
big advantage.
YouTube
100%
streamer and a
100%
YT
win rate.
mod.
Exactly. But now that C9 is lost on the Loyi, I'm actually going to think this is what I would do if I was in CFU's position. I'd be like, all right, let's not ban the Loyi. We saw what the Loyi could do in game number 1, and honestly, it was not much. The divergence wasn't being capitalized, wasn't being
like
used by
somebody
any of the
that
members.
I know
and, again,
that
it's not
tried
their fault
out with the
who's going to
team
take it? Florin? All the other
said
squishy
that
members? Carry,
Ashley
solo,
didn't want
flanking?
ugly
Yeah.
girls on the team.
I don't know. It just definitely
So
did not
that
fit with
just-
the composition
that
that they
kinda
had.
just says everything I need to
CFU,
know.
it seems like they are taking that route. Maybe even the chip. Knowing how C9 has been playing in game
So like
number
I
1,
said
maybe
earlier,
they leave the chip open because then
Karma.
they're forcing C9 to pick up the chip or give it over to CFU. And I know for a fact, if chip gets
they
left
banned the
open,
Terizla and the
CFU
Val.
will like
Okay.
that pick. Oh man, I've been hearing
now
so
we're
many
seeing the
things when it
Edith
comes to
ban
CFU,
for
not just
a
the women's team, but the
reason.
men's team as well. So they definitely have been sharing a lot of their strategies. Chip, their combination, they know how to play the chip. They're chip FU.
And and the thing is, like, even despite that fact, right, Chip is just so good in this current meta.
Yeah.
Because if you want to go for heroes that like to split push, if you want to go for heroes that like to play in the far lane, like assassins normally do, especially when you get into that mid
Lizzie.
game to try and control these side lanes, the Chip just does so well. Has so much advantage to go in and make those plays happen, the pickoff plays from happening. And it looks like the Chip has actually been left open up until this point. Suxin gets banned in from C9, and CFU have opted to take away the Terizla to try
I wonder if
and
the Haya
have
or
a
the
more
Roger's gonna be
level
open.
advantage in the EXP lane. And do you think with this, Yuzong might be the choice that they go for?
First pick? Not too sure if it's going to be first pick.
No, but
or
like
if they banned out.
generally for the EXP lane.
Yeah, I guess that definitely will be
Haya
one
is
of the choices.
open.
I think in MMSC as well, when the Terizla gets banned out, we
Roger,
usually
it's
see
open.
Zong.
Haya.
They go for the Angela ban. It is open. It is up for grabs. They can go for the
Julian.
chip now. Will Cloud9 steal the chip away from CFU? Will they trade it out with the Loyi?
Oh,
Will they go
chip?
for Roger?
Chip is
because
open.
technically
Holy
Roger
shit.
is still up for grabs. And again, it was
I don't think
completely
Xayah
ignored
plays
in the first
that.
phase
Xayah?
or game number 1. CFU didn't pick it up, but they picked it up in the
She's a
second phase.
mid-main.
C9, they're definitely going to have to think about that because it's a great flex pick. It doesn't matter if you can only play in the jungle. It's still very prime.
I swear to God, if they pick out
Technically, Loyi
Carry
has also
first
been
pick or some
opened up.
bullshit, I'm
Yeah.
gonna be
Right? Do
mad.
they want to go for the same approach as they did in game
Roger,
number 1? Sure, it
Haya,
didn't really work out for
Julian,
them, but
Chip.
that burst
No,
potential
let's
from
pick-
the Luyi
let's
in the
pick
early
the
stage of
Ruby,
game
guys.
is still something to fight
Let's pick
for.
Ruby.
But they go for a different route.
Yeah.
No Chip, no Roger, no
She's so-
Luyi.
she's
They go
so
for the
good to
Ruby
first pick
instead.
right now.
So this time, they do
Holy
have a setup
shit,
hero.
just
They
please
do
rip
have a
my
hero
eyes out.
to make the plays happen.
Yeah. Trying to anticipate the
Please.
chip pick or a Loyi pick here.
Please
try to go
rip
for
my
it, but I
eyes
think
out.
it is
Yeah,
gonna
let's
be a
give
chip
them
Roger
Roger.
here. For the side of CFU, We're talking about how Roger should
oh my
always
God,
be prioritized. You know, we
Please
have
get me
seen
outta
that
here.
many times before, and now for CFU, knowing that the Edith is not up for grabs, the Angela, the Terizla,
Is this
they
real?
will
Is
just
this
go for the
happening?
Roger, but they don't go for the chip. Maybe
I stayed
they're
up all
trying to
night.
read
Am I?
out or trying to feint out. I don't know.
Please
This
tell
might
me
be
I'm hallucinating.
overthinking, right? But maybe CFU, they think C9 didn't pick the chip, so they
The
have
Roger
no
Vex,
intention
those are
to
good
pick it up.
picks.
Maybe we just go for a mid
Really
lane
good
first,
picks.
like a Vexana, and then end up.
Let's see if
or end
C9
off the
can
first
actually
phase with the
respond.
chip, knowing C9 will probably just go for a counter.
It's a good priority lane as well, right? The Vexana.
She looked at midnight and said,
If
"I
she
can't chip."
clears
I
really quickly,
100%
obviously
bet
still a
so.
little slow in comparison
She's
to
a mid main.
mid laner like the
Like,
Lilia
plays
that
Faramis,
we
bruh.
still have yet to see and come through here for MWI
Rank
this year.
classic
but
only.
Vexana, a really great pick, a really good
Alright,
option
there's
to go in when
Sahaya.
they want to try
At
and
least he
control
got
the team
something.
fights. So with the Hayabusa also left open from the first stage of the game because they opted for the Suxin ban, the Hayabusa does
There's
come
the
through
Faramis.
alongside the Faramis.
Yeah, there's Faramis for her.
Faramis.
That's like her main.
And the Hayabusa. CFU.
If Ashley's going back on Rome,
that they can go
Xayah's
for
gonna
would
be
like,
on
I
that
mean, They
Faramis.
could go for big setters like the Tigreal and the Minotaur, or they can
They probably
still try
swap
to
the
utilize
roles
the
again.
chip. With the Faramis, you want to try to usually clump up in these team fights, so if you have
I'm thinking Panda's gonna go
Prio around the
quad.
map, just with the teleport, with the shortcut, you can still try to outplay the Faramis, but Faramis is known to be a very, very good counter up against the chip,
Just
so
look at
you can
Bronze.
already see for C9, they're trying to deny the chip picks by picking up good picks against the chip. Like the Ruby, the Faramis, so they'll just go for the Minotaur. Like
Oh
I said
my God,
earlier,
they got
the
Minnow
Minotaur is a great
too.
setter. Great punish. You can react to
I
almost
swear,
anything, and also you can engage.
if they
you also have
picked
the sustainability. Great
Ziggy for
all-rounder.
C9,
I mean, technically Ruby is still flex, no?
It is. It is
that'd
still
be
flex.
We've seen it
weird.
flex in like the
I mean, it's good to
men's
count on
scene.
Rhino
But for the
and
females-
Vex, but they won't
Exactly.
have a front
So if they
besides
still want to go for
Ruby.
chip, couldn't they technically still go chip?
Does nobody care about
Faramis?
Moskov? This is the women's
Yeah,
turn, you
I think
bruh.
for C9, they
They
can
don't
definitely
care
go
about
still
anything.
For that, but,
Remotely good. We just saw a fucking
I don't know
Ruby
how
first
comfortable they
pick.
are on the chip. The main concern for me is still that, right? Because
A
of the low G,
Ruby
it also
first
felt
pick
like
out
they
of
were
this
really
draft.
too comfortable taking these big diversions on to go for flanks. And I
The
don't
only
know,
thing we're good
this
at
point,
is
I
putting
think
makeup
for the
on,
Ruby,
washing
it's
dishes, and cleaning the house.
Probably gonna go robe, not XP. It's a Natan
As a
band, though,
woman,
so they're
that's-
already
that's all
taking
we're
away
good
a
at.
hyper carry
But we're
from
not good at
Cloud9, someone that can actually utilize
mobile games,
the chaos that Hayabusa,
driving.
Faramis, and Ruby can create on the map to get some space. But like you said, Eterna, the Yuzong could
Yeah,
be a
that's
very
about
good
it.
choice.
I mean,
and
there's
that's why
probably a lot
Cloud9
more.
banned it away. That's probably the next best thing when it comes down to the XP lane, when you can set,
Yeah, Ruby against
sustain,
Vex.
fight,
Mhm.
tank up damage,
That's
and
CC.
deal damage. That's something Yuzong specializes in. Yeah, banned down. Now the X-Borg too. So,
Wow.
Planning for a tanky XP lane, I'm guessing now.
Who would that be?
I don't know if they... I mean, technically with the Minotaur and the Vexana, Arlet is a great pick. You can also go full tank on that Arlet. You can still get countered by the X-Borg later on in the mid-game. Yeah, I'm thinking Arlet right now with the Minotaur and the Vex. You get so much value out of the CC that is
What are
already
they
there.
missing?
I wonder if C9 are sniffing this out, but no, they go for the Harith band
Oh,
instead.
there's the Harith man.
Trying to push the tempo and trying to push this Roger into the jungle. And again, right, for CFU, it's still a big flex.
Yep.
Who's going to be in the gold lane? Who's going to be in the jungle? The Roger is still a big question mark, but here it is. Will Arlet be placed in the EXP lane now? Because
Man, you know what team I
wouldn't
would
you
have
go for the
loved to
flex for
watch
the gold
in
lane and the jungle at this
MWI?
point?
A77.
Yeah, I think going for the flex would make
They were a
sense, but
good
technically they
team.
can also just pick up a Claude
They
here
didn't have,
because
like,
for Cloud9 they haven't
even
picked up a Claude just yet.
horrible
They need
attitudes
someone in
either.
the weak side of the gold lane to actually cover up. They'll go for the Arlet first, and I guess they're really just gonna try to utilize that flex from the Roger, because even
Holy
if Cloud9 go for
cow.
the Claude,
The
they already have the
CC
Roger. They can flex into the gold
on the
lane.
side
That's
of
a winning
Sifu
matchup.
is
The Harith has been dealt
insane.
with by C9 themselves.
That
so
Roger's gonna be cleaning
there's
up.
not really much risk for CFU right now to just go for that Arlet. Thinking about C9, I'm thinking Claude Moskov. Those are the only two picks, I guess, that are up for grabs.
or
Moskov,
Claude.
maybe a bit too risky. You might need a bit. You might
Panda's
need
really
that
good
blink,
with
but
Claude
even then,
though.
I don't
So
know.
she might
This
just
is like
take
you choose
Claude.
your poison. Moskov survives better in lane, but in these team fights are a
If
bit
she
more
takes
vulnerable.
Mosk, I'll be
Claude is
kinda
the opposite, right?
surprised.
He does better in these team fights, but in lane against a Roger, you get bullied quite hard.
Panda likes Moskov. Panda likes carry, and Panda likes
Lolita?
Roger. But it looks like that Lolita and that carry will come through.
Am I seeing
the
this
carry
right?
once again, another
Chat?
comfort pick in for Panda.
What the
And the
actual?
Lolita. Why the Lolita here?
Oh my god.
Try to push back some of the... I think they're...
Wait, so Ruby XP?
Yeah, so it is going to be Ruby XP. For Jewel, the Lolita pick is really because I think they're anticipating
I'm actually
another gold lane or another marksman to go to the gold lane and Roger in the jungle. So trying to capitalize on the 3 ranged heroes that CFU
Do they not
has,
know you can see a Lolita ult now?
So
like, if you do it from a bush or wherever conceal,
now they can
you can see the Lolita ult.
In the jungle. It's not, I mean, technically it
it's
could
kind of
still
useless.
work. Something like a Nolan in the jungle could still work. Heck, I would say
what the fuck is she gonna do?
Damage they already have here. If they want to go,
and there's the
Lancelot. I was about to say if they want to go utility, the Arlet could still go like hybrid damage and also tank, but they go for something
this
even crazier.
This physically hurts my eyes.
So take those three debut picks, right? The Lolita, we have the Lancelot,
Faramis too,
and the Faramis. Exactly.
And Arlet. So another debut in MWI.
Yeah, literally. Mino can just cancel Lolita ult.
Even more interesting, even more spicy, and everything is on the line for C9 right now.
Bro,
everything
whatever
is on
C9 is on
for the North American representatives here at MWI. Trex, you shaking now?
This is so painful. I stayed up for this, yo.
Today, the heart of esports here. Whether Cloud9 loses, wins, whether CFU comes out on top, we're here for MWI.
This was supposed to be our redemption for NA, and we look like grandmasters on an international stage.
It's been a hot minute since we've last seen this assassin in the jungle. It's possibly a kit that Tagami prefers, because in the absence of her Hayabusa and the Roger in the hands of Yui Fendi, I think this is their next best move. I appreciate it, though. I can see how, because of Moshi Bang and Yui's CC, they needed extra damage. They needed good cleanup. How do you get that? Well, you could have picked the Nolan, but they preferred the Lancelot, so I think they needed a better way out for her.
And not only that, after seeing the joy on Tagami, Tagami does great into getting to that back line, targeting, you know, just locking on to exactly who she needs to lock onto. And that could be a problem here for Panda, could be a problem for Nicolette maybe, but Cloud9, I think what's going to be huge for them is how Ashley utilizes this NetherRealm, if they're able to really capitalize it, and can
Ashley already almost dying.
Some big sets and make her hero count.
That's right. The mid lane duo from Cloud9 had a tough game 1, so this might be them course correcting. Now they got eyes on Xayah. Moshi Bang sends her back. That's going to be a
literally the camera's like moving so much.
Watch. Something to note.
Low-key getting motion sick
Ashley's
again.
rocking Lethal Ignition on the Farmers. We don't see this anymore.
I mean, hey man, Rocket.
Lizzie, you are spot on.
Something off here. Ashley's gonna go back.
They're making us look
now,
like
15 seconds
pure dishwashers
for this turtle. Nicolette on the opposite side of the map. Xayah doing a good job of like keeping cues. CFU, not going too deep, not getting.
I know A77. If they went, they would have done so much better than C9.
They know she's there. They don't care. They're ready to position. Look at all 4 of them, kind of making this box around this turtle. Now let's see exactly what happens. Abby taking a little bit of damage.
Name.
Abby and Jewel holding the brunt of the charge. CFU backed off.
There is still Moshi Bang holding CFU's ground at the turtle. Let's go. Circling around. Something to know as well, if I'm going to nitpick about the emblem on Ashley, check out Tagami. She's rocking.
What is Xayah doing?
So all of those little basics, and then the Thorn.
Go get your level 4.
This tells me she's going to deal damage. Like we've
what
seen
are you going to do level 3 here at objective?
A showing here and there in the past few months.
Get your level 4
on damage
and then rotate.
Let's see how it works out. A relatively mum and quiet
a little
first
late.
3 minutes. Like nothing has happened.
These girls got their gloves on. They're stalling right now. They're
waiting.
The mitts are on. The mitts are on. The gloves are on.
They're
ready to throw some punches. Both
teams
would have
had my full support, to be honest.
Routes here.
They
this time
are
Cloud9
chill.
does have some heavy CC. They have some possibilities, but CFU answered so
they play
well
by the
with
rules.
the Minotaur. Yui's going to jump in. Speaking of the Minotaur here, Nicolette holding to the bush, looking for Abby, locks on to Minotaur, and standing comes the big stun. Can Cloud9 capitalize on this? Nicolette
big
able to get the first blood, make it 2, a double
Nicolette
kill.
Getting a
Over
double.
to Nicolette here, the pullback. Ashley with the stampede. Moshi Bang
well,
now
it's a high,
Moshi Bang able to output some nice damage. Ashley there as well. Nicolette, Jewel, going to finally back off and go for the turtle.
They might be able to take a turtle.
Given Cloud9 the go-ahead, the green light to take out this turtle. They're going for it. Moshi Bang versus Ashley and Jewel.
Jules
Will they force
basically
this?
like the tank,
turtle out of 10.
to be honest.
Got me down to half health. Maybe still want to go for the dive in. Nicolette able to get the turtle, but a nice final slash does connect onto Jewel and Ashley. They're still able to get away. Cloud9 escape unscathed.
Clean. CFU Serendipity walk away with nothing. 2 minutes until the next turtle, and I can expect the same kind of pacing. Again, this does propel Cloud9 up by about 1,000 gold, and based on how the first 3 minutes of the game went, that's an astronomical lead already, because they made the first move. They got away with everything they needed to do, and there was very little punish. It looks like those CFU are looking to put pressure on Panda. I'd reckon that's the best part to put it into. Wait long.
What is Xayah doing?
What's that? Is Yui Fendi up on gold? You see that?
Don't know. I didn't see exactly.
Was that Yui like 500 gold or something like that?
It's it's definitely possible. You know, the Roger's got great poke. He's able
Xayah's
to
rotating really slow.
Be a bit more the safe player. We're taking a look
she's
at
like
gold
doesn't
now.
know what to
Yui
do.
Fendi up about 200 in gold right now.
Why is she sitting in that bush for 30 seconds
definitely
now?
Yui Fendi has gotten a couple
40
extra last shots
seconds.
in, maybe denied Panda of a minion. A lot of action has been down in this boss
She's
side,
still
so we
in the
haven't been able to
bush.
see them too much.
She's
But
still in
terms
the
of
bush.
XP right now, Panda's a little bit up, so definitely
What
there's
the
some trading
fuck
going
is
back
she
and forth up in the
doing?
top lane. And this has been even
Like
from
a
last
minute
game to now,
in the same
it's been a
spot
nice
in the
fight
bush.
between these two. We've seen a lot show up from
Bro.
both teams. Panda last time wasn't able to have the space to
She's gonna go
capitalize. What they have
behind.
now, Nicolette with the quad shadow. Yui Fendi, we've seen this
Are you
position
gonna at
before
least
from
take the
Xayah and rest of
turret?
team. Punishing
She's
down
still
on Yui
sitting
Fendi,
there.
but this time he's not gonna let it
She's
happen.
gonna recall back.
She did find the out there.
Why did she go
especially
there
with
in the
backup
first
coming
place?
through. Tagami, Abby, and
To
Yui
do
taking
absolutely
out
nothing.
The rest of C9 forcing them to rotate
Bro.
away. Look at how deep in Moshi Bang
This
is. Moshi,
hurts.
what you doing? Cotton, Proxy,
hurts,
controlling
bruh.
the lower quarter so that the rest of her team can make moves up top. Oh, Minoan Fury, no one home.
Okay,
Big
missed.
miss, but Panda still takes some damage. 4 members of CFU up
They're
in the
gonna
top
push.
side. Are they going to try to force in this tower?
Okay, Xayah's
Look at
coming
Xayah
back.
with the conceal play, looking for the
They can
stun.
see the
Hits the
ultimate,
flicker,
though.
misses as well.
So they're just gonna get away from
whipping
it.
there a little bit. And now both teams are going to be forced to back off. It's a lot of ultimates down. Going to move down to this turtle.
So she
Jules
wasted
already
her
waiting for
ultimate
it. A
there.
swing and a miss. Both also committed their
Why is Jules
flickers.
starting turtle?
that's
Team's
tough.
not
Like,
there.
That is 2 minutes of hard engages, honest to God, angles that you gotta find. Still 1,000 between these two teams. C9 and CFU Serendipity back at the turtle pit. A post light, setting it to reset.
Xayah doesn't have her
spotted out fourth out of the
ultimate.
Pixel brush. And Tagami, I'm wondering if she's
They
thinking
should just
purple
give
or
Turtle,
purple.
go
Purple or
top
purple. I think she can buy
lane,
time.
help
This is
carry
enough
push
time to
top
go
lane, take
purple
turret
first,
for Turtle
because I think
instead
they
of
got the
standing
goal signal that
around.
Nicolette is also still just farming up.
Yeah, Nicolette makes the same
My God,
decision,
bro.
but
It's like watching
Tagami's
people
gonna
that
go for the
don't
sound,
know
right?
how to
Gonna have
play
commit.
at all try to
Nicolette's
play in
there
a
as well.
tournament.
Jewel able to get a little bit of a stun on Moshi Bang.
Why is
Actually,
Jewel
Xayah
there?
looking for the angle as well from the mid bushes.
Xayah should
Now
be the
Turtle
one,
into the
like,
hands of CFU, but Nicolette loves
you
this
know,
push
taking
here.
some of the
Wants to hang
shots
out,
there.
Target on Moshi Bang, gets the shadow kill. Not enough damage though. NetherRealm does come out, but the
Lance
big
got the
knockup's able to
turtle.
secure that turtle.
'Cause he
Now
can just
Nicolette
walk
down
in
to about
freely.
half health.
Rome's not
Fire
doing
back onto
anything.
Tagami trying to puncture away. Cloud9 loses the turtle, but
Why is nobody
goes
pushing
down.
top lane?
Despite the
If the entire
collision,
CFU
I call it
team
that because they
is
just
at
wanna
turtle,
ram themselves
why the fuck
into
is nobody
all five
pushing
members of
top?
CFU Serendipity. CFU made themselves scarce.
Bro.
Like, that could have been definitely much worse. Now wait, 1v1.
I'm gonna
Jewel
have
versus
nightmares,
Moshi.
bro.
Oh, Moshi starting to get the better. Jewel doesn't have the minions to get the health back.
Sickle versus spear.
Sickle versus spear.
Oh, neither lady walking away with a W, and that's how most negotiations work. If neither walk away happy, was a good deal. So it's a dead lane down bottom. What about top?
Man.
That's a 2v1.
I stayed up for this.
Xayah ready to make her way there.
I want my 3 hours
there's
back.
a flicker back up on both of them. I wonder
who's gonna hit it this time.
They really had that
But the rest
opportunity
of
to take
CFU
top
not
lane,
showing up.
potentially take a
They're gonna be able
mid
to take this tower,
turret,
Panda.
but
Not gonna play it too
they
dangerous. Does get a
don't
stun
know what
onto
to do.
Yui. Panda lets it happen.
All right, they all retreat. That was a 4v4 waiting to happen, possibly a 5v5 because Tagami was a little way off here. She is hitting level 11. Let's see now. She's down 500 gold.
Which is good for Nicolette, right?
This is where the shadows allow for faster rotations compared to the dashes on the lance.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dashes come in play really well in team fights, but when it comes to the jungle, I definitely think
I'm
Nicolette,
so
we already saw
worried
even
for
in the last
NA right
game,
now.
Nicolette was great at farming, great
Like,
at, you know,
we're honestly
keeping up with
screwed
Tagami
with
even
how
when the
bad
team
we're
was
doing in
losing.
international.
So now we're seeing it really pop off here, but Nicolette maybe needs to look for some pickoffs at this point to try to make
Like,
this
I just
lead a
want
little
NA
bit
to be an
more.
actually like dominant region for once, but we're being held back by so many things.
Efficiently.
Why is Jewel there?
They are looking to
Okay,
collapse
she's
down
trying to
here on
cut,
the bottom.
maybe?
All right, eventually
Get
we'll
the
get
turret,
pushed
right?
in. Moshi can't take down. Oh, she saved the turret, but for now, that worked out.
Oh. A lot of damage though. I'm offended. Does luck on a Moshi Bang and all gone. Shadow kill comes in. One more shot. Nicolette
Okay,
unable
Moshi
to secure
survived
it.
that.
Force it back
Whoa.
off, and that's another ult down. Cloud9 might have to buy some time. CFU
Like,
though,
they're
knows
all
the damage
here.
there isn't gonna force this Lord either.
Yep.
If Panda can push top, please.
The meta
like,
assassins
5
right now.
minutes later.
Shadow kill takes a while. Shadow kill might
they're
as
gonna
well have
see
been an eternity
carries.
if nothing comes out
Yeah,
of it. Like, you
pushing
gotta
top.
reset,
Lance
find
not
another
a
angle,
Lord, though.
maybe after another huge team fight or a trade, and then it comes back on. See, look, I've been ranting about Shadow kill. It's still up.
Jewel,
what?
Yui Fendi able to get the kill there.
Why are you
Cloud9
there?
trying to
Why
get
are you
tower up
positioned
top.
in-
This time Cloud9 playing some more of the macro game. Minions
That
coming down the mid side as well.
was
but CFU
very
now with a man
questionable.
up, a girl up, I should say. They're going to be on this.
Who's gonna pop Minotaur ult
Looking for
any
an angle. The
moment.
knockup does connect onto Abby. Nicolette into the backside gets a lot of damage onto Abby. Able to secure the kill. Lord down to about 10%. It's going to be a 50-50.
Lance gets the
Tagami
Lord.
comes out on top of the coin flip, but now Moshi
Nicolette went in
trouble.
way too
CX
early.
Panda looking for the kill, looking for the
Like, you're a
takedown,
Haya,
actually
you
able to
can
secure it.
steal.
Nicolette looking for one as well. Yue goes
She's
down.
focusing
3
kills.
numbers drop for CFU. Cloud9 going to be able to come out on top even after losing the Lord.
Look how early she went in for the back line.
Executed.
Like, that's
Amazing
okay,
team fight. Amazing
but
collapse.
you
Sure,
lost the Lord
Tagami
for
walks
that.
away with the Lord, scoring it for CFU Serendipity.
Kills
But
Overlord,
at
y'all.
the end of it, what do you get when you lose a chunk
Big
of the
brain
map?
move.
Because Cloud9's gonna run roughshod. Look, they're gonna push down bottom.
She's not going to be able to
Panda
push
left the
it.
lane up top. Even if Lord is there, they can get to it eventually. And then they're gonna try to push in mid again. Look at this now, 3K ahead. C9 up on CFU Serendipity. Items wise, again, say what you will about that team fight dash, but when you're down about 2K gold like this, it's hard to think of how else Tagami can affect the map. Besides, again, objectives and team fighting.
I definitely agree. I think one of the saving graces here for CFU, Moshi Bang,
It's a
still
free
holding
bot
gold lead
turret.
over Jewel there. And Moshi Bang's just been able to tank around, get some of these big final slashes, and it's something that Cloud9 consistently has to watch out for. And even there, they know they're going up top. They know Cloud9 has to defend Lord, and what does CFU do? They cut bottom lane, they open up space for their minions to get there, and they get a tower. So even though they lost out on that Lord, they still found something in the chaos. And it just goes to show they always have a macro mindset. CFU just doing wonders with it.
Yep, and I think as soon as Cloud9 transcends to that level, because again, they're winning team fights, they're winning trades. As soon as they're able to turn that into a macro movement, then CFU Serendipity might be looking at checkmate. But for now, they're clawing back.
That's not a
It's
good
giving
spot to be.
comeback, as it is. Moshi Bang checks in with the bush, spots Jewel, and Xayah
Okay,
there on the 1v1.
Tagami found
Tagami, no
Nicolette getting killed.
Get the kill on Nicolette.
She dashed straight into all of the enemies there.
CFU
Just
now,
because she wanted to
looking
go
for the
after
takeoff,
Lance.
Looking for the moment, looking for the engage. I'm offended, connects on to Yui. Xayah gets the stun. Whoa. Can the team follow up? They get stunned as well. Unable to fully commit, but now they're locking on. Panda with a speedy light wheel, trying to get some free shots. Tagami on the run. Panda needs one more.
Okay, they got
Finds the
Tagami.
kill. Tagami down.
Moshi
Bang might be the next on the block. Chop, chop, chop. But wait, the final slash. Panda unable to connect. Finally gets a double. Finally
Moshi's dead.
looking for the triple, but Yui Fendi and Yui don't want to give it up. Cloud9 finds something. It's a 2-for-1. Can they take a tower too?
And suddenly it comes to a stop.
Mid-turret should fall.
STC replay one more time. I could have sworn
Like, she dashed
Nicolette was
straight
gonna get it,
into,
but here come
like,
the
4
cavalry,
members of
the
Sifu.
Sharks of CFU Serendipity. They overloaded Nicolette. She wasn't even expecting. Oh, what? There were 3 in
Like,
there?
you can even tell
I'm not
she
so
messed
sure, but
up
there
because
might
she
have
got
been a
like
Minotaur Fury
mad
committed.
about
Is this real
that.
time? Are we looking at real? No, it's still the replay. It's the aftermath
And
of
why
that
would you?
fight.
Why would you dash straight
And that's
into
Moshi
4
Bang looking for the
members?
chop, and then the stop.
Even if she ulted,
still. So
she
what I'm trying to
wouldn't
say
have
is
been able to kill
Cloud9,
him.
the thesis statement is they love team
It's a
fighting.
freaking
They're
Lance.
winning most of their
Just,
team fights.
like, you know,
save for like weird pickoffs.
have his teammates
Nicolette was out
take
of
the
her breath
ultimate.
there, but as soon as they can turn it into huge conversions, then we're talking. Then maybe we can see a 1-and-1.
Thesis statement, Cloud9, bringing the they're a young team.
Okay, Joel, you're
right?
taking way
Barely
too much
NA,
damage to be
but they're
doing
bringing
that.
Old school young team NA vibe. Loving
I get
team
you're baiting
fights.
it,
we want to
but
clash. We want to try to win in micro
you're not-
mechanics.
you're not healing
How far
enough
will
from
that
that.
take them though? They did just get the push on the top lane. If they're going to get the outplay here, I think this far in the game, that's
I'm
just
pretty
how
sure
have
they
to
know
win
they're
it,
all
right?
in the
It has to be the
mid-bush.
big team fight.
The Ohio
It's really
brothers. You were
obvious to
naming
be sitting in
American
there.
teams. I just had it to get in there. But yeah,
Oh,
it
this
reminds me
is
a
so
lot of, a young team from 2021 who made it all the way to third
irritating
place in the World Championships. BTK played a very similar play style, and here now I'm seeing signs of that, little hints of that in Cloud9's play style. But they gotta bring it up. If they can turn this team fight excellence into a lord here, then CFU Serendipity might be staring at a base defense.
They're not gonna
Very
fall
true.
for that bullshit,
And
bro.
Cloud9 knows they're on the ledge. We saw the reaction.
They
from
literally
Nicolette.
can see
Just
you
shows
taking
how
the lettuce.
invested into this she is. But CFU always keep their cool, man. Even when they were behind against Vega in the previous game, they still seemed to keep their cool. They came into this series feeling good about themselves, ready to play.
Bruh,
And
it's
all
so
they gotta
obvious
do is
it's
get
a
this one win.
bait.
They're 3,000 gold behind, but just a few minutes from possibly, maybe securing group stage.
That's the Kamai cool in play. They're just waiting. Check this out. Not even shaken with the Lord dance. Yue
Reset
jumping
the
into
Lord.
that river brush. Here comes Tagami.
Duel takes a lot of damage. Thorn Rose does come out from Tagami. They're able to create some space. Nicolette's the
I
one
think
playing the
it's
macro
NA.
game now. Was up
Yeah,
the top lane for a
literally.
second. Going back down to the mid. Looking for a way around the back maybe.
Huge.
Cheeky play onto somebody.
Huge rotation. She's keeping herself scarce. No one knows where she is. Not even Moshi might have seen her.
I think she's
Ashley.
good. Yeah, I think she's in a safe spot. And C9 knows she's there this time. Cloud9 pushing CFU back. Nicolette wants that revenge kill.
Okay, Panda's just gonna shred Lord since somebody's bothering to go back now.
She goes down. They get the Lord. Well
Alright, they
played.
managed to zone them out from that.
Just through the threat of the unknown. You see how there were like just one or two C9 players in the pit, and they still got the more than like showing 3 or 4 players, they were able to take that Lord clean by hiding more players. That's ridiculous. By hiding players, you got away with more, and you got more than if you were honest about it. This is a new aspect of the Lord dance that we've seen, and C9 are putting it into beautiful execution. They're now up 4,000 gold. CFU Serendipity, again, they're staring down on a Lord defense. Best case scenario, they don't lose inhibitor. Worst case, they lose like 2.
Definitely could be trouble in Cloud9's shown. I mean, this is Cloud9's time to shine.
They might be able to win it. If they don't choke.
Your place to run. You're forced
If they
into
don't
a team
choke,
fight now. There is a bit of a
yeah.
bottleneck here. They have to be careful.
That's right. Luckily, their lineup is great at in.
I think if Uwe can get a good
defenses, right? They got a
set,
big
they
chunky
go wipe.
Minotaur. They got the final slash on Moshi Bang. Lord crashes through.
there's an
They got the
inhibitor.
cleanup in Tagami. Can they get it through now? Tagami dashing around. Yep, that's a second inhibitor in mid.
Zaya's being so patient with this Numenon blast. Not going to waste it. Jewel holding down the front side. They get to inhibitors. Nicolette locks on. Moshi down. In comes Minoan's Fury. Nice response. Ashley had to bring out the Netherrealm. Tagami taking a little bit of damage. Pops the Thorn Rose, but I'm offended. Locks in. And Jewel
Oh my
finds
god,
Yui
no
Fendi.
way.
They're going to lock onto the base.
There's
Panda
no minion.
unloading right now.
There's no minion.
They don't even have the minion, but they're going to try to force this in. It's nothing but Abby. Cloud9 showing CFU it's not over yet.
Yeah, they're gonna end
We
it
are
here.
mere moments away from a 1-1.
Oh my
And
god, they
here we
actually
are.
won that.
The group of death lives up to its
Sifu-
name. C9
Bruh, Sifu
takes it
choked
to
at that
1-1
Lord.
against CFU Serendipity.
If they didn't
What does that
back
mean,
off,
Leo? Big
could've
possibilities
taken
for
the
a
Lord
future
from C9.
tiebreaker in this one. We might see Game 3 eventually, but Cloud9 shows up. They had a rough draft, a rough game in number 1, but just like CFU proved themselves in Game 1, Cloud9 responds.
yeah, the
and group
R-Lot,
of
that
death
was
definitely prevails to
questionable
hold its
R-Lot.
name.
Word of advice. C9 currently on Cloud9. They got to keep their feet on the ground. Their next matchup ain't going to be an easy one. They're facing off in a best of 2 against possibly the best of the best in the world in Falcons of Vega. So that's up next. If they can score 1 against them, I guess that's a lock-in. But if they don't, then we are definitely looking at a tiebreaker situation.
A game number 3, and throughout all of MSC we didn't get to see one, I don't think. that would be a little exciting to see a tiebreaker match, especially between these two teams, because we're already starting to see the battle, the fight between the two, Leo. Cloud9 shows up, CFU shows up. It's a 1-1 in Group A.
The ladies came to play and color me impressed. I love this throwback to an old school metagame, and I love how the aggression from C9 is what puts them over. This is impressive. Let's go over to the stage for an interview.
Incredible stuff right now. We have
Okay,
Ashley
how come
here
the other
from
teams didn't get
Cloud9
interviewed,
for
but
this
C9 gets an interview
segment, and
now?
We're very excited. Why
What?
not? Let's start with your
Am I
questions,
tripping?
Chris Barr.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. So, 1-1, but how did you bounce back from the first match?
You know what's interesting? I actually, before I went to sleep yesterday and when I woke up, I had a feeling we would go 1-1 to them and then get a point from the next team.
Like manifestation kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the reason why I'm here now with my team, so.
Let's go. Cloud9 moment indeed.
Absolutely amazing. And
Nah,
now, of
bruh,
course,
she is
You know,
capping.
your chemistry is
This is
undeniable
scripted.
right here at the Land of Dawn. We've seen really good team fights happening, especially in Game 2. How has, Midnight coming on as coach to you girls, making this already great team,
Where was
so
the interview
powerful
for the
right
other
here
teams,
for
though?
MWI 2024. So I would put a lot of emphasis on Midnight's help on our team because even though he put such a short amount of time and attention on us because of the other team, he was giving us limited information, but that limited information was enough for us to improve dramatically. So very thankful to him.
And finally, what can we anticipate right here from Cloud9 moving on into the next game where you guys will be meeting Falcons Vega?
Well, we have to make it out of groups, and I think we will.
Fantastic. Fingers crossed. Now time
Nah,
is ticking for
bruh.
you guys because you're going to come
Nah.
on for the next match. So go prepare. Thank you so much for joining us right here, Ashley. Thank
Wow.
you. So without further ado, we're going to hand our time over to the studio to break it down for us. Take it away, guys.
Talk about redemption arc, right? I mean, that comeback coming in from C9 has actually put us in a
part where
position
they
where we
messed
might
up?
see a tiebreaker today.
The part
Of
where
course,
Sifu messed up the most
with
was
the,
that Lord.
the situation being that
They backed off
Cloud9
for
wins
literally no
2-0,
reason
or
and
goes
gave the Lord
1-1
for
against
free.
Team Falcons Vega.
Goes to show you, by the way, that in this game, if they get a draft that has fundamentals in it, they can still make it happen. They don't need those crazy experimental drafts like we saw in game number 1. But I understand, right? In the best of 2, game number 1, maybe you want to try to shock your opponents. And here, we finally get the real C9. We finally get them on picks that we're used to seeing from, just normal teams. So, Cloud9, really fantastic team fighting. I think the casters pointed out many, many times.
They won this
Definitely,
game, yeah.
I think for Leo, he said it reminded
Only
him
because
of the
Sifu
M3
choked at the
success of
Lord.
BTK through the team fighting prowess.
They
Now,
backed off
ultimately,
when
they were
only
able
2
to
members of
finally,
C9
after
were at
getting
the
a lot of
Lord,
team
so
fights in the
C9
early
just
game,
took it.
but also losing out on the neutral objectives.
I don't know why
they were
Sifu
able
did that.
to
or
finally get the
CFU.
neutral objectives,
I
get the
keep calling him
structures as well
Sifu.
on top of these big
CFU.
team fights, and you can see that hug as well, man. I mean, you definitely get the feeling that there was a lot of pressure on them, especially after game 1, losing out in game number 1 like that. The fact that they were able to come back in such a dominant fashion too. If we take a look at the scoreboard, 11-2. CFU, the only thing keeping them in this game was their neutral objective control, which again was still very, very impressive considering they were down gold, I think, at every single point of the game.
It felt like they shook the jitters, right? I think game number 1, it was a big warm-up for them, and in game number 2, they just really popped off with, of course, the drafts that were given to them.
Yeah.
But the PlayStation MVP presented is going to be Nicolette. As the casters pass it down, redemption arc. Talk about her redemption arc. Being the
Bruh, of
MVP
course the
here, let's hope that
glazing
she can carry
continues.
on and manifest for game number 2.
Kai is one of the most
mid laner to a
broken heroes
jungler.
right
First,
now.
we gotta
Of
talk about
course.
that adaptation,
That's
right?
true.
Because
That's true.
It's already in such a different role. In the mid lane, you usually play to enable other people to
Seafood.
carry. Depends on the hero you use, obviously. But here, it almost seems like it was seamless. The way that she was able to adapt into the jungle role, acting as the carry. And again, I would say, even though she missed out on a lot of the neutral objective when it comes down to the contest, Hayabusa isn't really a neutral objective, secure man hero, you know? It's more of a fight hero, fight man hero. Yeah, and Cloud9 now 1-1, CFU 1-3. So, they already mentioned about the possibility, if Falcons Vega take them down 2-0, that means we're gonna have a tiebreaker between CFU and Cloud9.
Oh, alright, you're right.
It's an interesting group of death.
Already.
What if they take
first group?
If they take a
tiebreaker
game out of, if they take a game, they're through, and CFU will be eliminated. So it'll be Cloud9 and Falcons Vega.
So all Cloud9 needs to do now.
One game.
I mean, Ashley, she was talking about it in her interview, right?
She had that vision.
She manifested.
Manifestation.
Before she slept, she was like, you know, I have a feeling that we're gonna go 1-1 against this team, but in the next team, that's when we're gonna get our point. And if that actually comes true, then manifestation, ladies and gentlemen.
Manifestation. I mean, hey, it happened. It happened in game number 2. The fact that they were able to come back there. Not just, I mean, that was just really, I was really impressed with the team fighting prowess that they had.
And I'm excited to see what the next match has to hold for us, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Another break, bro. Oh shit, let me go get some more water then.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio for MWI 2024 XEWC. We're now ready for our third match of the day, the decider match to see who will move forward, who will be eliminated, or will there be a potential tiebreaker for Group A, the group of death. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the showdown here by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib, it's a journey. It's been a journey already for both of these teams, but the Titans now coming through for Cloud9 against Falcons Vega from Indonesia.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup, right? Because CFU, match number 1, they almost took a game out of Falcons Vega. In game number 2, it was really, really close. They were the ones dominating in the early game, but unfortunately, due to some team fights, Falcons Vega were able to take control back of the game. And hey, almost seems similar. CFU, game number 1 against Cloud9, domination. But then, game number 2, it's kind of a comeback from Cloud9 through team fighting. So, hey, Falcons Vega, they're known to be very, very good at these team fights, especially in the early game. And technically for Cloud9, that's exactly what we saw from them in game number 2. Team fight versus team fight, early game versus early game, assassin versus assassin. It's time for a banger. The Falcons fight in the clouds.
It's time for their arrival by Jamil. And they're rolling in now, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons Vega once again with that dominating victory from their first game of the day. They are bringing in the momentum. 2-0 against the Kamai, against CFU Serendipity. And now they're looking to try and relay that same victory, that same success that they were able to grab here against Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, for Cloud9, honestly, after seeing game number 2, I think go back to what they were already doing in game number 2.
Definitely. But here, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to the stage.
المثيرة. And now we are continuing our beautiful journey. We are back again. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam indeed. Amazing, amazing stuff right now here. We're into match 3 already of Group A, the group of death as they call it. But of course, this is going to be the decider match to see who's moving into the competition, whether it's going to be a potential tiebreaker and all. But right here in match 3, this is a match that you don't want to miss because we'll be seeing the likes of Cloud9 going up against Falcons Vega. So without further ado, let's meet the teams of Cloud9. Incredible stuff. Now, the beautiful faces of Cloud9 is something that you guys are not familiar with, right? So now we have seen their prowess over at the Land of Dawn. The sisters are now in sync. Question is, can they take match 3? Now, who are they going up against?
Well, can they indeed? Going against, ladies and gentlemen, and let's hear it for Falcons Vega.
Incredible stuff. Now we have met the 2 teams right here on either side, Cloud9 and Falcons Vega. Now this is going to be a very exciting match. Will the Falcons be flying through clear skies, or are they going to meet some sort of turbulence right here from Cloud9? So without further ado, let's pass our time back on over to the studio. Take it away. Yalla!
And take we shall. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And we're about to get it. We're about to get into the deciding match of Group A, our group of death. But you're right, Mirko is pointing in right now. It looks like Caramel is stepping back into the jungle position. No melee this time around.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, from what I saw earlier, my eyes sometimes deceive me, but hopefully not this time. But Agatha is going to be in the mid lane too, so no Funi, no main lane. It's going to be Caramel and Agatha, and there you go. Agatha's here. So the main lineup, it seems, for Falcons Vega. This was the lineup that we were all expecting as well. They decided to go for a different lineup up against CFU, but now up against Cloud9, they decide, you know what? It's time to bring out the big guns. Or technically, at this point, what is the big guns anymore?
Which one?
Which one?
Which one?
They're both big guns.
Because like earlier on, I mean, Maylane as well as Funi, they were
Professional
out of their mind as well. So we're not gonna really see the sister dynamic
that's true.
that we saw earlier on from Falcons Vega. You know, as Funi as well as Chin Chao, they're sisters. For those of you who aren't aware. But we're going back into the roster that we thought that they were going in. And that just poses another threat for everyone out there, right? The fact that Falcons Vega can come in with 2 different lineups, 2 different rosters as one of their ace cards.
We've seen in the past, though, if you keep on shuffling rosters, it's not really that good. It can be good, but it can also be very bad, right? It's a double-edged sword. Exactly, where in one way, it's good because technically your opponents don't know what to plan, like whether to plan against that roster or the roster now with Agatha and Caramel. But on the other side, team synergy is definitely a very important thing. The fact that they are trading in 2 players and not the whole team with another team means that these players that are staying, Chin Chao, Tal, and Violet, they're going to have to understand that they're playing with completely different people with completely different styles, right? I think for Caramel, not really the case when it comes to like how she plays, because Caramel is an assassin too. She likes dealing damage. She likes going on those picks like the Roger and the Nolan. So maybe not the biggest difference there, but I would say for Agatha and Funi, that's got to be the big difference here in the team. For Agatha and Funi. So with Agatha coming back in the lineup, maybe we'll see more of the carry heroes instead of the enablers. Funi, she played Vexana 2 games in a row, right? So she really was there to follow up, put on more CC, and add on more utility to enable the team. Meanwhile, for Agatha, she sometimes goes on the Valentina. She loves playing these carry picks as well. So don't be surprised if they actually go for a secondary carry in the mid lane.
You know what you'd be surprised about?
What?
A fun fact.
Whoa!
We like fun facts, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the audience likes fun facts as well.
Go and shoot out the fun fact.
Now that Caramel has swapped in for the jungler, I'm going to tell you later. Suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head over to this video with an interview.
What is it, man?
I'm not going to tell you.
Hey there, it's Renmar. I'm here with Caramel, the jungler for Falcons Vega. They just won their first series here in MWI. Caramel, what do you think about your team's performance?
They are doing so good, and I think we will do perfectly for the next match.
All right, good. They're going to go from good to perfect. Is there one player in the team right now that you want to highlight?
I really want to highlight Chin Chao's performance from the previous game because she is so strong in laning, and I think she carries the game well.
Oh, okay. So Chin Chao, they're going and carries the game really well according to Caramel. Now, actually, there's another thing I wanted to ask you. You are right now, currently, you weren't able to play the first series, substitute. So what do you do for the team behind the scenes, or are you just ready to play anytime?
I'm helping for anything that I could help, like watching other teams and then motivating them and always be ready.
All right, so Caramel, super dependable. Now, is there anything you want to say to the fans in your native language of Bahasa Indonesia?
In my native language?
Yeah.
Halo semuanya, jangan lupa tetap dukung tim Indonesia di MWI.
Yeah. She mentioned there, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned, hey everyone, please don't forget to watch or support in MWI, that correct?
Yeah, you are doing really good in understanding our language.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. All right, thank you so much, Caramel. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reptar, for that backstage interview with Caramel.
Ooh.
You know, that was perfect timing, right? Because my fun fact was actually about Caramel.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready now?
Yeah.
What about you guys back at home? What about you guys at the venue here?
Yeah. That's them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, Caramel has a ritual.
A ritual?
Before every match that she plays competitively.
Okay.
Her ritual is that she plays ranked games with Luke.
Oh.
Your Luke. Her boyfriend.
You said my Luke.
He's your Luke now, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that's public information, right?
No, you actually just revealed. No, yeah, it is. It is public information.
Don't do me dirty like that.
So that's why she didn't play in match number 1. She said it in an interview. She was still warming up, playing ranked games with Luke. You know, it's always great to have an amazing, reliable XP lane as an amazing, reliable jungler. Right?
Yeah.
Especially that XP lane. I mean, it's like probably the best XP in Indo. You know what I mean? You know, like Luke. You don't agree? Do you not think Luke is the best XP in Indo?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see back at MPL. But here, we're here to highlight MWI players. So, you know, let's shift our focus back on this because you know, seeing the performance of Cloud9 and the fact that they've already really warmed up, right? That was a very dominant showing by Cloud9 in their second game of that series against CFU. So, oh man, again, I really want to know which way you think this will sway.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, I'll change it. What are we expecting between both of these teams?
Oh, I'm expecting early fights, a whole lot of early fights, but also I'm expecting again for C9 to be able to hold down Chinchao in lane through getting a weak side matchup, right? I mean, as long as Panda doesn't really go for these fights, put her on a carry again and she'll do amazing. I think the carry pick has been amazing. Even in game number 1, despite the fact that they lost, Panda was doing really good. She was able to kite back a whole lot of the times, and she was able to always stay safe in the back line and even in lane when she got ganked. So putting her on a carry will be number 1 priority. But again, for Falcons, they can definitely try to take that away from her or bully her even more in that lane.
That was my concern, right?
And also blue side.
So far, we've seen Panda really pop off on the carry, but that's all we've seen from her, right? And that's something that Falcons Vega have definitely taken into consideration. So maybe we'll see a respect ban coming through for the carry in the first phase. But even Cloud9, they left the carry open to be picked up in the second phase. So the mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 2 series between Indonesia's Falcons Vega and NA's Cloud9. And there it is, carry respected away from Cloud9, really forcing Panda into position to explore her options. Without the carry, what else can you perform on?
Yeah.
According to statistics and according to data and according to the history that we've seen her on, Roger and Moskov are alternatives.
And I think Falcons know that. I think that's why they banned out the carry. They know if it isn't the carry, she has a tendency to go for a gold laner that will fight. And that just goes to show you how confident Falcons are of Chinchao. Even in the interview, when Reptar asked, Caramel about the game, Caramel said, Chinchao's an amazing laner. Game number 1 showed that. Game number 2 showed that in match number 1. And if Chinchao gets a winning lane, even when she doesn't, she got a Claude against the Harith. She was still able to win out against that Harith. So, yeah, confidence definitely there for Team Falcons. But also, this is a fun fact. You said a fun fact. You want to hear another fun fact? 100% win rate for blue side. Still. All of the games we've seen, which is 4 games in total, all the wins have come through the side of blue. C9 are blue, but they're not on the blue side.
They're not. Maybe they could be for game number 2.
Are they forcing the Moscow, by the way? They banned out the Roger and the flex pick away.
2 heroes from Panda have been eliminated from Falcons Vega. They understand the pivotal role that Panda has in the gameplay and in the success that C9 were able to get earlier on. So definitely off the table, perhaps forcing that. But remember, the Harith is still on the table, ladies and gentlemen. The big question is, can C9 utilize it? Is Panda comfortable on the Harith?
Maybe the Harith gets first pick by Cloud9, but the thing is, the Ling has been left open as well. We know that Caramel can play the Ling, and she's pretty good at it. Chip Loyi banned out Ling for the first time, I think, in MWI today. That we're seeing the Ling up for grabs. Now the decision is, Falcons, do they want to pick up the Ling? Do they want to pick up the Angela? The Angela can combo together with a whole lot of different heroes. They go for the Hayabusa instead, and this is also a Caramel signature. But is it more prio than the Ling? Because Cloud9, I think they're also quite comfortable to go for the Ling pick on Nicolette. And the Angel, they can get Angeline.
That's the problem here, right? They could even go, I don't know, are they trying to gamble with the Harith? Is that what we're going for? I mean, with the Roger being taken out, Harith is a big prio in that gold lane if they still want to control these side lanes. Terizla as well, by the way, has been left open. So this time around, C9, they're going to prioritize that EXP lane. They're going to pick up that Terizla, and they're also going to have that Valentina flex in that mid lane for her to utilize. But Falcons Vega, if they want to go for it, they can. Harith and Angela.
Oh, they go for the Edith. So that's a way to battle out, but I don't know about this Edith pick. I'm not a big fan of it, especially considering Cloud9 have already picked up the Valentina, right? That's a big ultimate to be able to be utilized now. Primal Wrath in a lot of these early team fights, knowing that they already have a Terizla. That Primal Wrath is going to be very, very lethal on the hands of the Valentina. They go for the Harith too. Makes sense. They pick up the counter to the Harith to deny it away from Cloud9, and then they pick up the Harith, so really trying to enable the Harith pick. But again, the Primal Wrath can be stolen, so it's not completely taken off the board.
Is this the time? Is this the time? Is this the time for Nicoling?
Nicoling? No, it's time for Pandakov.
Okay.
Panda Moskov.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so those are her comfort heroes, right? This just really confirms it in, right? With the Roger with the carry being taken away, she falls onto her comfort.
Yep.
She falls onto Moskov. But now Falcons Vega, if they want, they can eliminate the Ling. Would that be in their best interest?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe they want to try to force out the Ling. That could be a... I don't know though. Personally, I would say ban the Ling. Hayabusa versus Ling. I would personally give the Ling a little bit of an edge in that matchup when it comes to clear speed, when it comes to also 1v1s, because you can actually dictate to how to like get out of the shadow kill with the Tempest of Blades. But here for C9, yeah, it's definitely going to be the Minotaur ban here for them. I think they're happy enough with already the Primal Wrath. They don't want to give Falcons too many big ultimates. And now the big question for me is, they're banning out the Minotaur. So are they trying to force this Edith to be a roamer? So they're banning as many roamers as they can. And I think that's a great response, by the way, from Falcons. They noticed that C9 are already banning the Minotaur, trying to force that Edith to go roam. Falcons say, hey, we can do that. We can force the Edith to go roam, and then we're just going to ban out the Kufra, ban out more roamers, so that now Xayah will be the one placed in a tough spot.
Tigreal, right? I think you mentioned against the Assassins that Tigreal could definitely be a big factor to how this game turns out. Are they going to leave it open, or are they going to ban it?
I don't know about this game. Because again, they might want to pick it up themselves, up against this Hayabusa. That could be a great option to go for, especially considering, you know, the Valentina can steal the Primal Wrath, so even more lockdown. But honestly, knowing that they already have a Terizla, if they want to pull off the Florin, it's not that crazy. I think to think about the Florin here in this game. They ban out the Yuzong too, so setting up for the Moskov to have a better time in these team fights so that he can actually space better. Yuzong is a great tool that Falcons could have used to actually help the Hayabusa get towards the Moskov, get towards the Valentina. Now for Falcons, Vega, final ban. No Kufra. They might ban a Tigreal.
Tigreal, Ruby?
Ruby's banned out, so...
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Tigreal or an assassin. A jungler.
Ling, Nolan,
I would say Ling.
Fanny.
Probably, if they were to choose, I think it should be Ling or Tigreal. They go for the Tigreal ban. They're trying to set up for the Hayabusa. And now it's C9's time. They need a roamer, they need a jungler. Ling is still up for grabs. They don't really have any flex towards
Angela's
the jungle.
technically still open.
Yeah, they could still go for the Angeling. They could pick up the Angela here. And honestly, Falcons could also pick up the Angela, so... That's also a pretty ridiculous, combo if they get the Angela on top of the Harith and the Edith. But maybe C9 with the Valentina pick, they're already they're kind of set up for it already. But there you go, Florin. It makes sense to go for the Florin here, at least. I like it way more compared to the 5 squishy members in the early game for game number 1 against CFU. Now they have a Terizla. And there you go, Florin. Some solid stuff. But that means they might need to have to play with the Moskov. Maybe they go for another tank in the jungle. Baksh is still up for grabs. It's a good pick here.
If it were on the side of Falcons, oh, there it is. Arlet and Vexana gonna be the choice in for Falcons Vega, and now one last pick for Cloud9. If it was Karima, I'd probably be like, would Mardis be the option? But Baxia, there you go. Nice prediction.
Thank you.
So let's throw it over to our casters. Trex, Leo, what you got?
We got an unexpected return of utility junglers. Baksha is back in this matchup. Falcons Vega versus C9. Well, how do you feel about this? Because it's a 4-1 now. It's all in on Panda.
It's definitely all in on Panda. We do see Ashley on this Valentina, though. There's some mechanics there. There's some damage that can be dealt, some possibilities. Not completely against this composition for Cloud9, but you gotta be able to pull it off, right? You have to be able to make it work and have the strategy for it.
Not to mention Caramel and Agatha coming in. This is the lineup we were expecting. And all the kudos to that first roster that played for Falcons Vega that swept CFU Serendipity. But here now, they're looking to go for the throat. Game number 1 in this best of 2. An orange start for Vega, and C9 going for that purple. It's so weird now. They're playing on 2 different planes. The wavelengths are so different that there's a utility jungler on one side and then an assassin in the other. And this is a first pick Hayabusa, mind you.
Yeah, first pick Hayabusa so comfortable, right? You got Caramel now in the game, along with Agatha. Team Falcons, I think, knew the Ling, not only a first pick Hayabusa, but Ling was open. Ling went unbanned, unpicked the whole time, and similar to what we saw in previous series, we saw the Louis and Chip never get picked up. A lot of these women's teams are coming in ready with what they want to pick, knowing that it's going to work for them.
Yep, look at this. Deep invade by Falcons Vega. Jewel to the rescue, helping Nicolette secure her orange buff. Oh, no, Jewel!
They are playing so aggressive. Vega showing up in the early game already. And they're just hanging out, man. They're not even worried about Ashley. Now getting involved as well. Thal takes a lot of damage, able to get a 4-man knock up there. Nicolette, though, forcing the engage possibly here. Ashley there as well. Violet responding. Gets the vengeance through. More damage. Jewel looking for the kill on Thal. Thal able to dash away. It's back and forth, but it's still 0-0.
Could have gotten that first blood, but both of these XP laners are chunky in their own right. Now this lane right here, the Moscow versus the Harith, it's clearly a Chincha in control. Look at that. This is a TKO if I've ever seen one. She sent home Panda. And again, as mentioned as the match started, Panda needs to get on top of things.
Yeah, Panda needs time to farm. And right now, Chincha, what did the interview say with Renmar? They said, we have faith in Chincha. Chincha is going to perform in the lane, and right now it is showing. Panda has to sit back at the tier 2 right now and watch the gold plating just be taken away.
That's a lot of money on Chincha. She is making bank. Almost 200 gold. Under 2 minutes. Now Jewel here, 1v2. Turtle already spawned. Both teams taking their time. Ashley very low.
Yeah, playing the distance. A lot of damage from the Eternal Guardian. Cloud9 are hanging on, but how long will the thread hold until Team Falcons Vega cut it through? Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, down to about 20% health already. The final slash connects. Eternal Guardian there to help out. Ball taken low, but Violet taken out. Cloud9 able to get the kill. Carmel still walks away with the turtle. Easy money for Vega.
Sharp. Falcons of Vega score the turtle at the cost of Violet's life. But I'd say that's worth it, but they're still going. They're deep in. Look at this, Purple.
There's a lot of damage. This is bad for Nicolette. Nicolette low. Carmel able to get the kill, but they respond by taking out Caramel. Jewel there, looking for Thal. One more hit. Slams down, but Jewel loses the life for it. It's a 2-for-2 purple buff.
Where'd it
I think
go?
It went to someone that died.
Some tells me Nicolette stole it and then died very shortly after. And all this while, this is what Naisu, Joseph Rezabek, our friend, would call the gold lane experience. And it's not even because of how she's been assisted by her roamer. No, Chincha's been single-handedly pushing in. Here's another look at that team fight. Short but sweet. And yeah, Jewel finds Thal, but they gave too much space to Agatha. Where'd it go? You see where it went?
No, maybe it went over to...
it was gone too soon.
Yeah, it was gone way too soon.
Maybe Caramel too, then she just died, right?
Yeah, maybe Caramel. Anybody could have gotten it there. At this point, either way.
It wasn't on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the map anymore. But you know what it is? Thal here, looking for the toss-up. Ashley forced to use the Purify. Thal taking a lot of damage. In comes the penalty zone. Nicolette able to get the kill. Make this the enemy zone. Looking for the thrill. Violet now in trouble. C9 ready to rumble. They find Violet. Another one on the target. Jewel, Nicolette brought low. Falcons Vega looking for the response, but Cloud9 still take the kills 5-2.
It's hard to fight Cloud9 blow for blow. Like, if it's team fights you're looking for, these ladies got you. And I am impressed as to how Team Falcons Vega, maybe with the roster switch up, is caught out of their breath. Look at this now. They're 1,000 gold ahead, yes, but they're down 3 kills. And you give Cloud9 maybe 2 more of these fights in the next 5 minutes, and they should be in control. And again, folks, just to remind y'all, in Group A, that's all Cloud9 needs. A single game win to secure the next stage.
One little game, one game to rule them all. Cloud9 trying to prove that they're here to get to the groups. There's already a lot of hype around Vega. Team Falcons are known. People expect them to make it out. Cloud9 trying to escape the group of death right now. They don't want to go to a tiebreaker game. and they're kind of in control, but look at Team Falcons Vega, man, still holding a strong gold lead. Jewel in a little bit of trouble. Shadow Kill comes through. All they need is one more shot. Carmel look for the final one. Does get the penalty zone off, but not enough to get away.
All right, the clapback from Cloud9 seems to be in the gold lane. Let's see if they can equal the odds here as Chincha goes against 3. There's a minion wave coming through, and that's a clean turtle take. Team Falcons Vega walking away with that. So a lot of major objectives going over to Vega. All this while, Cloud9 are, again, just playing out these skirmishes. There's got to be some trade back. There's got to be something that they're getting on the way out. Because look at this. Wow. Look at how fast Vega is on the response. They're taking a turret up top, too.
Yeah, they're taking everything. They're taking the lunch money. They're taking the dinner. They jacked their wallets. A final slash. You might just call it. Jewel in trouble once again. They are targeting down on Jewel, man. That's 2 kills in like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
All right, to be fair, Jewel has been slaying it. Jewel has been since minute 1 there all this while. Now the onward from Thal puts Zia down.
Chincha.
Xia. Barely knew her. 2 seconds and then.
Barely knew her.
Grand Theft Orange. Caramel guilty. Now one more.
Ashley in trouble. Chincha able to get the kill this time. Nicola now in trouble. Knocked up. Looking for another kill. Chincha still holding the front side. Keeping them at bay. All alone. That is what you call the gold lane experience. Like you said, at 1-0-1, but farming good. Went from probably bottom of the EXP damage up, shooting up to the top now. It's going to be a problem.
Caramel's warmed up well. Caramel's ready after watching game 1 and 2 from the CFU series. He's like, bring me in, coach, I'm ready. And here she is. 6-5 now, about 5K between Vega and Cloud9. I'd say the grip has slipped out of Cloud9's hands. These ladies are very aggressive. They love the team fighting, but Vega have been moving around the map in a very synchronized way that they've dodged a lot of these massive team fights in the past 2 to 3 minutes. It's impossible for now, Cloud9, to even think of contesting this turtle because, yeah, sure, you could throw out a spear. Panda could be part of the fight, but I reckon she's not ready. Not now, not here.
It's very similar to game 1 against CFU. Cloud9, at this point, needing to buy time. They still have some late game potential in a sense, but they're going to have to actually pull it off this time, right? They fell a little bit short last time, even when it looked like maybe they could have the game back in their hands. Nicolette looking for the engage. Ashley dashes forward, but Zamon's force drops. Terrify on a Nicolette, knock up by the Eternal Guardian, and now the Chaos pursues. Nicolette still up, though. Able to maybe just get away, but Violet collects the kill. Can Cloud9 try to respond? Carmel goes down. Panda with the solo on the bottom of the map. That is a good response, if anything. 1-1 is Panda finally back online.
A massive trade. I don't think it was ever a question of if she was ever online. This is her first showing. That green dot showed up just now, and we were so focused on this fight up top, which is, again, majestic in its own right, but...
Oh, Ashley! Down goes Ashley, and this is Chincha right here. It's all Chincha.
That's what I was saying. The only reason why we couldn't really see Panda doing much is because Chincha owned the early game into the mid game, and Chincha's calling the shots, man. 2-0-3 doesn't tell you the full story. Chincha currently has more than half of Team Falcons Vega's value on her back. Maybe a little bit on Agatha, maybe a little bit on Caramel, but Chincha up front. As long as there's a sword on the floor, you don't want to dance with Chincha.
You don't want to dance. Oh, more damage on Ashley. Ashley goes down, Xia goes down. Members are dropping. Chincha just feeling confident with it, smiling about it.
She wasn't even aware that, oh, I was doing that well? Like, team fights were going to go that way?
Oh, that was a replay.
That was a replay.
I'm so used to the small screen.
Yeah, it was a replay, and again, Chincha just back to regular programming. Like, she knows, right? She got her feet up. It's calm and collected into the late game. 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. Lord marching through down bottom. Well synchronized by Falcons Vega. Look at this.
Another Terrify. The Falcons Vega never force it, right? They never do the full-in dive. They take their time. They're meticulous with their pushes.
Yep. There's so many ways for them to engage. Off of an Eternal Guard, off of a Final Slash, off of an onward Earth Shatter, and Thal can play with the angles, right? Thal can find one up front and then flicker into the back, dash in, and this is spelling disaster currently for Cloud9. I'm looking to them losing maybe one inhibitor. That's what's going to happen here.
They don't get the big Lord push, but look at the big final slash. Cloud9 brought back into him, but now a little bit of trouble. Nice penalty zone. Is Panda going to commit here? Violet goes down. Xai able to get the kill. Inhibitor goes down, but it's 2 members down for Cloud9. Chincha holding the front line, saying this base is mine. Team Falcons Vega going to back off, though. They found 2 members. They found an inhibitor. They're feeling comfy.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. Costly defense for Cloud9, but they can rest easy knowing that their base is only cracked open and vulnerable from one side. And that's strong side, if I'm not mistaken. That's easier to defend, save for the fact that it is a long lane. Like, you have a Lord spawning at 60. What's difficult for Cloud9 is they are a Lord dancing lineup. This is a utility jungler, so you want to hold on to this Lord, play for it the long way around. Luckily, they do have a Moscow. This is a fight breaking out. No, Thal coming in.
Another big knock-up. Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, but able to just withstand. Can they get a kill? Jewel able to find Chincha. That's huge for Cloud9, but still, they got to back off. The damage is still there from the rest of the team. Thal trying to lock in. Violet takes out Jewel. An eye for an eye. 1 for 1. But Cloud9 still defend, looking for a comeback angle, but Team Falcons Vega doesn't care. They're ready to finish this anytime.
And now they're going to steal away the orange. Not that Caramel needs it. She has one on her. And I was just going to say, this bottom lane defense, Cloud9, they can do it, given that they have a Moscow, so they can just throw out the SOD. Panda can redeploy herself. Here's an SDC replay of, again, yes, checklist of how to survive, how to win, right? Take out Chincha, yes. Force out the early Zaman Force, yes. Get out of here, get out of there. But they forgot that there's so many other members of Falcons Vega that they got to deal with, right? Violet is willing to trade. Caramel is still a lethal member, and Agatha definitely deals a lot of damage. And now, that's a pickoff.
Jewel's good at getting up close and personal, but maybe sometimes too up close and personal. Does Cloud9 even want to contest this?
Too close. Nope. Let it go. Let it go.
Ooh.
That's a dangerous SOD if I've ever seen one. They do throw out a stolen Eternal Guard. I'd say maybe Ashley needs to protect herself a little better, but I find it hard to do given that they only have really one frontliner. They only have Jewel. Nicolette, you can kind of call a frontliner, but she's also looking to find the weird angle, right? She's walked away from death more often than she should have, but a winning team fight for Cloud9 involves the fight lasting a little longer, so that means Jewel has to stay. Jewel has to not die first.
Yeah, there's also certain situations like before Lord where Nicolette can't be the frontliner, because if Nicolette goes down, they lose their opportunity. But look at the damage onto Panda. Chincha just unloading, big final slash pulling in Nicolette. Tortoise Poisons comes out. She's able to get back behind the towers, able to get back to safety, but Chincha doesn't care. Diving through the towers, diving in. Chincha can do whatever she wants right now. Violet with the conceal, holding the side.
Ooh. Massive Lord. Ashley yet to steal an ult. That's going to be key here to start the fight.
Ooh, big final slash. Does land onto Xai, able to pick her out, pull her out. Now Nicolette falls next. Agatha able to do some big damage. Lord still up at 40%. Ashley down. This is going to be it. Cloud9 in trouble. Falcons Vega take the dub.
In a snap, the bodies dropped, and so did the base. Team Falcons of Vega with a new lineup nonetheless. A roster with 2 new players, Caramel and Agatha, coming in, ending Game 1 against C9 in swift fashion. 13 minutes 45, Trex, all it took.
Very quick action at that. Vega showing why they might just be the Reaper in this group of death.
Let's see what our analysts think. Eternal, Mirko, talk to us.
And talk we will. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Trex. But it's a good day for Falcons today, not dropping a single game so far. 100% win rate.
Man, it was crisp clean from Falcons Vega all the way from the start of the game. The fact that they were able to steal that neutral objective away gained them so much stability. And honestly, for C9, this draft wasn't bad at all. The way that they were executing the game too, the game plan was not bad. They were doing what they needed to do, you know, putting the pressure on towards Falcons Vega. But unfortunately, Falcons Vega, they've been in this kind of situation many, many times before, where the top side of the map loses out. Chincha, though, we've been talking about her, I think, during the whole game, every single time, just winning it out in the lane. And we got to give props to the draft, to the coaches as well, for really enabling Chincha to get such a massive advantage in the lane. Harith versus Moskov, banning out the carry. Carry would have been great, by the way, against the Moskov. Not that carry would win, but carry would actually be able to dodge away from a lot of the synchro fissions with the second skill dash. Moskov, not as lucky. Very low range. You need to use your first skill to deal damage, and you technically have Spear of Misery, but if you get shoved in constantly like that, it's very, very tough as a Moskov, and you can definitely see that Falcons Vega took control of that. They really abused that, and hey!
Wow.
Guess who's at GPM?
Guess
and
who?
Guess who, you know? Chin Chow again. Caramel said it, we're saying it, and now she's saying, You see that? That's a pose, right?
There's no in it, right? There is. She's touching her eye and like... Anyway, MVP presented to you by the PlayStation Tournaments. It's Violet this time around. So, like, despite the fact that Chin Chow has been a huge element to Falcons Vegas gameplay so far and so forth, definitely one of the main things that were able to facilitate Chin Chow was Violet.
Yeah, and not only that, but she was the stable member in the team when we're talking about the early moments of the game, because Caramel was taken down even though they got the neutral objective. Atal was taken down during the purple buff steal as well, but Violet was always there, alive, putting them down, like really stopping them from getting anything else. Violet acted as the pillar, I would say, in the early game to stop the full snowball from happening from the side of Cloud9. If it wasn't for Violet, it would be a different game, I would say. And that's why I think we also had this conversation, Eterna, where it's so hard to find a weakness point for Falcons Vega. And really, when it comes to individual mechanics, I don't think there is a weakness point. Every single one of them are just so good individually, mechanically. But if you get them to the later stage, if you try to outwit them, that is something that they have, that is where they've usually lost their composure.
The macro. Right? The discipline. We saw that in their first match of the day, right?
They overheat
that
a lot.
Mm-hmm. But, like, how do you get to that point? Right? If you're losing in your matchups, if you're losing in the laning phase, how do you even get to the point that you drag them all the way to the late game to look for an opportunity where you can find that opening to punish them?
I think Cloud9 already had a very good game plan to do exactly that. They had a weak side goal laner to try to, deny all of the fights possible against Chin Chow. They had a way to actually try to get a win up top. And I think it just comes down to the adjustment. Cloud9 was able to make a massive adjustment from game 1 against CFU to game 2 against CFU. It almost seemed like a completely different team. And I think I don't want to doubt them here for Cloud9. I think they can make those adjustments because it really comes down to just simple adjustments. The draft was already good. It comes down to how they can adjust that execution. Maybe take less fights around the top side, especially maybe they need to try to consider Violet here as well. There were 2 tunnel vision on Caramel, 2 tunnel vision on Chin Chow possibly in these team fights as well, that they let Violet run through them in the neutral objective battles and in the team fights.
So now they really need to figure a way to bounce back. And I know we heard from Ashley earlier on, but let's take, an update stat with Ashley right now.
Hey, this is Brent Mar, and I'm here with Ashley from Cloud9. Ashley, would you like to tell the viewers what position you play for the team?
It's a secret, actually. You'll find out.
Okay, a secret. I like that. There's a bit of mystery involved. So one thing that's not a mystery is Falcons Vega is actually expected to dominate the group that you're in right now. You think Cloud9 will give them a run for their money?
I'm not going to say yes 100%, and I'm also not going to say no 100%.
All right, a lot of things up in the air here with Ashley. So is there a specific team that you're really looking forward to face in this tournament?
I do hope to go against Vitality if we make it out of groups.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Hopefully.
Of course, everybody wants to face up against Team Vitality, one of the best women's teams in the world right now. So one thing I want to know is that when it comes to going into a tournament, going to a series, in a game, would you rather be amped up, excited, full of adrenaline, or more relaxed and chilled out?
I would say the first part, because I usually thrive off of like chaos, if that makes sense. But at the same time, my attitude is very like nonchalant almost.
All right, nonchalant and filled with adrenaline. I could see where that's going.
Can you?
I can.
Okay.
Is there a song that you like to listen to, or a genre of music that you like to listen to hype yourself up?
Not a specific song, but I do enjoy listening to EDM.
Ooh.
All right, EDM. I'm too old for that now
Are
at this
you?
point. Oh, a little bit.
No one's too old for EDM.
I like that.
No one is.
All right, Ashley, you're a vibe. Share me your playlist. And
I will.
Would you like to share a few words to your fans and your supporters?
So first, I want to give a huge shout out to Cloud9 for putting their trust in my team. And next, I have a lot of people to thank, actually.
All right, let's go for it.
So my previous manager, Talon the Great, who was my manager leading up to the qualifiers. And I would say pretty much a majority of the North American community was helping me out a lot since January.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful to y'all, and hopefully we make it out of groups.
Yeah, hopefully so. That's Ashley from Cloud9.
Thank you, Reptar, for that interview with Ashley. And you know what, guys, for context, it turns out it wasn't a check-in, right? Because like she was mentioning that it was a secret, what her position was, and she was being very vague, but like now we know.
It's great to be vague as a mid laner, it turned out.
Okay.
Because technically you gotta keep on feinting. You gotta keep on
feinting,
back and forth. No, not faint, like faint as in like, like.
Oh, okay. I thought like fainting.
That wouldn't be good for anything.
That's why I was a little confused.
But you know what? EDM. Do you like EDM?
EDM, like the genre of music? Yeah, I could get into EDM. Why?
I think that fits Cloud9's gameplay, right? Because they want to look for team fights. They need the adrenaline, but they're also nonchalant. Even their attitude is vague, right? Like, we want to get hype, but we're chill.
I am a secret. Okay, she didn't say that.
No.
She didn't say that.
I am a secret. That, I guess, that's a good way to, break ice. If you ever meet someone, you're like, yo, I'm Eterna. I am a secret.
I am a secret.
That's cool enough.
Anyway. So now with this, right, one more game away. So this means that there is still a possibility of a tiebreaker.
There is. So if you guys are waiting for a tiebreaker, the only scenario I believe is a 2-0 win. And Falcons Vega, they're one step away from actually doing that, from forcing CFU and Cloud9 to go for a third game. We might get the full best of 3 technically. The tiebreaker will be a best of 1. So with the best of 2 earlier 1-1, this is the decider of who goes or gets out of groups.
And did you guys predict that? Was that according to what you thought was going to happen? Because, let us know, right? Give us your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, and vote for the next game. Who do you think will win it? Which way will it sway? Because obviously you guys get the chance to, but Mirko does not. And LaFell is actually on standby backstage.
Really?
You can actually see him right now. You guys can't, but he's also banned from, the predictions.
I mean, why you got beef with me and LaFell though? Like, we're gonna be your partners here today. We're gonna be working with you, but now you're putting us under the weather. You're really just putting us down. You can't predict here, sway, way, day. That's what you said, right? You said something about sway and way and
sway.
I was trying to rhyme.
Bars.
That is not EDM.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, moments away of seeing how this game will end, how this match will end. Will Falcons Vega go 2-0 against Cloud9, or will Cloud9 go back with a comeback, right? Because it feels like that's been their story. Game number 1 has been their warm-up, and then they adapt better to the team that they're against, and then they pull out surprises. Because even you mentioned, right, their draft was good.
I liked it.
It was just execution that they kind of fell behind of Falcons Vega in that game.
Yeah, again, I feel like the draft could definitely have worked there. I mean, they had a Florin, they had a lot of tanky members, but they weren't able to really facilitate or enable Panda enough in the gold lane. If if Panda had a better lane there in the bottom side, if they actually sent the Florin down instead of going for these invades early on, maybe they could have gone the Moskov into the item power spike a bit earlier. And if the Moskov gets into the item power spike, she could actually participate in a lot of the skirmishes. But the main problem now, I think, for Cloud9 is the fact that they're up against Agatha and Caramel, and this is the reason why, many of us thought this was the main lineup, and I think that kind of already cemented themselves there. Their performance was amazing, and I expect them to do the same, but Cloud9, blue side, 100%.
100% so far, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. The Roger gets eliminated out of the Land of Dawn here from Cloud9. Falcons Vega now with the response. Remember, now that they're on red side, can they go for the respect bans? Can they take take away the carry again?
Yeah, they can. I think they can take a page out of the book from CFU as well. CFU didn't ban the chip, didn't ban the Loyi up against Cloud9, and Cloud9 did not pick it up. So for Falcons, it seems that is the idea here as well. Hayabusa ban coming down as well. We know that Nicolette was able to get an amazing game on that Hayabusa up against CFU. So respect, proper respect. Now the question is, you go Hayabusa carry Ruby, or do you go Hayabusa carry and then... No, the Roger's already banned out, so probably Hayabusa carry Ruby.
So no chip, no Loyi, no Ling.
They didn't pick it up last game, so maybe they want to just play around with it. And again, by the way, I feel like for Falcons, they're forcing C9 to ban either the Angela or Ling. They didn't go for the Angela or Ling because they didn't get that combo instantly. But say, Falcons leave all those open, C9 pick up a Loyi, I think it just gives Falcons so much of an opportunity to go for the Angela Ling instantly. They're on red side.
So there it is. Let's see if Miracle's predictions reign true here in the first phase of the banning phase. Ruby.
There you go.
All right, that's 2 out of 3. Ruby and the Hayabusa has been banned out by Falcons. Vega are Indo reps. Now for the NA reps though. The last ban.
C9. Juice in. Roger. I think they might have to ban like either chip or Loyi. Because Falcons can utilize the chip, can utilize the Loyi. I don't know if it really depends on if C9 wants to pick it up themselves, because they can deny it away. But knowing the Falcons have banned out Haya and Ruby, it shows that Falcons are confident even going up against it. If C9 don't ban it, it'll be very, very tough, because again, we know how Falcons thrive in utilizing the early advantage. That's the chip. Now Falcons, I think it should be the carry. They want to just set up for Chin Chao again in the gold lane.
Let's see. The last ban from Falcons, Vega. Currently on a win streak, ladies and gentlemen, not dropping a single game so far today. And it's, again, the ball is in Cloud9's court right now. Will they be able to get an advantage against one of the tournament favorites? One of the powerhouses of Indonesia, Falcons Vega. And it looks like Falcons Vega, they're actually taking their dear time here.
I think they're thinking about Terizla too. Because C9 has been able to pick it up. I think they were able to pick it up.
Oh, there it is.
The previous game, first pick. So Terizla carry, they decide to go Terizla in the end. It's a good choice of ban because it does set up for an assassin pick really well. But now C9 has to choose. Leaving the Loyi open is definitely a bit of a problem for them too, because Falcons, they can definitely use it. We talked about how Agatha's very creative. Usually goes Valentina. Now she has a chance to go Loyi.
That's her power pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Power pick.
Power pick.
Out of all the heroes that were chosen in for all the other players, Agatha had only one.
Yeah.
And that one was Loyi.
Now I'm struggling to think of maybe they go Edith first pick now that the Terizla and Ruby has been... They might... I don't know. They go Valentina. That's definitely the smarter choice compared to the Edith. But I was just trying to anticipate the Loyi, right? Because I was already expecting the Loyi coming in from Falcons. I think with this, Falcons don't even need to pick up the Loyi here because the Valentina has already been revealed. They can just go... Hey, they can go Angeling.
Angeling, exactly. Angeling is up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And there it is, Harris. Okay, so with the Roger being banned again, they are gonna look for a priority lane for Chin Chao first and foremost. Because technically, Falcons Vega, they didn't have as much control in the early stage of the game, right? When Chin Chao was able to participate more in the team fights, participate more in the neutral objective takes, that's when things kind of swayed more in favor of Falcons Vega, and they know that, they understand that, and Harith and Edith is going to be the choice. Now C9, again, do they want to go for the Angeling?
I don't think so. I don't think they'll go for the Angeling here, but I think they'll go for the carry. The carry was banned out. This is a matchup that kind of enables Panda to be the weak side that she wants to be in these games. We saw in both the games against CFU that she was able to make the carry work still. Nolan was the choice they went for in game 1 against CFU. They go for it again, but no carry. They actually decide to double down on the Moskov despite taking a loss and despite losing in lane quite hard. So Moskov, I guess for them, the decision is to just change a bit of the playstyle, utilizing some of the core elements from the previous draft. Because again, the previous draft wasn't bad.
All right. Arlet now going to be the last pick in for Falcons Vega as we head into the second phase of the drafts. with the Terizla being banned out, Arlet, Yuzong is actually still an option. What is a good laner against the Arlet?
Yuzong. Yeah, that's why they take it away instantly. The Yuzong is amazing up against the Arlet. Usually when you get that matchup, it's automatically just like Arlet just has to sit under turret. It's very tough unless you send some members up top, and yeah, they'll just ban it out. That's the easy way out of that tough lane. Terizla, Yuzong. I think they should be okay. Maybe they ban the X-Borg last for Falcons, knowing that that would also create a lot of problems for them. Cloud9 though, at this point, I don't think they really need to care about the Tigreal. Usually we expect the Tigreal, especially considering they already have an assassin, but Falcons have already picked up the Edith and the Arlet. It'll be very weird to see the Arlet or Edith not go to like XP/Roam and for them to pick up a Tig. So that should be out of the book, so C9 decides to just ban out the Ling. No assassins, it seems, for Caramel.
What about Fanny? Right, I guess, well, Caramel is known to play the Benedetta and the Martis, right? Those are the two heroes that are left open. So do you think that the Benedetta can work in this current meta, or do you think something like the Fanny would be more appropriate?
Ooh, the Fanny. I think, again, considering C9 haven't picked a roam, it's still very, very scary to go for the Fanny. They can go and try to pick it up. Last pick, they're on red side. They have the chance to do that, but C9 can take it away. I think they should be able to read this out as well. Ling ban, they should get rid of another assassin. Or hey, they might actually just try to take the Martis away. The Martis is a signature pick for Caramel.
Angela?
There we go, Angela.
What?
Huh. So I guess they're thinking that the Angela could be used as a mid laner, right? Edith roam, Angela mid.
You're right.
It's a good call by them because that's a lot of
technically they have
sustain.
Edith and they technically also have Harris, so
Yeah,
that's already enough magic damage.
Exactly. It's a good read by C9 there to ban out the Angela. Could be a good mid laner for them. Now Falcons AP. Oh, Falcons. They actually pick up the Vexana here, so even more magic damage. That's 3 members with a whole lot of magic damage. I get it. It's a lot of more CC for Violet to pop off on the Arlet, but also it's going to give C9, I think, a great chance to counter with like some of these magic defense items, especially considering Chinchao has been, the main spear head for Falcons. I think C9 can go for. I think they can even go for, I don't know, Tig, Minotaur.
What about the EXP lane?
X-Borg. I think the X-Borg would be solid here for C9.
Against the Arlet.
Yeah, against the Arlet, against the Edith. A lot of tanky members here, but they go for CC and Florin.
They love it. This is their playstyle.
I love the Florin.
They love to double down on this Florin.
CC is a good lane, by the way, against the Arlet.
All right. So here it is, last pick in for Falcons Vega to wrap up the drafts that they have. They need physical damage now that they, committed with Agatha on the Vexana as well as the Harith for Chinchao.
It'll be too risky, I think, to go for the Martis, knowing that there's going to be a lot of sustain here. Safe choice would be Baxia. But completely forgot about the Alpha pick.
Alpha.
There you go. Physical damage. Technically, true damage. In a lot of these skirmishes. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Well played.
One last game. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider whether or not Cloud9 can move forward into the playoffs. One more match to decide whether or not we will have a tiebreaker by the end of Group A's games. Are you ready, Mirko?
For sure. Let's see.
I'm ready too. I'm nervous, but I'm ready. The audience, they're ready as well. Casters, are you ready?
I don't speak for both of us, but I'm ready. Looking at the draft, though, our friend here, HB Trex Wagner, notes the scary lack of CC from Cloud9.
Not a scary lack of CC, scary fact that there isn't CC. There is a CC, though, on the map, so they made up for it. They do have some CC on their team, but it is a hero in the shape of a little girl.
She's
let's see.
not that little. If anything, Jewel has to be a colossal force in their lineup because, look, she's the only real frontliner, and I'm putting up air quotes, the only real frontliner for Cloud9.
Yeah, how do you even approach this, right? I mean, it's definitely tough for Cloud9, especially the way that Vega's been playing. Falcons Vega have been doing a great job at macro. They've been doing a great job at engaging, catching Cloud9 off guard. Cloud9, they just kite.
There's a reason why Falcons Vega is a constant grand finalist in any and all major women's MLBB tournaments. Now Nicolette's in trouble.
Nicolette's in a lot of trouble. Able to just dash away. A little bit of true damage connects, but Nicolette will be able to get home safely. But now Vega's going to take a camp. They're going to eat good for a little bit.
Beta almost took Nicolette down. Caramel with the clutch alpha pick. That's one of the sweetest alphas I've seen in a while. Like that last slot, no one was expecting it. Now, here comes Thal.
Big toss up. Thal takes a little bit of damage, but knows Caramel's there. Panda now. Ashley shows up, able to get the kill onto Thal. Brings down Caramel as well. That's 2 for 0. First blood over to Ashley.
Le Paniche, she gets 2 on the way out. And that was a blindside from Falcons Vega. To be fair, here's the SDC replay one more time. That's some quick work. Ashley, amazingly, didn't even clear the wave. So there really wasn't much for Agatha to go off. She was just like, all right, she must be somewhere in the bushes. Didn't expect for her to be that far up.
You've got crowd control. I've got to terrify.
I mean, I'd like to think it's more of the damage.
The damage.
It's damage over crowd control. Now down bottom.
Ooh, Violet dance, man. Violet is clean.
That's right. She should dance
around like that.
Dance around too.
Just a monster, able to come through, deal with 2 members, has been so good. From last game to this game, has been so good on this R-Lock.
Yep. Now we see Nicolette trying to secure the orange buff for Cloud9. Turtle at 1/3 of its health. That's a non-contest.
Zaya backs off. Are they going to look for a dive here? Ashley.
Ooh, no one home.
Just misses.
All right. So this is Violet. Again, as long as it costs nothing, a flubbed ult is as good as a hit ult. You know what I mean? Like, especially in these early stages of the game. We're looking at about 3 minutes in. 2 kills for Cloud9. And again, Team Falcons Vega's overall game sense and IQ that they've honed for years together as a team just shows that even if they are down, they're still up on economy. How are they 200, 300 gold up? And they're pushing in to into Nicolette and Ashley now. Oh no.
Panda takes a lot of damage, able to get some life back though.
Got the bloom, got the heals.
Right,
Xayah, clutch.
Keep diving. Vega keeps on pushing. In comes Ashley, though. Nicolette there as well. Look for the damage onto Agatha. Unable to get the finishing blow. The fracture comes through, but it's still not enough. Chincha firing back shot after shot. Cloud9 now pushed away from the tower. Team Falcons Vega may be able to pull something off here. Watch for Violet. This is going to be dangerous. Big. Oh! 4 members taken out of the bush, and Cloud9 are grabbed from the sky. Team Falcons Vega showing up.
That was majestic. That was beautiful, elegant, near perfection. She literally animation canceled into the bush, almost the whole length of that bush with her. Oh, let's see it one more time. The SEC replay will tell the whole story. Even caught out Xayah. She was exiting the bush too.
That was disgusting. That's what you call, like I said, Violet right now. Violet's oiled up right now, ready to go. Violet's on this Arlo, as you like to say, Mr. Dan.
She was born to play the Arlo. Like, that was, say what you will about the first Final Slash, but that was definitely what she was going for.
She had to pick up.
She had to heat it up, like a diesel engine.
Took a little time, get it going, the rev.
And now we're here. They're up by about 1,000 gold, 1,000 and change, 2-2. No major objectives scored as far yet. There is a turtle to Vega's name, and they are going to take down Panda, 2v1.
Panda's been having a hard time from this game to last game, but now a little bit of damage on a Chincha. Can they get the kill? Nicolette's there to help out. Should be able to find it. Finds Chincha. Thal now. A little bit of trouble. Terrify. Is it going to be enough CC? Nicolette looking for the final hit. Doesn't have the fracture. One more shot. That's all it takes. Thal gets away, though.
With
the spear.
1 HP. She sidesteps or forward steps it, and Agatha to the rescue. That was so close. She was like 3 feet away from that spear. The SOD Panda misses. So close. Another check. The SEC replay here. So the 2v1, that was definitely painful. And then the clap back. Here's the backup. There they are. All right, so Chincha was way underneath the turret, took way too much. And then eventually Thal walks away. Thal walked away from a 3v1, man. Think about that. Think about the mechanics that's on this young lady. Look at that.
The spear so close. Look at it coming up. I saw it. Oh. She hit the matrix on it. I mean, a slow-mo matrix. But now we've lost the tower in the bot lane.
Just as quickly.
Nicolette has not gone down. I was a little worried when I saw her in a weird position. Violet, though, taking a lot of damage. Ashley able to unload. Here comes Thal and the rest of the gang.
Oh, no.
Caramel heated up. Looking for something here. Nicolette looking for a target as well. Gets the final slash to the face. In comes Jewel. Getting a few free shots onto Violet. Chincha drops him on force, but unable to connect onto anybody. Nobody goes down. 3-3.
Yep, the SOD went right through the crowd. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing already a dilemma for Cloud9's lineup here. They're unable to close the gap. They're unable to finish off. There's a Purify. Exile should be fine or not. Okay, she's fine.
Damage.
Here we go, the clap back.
Panda's starting to output, though, a little bit.
Yeah. But again, back to my point, they're unable to close the gap. Whether it be through a failed SOD engage or just finishing the job. Like, there have been multiple times Nicolette walks away that they couldn't finish. Like, they couldn't even kill who they put the damage on, right?
It's true.
So,
I mean,
unless they can solve that, then we could maybe think of this going late.
Yeah, I think they're only, honestly, the answer is just maybe look for picks, right? Even moments like this, if they can secure those 2 kills in that moment, or Nicolette can get the pick off, that's going to be the answer, because they're not going to be able to get the big group CC moment, especially right now. I don't think they win in the 5v5,
Oh, yeah,
right?
no, definitely.
They need to play the macro, which is something that we've seen them lacking on.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
Yep, on a full frontal fight. Yep, in the clouds, in a full frontal fight. Oh, that's a stolen buff.
No, Ashley got it.
got it. Yeah,
I mean,
all right,
Nicolette
so
got it.
That means she just forced out a retribution. That's good news for Cloud9. This is a turtle that might just expire by the looks of it.
Oh, no, this is bad for Ashley.
All right, I think she knows. She's just covering her bases. Might not be.
Doesn't matter if she knows or not. That is death possibly, or at least the tower. Team Falcon, this is their macro game, man, hanging out.
And now they're rotating as a full 5. These are Falcons on the hunt. Look at this. They're pulling their own version of the Ube, and they go straight for the Lord. What? Straight for the Lord?
It's a Lord at 8 minutes.
Look at that. Chincha just dancing and putting it down to a tenth of its health. I don't see a steal in the near future.
Ooh,
close.
For just a second. Caramel still able to get it. I think it's a smart move that Cloud9 doesn't go for, right? I think if anything, Panda maybe could have tried to force that top tower, but they back off.
Yeah, could have went in all the way, but again, in a moment of confusion, when the call is not unanimous, you play defensive because you could get punished hard. And Team Falcons Vega, they know when you show a moment of weakness, they know what a window looks like, and they take advantage. Now, at a 2,500 gold lead, 3-3, map definitely belongs to Team Falcons Vega. I'm wondering when Panda will feel confident enough that she doesn't have to wait for the SOD engage. She's short on money. That is
broke.
There you go. I don't want to say it, but yeah, she is broke. She's on hard times.
Hard times. In the jungle right now, you know? It's not easy out here
in the
land of Dawn.
She's in the red.
The streets are cold.
It's difficult, because look at this. They're pushing in, a synchronized push. There's a huge wave up top, Lord down bottom. Vega just took out that tier 2 in mid, and they popped the Holy Shield just like that.
And it was a clean pop, right? Because they got another wave coming. It's going to sync up with this Lord wave. Falcons Vega just showing supremacy in terms of macro overall. And look at Nicolette coming from the backside, maybe looking for an angle. Conceal play does come down. Final slash goes through, doesn't connect to anyone. Thal backs off. Unable to really connect on the knockup, but they still take the tower. Violet now, able to vengeance through. Able to get a nice little dash. Chincha drops him on force. Damage comes out. Ashley able to find Violet. Ashley goes down. Chincha finds the kill now. Panda gonna chip away at the Lord. Cloud9 able to just defend and take a member with them, but they lose Ashley. And with 3-1-1, that's a big loss. Ashley was kind of farming up there.
That's right. Violet could have afforded that death, and it was worth it. They pushed all the way in to the inhibitor, and they got the base exposed. Chincha was able to get out of there. If the SOD hit, that could have been Panda just committing all the way. And I get it now. What Eterna and Miracle, and even through our interviews, that they're playing all in for Chincha. This is her era, man. Chincha has to play well for Falcons Vega. Caramel, Agatha, Violet, they know that. She knows that.
And it makes us think, right, like maybe Cloud9. Oh, Nicolette in trouble. Face checks the bush. What do you call that, Kumar?
What?
I can't remember. There's the fans know when you jump into the bush by yourself. I'm sure they'll tell us later.
Eventually, it's in chat right now. But we do have a push here. They could blitz it. Chincha could wail away. There's but one wagon, and they take it down. All right, they'll play it safe here. About 10 seconds until another Lord, and you're looking at a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead for Falcons of Vega. It slipped away slowly but surely, out of C9's control.
All right, they're just going to rush this. Cloud9 can't even fight for it, right? I mean...
Nope, they shouldn't. There were but 2 or 3 major slip-ups, a pick-off here and there that just got this way out of their breath. Like, it was a stone throw away earlier, but now they're looking to burst him.
Slash comes down, Nicolette terrified, locked up. Caramel gets the kill. Samon's force drops, and Chincha alone. I mean, could be by himself, could be by herself right now, and just shredding through. 2 members down with Lord coming. This could be it for Cloud9.
Very rarely do you see 3,000, 4,000 gold be the difference when it comes to an arms race. But here, with the way Team Falcons Vega's playing, Violet with a final slash!
Big final slash at that. Panda now alone. 4 members down, nothing but Panda against the world. Team Falcon Vega. The Reapers in the group of death seem to prevail with their onslaught. No one can stand against them.
Unscathed, unbeaten, and undisputed in Group A. Team Falcons Vega force a tie between CFU and Cloud9.
And that's what I think that happens later today. And it's going to be do or die for CFU and Cloud9. But we can talk about that later, because right now, Falcons Vega, man, they have just showed from micro to macro to their Lord pushes
and
to back and forth.
Their roster is. I mean, there's one thing you can't change.
Swap, do whatever they want.
Yeah, there's one thing you can't change. Chincha's got to be there.
Very true, I think.
Chincha's got to be there, and their veterancy, their dominance, it shows. This is just another day in the office for the uncrowned queens, and we can't wait to see more of them. But that's up until we go to the next stage. It's still the story of who comes through, CFU and C9. Suddenly, in the group of death, it's sudden death.
Yeah, and I think at this point we know, right? Team Falcons Vega is a contender for that trophy. The way they're playing, I think, the way, whatever you want to say about CFU or Cloud9, they have showed that they are definitely a dominant team in this event, just through their mechanics, through everything in the game. I'm excited to see them in the bracket.
Yep. As for the aforementioned teams, it's all about grit, it's all about heart, and of course a refinement of their play styles. For now, we're throwing over to the stage for an interview.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what a convincing win right here from Falcons Vega. Now, heartiest congratulations to you guys. And of course, right here, we have Chincha right beside us. You know, you look super cute even in a player camp. I am in love. Now, question for you guys is 2-0 all the way, undefeated thus far. Who has Falcons Vega got their eyes on right here at the MWI?
Of course, it's Vitality. The other team from Indonesia.
So you're gonna take the crown from the reigning champions?
We'll try our best.
Yeah, that's the mindset of a champion. All right, Bara, what do you have for Chincha here?
Well, I think as you've been playing beautifully and, you know, pretty much like having it one win after another, how do you choose the players' deployment during the matches?
Sorry?
The deployment of players, like during the matches.
We just play everyone in turn. So in the first match, it's Funi and Maylin's turn, and the second match, it's Caramel and Agatha's turn.
Amazing strategy, pure planning, and they got it going on.
Right, so just adding on to the question, you guys made a little bit of a roster change despite a 2-0 win earlier on in match 1. So is this like a strategy, or you guys are just super confident that all of the players right here from Falcons are just ready for deployment, ready to go? Why the switch in match 3?
We believe all of our players are competent enough to play in the matches, so yeah, we'll just play everyone in the next match also.
Now that's a flex. That's a flex.
It is.
So yes, ladies and gents, we have heard from Chincha herself. So if you guys are wondering, hey, what's up with the player switch? This is because they are ready. Falcons, Vega are ready for that flex because the eyes on the prize to take the throne right here from Team Vitality. And here in Group A, they have proven that they are ready. So without further ado, let's hand our time back on to the studio. Take it away.
Let's go.
Yalla.
The uncrowned queens strike again, ladies and gentlemen, as the Falcons Vega, all the way from Indonesia, they're going to be able to move forward from the groups into the playoffs.
Unfortunately for Cloud9 and for CFU, though, I don't know if technically it's fortunate for CFU, right? That Cloud9 didn't get a game, but just like Ken Watanabe said in Godzilla 2014, this is time. He said, let them fight. That's what Falcons Vega is saying to Cloud9 and CFU. Let them fight in the tiebreakers to see who actually gets to see the playoff stage. Whether it's going to be C9, whether it's going to be CFU, but unfortunately for C9, it's sad to see that the same mistake got them twice, right? Game number 1 against CFU, it was kind of a similar draft where they had everybody, I think all of them were squishy, technically. Even the Esmeralda in the early game, but then yeah, one frontliner, technically, the Esmeralda. This game, it was the CC again. I don't know, at this point, it really feels like it might be a hero pool issue, right? For Exaya, maybe. For the foreign, right? Because really, we've seen the foreign, we've seen the Lolita. I think that's it. So definitely, when it comes to adjustments, I think Cloud9, they definitely have a lot of things to adjust, mainly the hero pool, because when teams already have the formula, like Falcons, they were able to read out the formula so fast. They banned out the Ruby, they banned out the carry in game number 1, and then game number 2, without the Terizla, this composition had no proper frontline. I wouldn't even call CC like a proper frontline. She's the only frontliner, but she's not a frontliner. Like, CC's not meant to be the guy all the way in front. Chinchao again. Always just taking the damage dealt. GPM, phenomenal stop, but also massive shout out to Violet. So many final slashes. It almost seems like it's crazy. Did you see that? Violet was insane.
Violet was insane.
Ridiculous.
Do you think that she'll grab the MVP again?
I think so. Based on the moments, I would give my personal MVP to Violet.
Yeah.
Did you see that 4-man?
I emoted. I was like, whoa.
We all emoted.
We all did.
Even LaFell, and he's not even here.
He isn't. I wonder if he'll be here later on.
I hope not, you know.
Hope not. You don't like him very much?
No, we really... yeah.
We like her.
Yes, Violet was amazing.
We definitely like her. Match MVP presented to you by the PlayStation Tournaments. Violet from Team Falcons Vega. Amazing stuff again, right? 7-0 KDA. You know, like, the KDA that she had didn't really reflect the impact that she had in the game. Right?
Definitely.
Because you mentioned it, there were so many moments that she was able to create. Even here, she understands the mechanics of the hero, the ins and outs of the heroes. She was able to put the Arlet to the ultimate test, and there's just so many moments that they were able to capitalize over her gameplay.
Yeah, and for Violet, she's always really been a phenomenal player. By the way, we gotta welcome a guest here.
Hi! I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you so much. You know, for the the viewers who don't recognize you or who don't know you very well, could you briefly introduce yourself here?
Hello everyone, my name is Agatha. I'm from Team Falcons Vega.
There you go, Agatha, the mid laner. So you were missing in game number 1, in match number 1, earlier today. What was that? I know that the host asked Chinchao earlier on, but is there like a certain formula or a certain strategy that's a little bit more specific as to why that you were played later on in today?
I don't think that's a strategy. No, I think it's not that. It's not that included in strategy, but we also always roll between
I
me
see.
and Funi and also Melon and
Caramel.
Yes.
That's very interesting, right? I mean, the fact that you performed so well. My main concern when you guys were, shifting the rosters is the fact that synergy is a big issue, right? When it comes to teams, and the fact that you keep on rolling. How do you keep the synergy good? How do you keep the chemistry still maintained in the team?
I think it's related to the practice. So we do a lot of practice like scrim or rank. It's every day, so it's not a big issue.
Oh, so you always swap in these scrims, in these ranked games, always the swap.
Yes.
Oh, so they're used to it.
They're used to it,
Because
man.
we were thinking that maybe that there was a certain reason as to why the swaps happen, but it's the same lineup essentially, right? With the same chemistry. Do you have the last question, Mirko?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a toxic question, right? you can choose, but out of the two teams that you demolished today, right? 2-0-2-0, which one was harder? Was C9 more difficult or was CFU more difficult?
I don't really know because I feel like it was the same.
Oh.
Who do you think is going to make it out of groups then? Because they're going to have a tiebreaker.
I think CFU.
Oh, okay. CFU. They had the longer game with CFU, by the way.
They did.
Right? It was like a 15-minute game on average.
That's true.
And against Cloud9, it was 12 to 13 minutes. So, all right. But what about you guys back at home? What were your predictions, ladies and gentlemen? Because, we're still waiting it on. But last time, you guys predicted a 92%. Agatha, 92% of the supporters predicted you guys to win. What do you have to say to the viewers right now?
I'm very thankful for everyone who supports us. Of course, it means everything for us. So I just want everyone to continue to support us until the end of the tournament.
All right. Congratulations once again on Crowned Queens, maybe Crowned Queens later on as this tournament develops. But again, congratulations, and we'll see you in the playoffs. Thank you, Agatha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into the next group, Group D, we are going to throw to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI Studio Moment. Wait. Mirko, you got more handsome.
Oh, you know what? I'll take that because you guys look like you guys had a lot of fun without me. Hi, guys. My name is Fel. Just in case if she doesn't know who I am, you know?
I was like, why did Mirko get more handsome?
It's the hair. I've grown to live
the
with
microwave hair. Sorry, it's what the viewers are calling it. I'm thinking about the viewers.
You know this? Do you see this? It's a hurt. It's a hurt. My heart is a hurt.
I don't know what that is, but I know of the Dr. Sulaiman Showdown.
Which is great, which is awesome.
Which is going to come up, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the fourth match of the day. And we're going to be shifting over from Group A over to Group D. And for those of you guys who are wondering, when is the best of one tiebreaker going to happen? It's actually going to happen tomorrow on Stream B. And that's going to be, brought to you by Husky as well as Abstract.
I love those guys. Those guys are amazing. One time I saw them and there was a stray cat walking around.
Yeah?
And they give them their food.
That's so sweet.
They gave the cat pizza.
I don't think...
Don't judge the cat.
Is that safe? You know what's not safe? Mirko's prediction so far, right? And I keep telling the audience and I keep telling the viewers that that's not okay. But it's okay if you guys want to participate in this, right? Audience predictions by SDC. Head on over and show us what you got. Do you think... Who's gonna get it? Do you think it's going to be... Oh, it's your team.
Yeah, it's Homegirls, of course. I mean, like, why you got...
Wait, do you have a curse? Because I'm pretty sure you have like an ongoing curse happening as well, right?
Eterna. You have to learn the meta, right? If I'm casting, sure, there might be a curse. Wait, when I was a desk host, it's fine. I have no idea as an analyst what I'm gonna... how is it gonna be?
Oh, we'll test it out. So what's your prediction?
Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls.
Okay. So GGHG.
Yes.
All right. So let's see if TLG has a fighting chance as we welcome them into the venue, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, and there it is. We're gonna see what's the thing again? GGHG. It's a mouthful. They were previously known as Homegirls, right?
Yeah. And Gaming Gladiators was able to deal with them to acquire them. And honestly, it's a pretty good collaboration here. Looking at the players, we see Fao here where it's like the players like unsure, just like just walk. We gotta get to the venue. Okay, we gotta crush them. We gotta crush title legends here. TLG.
Fun fact: do you know how they got their name?
You know what? I love fun. Sure.
Okay, it's from Title Rise Legends Emerge. So they're looking to emerge into the competitive scene for the MLBB Women's and to emerge victorious against the
To emerge
odds.
as titles.
No.
No?
I mean, titles are an exceptional force, so maybe that's what they're going for here. I think that's what Lafelle meant.
Look, listen, like
I miss Mirko.
We've been friends for a while. You got it. Like I got ADHD. You just got to get used to this.
Okay.
A bit of autism as well, but that's neither here or there.
All right.
Shout out to mental health.
Anyway,
Find a therapist.
When we're talking about gaming gladiators,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have shown their hopes and their support.
Same.
Same?
Yeah.
But let's talk and let's throw over to the interview, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into it.
Hey everyone, Renmar here again, this time with Chi of Gaming Gladiators, their roamer. Now, I'm going to ask you something I haven't asked you before since I actually already got to interview her. But what's your best quality, Chi? What are you like most proud of about yourself?
I mean, in the team, if it's the team, I'm a team clown.
The team, so you're funny.
I guess I'm annoyingly funny, I guess.
I hear I was thinking you were going to talk about like, I'm a really good roamer.
Okay.
I can set up really well. But you know what? That's fine.
Yes,
like,
I can.
And yes, you can.
I
and
can.
she's funny
I
too.
can do that too.
And she can do that too. So I can see that maybe you're a little bit more confident, a little bit more loose. It's your first tournament outside of Malaysia, big tournament in this scale. How are you feeling?
Excited, nervous, happy. I can't wait to bantai everyone.
Yeah, all of the emotions here for Chi. Now, do you have any messages that you want to say for the Malaysian fans at home supporting Gaming Gladiators homegirls? And you can say it in Bahasa Melayu if you want.
Terima kasih semua yang support kita. Semoga kita boleh menang and don't forget to support us later too. Thank you.
All right.
I love her already. I love
agree
her
with her.
already.
Yeah, I agree that she said she's annoyingly funny. I agree.
And then she's coming through with the, infamous Malaysian, what would you call it?
What's infamous about Malaysia now? I want to know.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean, like, you know how they're very, like, confident and they were like, and then she even mentioned in her interview that she's going to bantai everyone.
I'm not
bantai
confident.
is like dominate over everyone, but like in a, what's the translation of bantai?
Bantai means
It's like destroying.
Stomping on your opponent so
But
hard.
very violently.
Very violently. Stomping very violently. And it's like sending a message.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next generation of players will know about this day. That's what bantai means.
And it looks like a lot of people are thinking that they will bantai, right? Because amongst, of course, the regular, right, with Vitality coming through with Falcons Vega, a lot of people are showing their support for this team. So we're going to throw it over to the host, over to the stage. Let's see what you got.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back ونرحب بكم معنا مرة أخرى هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational بمجموعة D. And now we are in Group D. A lot is happening and it's going to happen as well, Cheryl.
Now I'm very, very excited as Eterna as well as Lafelle has mentioned. What's going to be happening right here for Group D, opening up the show for the group. There will be no Santai, just Bantai. So
Let's
it's going to
go.
be very exciting because we're going to be seeing the two likes of teams that are, really wonderful in different perspective. And we're going to show you why. First up, we're going to show you the wonderful faces hailing all the way from Malaysia, truly Asia, presenting to you Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, I'm incredibly excited about what Gaming Gladiators can do. Okay, LaFell, don't get excited. Calm down. But for me, I'm very excited because, are they able to replicate the success just like the boys did in MPL, Malaysia, as well as taking the throne for the MSC. Now, will Homegirls or Gaming Gladiators take this victory and proceed on in the tournament? We will find out with this match starting off. And who are they going up against?
Well, like you said, exactly, they might win another and bag another win for Malaysia, but now they're gonna go against, ladies and gentlemen, as they're gonna rise to the tide all the way from China. Let's give it a good voice to the amazing team of Tidal Legends Gaming.
Incredibly amazing stuff. Now, those are the beautiful faces coming from Tidal Legends Gaming. Now, when it comes to China, you guys couldn't count them out because they are absolutely a wild card. All right, they are coming from the land of prodigies, dominating every single game all across the esports arena. So coming into Mobile Legends Bang Bang makes them really an unpredictable team, perhaps surprising us over at the Land of Dawn.
Yeah,
exciting
totally.
stuff, isn't it? So for these two teams, what we can absolutely guarantee you guys, there's gonna be mayhem happening over at the Land of Dawn. On one hand, we're gonna be having our female players coming all the way from Malaysia. Let's not forget, their male counterparts actually took the championship for MSC 2024. And over on the other hand, we have Tidal Legends Gaming hailing from China, where we have teams, and players who are coming from the prodigies, of esports gaming. So who will take this match for the day? Opening up Group D, without further ado, we're gonna hand our time back on over to the studio. Yalla.
Let's go, yalla.
Yalla, thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And that is the ultimate question, right? Who will be able to get this victory in our fourth match of the day? And remember, this is China's first time participating at MWI. And fun fact is, another fun fact, I love my fun facts. But fun fact is TLG reigned over CN qualifiers and they were able to win 14 out of the 16 games played. So they were dominating in that region.
Before we start breaking apart what's going to happen in this game, big shout outs to Cheryl Yao. No Santai, just Bantai. Which means no chill, just destructive force.
That is scary.
No, it's not.
Do you have a voice changer? Are you hiding a voice changer right now?
It's all from the stomach, bro.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I have a big stomach.
But now we're going to head over to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 in this best of 2 series between TLG and Homegirls. Let's get into it. TLG with the first pick. The Hayabusa actually gets taken out first.
Interesting to see that the Hayabusa is a hot commodity here, but I have to start throwing down concerns here because for TLG, looking at their gold laner, amazing player, of course, but looking at the heroes that she uses, is the Brody, is the Melissa, which really isn't meta for the meta that we have right now. So I don't know if she's going for those marksmen's picked or she will go for something like a Roger, like a Moskov that we're used to see. And Chip still gets banned here. So it looks like Homegirls are still giving this respect that anyone with the chip is going to be amazing. So we're going to throw it away.
I have a question here.
I don't have to answer though.
Oh man, but you're the analyst, unfortunately. You're replacing
I
Mirko, so you have to answer my questions. Is that okay?
You know what?
That was already the first question. Gotcha.
What's your real question?
My question is Falfao truly the pillar of this team?
Yes.
Is that the person that they have to be aware of, and is that the person that we have to start to respect in the bans in the first phase? Does it warrant a first phase ban?
So here's the thing. When it comes to the Homegirls, their mid trio is amazing. They really set the tempo. Falfao is more like, if you guys can't do it, I will. Right? So she gives the chance to her teams. Like, Chi, can you set things up? Can you give the kills over to Queen? If you guys can do that, then I'm just going to clear the turrets. I'm just going to push, and then we're going to win. If you guys start losing the team fights, then I'm going to join in, and I'm going to assert dominance.
Okay. So that's what we're expecting. And so far, it's been true, right? For the first game, we see a Hayabusa. We also see a Ling being banned out. And I feel like this has been the recurring pattern that we've seen for MWI. These heroes always taken off the board. And now the Roger also gets eliminated.
I feel like Terizla should be respected as well, because if TLG gets the Terizla first pick, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Queen to go for a damage dealer in the jungle unless she wants to go for something like the Alpha. You know, this is a two-way conversation. You can... You know.
Oh, I thought you were going to elaborate.
Well, expect the unexpected.
We have been getting the unexpected so far. So I think we can add a hashtag here for MWI. It's not just, it's time to rise.
It's time to shine.
Time to shine and rise as well.
Of course.
But it's also hashtag expect the unexpected.
Unexpect the expected.
Okay, Angela now being banned out here for TLG. And so the Terizla has still been left open, and if they go for the Terizla here, then obviously the Luo Yi will be opened up for TLG to pick up in the first phase. But another thing that we've seen is Harith has also been a recurring pattern.
Which is something that homegirls will prioritize if it is open, because Fafao has been a monster on the Harith as well. Mainly, she's not super aggressive. She just waits for her 2-item or 3-item power spike. Afterwards, she's just like, the game is mine. I'm going to do it. You guys just chill out. Now, for this pick here, I do feel like TLG should go for it at Terizla just to make sure that they have a winning lane in the EXP and then having an advantage when it comes to the Turtles, because just looking at today, Terizla is a tempo setter. It's going to make it easy for your team to actually start the fights, to grab neutral objectives, and to potentially slow down the game if you needed to.
So it's an expensive pick. And
Yes.
we've seen that it's been very difficult to counter it, right? Because like, you know, on paper, a lot of things happen on paper, but in the Land of Dawn, it can be executed very differently, because notoriously, when we think about, man, we forgot that she was opened up with Angela being banned out here in the first phase by TLG.
But
Juicen has actually been left open.
But that would also
First phase, first
homegirls
pick.
can pick up the Terizla.
Terizla,
Harith?
Harith, exactly.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Honestly, I feel like Terizla Harith is a very good opener, because I feel like in terms of the jungle, Queen doesn't have to go for a damage dealer if they have the Harith. She can go for something like a fighter or even a tank, because one of her best heroes in the previous patch was the Boxtia, so might as well.
Do you think it still can work? We saw a
course.
Boxia being picked up earlier on, and it didn't have the effect that they wanted, obviously.
No, with that mindset, if you think you can,
I
then you
forgot.
can. Right?
Yeah. Oh,
Don't
what
have a
was your
downer
tagline
attitude.
at MSC?
That was so long ago.
You had a tagline. You forgot. Admit it.
Dude. Oh, Minotaur Terizla. Let's look at the draft.
All right.
Minotaur is great. They're not forcing out the Harith, because I kind of feel like Fafao's top heroes are the Moskov, the Harith, as well as the Claude. So I feel like she's okay fighting against the Harith. Or, like I said, so far, Yinhuai has been using the Melissa as well as the Brody. So they're probably expecting her not being able to use the Harith, because that's a difficult hero to pilot.
I believe that Bruno was also an option that she utilized back in the day, but again, with it being so out of the meta, so outdated, it's very situational and conditional for these heroes to pop up into the Land of Dawn. So it really forces her in a spot to either go for comfort that might not work, or they stray into the meta again. But Xborg gonna be the choice alongside the Harith. Now there you go.
You know, you're very negative. You should relax a bit. I want to expand more on this Juicen, because honestly, Vermont, the mid laner, during the China qualifiers, whenever we see an MVP, it's all her. She has been able to set the tempo for her team, because she's very good at moving around the map and making sure that her side lanes actually excel in the laning phase, and then moving to a point where they go for a 3-2 or a 4-1 formation and let the jungler as well as the gold laner to pick off the turrets one by one. So grabbing more advantage there. It looks like Fafao will be going for the Claude to go up against the Harith, where I feel like she has this matchup quite a lot in her competitive career. So she's on her comfort at this point.
I mean, technically, it's not the best matchup for the Claude.
Not with that mindset. Eterna,
Wow,
I need to teach you how to be positive.
I'm not done.
Okay.
But we saw Chinchao being able to do it and being able to dominate in the lane against the Harith on the Claude.
That's how you should be.
Guys, I miss Mirko. Can we bring him back?
Is me and Mirko so different?
You're more handsome with the hair.
Thank you very much. I'll take that. Now we got to look at the bans here. I feel like for homegirls, they might consider this X-Borg possibly going into the jungle. So when it comes to the bans, I feel like, oh, never mind. They feel like this X-Borg maybe could go to the jungle, but banning out the Julian is going to be good here. So I kind of feel like they're making sure that Chi on this Minotaur is going to have a good time. So probably ban out heroes that is able to punish the Minotaur, and then you're going to be good.
And on that note, right, we were talking about the Zask earlier on with the patch updates coming into MWI from MSC, and finally we see the Zask coming through. Okay,
getting banned.
Not getting played.
Yeah.
Banned, but at least we see Zask on screen, right? Because I think a lot of people were anticipating that Zask would be a lot more popular coming into MWI.
I get it. It's okay. You know what? Looking at the bans here, I wonder though, why do they ban the Zask? What do they know that we don't? Which is very interesting because I feel like Zask is good in the mid lane if you're fighting against a damage dealer because you're able to outplay that kind of situation. Maybe they want to go for a damage dealer in the jungle. The question is what? Because Link is banned, the Hayabusa is banned, Roger is banned as well, and now even the Nolan. So what else do you go for? Do they go for the Fanny? Like, that's very risky, especially when the Charizla is there. Like, going for a damage dealer when the Charizla is on the opposing side may not be the best idea.
So what do you think?
Honestly, Alpha.
Alpha
to go up against the Charizla as well as the Minotaur with the X-Borg. There's a lot of true damage going on. So you can have a prolonged team fight, especially when you have Zushin as well, using the Lantern Flare, able to move people around. It's possible. It's definitely possible.
So Alpha, one of the options that they can utilize here, and it still works despite them not going against a utility jungler.
I mean, we don't know just yet, right?
True.
So homegirls maybe don't show the jungler now. They're picking up the Novaria. The Novaria kind of shows that you kind of want to go for a utility jungler because it helps the team out, right? It helps Charizla, it helps the Minotaur to set things up for a fight around the turtle.
Okay, so the Novaria being picked up now. And I thought the mid laner for Gaming Gladiators, she likes to opt for more support instead of damage.
Novaria can give a lot of support, right? It's gonna make them able to... It's an enabler. Novaria is an enabler, giving vision as well as a bigger, hitbox to make sure that the Minotaur as well as the Charizla can actually execute their skills.
Oh wait, that's a Bane! Ooh. Casters, are you there? Are you seeing this? A Bane debut coming through.
That's Bane. As you can see, he's very excited. I'm Naisu. This is Leo still. We did a little swip swap just like we did with Mirko and LaFell. How are we feeling about the Bane?
Y'all know I'm in love with the Bane, but I'm also excited to see how GGHG and TLG do it in the Land of Dawn.
Honestly, the Bane is amazing because the ult can actually counter the Blazing Duet coming in from the Claw because it's a knockup. So you can cancel out the Blazing Duet. So honestly, this composition coming in from TLG, they can have a very prolonged team fight. And honestly, it's pretty good for counter engaging. So if Homegirls wants to engage, might not be the best idea.
When was the last time we saw Bane? Did we see Bane at MSC?
Yes, we did.
What was the choice of emblems, of items? What did that look like?
Oh, so it looks like it's the Alpha coming in from Homegirls. Gonna be very quick here.
I can hear whispers.
Same here. So since we're hearing whispers, do we want to throw it over to them?
Yeah, let's do it. Alpha being locked in. Naisu, Leo, what you got?
Hey, we were whispering, but thank you so much for breaking down the draft here, guys. You know, we're excited about the matchup here because, yeah, we're moving to Group D. And once again, everybody, welcome to the Caster's Desk here. I am Naisu with Leo as we're bringing you the next 3 matches to round out today, day 1 of MWI.
It's a best of 2, and again, only 2 teams move on through the next stage, and we're starting the competition here in the group with TLG from China going up against GGHG from Malaysia. Eyes on these ladies from Malaysia specifically because, as mentioned by our desk host, by our analyst, they recently won the biggest tournament here in MLBB Esports just about a week ago under SRG. Now GGHG have a big chip on their shoulders.
We're going to find out exactly how things fall into place, just like we did with Group A, now that we are starting to kick things off with Group D here. Once again, it's Title Legends Gaming from China and GGHG Gaming Gladiators, home girls from Malaysia. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. This is the game number 1 here in this best of 2.
A first pick, Yushin opens it up for Vermouth, and they also close it up strong with a Bane. And to answer Eterna and LaFell's question, it is indeed Quantum Charge. So Chokes here is building the Bane properly. And I'm wondering if it's going to be physical. Likely should be, given the kind of lineup that they have. A lot of magic damage on Vermouth, a lot of magic damage on Yinhuai, which is, again, a big matchup between these two gold laners, Yinhuai and the ever-charming Fafao. Fafao, I think, you know what? I gotta say, LaFell downplayed how important Fafao is.
Yeah, maybe he was being modest. Maybe he was being, he didn't want to show all the cards here, because of course he's going to know a lot about GGHG here. And one thing too to note, while they kind of get situated, is Falfao, I believe she mentioned that she really idolizes Benny Cutie.
That's right.
Right? She looks up to that playstyle, and one day she would hope to, I'm not sure if that'll ever happen, but if she wants to be able to go and match up in the lane against, I believe it's Benny Cutie and even like Sasa or Saksa.
She's playing on the same stage Benny did about a week ago.
Yeah.
So this is already on her way to fulfilling her dreams. Huge population of heroes up top here. That's 4 members from GGHG rotating towards the turtle. And this is impressive coming in from TLG. I gotta say, because the level of discipline that they have for a team as new as a developing team could be from a region like China, shows a lot of promise.
Yeah, I think we got a glimpse of that already, like the nature of that back even in MSC, right? With China just in general throughout the wildcards in this, but looks like they're going to battle it out for the turtle here. I'm not sure if they're going to get much of room to move from.
Whoa, the Crimson Beacon helps him get into the fight. First blood drawn by Vermouth. Chokes gets one. The turtle taken down. Quinn as well. Ash, can she get away? No! That's what a Bane does! That's what a Bane does! Kinzaki, though, traded out for off-camera. But I gotta say, wow, TLG coming in like a huge tidal wave!
I was gonna say, they are rising here. This title is going for it. This was great placement for this objective. Look at the deadliest catch timing, too. I know that. I know you're smiling. I know you're happy.
That's a slam dunk.
Coach
Leo appreciates.
Coach Leo appreciates it because, hey man, look already getting themselves a good lead here early on, and this is something we don't often see, right? We don't often see a Bane versus an Alpha matchup in the jungle.
But I think this is the natural progression. We'll talk about it in just a bit. Chi here gets caught one more time. As if the deadly catch wasn't enough, how about a Z-Force 2? Oh, you were saying?
Yeah, this is not a matchup we often see. Bane and Alpha.
But I do believe this is the sweet spot between utility and assassin. And there is a room in our metagame that's currently developing for a fighter versus fighter jungle matchup.
Jungle matchup, so the door is open, basically, is what we've seen. And so far, it's Bane walking through that door. I don't know how well he can fit through it, but it's going to be a pretty big door for him.
In the hands of Chokes, it's looking like any door is no match.
She's doing it, at this point. And that's something, because when you look at this, even the gold difference that they've gotten themselves at this point, helping them get that little bit of lead for a lineup that they have. Again, that's something you really have to point out, because with the Harith even, Harith damage is going to be quite insane later on, especially once you build up. But if you can rely on the Bane to pump out the damage this early on, paired up with having just a lot of utility, even with an X-Borg on your side with Bay here, there's a lot TLG can do in the early game. And again, I think everybody, I'm not even sure just yet, we'll have to see the predictions later, but I'm almost going to bet that a lot of the weight of predictions were here on Gaming Gladiators Homegirls because of that history that they've had, the chances. Oh, hold on.
Let's talk about it later, but first, Chi jumping in. Minoan and Fury, the answer back from Kinzaki and Vermouth. Can they get it? Chokes secures another turtle, and Quinn gets taken down by Kinzaki again off the back of a deadly catch. They don't call it deadly for nothing.
Yeah, they don't, and it's interesting to see the way that it's working with Juicin, because Jushin, sorry, Juicin, that's still, I'm still
it's a
stuck
new
with
hero,
the
it's
card,
fine.
man. Yeah,
We've been talking about it for like about 6 hours tops.
I can't remember what Eterna called it, but either Jushin or
We'll ask her later.
Zusin. I think she said Zusin.
She'll mention it later for sure.
Yeah, but either way,
wow!
Look at that, turret down.
Title Legends game incoming.
Are you surprised?
We didn't know their game.
We didn't?
It's a very limited amount of information on them, and now Quinn's in trouble. Another try from Ash coming in. Chi Boy still holding down. Vermouth gets taken out by Hani. All right, GGHG on the board.
Okay, they're on the board. They lose an objective down bottom. They've lost 2 turtles. So for they're gonna lose.
Yin, why? Why? A 1v1.
They lose.
What was Fafo doing?
Maybe that's why LaFell wasn't talking so much. You know, Fafo gets 1v1 there against the Harith.
What's happening? Oh, here we go. Fight's continuing. Quinn's in trouble. The knock up, the deadly catch. Spear of Alpha out.
Okay, Spear of Alpha out. They manage. This is at a point where GGHG has to recalibrate. Oh, again, Quinn could be in trouble here.
Why don't do this?
Here?
2v1. As far as GGHG is concerned, it's a 2v1. Now Kenzaki makes yourself known. You were saying
they're gonna push him off. So you know that's what I'm saying. GGHG has to go ahead and kind of recalibrate a little bit. This early game, very in favor of TLG. Oh,
huge fight up top. Kenzaki taken down. Chi gets a score. Yin White dancing. Summon Force. 3 come through. Bay pushing Ashi back. This is favorable for the X-Borg if the fight goes long enough.
Yeah.
And they let go. All right. All turtles so far up until this point went to TLG. Now with woman down, Kenzaki just about to catch up. Kencho Castile.
I think you're going to see her be very patient, but Asher's going to go ahead and spot this out. Forces her back, so no. Turtles secured here finally. They get an objective for GGHG. They're happy with that. Go ahead and get these resources as well. This is where you start to see this lineup that they have, which is also very CC heavy and vision heavy, with that Novaria start to shine here. So TLG, they conquered the early game.
Yep.
Now you just got to be like, all right, do they have enough in the tank to keep toe-to-toe in the middle game? Now with this lineup, as you see, they're going ahead trading objectives around the map. They're working around with that. Fafao gets the DHS locked in now too.
What Yinwai is doing is what they should actually be doing. Forcing all of these objectives, these fights, and these takes while GGHG aren't quite ready yet. Again, the early game, the first 6 minutes, what it did was put them up 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
Right? Now slowly GGHG is catching up. I think there will be a point of no return if TLG can get there. If they can all but secure this Lord coming in a minute, that should be it. But because here's my theory. GGHG, if you're just talking about clear macro, they might be better. If they're able to hold out.
Right. Which is most likely, again, an experience thing.
Yeah.
Like, they have so much more, I would say, because TLG was what? They were originally formed, I think, beginning of the year, 2024. You know, they came in.
Tops.
Yeah, tops at that point. So, you know, in terms of the macro level, hold on. I'm
Here
offended.
we go. Kenzaki pulling Hani back, forcing out the flicker and the astral form. And now Ashi gets caught out. Could it be the jump in, the last insanity, the punching base strikes? And she's able to get out of there. The Spear of Alpha knocking him out. Plus, Key coming through. Chokes taken down. Kenzaki as well. 2-for-1 trade. They spent a little too long underneath that tier 1 in mid now. The fight up top. Foul caught out. Can Yinwei end the job? No, she gets away.
She gets away. Man, that would have been way better if TLG managed to get the kill. We're going to look at the replay here brought to us by STC.
Yep.
Look at the CC that I was talking about, especially with this Minotaur setup from Chi. So they fight under the turret. They jump in, a Spear of Alpha to connect, and they're just... The title legends they were the ones in the air.
That's right.
They were getting the tide at that point.
A trampoline.
Yeah.
And now because of that, GGHG have a clear go at the Lord. Clean take by Quinn. And now the ladies have to pace themselves. Kenzaki gets the I'm offended. That's the knock-up on the Chi. Chi gets hit by the Crimson Beacon, gets moved out by the snare. And that's a pick-off, but too little too late. The objective goes over to GGHG. And they've closed the gap by about 1,000 ahead now.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Again, the lineup they have is going to shine at this point. And we saw it just from that last replay, too. So we'll see how does Title Legends take what they've done. Again, even on the macro level, Yunhoi's been doing great work, focusing on these turrets, getting them down, but they also have to worry about the Lord now going up on the top side. So I'm wondering how they're going to go ahead and rotate there, keep that under control. And you can already see, too, Fafao is farming on that top side, waiting for the rotation to come out. but TLG will stick together. That's part of the main thing that they have to do. And, you know, one thing is, again, MWI hasn't died, has a Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, working on the Holy Crystal, and that's all right on time, man. Under the 11 mark, if she's able to go ahead and finish that, she is going to be even more of a threat if TLG goes for that fight. Golden Staff, Wings also picked up here too, so big power spikes for both teams. Look at that. That I don't know, what do you call that? The
soul snare.
The soul snare.
Yeah.
Grabbing their soul, pull them towards you if you want. That could play a part in some of these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, that's the difference between GGHG and TLG's CC. Like, it's utility for Title Legends. Like, they make up for it in damage and utility. But if you're just talking about CC, just clear out crowd control, knock up stuns, nothing comes close to what GGHG has done here.
Yeah, I think they're, like, I guess their layering is... Oh, wait.
Forcing out an SOA.
It's out. Defensively, yeah. That's okay, though. You know, there's the Holy Crystal. So right at the 11-minute mark, it is picked up. That is just the proof of work that we've seen from UAI so far. Oh, jump in!
Ash coming in, a surprise penalty zone, no one home. Now we know if you're the answer by Key, and they're all knocked out. Vermouth down. Kinzaki gonna be following up soon. And here's a clapback. UNY dancing. Double kill for this Harris. Bay punching Quinn down into the ground. 3 for 2 so far, and TLG stand tall.
Okay, as I was saying.
You blink and you miss it.
You blink, you miss it, and there is Yunhoi with that Holy Crystal damage. And that was a great team fight there overall. So now I know Zaman Force, that's what it sounds like.
She's dancing. Look at this. Look at it again.
Look at the replay here from STC. This was an initiation from GGHG. And a great placement. I mean, look at this. Again, the placement of the Zaman Force was right on where it needed to be.
And the angle of the catch, too.
Oh.
She's all in the right to be screaming with that set, because it was honestly beautiful from GGHG, right? Yeah. But how TLG responded.
Good response.
That was a creme de la creme.
Yeah, that is the creme de la creme. Yeah. I don't know what else is better than that, but there's a conceal. I don't know. They might force a fight again.
Coming through from an odd angle, Kinzaki with the I'm offended, forcing out of known fury from Chi. And the deadly catch coming through, the soul snare.
All right, again.
Great placement by the Z-Force. Good for a pickoff. Nothing sure quite yet. Good time to go for the Lord.
Good time. They got Chi down. Lord's half health here. Keep an eye on Ash. She might force an initiation with the penalty zone, so they're gonna have to go ahead and take their time with this, but they get the reset, and that might be what they're looking for. It still hasn't fully reset just yet, but they go back to this point. They hold it together, and here we go. Vermouth also picking up an item here, has the glowing wand available. Ash still waiting patiently. It seems like Title Legends Gaming is like, yeah, we don't know if we want to commit to this just yet.
Yeah, there is a Purify Yunhoi. Walks into that bush where Ash is hanging out. The full reset coming through. The forced flicker from Ash. So that's a huge resource that now GGHG have to count out for. Interestingly enough, the dance continues. And look at Foul Foul. Look at Foul Foul.
Yeah. Farming her mind out at this point, you know? And when it gets to it, this is where we see these Claudes. In a way, I don't know who I would pick more in the late game, Claude or Harith. I'd probably go with Claude, especially with the lineup that they have, especially because the value of a blazing duet is so good here.
That's where it differs. Now, wait, the fight continues. Forced out, the deadly catch. Ash goes up against Chokes. Again, deadly catch comes off cooldown like 8-9 seconds.
Yeah,
that's no problem. Should be fine. But yeah, Foul, I guess is making herself scarce. Like, she's showing herself, pushing down bottom, coming back. This is giving TLG a minor headache.
I think this is what you're talking about. You know, the macro decisions from GGHG. This is what we see from them. So at some point, TLG, like, think how much time they've spent here around the Lord. It's, you know, it's almost been an eternity in my book. It's been a minute and a half and, you know, plus 15 seconds at this point. So
basically forever in this
That's a lot of math, you know? It is. And with that...
Wait.
Oh, hold on.
They catch Bay, forcing out a last insanity. And there's Chi with her Minoan Fury. The answer back, deadly catch. What I say, quickly off of cooldown. And now all 5 members of GGHG, the ladies, are all in. Here comes the cavalry from TLG coming in from the east, forcing out a blazing duet. There's a pull down, goes Foul. And that's a woman down, 4v5, GGHG. Can they contest?
They're going to be able to. They're going to hold them back, though. Even down a member, GGHG is going to go for it.
1/5, 1/10. The Lord still standing. The deadly catch let go by Chokecast. Where is this Lord going? Watching Bay scores it. Down goes Chi. Roast beef, anyone? This is a turning point. Ash going down here, taking her time. Bay right now is Kabir. That one's for the Amazon Arena. That means huge. Check out the replay.
Look at this, with the last Insanity. Punching Bay here. She gets it with the last Insanity.
Flamin' Bay.
Flamin' Bay. And gets them a huge objective. Imagine, you know, they got to feel pretty good about that. I would be hyped too, because this just swings this in their favor now. And to top it all off, the creme de la creme, if it's still that.
Creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme. The Divine Glaive picked up by Yunhui.
Yunhui has slipped up not but once.
Yeah.
This whole game.
She died.
She put TLG on her back, and everyone's just doing their job.
Put them on the wave.
They're right in the wave.
They're right in the wave.
They were able to penetrate up top, almost taken down bottom. Mid lane still standing, and you're looking at a 7K gold lead, Joseph. 7K!
7K. This is quite massive here. Hanny does pick up the Divine Glaive herself, so she's got, you know, some good damage that will come from these echoes. They lose those 2 base turrets, though. They hold on to the mid one in the base. They keep that, at least.
All right, let's talk about how GGHG could still come back. I reckon if they can get another trampoline, bouncy house situation back in, then yes, because it can't just be off of Falfa. We've seen that. You reckon it was Claude, right?
Yeah.
Yunhui's making you double take.
It's Kenzaki, though. She's the one that caught Falfao.
Even with a Purify. So there's 1 layer of protection for Falfao.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, Hani has to come in through. Quinn has to get... Is it just me or is this a CC overload?
It is.
Right?
I like the way you put it, though. Bring them to the funhouse. You know, take them to the funhouse with the CC train that they have for GGHG.
But there's got to be more than just the fun. There's got to be damage.
No, not. I think that's... Oh, hold on. Conceal going to be used.
All
Forces them out. Zaman Force drop too.
Early Z-Force. In comes Kenzaki, forcing out a blazing duet. Here comes Chi. Using her on Fury and the flicker. The animation cancel. Here comes Vermouth. Ash the answer with the penalty zone. Kenzaki down. Chi as well. Trades that 1-for-1. Look at Ash in the back line. Vermouth looking for the snare. Oh, there's the delivery right into Chokecast. 2-for-1 the trade.
Oh, that feels tough. You know, already Terizla is not the hero that has a lot of mobility, but then you get dragged back, and now Quinn in trouble. Okay.
Yunhui. At this point, Yunhui can go to 1v2, 1v3.
Yeah.
No problem. 4-0 and 6. Vermouth walking away. That Crimson Beacon, the fact that it gives you a shield allows for her to kind of tank a little bit of the funhouse.
Yeah, I think so. And they're going to lose this last turret in the base now for GGHG. This is...
Where do they pull the discipline, the mechanics, and the killer instinct from? TLG's on a whole nother level.
They are, and that's why I'm saying I think a lot of people coming into this for day one.
I didn't know their game. I'm going to apologize ahead of time.
I'm sure maybe a Turner and LaFell as well, but look at this. Chi in trouble.
Chi catching a good chunk of the Z-Force, of the flame missiles, and here's the last standing right into the corner. Chokecast securing that Lord, and there's a blazing duet into a freeze to win a crown by Falfao, but it's not going to lead to much. Quinn's still going to go down. Vermouth gets a soul snare on the Ash, and it's just a matter of time. TLG taking down the Terizla. That's 2 members left. GGHG got to defend.
They got to defend, and might I add that this is the best I've seen Jushin play it at this point. I know, you know, we have a very small pool of data for that, but it is on point right now from Vermouth. So with this, look at this. They're actually just going to keep putting pressure. You don't want to go to the fountain?
Oh, Vermouth!
Okay.
It takes a little too long. Try to get the snow snare, but could this be it? Falfao gets knocked up. Gets her immortality popped. Here comes the Zaman Force. Down she goes. Hani left to defend. And Chi. And there's the Minoan Fury. Can they end this? The base standing tall. Now it's down. TLG washing through.
Hey, TLG, you can see the claps coming out too because they have to feel good about that. Again, I'm sure even looking at the audience prediction when we see it later, it's going to be heavy for GGHG, man.
A wash. It washed it all out. All doubts. This TLG came to play.
TLG came to play. The title is here. The title waves, and
it's rising.
It has risen.
The tide is rising.
The tide is rising. Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good because, man, talk about a performance for game one.
You got to wonder, too, where does this put GGHG, especially with all the eyes and the pressure on them?
Exactly.
All the expectations.
Exactly, because they were asking, we already saw what Malaysia did at MSC.
They're on top right now.
They're on top right now, and look at this. It's, again, performance that even for me, myself, I was just kind of taken aback from because of, hearing where they came from, hearing their journey up to this point. And I don't know. I think even looking at the player cams here, they're probably a little bit even surprised how it went. But let's throw it over to the panelists to break it through.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Naisu. But I think we've got another group of death on our hands. Wow. I guess coming into MWI, a lot of people have been saying that Group A is the group of death. But looking at the performance by TLG, wow.
We gotta talk about Vermov, right? Using this juice in, it makes it so that, homegirls, I hope you have frontliners. Not anymore. She's the one picking people off. Like, it's amazing. Like, they're showing why Jushin should be bad. And let me just say, in terms of the macro understanding of this game, TLG did very well. They have a very good understanding of making every single fight a 4v5, because before they do anything, they're gonna pick off one person, and that person is Chiboy, making sure that this Minotaur is a non-factor. And then after that, everyone else from Homegirls makes it much more easier. Like, look at this. Every single highlight we see, Chiboy is the first to be taken out.
Yeah, every time she tries to go in for something, every time she tries to build momentum for her team or tries to go in for cover, for support, she gets immediately annihilated. And to make it all worse, Kenzaki, she did amazing as well on this Ruby, right? There were so many times that we even mentioned it, right? Fao, one of the main pillars, one of the main backbones of GGHG, gone. Every time she went in with the Blazing Duet, I'm offended, and then that was it.
Honestly, the itemization for Vermov here for the Juicin is making sure that
gone. Every time she went in with the Blazing Duet, I'm offended, and then that was it.
Honestly, the itemization for Vermov here for the Juicin is making sure that she does not die, because she has the Clock of Destiny, which has been changed, making sure that when you're below 50% HP or mana, it increases again. So she can stay in the team fight for a very long time. And Jushin actually eats a lot of mana, even though her passive makes it so that she can have more mana like in a prolonged team fight. But again, that Clock of Destiny really helped her out to make sure that she can keep pulling away the front line away from GGHG.
Because we saw Zusin played earlier on in MWI, but not to this degree. And we finally see the potential that this hero has in the mid lane, just creating an entirely new landscape for the mid trio. And, mid prio. What do you think about Zuxin? Do you think that she is the #1 hero to go for now in the mid lane?
Okay, here's the thing. Juicin is very strong mid to late. Like, in terms of clearing the wave, she doesn't have priority. Like, if Homegirls went for something like a Grok Lilia, they could have cleared way faster, and then they could actually put pressure on this Juicin. But Minotaur as well as Novaria, you don't have mid prio at all, right? The Novaria, you just poke around, use your first skill, second skill just to clear the wave, but you're not interacting with the mid lane. So Juicin had a very good early game for this one, because no one is really pressuring her. No one is making it so that she is in a bad position.
So let's see who's going to be crowned MVP by PlayStation from that first game of this best of 2 series. And it's going to be Bay TLG, man. Again, it was incredible, right? Xborg came in at the late stage of the drafting phase. And you're right, the Lord Secure coming through as well. There's an argument to be made for a lot of the players on that team.
Oh, yeah.
You like triangles?
Yeah, I do. I love triangles, actually. But again, looking at how they've been playing here, we got to talk about the interaction between Xborg as well as Minotaur, because Xborg is very good at making sure that the Minotaur dies fast so that the Minotaur doesn't have an opportunity to use the Minion Free or the Motivational Roar. So having this Minotaur is honestly maybe because of the first pick, picking this Xborg, maybe because of the first pick Minotaur, right? Maybe the mistake coming in from GG Homegirls is that they showed the Minotaur way too early.
So let's talk to the coach. Let's talk to TLG right now, because they're the highlight. It's time for them to rise and it's time for them to shine as well. So let's head over to the interview.
Hey, Redmar here, and we're currently with the coach of TLG, Katvin, and we have Betty here to help us translate. So, Coach Katvin, how did your team prepare for their first major tournament out in a foreign country?
教练您好，请问在准备第一次国内的 Major 大师赛的时候，我们团队做了哪些准备？
我们是更多是在学习其他赛区的一些优秀的打法，然后结合我们本土的一些 MOBA 的经验，然后再去做一些准备。
The coach said they gain a lot of experience with the player in their own country, and they also learn a lot of methods from other countries, and they get together the experience both China and other countries, so they have a good experience.
Oh, that's really great. There's a lot to learn. So I think it would be great to know now, for you, Coach, what is the strength of TLG?
对于我们现在的战队来说，我们战队的强处是什么呢？
更多是我们整个团队很想赢，然后尤其是我们经验路选手以及我们的辅助选手，个人手法、个人操作是比较好的。
The most important thing is everyone in the teams, they wanna win. And the team have the excellent roamer and EXP players. So they are very excellent players in the teams.
All right, so watch out for the roamer and EXP leader of TLG. All right, very quickly, what is your message for the fans of TLG?
最后有想对粉丝们说的话了吗？
谢谢大家能关注中国 MLBB 也是中国女子 MLBB， 然后也很感谢大家支持 TLG， 我们会不负大家的希望啊，然后继续打好我们自己，打出风采。
The coach says, thank you everyone. Pay attention to the MLBB, especially to the women MLBB, this MWI, and they will keep hard work in the future, and they will have a good goals to all the fans. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, TLG. Time to shine.
谢谢。
Thank you so much, Reptar. Thank you so much as well to Coach Katvin. What's this?
The mindset.
The mindset.
Redmar was asking, what makes your team so strong? They want to win. It's all about the mindset, baby.
The mindset. And talking about mindset, let's take a look at the player reaction. That's a lot of passion. That's a lot of, wow, look at that.
I feel like I understand what they say.
Okay. You wanna go for a shot? She's even choking on the victory.
That's how passionate they were. Grab her some water. She needs water.
Wow, that's just great to see.
It is great to see.
Because I think coming into this matchup, we're going to take a look at the audience prediction as well, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people are hoping that GGHG would win this and then TLG do that.
Maybe I do have a curse. Maybe when I'm a Decimals, it's fine.
I don't think you can say anything. But what about you guys? What were your votes? What do you think is, what's your prediction for the next one? You know, let us know at stc.gg. For the next game, do you think that TLG can go 2-0 against, I would say, I mean, tournament favorites is Vitality, but I think GGHG they're up there, you know?
If it was me, I would go to stcplay.gg and actually vote for TLG so that it could be a 1-1, so that maybe we have more tiebreakers, right?
Okay.
The more games, the better. Don't you love more games? Like, aren't you hype?
Yeah, let's put Abstract and Husky to the test, man. Let's give them all the tiebreakers.
Give them all the tiebreakers.
Give them all the tiebreakers.
I love the energy.
Yes.
That's the energy that we want.
Okay.
All tiebreakers.
Mindset.
No clean sweep. Mindset.
Mindset.
It's all about the mindset.
And it's the mindset for GGHG as well to come back because, again, momentum is such a big factor, especially in a best of two.
Bandit Juicin? Juicin is pretty strong.
Okay, we need to have like a discussion about how to pronounce Zusin.
No, it's pronounced as Juicin.
Juicin. So it's not Zusin.
I can speak Mandarin.
Okay.
大家好。
我不知道.
Yes, there you go. So honestly, like Juicin has been proven to be very strong. If you want to let go of that, you need an assassin jungler because how is Juicin going to protect herself? Using the Crimson Beacon, sure, you can.
Takes time.
You can glide away, but I think that's why the Hayabusa and the Ling is banned out because imagine if Hayabusa was there, imagine if Ling was there, what's the Juicin going to do? So like, you know, that's her skill.
You're not wrong.
I am not.
Okay, so coming into the second game, drafting phase, what's your thing?
What's my
your
thing?
suggestion?
Well, my thing is, you know,
Hey,
if I was TLG, ban out Assassins, you know, Hayabusa Ling out of here.
Okay.
And then win. It's not that difficult.
Oh, what about Zusin?
No. Honestly, I feel like homegirls, Hani can use Juicin very well as well. So I kind of feel like, as long as you know that the threat of Assassins or a Roger isn't there, because the Roger can probably do well against the Juicin as well, then you should be fine. But here's another thing.
Okay.
If you pick up the Juicin and then you pick up a Tigreal, oh, that's going to be difficult for you to deal with.
Yeah.
Even like for any teams, you want to go in to kill the Juicin and then you're caught by the implosion. And then that's it. You know, you can have your blanket because you're going to sleep.
So it's not a bouncing castle scenario. It's a maelstrom scenario.
Female strum scenario.
I'm not saving you this time.
I don't
Clean it
need
up
saving.
yourself.
I don't need saving. I think what I said, moi perfecto.
Clean it up.
Nope. We're keeping it female strum. You're the host. Control the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't want to clean it up anymore.
No.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay. Let's
I'm an
listen.
experience. Okay.
Okay.
Like I'm here.
You are an experience.
I'm an experience.
Okay.
Like we saw Ashley is a secret. I'm an experience. Here's the thing.
And I'm a victim. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the drafts for game number 2 in this best of 2 series. The final game in this match. Homegirls. Next up, they're going to be facing off against the defending champions. The reigning queens of MLBB Vitality. So,
I mean, it's not that hard. Just break the crystal and then you're fine, right?
yeah.
That just like maybe 1 or 2 turrets here and there, maybe get a few kills, and then
Of course.
winning isn't that hard if you have the right mindset.
The mindset.
Speaking of which, GG Gaming Gladiators homegirls, either they ban out the Juicin or first pick it, because again, if you're not going to be having access to Assassins, because we saw Alpha, even with the Spear of Alpha, you're able to go to the back lines, you're still not able to catch the Juicin, because honestly, Vermoth is very exceptional when it comes to her positioning. She makes sure that she doesn't get caught.
Okay. But what did TLG do here?
What did TLG do here?
Angela being banned out. No Chip, no Roger, no Luoyi ban. I guess Luoyi was already banned by GGHG earlier on. Ling still a possibility, and the Hayabusa. So there are a lot of heroes to consider here, Lafel.
Especially if TLG, they really should respect the chip. Chiboy, I haven't seen her use the chip because, again, it's always been banned out, but I have to assume that she's quite good at using the chip. So TLG, because they banned Angela here, yeah, I feel like one of those assassins is going to be opened up. So it's really about homegirls here. Do they still want to ban out the Juicin? Because if they pick up a Hayabusa, it's fine. If they pick up a Ling, maybe it's a bit difficult.
Oh, they don't do it.
Yeah.
They don't risk it.
I mean, if you lose your 2 here, it's going to be hard to get out of groups. Like, Gaming Gladiator homegirls, they need to win this one. If they at least have 1 point, then they have a chance.
They do. And again, like we mentioned, right? In this group, in the 3 teams that are in Group D, it's them plus Vitality. So it's no easy feat. It's absolutely no easy feat. But TLG now on the hot seat. Angela already banned out. What do they want to go for again?
Chip should be considered here. And then either let both Hayabusa as well as Ling go if Chokis can actually use the assassins. But it looks like they're banning out the Hayabusa. So again, I'm holding out that they banned the chip and then letting go of the Ling. Perhaps that's their understanding of the meta. If Queen does not have the Angela, they can handle the Ling. Just get Valentina Tigreal or Valentina Terizla, and you should be good.
Tigreal has been an amazing hero so far to try and contest against these assassins, so it's definitely an option for them to pick up. Hayabusa gonna be the choice here. Ling still left open for grabs. What about the Roger? Right, last time they opted to go for a Roger ban in the first phase as well. Homegirls were the ones to ban it out. Whip going to be the choice. So now, exactly, right? So TLG are put in a precarious position where they have to choose. Pick your poison.
Chokis is pretty good with the Roger. So I feel like they're okay. Like, banning out the Ling and giving the Roger to Gaming Gladiator home girls is going to be a bit of a risk. If they let both of them open, let Queen have the Ling, and then Chokis having the Roger, it might put TLG in a favorable spot.
We'll see. Here it is, the final moment in for TLG. Or do they just not go for both bans? Right? Terizla is still an option for them to eliminate.
Okay,
if they
Roger
want
or
to.
Harif.
So Ling gets taken out of the board for TLG, and now there it is. Ling, Harith, Terizla.
Honestly, Roger or Harif. Because you saw what Yinhuai was able to do with the Harif. Looks like the Claw was not enough. I would say Roger is probably the best here, but yeah, Roger picked up. TLG should be able to pick up the Harif here. Maybe Harif Valen or Harif Terizla.
Is this Roger a flex?
Yes, it is a flex.
So Falfao can still utilize
Falfao
this.
can use it, Queen can use it.
Okay. So that's another layer that GGHG has over TLG right now.
So honestly, for TLG, because again, going up against a possible Roger in the jungle, just having the Valentina is good because Chi-Boy, her playstyle as well, is a setup kind of initiator. Having the Valentina, you have access to that amazing ult as well. Doesn't matter if she has the Minotaur, the Tigreal. So again, amazing pick. Terizla as well as Harif is going to be the choice here. And again, Yinhuai has shown her Harif is a monster. The Z-Force is going to be crushing anyone in her face.
You know, even not considering the pilots, this is so much side lane prio.
Oh yeah.
Like Terizla as well as the Harris. What do GGHG do? Do they look for mid lane prio and try to balance that out that way?
That's actually a good idea. Honestly, getting mid prio should be very good. Seeing that the Terizla is here, they could opt for a Yuzong or an X-Borg as well, and then ban out heroes that is good against the X-Borg. Because you gotta make sure that you're able to take down this Terizla, because we saw what TLG did. They shut down the front line, and then that's it. That's GG. Perhaps Homegirls, they can do the same thing. And now Ruby as well as Valentina picked up. I don't see Falfao use a lot of Ruby gold lane, but that is an option to go up against this Harif.
Does it work?
Oh yeah, it works, but it works until the Holy Crystal is picked up. Honestly, like, if your Ruby is that good, yeah, the Harif will have some problems going up against the Ruby.
And I mean, technically it's balanced, right? Because of the Roger, let's say if it's being placed into the jungle, then that's something that can carry over into the later stage of the game. So that's definitely a strategy that we need to look out for from GGHG. Meanwhile, TLG, to close this out in the first phase of the drafts, Nolan is their choice. Nolan is their answer.
Honestly, looking at this, there's a lot of prio. Nolan can clear the jungle very, very fast.
Exactly.
Like, TLG looks like they understand this game in the sense of you want to have tempo. You want to make sure that your laning phase is very good so that you transition well into the turtle phase. So I feel like their understanding is challenging the coaches coming in from GGHG. We have a lot of prio here. How are you going to deal with us? Either you have to match our speed or find a way to counter us. And honestly, a good counter that I don't think GGHD can pick up anymore is the what's the guy that really likes when someone dashes? Phoveus.
Phoveus.
Yeah. Phoveus mid could deal with this, but now that they pick up the Valentina, they can't do it anymore.
Yeah, there's no flex. Unless Valentina Goulet. No, that's too crazy.
It has happened before.
Shout out to Chidera.
Yeah, it has happened before, so it could work. But yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yuzong banned out.
What I'm really scared about right now, if we're talking about tempo, if we're talking about speed, and if we're talking about mid-trio, prio, TLG, one of the comfort heroes for Vermouth is Lilia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're scared of that. I'm scared of height, so we have different fears here.
I'm scared of you, actually, if we're being honest.
This is exposure therapy. So I have I hope you're having a good time here.
Yeah,
Zaz gets banned out. And honestly, like, it's okay to let go of the Lilia because honestly, Valentina players like going up against the Lilia because Valentina is able to push Lilia around and then get her ult so that the Valentina can be much more aggressive and then eventually just use the black shoes and reposition. So honestly, like, just because the Lilia is there, as long as you have the Valentina, doesn't mean the Lilia has prio. So it's a pretty cool matchup. So maybe Homegirls, they let go of the Lilia because they already got the answer. They already got the Valentina.
All right.
If TLG wants prio and wants to win this matchup, they pick up a Farsa.
Oh.
Yeah, the Farsa is good against the Valentina.
Minotaur's banned.
Good.
Do you think we will potentially be seeing a Farsa game? I'm kind of on the fence with the Farsa. I understand her value. I understand that she has really good wave clear. She has really good burst damage in the early stage of the game, and she's also very mobile. But she's so vulnerable, is she not?
You need to fix your mindset.
Oh man!
If you have that kind of mindset, then the enemy could have 5 Laylas and be like, "Oh, can I use a Farsa here?"
Help GGHG in the first game.
Maybe they had a bad mindset in the first game. Right? You don't know. Right? You don't know. Honestly, the Farsa going up against the combination that GGHG has. Remember how Vermont used the Juicin? She was out of harm's way. So I feel like she could do the same thing with the Farsa. But if you want to be safe, you could also go for an Aurora.
Wow.
What?
Aurora.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aurora has good prio as well, mid.
Okay, we'll see. The next pick coming in from TLG now. They could even stray away from the mid laners right now, right?
I mean, if they want, they can pick up the Roamer first.
Exactly.
Pick up a Grok.
Is an option for sure. We saw Lolita being picked up earlier on.
Mm-hmm. What? Sure. Lolita, I don't know. I don't care. Pick it up.
What?
There you go, Aurora.
Nice.
I'm an analyst, Eterna. I do this for a living, okay?
Amazing.
Look,
it's good to be reminded.
I'm weird, but I know my stuff, okay? I play the game.
Okay, next 2 picks for GGHG then.
It really depends. I feel like, honestly, Roger has a good matchup going up against the Harif. So I kind of prefer just let the Roger be in the gold lane for this one. And then have a very fast clearing jungle as well. The Boxia is fine, but I don't know. The Boxia is very tricky here. Arla picked up. So this Ruby is going... Actually, no. Even the Arla can go roam. So it's still flexible. Ooh, Arla Valentina. That's very aggressive. That could get mid prio for sure.
And that's exactly what they need, right? I mean, they're losing both of the side lanes.
Alpha.
But they're going for the alpha.
Yeah. Again, the matchup for Roger going up against the Harif is very good. The burst damage coming in from the Roger makes it so that the Harif is not a full threat. But again, it's a... How do I say this? It's a skill matchup, right? It's not a hero matchup. It's more of a skill matchup. What did they pick up for Gromar?
Exactly.
Tigreal is good here.
Tigreal.
The only bad thing is that the Tigreal can give the implosion to the Valentina. But other than that, it's okay. If you don't want the Tigreal...
Do you really want to give over a CC hero over to Valentina at this point?
I'm thinking Grok has an amazing ult. Tigreal has an amazing ult. If they can use the Cho, Cho is good too. But again, Cho is an intense hero.
Let's see.
Atlas!
That's
Wow!
Wow, okay. Debut Atlas, ladies and gentlemen, for TLG. That is their decision. That is their answer. That is their solution. But we were
CC
talking
overload.
about... Exactly.
CC
we were
overload.
talking about that against the Valentina, and they doubled down. They doubled down, and they utilize Atlas.
I'm down.
You're down.
I'm down.
I'm down. Audience, are you down? Amazon Arena, are you down?
Can we just pass it to the casters?
Are they ready? Nice
It doesn't
Leo,
matter.
are you guys down?
Hey, yes, we are. We're down, I guess.
Jay Shaw.
Yeah, that's true. Well, hey, you know what? I love the draft once again. It's been a while. Atlas. We're not an MSC. It's MWI, Leo.
But hey, you know what they say? Underneath the tides is Atlas.
So fitting. It's lore. It's lore.
It's lore accurate.
It's lore accurate. Well, let's jump into the game here. It's game number 2 for TLG versus GGHG. It's China and Malaysia, the two teams here battling it out. It's Group D in this first matchup. Once again, TLG surprised us in game 1 already.
Okay. Game 1, we had a taste of what TLG and GGHG were bringing table as per their identity, right?
Yeah.
Now, TLG's identity is challenged. The Jushin was taken away. For some reason, Chokes decided to go for an early... Oh, wait, what? No, she's
okay,
good. She's fine.
Yeah.
Chokes goes for an early Nolan.
Yep.
And they bring in an Atlas. So they gotta be onto something, right? They must know something. There's gotta be a plan.
It's called, you know, just use the which is surprising because I just saw the concussive blast too. But I was gonna say, you know, use that fatal links with this lineup that they have in the frigid. Yes, it's the frigid breath glacier.
Yeah,
frigid glacier.
It's a crazy level of CC layering that again she's gonna make the most out of Fao and Hani's Purify.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yes, and I think part of it too, if you want to go ahead and fix what happened, also a major part from game one was control Yinyue on this Harith again, man. I think she was a key component for that #1 victory that they got in the previous game and how she played on a macro level.
But something tells me this is enough. Again, GGHG, one of their main strengths from game one was an ungodly amount of CC. Here they kind of eased up on it.
They let go of a little bit.
Yeah.
They took some damage.
But it is more reliable now since a lot of their CC doesn't have to rely on big ticket ults that are for the big 5v5 fights.
But if they can get a good ticket final slash,
that's a different story.
That's a different story.
Yeah, the first turtle spawned up already, and it looks like TLG is going to secure. They're pushing back the rest of GGHG. And this all happened all the while we were just talking about win conditions.
This so fast. Like, this is what I was impressed with from game one, and now already in this early portion of game two, I'll still say I'm impressed with the macro decisions and the no hesitation from TLG. Because honestly, when we look at the previous matches today, I know you casted some of them, there was a lot of hesitation that we saw in those matchups. But this one, at least even for TLG, there hasn't been much. Interesting, Hani is going to take the Fatal Link now, available for this.
As she should.
As she should. They're playing with the two Purifies. Yinhui has her own Purify. So this could be a great way to, you take the Fatal Links, you have that for Hani, and then you have a Spirit Destruction, Final Slash, and an I'm Offended. Like, there's a lot actually available for GGHG.
She has multiple ways to come in, right?
Yeah.
You have the Terrify, you have the Dash In, you can Purify on your way out with the Fatal Links, and it's all up to them now. Here we see the perfect match from Kinzaki, which is something we forget. I think maybe second to none, Atlas has the easiest way out of most things. Now here's a big team. Oh, the Fatal Links! Plus Yeguan, and then the answer, the Fatal Links and the Fatal Links! And they do draw first blood onto the Atlas. The Spear of Alpha coming through. Yinhui down, 3 for 1, the trade, all for Quinn. GGHG starting up strong.
Okay, taking a look at the STC replay. Look at this. Like you said, Fatal Links upon the Fatal Links. I'll drag you here, I'll drag you back. And even with the Z-Force, it wasn't enough. I mean, they just get handled here.
Not yet.
Not yet. The timing, the spikes are not here just yet because we talked about this in the previous game with the Harith. You need that time to build up here. And, you know, with that, it was an even spread for those kills for GGHG across the board between Chi, Hani, and Fafu.
You know what they look like?
Who?
Combat ropes.
Just I was going to say, yeah, at that point it does. I mean, that's why I was pointing it out when Hani grabbed that Fatal Links herself.
And she did so very early.
Did it, yeah. Early Thunderbelt, by the way, picked up by Ash here. This is something we see more often than not now.
Here we go.
Stuns.
Quick collapse, she's in trouble, and gets caught out by Kinzaki. Yinhui secures the kill. The dash and the dash from Ash. Can she get one through the river? Ash has to walk out the normal, the old-fashioned way. Down she goes, and the fight continues. Collapses underneath. Quinn gets one. Can Yinhui walk away? All right, a trade clean-up. 1 for 1, which still puts GGHG on. Whoa! Chokes! Chokes, can she get Quinn? She gets a double kill! I thought they were done, and they're still going!
Oh, is she going to be able to... Okay, she gets away, but man, just when you think that it was over, Chokes says, no, it's not. And also, with all that, you know, at least for them, they made something better out of that situation. And on top of it, Chokes, like we saw what she did in the previous game, now she's able to replicate it here. At this point, a turret goes down as well. Taking a look at the replay once again, a great fight here. Yep. Initiated and started off, but man, TLG comes out swinging for this. You're going to see a reinitiation from Hani as well, utilizing the penalty zone fights them in the bush. A ton of damage is there with the Spear of Alpha, but then Chokez finds this moment to bring it back, you know, to equalize the favor.
Oh no, here we go one more time, a stolen. The legs were moved down, Kinzaki too. This is looking bad for TLG. Base sent back. Is there enough of a body of Smith on her? No! Ash gets one, 3 for none. Clean wipeout.
Oh, clean wipeout. They're still gonna fight though, Hanny.
Yinwei finds Hanny. That's a kill. Ash up left, Alpha pushing off camera. Ash.
Oh!
No, 2K for Yinwei. And now they're still going. Chokez walks away. Non-stop.
Non-stop, and I know, like...
Women are non-stop.
They like to duke it out. They're still gonna be going, chasing down.
Chokez. Oh, that's Yinwei.
She's
Yinwei!
out.
Okay, Z-Force out, gets an extra shield. Wanted to fight, wanted to use a spell vamp, but that's a 3v1. I don't think that's a smart goal.
Yeah, and, you know, I know we don't have the exact numbers right now just yet, but these are a lot of back and forths, you know, going on, and I really want to see where things are falling in place, especially when it comes to the items here.
Okay, if you're talking about a back and forth and you're looking at a lineup like GGHG, that's very mid-game centric. Wait, that's a Fatal Link's already committed. Can Kinzaki walk away? She commits the flicker. She's finding one extra damage.
As you were saying, back and forth.
GGHG, they always will come out on top. They will come out on top of economy. They will come out up on trades. It's because they're a very mid-game centric lineup, and now they're still going. Vermouth used to force a flicker. There's a fridge of ice, and they do take down Hani. 2v2 up top. Chi and Fao, and I think Fao says let's get out of here.
Yeah, get out of there. That's fine. Great usage. I mean, for TLG, they're finding their little moments in these exchanges. I mean, even when a team fight happens and it's highly in favor of GGHG, it's usually Chokez able to find at least something in the exchange, or even Yin Yao. So with that, you have to go ahead and start to kind of think about, all right, these objectives, this next hurdle is coming up here. Both teams are relatively equal. There we go. They are. You know, it's 21,000 pretty much across the board. There's 1+ turret here for GGHD, but this turtle now is up. And they're going to go ahead and just kind of get centered around here, but it looks like Quinn's just going to go ahead and take this.
Yeah.
She's fine. Conceal going to be used, though. They might force a fight.
Kinzaki looking for targets, finds one. It's just Chi. They blast her. She's taken out, and there's the answer. And that's 2 on the way out. Kinzaki down, base still standing. She did get her penalty zone in already. She's gonna get popped here. Look at the back line. Look at Yinwei dancing through the walls. Chokez looking for the burst, looking for the cleanup. No one home, not gonna force it. That's a 2 for 1 with a trade win for a GGHG. They're looking for the re-engage. Turtle scored, by the way, by the Malaysian squad on the way out. And all this while, Fafa was pushing. This is the Fafa we were looking for.
Yeah, this was. And, you know, she's having a much better game this time around, especially on this Roger pick. She's been playing really well, too, with the Purifies, because every time we see an initiation started from TLG, it's, again, usually with the Concealed, they try to get that Fatal Links combination off, but Hani has done a great job at kind of stopping it from getting too out of hand. We're going to take a look once again at the STC replay here. This is the exchange we're talking about.
Yep.
And look at that. Hani brings to a bit further with her own Fatal Links. And really at this point, this is the thing about the Nolan. You really can't just shove yourself into this fight, right?
No.
You really have to be careful here. Chokez is able to get out, but you can see, you know, the tensions are there, of course.
And I think it's right to put the onus on Bay.
Yeah.
She has to be the initial Purify what do you say, trigger? Oh, wait, they do find one. Ash hit with the Fatal Links. Where do they go next? Already spent out the penalty zone. They're inside. Kinzaki gets popped here. Another one goes. That's Bay. Chokez looking for the engage in the back line. Down goes Ash. Yinwei drops the Z-Force. Underneath tier 1. All right, still, again, the same result.
Same result?
2 for 1. And you know what they say about insanity?
What do they say?
It's expecting a new result with the same steps,
something like that. I was going back to
the idea.
Yeah, I know.
Doing the same thing again, except there you go.
Something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
So doing the same thing, expecting the same results.
And that's the same thing, right? Like again, look, and then throughout that whole thing, the whole debacle.
Yeah.
Not a single Purify was used.
Not a single. And that's the point you were getting at here, Leo. You know, you're saying that Bay has to be the one. She has to be the one.
The initial
to get those out.
Trigger. Yes.
Yes. And this could be the time for her to do that. She has a flicker and a penalty zone available. Chokez is going to get spotted out of that, you know, little bush that she was waiting in to get this vision, but they're going to go ahead and start up the Lord here. So it's already half health. She also waiting there, getting the information they need. They might, I don't know. I don't think they just get this freely.
Concede it, looks like.
Do they? Yeah, it looks like they're just going to give it up here. So very interesting decision from TLG. Maybe it's more so like we need more time. You know, but how much time do they need to buy to build up these items? What are they waiting for, you know?
Okay.
The 11-minute mark previous game, Harith had the Holy Crystal, Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven.
Not a simple and a clean go at the gold for Hyunwoo here in Game 2 compared to Game 1, right?
Definitely.
But I understand in the defense of TLG as what they did there. Are you going to try to contest and, you know, try to stop the inevitable, or are you going to go farm elsewhere, right? Like what they did was farm elsewhere, trying to find something. Chi gets hit by the Fatal Links. Zaman Force dropped in. That's
good
Chi
pick.
Down. 4v5 now as they go for the defense. That's a great start.
All right, so as we were talking about that too, Holy Crystal's locked in. It's 10 seconds later from the previous game. So,
still on schedule.
Yeah, still pretty much on schedule. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, of course, keeping the mid lane down too, trying to hold on to that tier 1. But the eyes are set on this, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and grab this. That's the play here with that Lord take. Also going to lose some of the resources, but right now, Ohani. Okay, I didn't think they were going to start an initiation there, so it looks like still Lord's going to be worked on. And for now, TLG will go ahead and hold on to their base turrets. And as we're looking at it too, you know, a minor lead here. We're talking about 3,000-ish gold for GGHG.
Minor, but, you know, significant enough.
Yeah, it still plays a big part because I think that, you know, the nail on the head here is the fact that TLG has to get these Purifies down. And so far, every time we've seen a skirmish or a team fight, man, the Final Slash has actually done wonders for this lineup for GGHG.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're already using the Fatal Links.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to chase Ashe down.
And it's worked out so well because TLG have been trying to get these kills and they almost only find Chi or Ashe.
Yeah.
Right?
And at that point, then they get just retaliated.
And and especially at that point, it's not worth it. Oh, here's an I'm offended. Kenzaki found. At the Fatal Links on 2. The Purify spent up already on Fao Fao. Zaman Force dancing.
Good damage?
Way. Quinn is about to go, and they get bursted down. Fao Fao was here. Fao Fao.
What?
Helping Quinn score a double. That's 3 for none. GGHG.
Great team fight. And somehow, I mean, I expected Quinn to go down, but she survived, and she has the immortality.
These fighter junglers, man.
These fighter junglers. And I guess that's the difference when we were talking about this in Game 1 was like that door, right? That room for the fighter versus fighters, if you will.
Yep.
A good taste of damage plus utility. And, you know, so far, Nolan is not able to match up exactly the way we saw with Bane in the previous one. Because looking at this replay, you know, this was actually a pretty good team fight. Great Frigid Glacier laid down as well. But Fao Fao just re-engages at the right time to clean things up. And Quinn, because of the way Alpha works, and you get that sustainability, it's tough to take Quinn down. So great team fights there. And this is most likely just going to lead into a Lord take now, once again, for GGHG.
Should be relatively easy. Again, same situation as that first Lord. Like, if you're not going to contest, let it go.
Just
right?
let it go.
And now, Kenzaki with the conceal, finds 2, comes in, gets blasted, Final Slash, that's Chi, and now the Frigid, there's no one home, the Z4s, they're dancing, down goes Hani.
Fao.
They're still going, look at Fao from the east, and they're still going, Bay gets taken out, Kenzaki 2 for 1 the trade, and Cho'Cass, where's she going, what's she thinking? Fakes the recall, reveals herself. Now Ashe with the dash. Fao Fao coming in. This is not good. Cho'Cass shut down. This is all going down for TLG.
Oh, that was tough to see. Again, it just looked like, you know, TLG, you were saying it. Maybe just let it go. You don't have to force this fight, but instead, Kenzaki was like, no, we are going to fight.
Frozen fans.
Yes. Just, they don't like it. They don't want to let things go. They want to fight. How do you let a tide fall down?
Best grossing film of 2013.
That's true.
Here we go, an SCC replay one more time. This is the tail end of the disaster. That was the Hani for Kenzaki and Bay trade. Usually when you take out a gold laner, or rather a mid laner, it's a good deal, right? That's a huge amount of damage and utility. You take a Hani, but if for the price of Kenzaki and Bay, that's a high price here.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
It's a big take.
That's quite expensive.
It's quite expensive. And right now, they're going to have to defend against this push. I mean, Lord's still making its way in the bottom side. You're going to try to hold this on. But I think, you have to watch it. At least zone used. defensively, at least to clear the wave, at least to deal with it.
No purifies spent, but it should be fine. Again, given maybe 15, 20 seconds, they should be back in shape. Kanzaki still has her Fatal Links, though, so just say goodbye to this turret.
Yeah, Hani has it as well. This is what we've seen time and time again. Woo! This is that insanity. So turrets are going to go down to mid and bottom. Lord's still up. It's quite healthy. TLG's got to deal with it.
That's a half-health Lord coming through. Bay hits him with the penalty zone, and there's a Fatal Links. Looking great. Quinn down. Inside the base, Chi and Hani fall as well. Oh, Yi-Hwan just dancing. And they almost get a wipe out. Just TLG! And that's it. What? Why? All the way, taking everyone down from GGHG. And I'm not so sure if this is enough to call a GG.
I guess they're not insane. As we look at the SCC replay, they've done this time and time again. Penalty zone used, a Fatal Links used, and they win this fight. Talk about a setup from Vermouth too. Man, the Frigid Glacier, multiple targets.
This is a comeback-based defense moment, unlike those we've seen from the heyday of the old Smart Omega Execration days. Like, that's how they used to play. Inside the base, underneath their own objectives, they would pull off a wipeout like that. Again, a lot of the map belonged to GGHG, so this is still recovery mode for TLG, but I could have sworn that was going to end right then and there.
I would say that too. And again, when you look at it, it's like, all right, you know, they didn't get anything off of that aside from getting some big gold now in their pockets, which is a big part that at least makes them it makes them competitive for the next objective. Because without that, yes, they didn't go and march down the mid lane, you know, and run it down mid or anything like that, but they've got plenty of items. This is a power spike for them as well. You can see exactly where Yinhao is. I mean, she is on line here, even though with the Divine Glaive locked in now. And, you know, for the rest, that could be all it takes, man. A good placement of the Frigid Glacier, even following up to the Fatal Links or the penalty zone.
Yeah, despite Bay dying like 6 times, she's still able to build a full kit at 17 minutes.
That's something about the Rizzler. It's something about Terizla where you can literally be 0 and 5.
Yeah, she's not the punching base. The Hammer Bay, final slash, pushing out 2. That's the perfect match. It was Bay and Kanzaki in that bush. Now Quinn back to the job. Vermouth forced to flicker back. So she's going to have to recover for a bit, make sure she's topped up and ready. Ash dancing here with Chokes, and they continue.
They're going to fight. They're going to actually go for it. Fatal Link's only going to find 1.
And there we go. Falco looking for targets. A big knockup from the Lord. Yinhui with the dance. Z-Force. Where's the targets? Down goes Bay. Down goes Ash. 1 for 1. The trade so far, and the Lord gets reset. Chokes keeping this bush. Chi spots her, and there's a jump. Falco gets a double kill. Kanzaki down. Chokes versus the world. 3v1. Not going to happen. And it's just Yinhui and Vermouth inside the base, not going TLG's way.
Again, they'll have enough time. It's Chokes too. And this has been a problem. This Roger from Falfao. 12-2-9. Absolutely massive here. And she's having a hell of a game, and now they're going to hold on the best they can. Chi, though.
Yeah. Pops her immortality. The Frigid Glacier caught no one home. That's the freeze by Quinn. The Z-Force still alive for Yinhui. She is rocking all of the shields and the immortality. She's fine.
Let me ask you this. How can you freeze me with Frigid Glacier if I have a Winter's Crown?
That's right. You can't freeze me. I'll freeze myself.
I'll freeze myself. I'll one-up you.
Yeah. But TLG aren't out of the woods just yet.
They're not.
There is a massive Lord in mid. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be an evolved Lord, so it's the worst kind.
And their wave clear isn't the best, right? They can force a fight under the Zaman Force especially. It looks like they're going to do just that. So, GGHG, are they going to force the fight themselves here? Trying to clear out some of these waves, feel this out, but they're going to go in.
Oh no, Yinhui from the back gets hit by a lot of CC. Gets your mentality popped, and she gets frozen underneath the final slash. And she's dashing. Lord still up. Lord at 10th of its health. And look at the back line. Kanzaki hits 1 in the base. Got overloaded with damage. We're at a 1-1 between GGHG and TLG.
Group D. Man, it's looking to be very spicy here too. Just like what we saw from Group A. I don't know where we're going to end up. Maybe some more tiebreakers as we get through the next matches for this group. But hey, it's 1-1. Good readjustment as well from GGHG after what happened when what TLG did in a surprising matter for Game 1.
it was inevitable that GGHG would take game 2 given how in control they were for a majority of this 20-minute bout.
Yeah.
So if the macro was sound and they were making a majority of the right decisions leading up to those final moments,
yep,
game was theirs to take.
Game was theirs. I mean, even with Fao, this is where, I felt like she fell short in game 1. This one, though, especially, she came up and just had a massive game on the Roger. And I don't know, man. Blue side is still very strong.
That was the Fao we were all expecting.
That was. And, I mean, even when you look at it from TLG, that defense that we saw was really good. They actually, just the series as a whole, this is a great showing from TLG. I just want to see what else they have because, again, they have some pretty big opponents ahead of them.
It's a massive tug of war.
Yeah.
And I'm happy and I am surprised as to how this group started out.
Definitely.
And I'm here for it.
I'm all for it, man. I can't wait to see what's in store for us, but we're going to actually throw it over on stage for the interview. Again, I'm Nice2, that's Leo. We'll be back to cast after this, but let's hear from the stage.
Now welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and right here at the stage segment, we have none other than Bay right here from TLG right here with us. Now we have so many burning questions for TLG, given that this is their very first debut here on the international stage.
You got that right, of course, congratulations. So the question would be, being your debut right here at the EWC, how does it feel to represent China on international grounds here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
想要问的就是，你们首次就是在这个国际舞台上就是登场，有什么感想？
很开心吧，然后也很荣幸，很感谢沙特主办方能给我们，就是给我们一个这样的机会，然后也很感谢国内的生态，就是女子电竞的生态环境，然后才能让我们一起能站到这个舞台上面。
Now it's very inspiring to say that they're very excited to be here and they're very thankful for the support from Saudi to give them the opportunity to come on board right here on the international stage.
Amazing stuff. Well, go ahead. Let's see what's going to happen.
还有第二个问题想要问你，就是想要了解一下稍后的这一场游戏，你们会遇到这个印度尼西亚的这个战队，那他是前冠，就是 MWI 2023年的这个冠军。来就是玩这场游戏，您有什么准备吗？有什么感想？
我们会尽自己最大的努力去准备好每一场比赛。
All right, so the question posed to Bebe was that, they will be facing off the defending champions of MWI, and that is Team Vitality, which is whom they're going up against next. They said that they will do everything in their power to play all the games to the best of their efforts to take the match coming up next. So, 感谢贝贝，就是让我们更深入了解你们中国战队，谢谢。Thank you. So yes, thank you so much, Bay, for this interview right here. Now they're going to be going up against the queens of MLBB next, and this is Team Vitality. So stick around, and we're going to hand it back to the studio. Take it away. Yalla.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And oh wow, is it too early to say that we are in another group of Deathlevel?
I feel like yes, because this is the very first match of Group D, and I really feel like for both teams, it's a roller coaster of emotions because winning and losing, and like we see the intense moments coming in from the players, like they're very passionate about making sure that they get a 2-0. Both teams failed to get a 2-0 here, but again, starting things off with a 1-for-1, I feel like even Team Vitality, it caught their attention.
Definitely. Because now it's up to them, because they're going to be the ones, the team that has to go back-to-back later on, first up against TLG and then against GGHG.
I feel like one thing that Gaming Gladiators homegirls have shown is that the juicing is very strong. Like, we see how the mid lane coming in from TLG is very strong, supporting her own team. So I feel like if they take that out or just prepare an assassin to deal with it, this is a lot of information coming in for Team Vitality after this.
Yeah.
For GGHG, we see that sometimes they overcommit. So it's definitely a dangerous situation where I feel like Team Vitality should be able to handle.
I mean, technically, they do still have a bit of time to prepare, right? Especially for GGHG into...
Is it enough, though?
That's the question. But that's the beauty of a best of two, and that's the beauty of having 6 games of that best of two in an entire day.
Oh, yeah. Don't you just love it? We have 6 games back to back to back.
20 minutes, by the way.
20 minutes. I gotta say, Eterna, you must love this, right? But either ways, right now, looking at the stats here, something that we do have to say is that Fafao, yes, she did perform very, very well. But again, it did seem like TLG, they had the reactions to actually deal with the Roger in the goal lane. So I feel like this is a wake-up call for both teams. Like, as strong as they think they are, all the other teams here are potentially stronger.
Wake-up call.
Ring, ring. Hello, it's like 4 a.m. Wake up, you gotta pray.
And also, you gotta give in your predictions. Right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a look at what you guys voted for. Audience predictions was 75% for GGHG and 25% for TLG. I mean, that's expected.
Yeah, because
right?
if you combine...
That's expected. They came into this matchup as the favorite, I would assume, right? And the fact that TLG was able to get that first game away from GGHG, that was an upset in itself.
And the second game, it was a difficult win.
Yeah.
Sure, GGHG won, but it wasn't easy.
That was... Do you remember that final moment?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
If the Waves...
Nerve-wracking.
If the Waves were in a better position, honestly, TLG could have ended it.
So let's crown our MVP by PlayStation for game number 2. Because again, right, it was so close. And finally, Fafao gets the recognition that she deserves. And it was funny, right? Because the casters in the game, they even mentioned, like, this is the Fafao that we expected. This is the Fafao that we know and love. And Fafao gets to show off in game number 2.
Again, I feel like the first game she couldn't perform well was because of the Bane. The deadly catch is deadly. Like, the moment Fafao goes in, even, like, you don't have to think about the Blazing Duet getting interrupted. She died immediately when she goes up against the Bane. So, honestly, like, game number 1, she couldn't do it because the jungler is a direct counter to what she's trying to do. And this game is a little bit easier. The Roger has a lot more burst damage. Looking at the itemization that she has, it is going for a cleanup kind of Roger, making sure that they're around 40-50% HP, and then she can deal the rest.
And, you know, one of the other things is that she was in a matchup that was unfavorable to her, right? Harith and Claude. But in this particular situation, in this particular scenario, we see time and time again when she's given that space, when she's given that time to farm from the early stage of the game, that's what she does.
Yeah, because the annoying thing about a Harith is that you generate a lot of shield, but the Roger just destroys the shield so fast. So that's why the Roger is honestly a very good pickup going up against the Harith.
There you go. Over and over and over and over again, she gets her moments. It's her time to shine.
I see what you did there. Nice. But again, for both teams, I didn't know that Roger was taller than me. He's pretty big.
I'm kind of scared.
Don't be scared. Roger is
scary in particular hands. I don't want any part of this.
Well, he's not here anymore.
I need a break. I'm too scared. I'm shaking in my heels right now. So we're gonna throw over to a break, ladies and gentlemen, for the next match of the day. So we'll see you right after. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود
لا تغتك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليه تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده؟ الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI x EWC 2024. We're back here in the studio to bring you the next match of the day, as finally Team Vitality are back, and they're back with a vengeance. They're going to try and defend their throne, defend that title of being the queens of MLBB.
But honestly, going up against TLG might not be as easy as we think. Like, imagine if the whole match goes 1-1. That's going to be amazing.
So that brings us to Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming match. Let's take a look at the showdown for our next match of the day. Best of two, you mentioned it. TLG once again back on the stage. And I would say that TLG, one of the dark horses now. And it's actually a funny story because back at the round table, I don't know if it's aired yet. Am I allowed to talk about that? It hasn't aired.
We can hint about it.
Well,
we can hint about it.
A particular strong team hinted that TLG was one of the teams
dark horses, like one of the teams that
afraid of.
Exactly. So instead of dark horses, they're nightmares.
Nightmares. I like that.
Right? Because
like that.
in case you guys don't know, mares are horses.
Oh, that's what
you don't know?
meant.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were referring to just a general
mares
nightmares.
Are horses. So dark horse, night, glap. You know, it's very dark.
That's why he's an analyst. But about the, predictions, that's something we can kind of shrug off a little bit. Because apparently he has the same curse as Mirko. But I'm pretty sure you guys don't, right? So tell us your predictions right now. Who will win this match? Do you think it's Title Legends Gaming or Team Vitality? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions.
I don't know what is it about me and Mirko. Is that
I don't know either.
That's why I refuse to give compliments to people anymore. It ends badly. That's why I don't compliment you anymore.
That's actually true. He hasn't.
Do you want me to? Like,
No,
we've seen
I'm fine.
what happens, right?
Yeah, let's not.
Like, imagine if I say you have nice hair.
Yeah, let's not.
Right? It feels
Let's
uncomfortable.
skip that. Let's skip that to the Jamil Motorsport arrivals instead to welcome both of these teams and the debut of Team Vitality all the way from Indonesia.
And again, we can definitely see, like, for all the teams here going to the stage, it's really about making sure that you don't get psyched out when you're on the big stage. Because again, for some teams, they're used to this. Like, Team Vitality, they're like, yeah, whatever, it's a stage. We have a chair, we have a table, same difference, right? With anywhere in the world. But TLG kind of showed that they kind of don't care as well. They seem like they have the experience of handling that kind of pressure, because game number 1 and game number 2, I don't see them making mistakes.
I mean, they were reigning in their particular region.
Yeah.
right? But I don't know.
Don't have that negative mindset. Eterna.
Going against a 24 tournament winning streak team.
You can only win for so long, right?
That's true.
We have a saying in Malaysia, pada pandai tumpai melompat, satu hari dia akan jatuh juga.
Yeah, that makes sense in Indonesia.
Right? That makes sense in Indo, right? It means that fly, squirrel, fly.
No.
Squirrel will go down also.
Let's take to the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. مرحبا مرة أخرى هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع MWI. It is getting more and more exciting over here.
Yes, it definitely is heating up, especially from the performance from TLG earlier. Now, we did not expect the audience's predictions didn't expect either to be a tie right here for TLG versus the Gaming Gladiators homegirls earlier. So now that Title Legends Gaming is all warmed up, this is going to be their biggest challenge yet because they're not going up against any team. They're going up against the reigning queens of MWI, and this is none other than Team Vitality. Absolutely amazing. Now, if you're looking to get the championship for MWI 2024, this is the team that you're looking to beat, all right? And of course, this is not an easy feat, by the way. We're talking about Team Vitality. They are the reigning champions right here for MWI, and they are looking for their three-peat win. And speaking of which, what makes this such a tough challenge for any team that's looking to take the throne is because they have a 27 consecutive tournament win. So, is there any team out there that can topple the champs? This is the question. Now going up against the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, presenting to you right here, Title Legends Gaming.
And ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is gonna be it. Debuting for the first time, representing China right here at the EWC Saudi Arabia. A lot of surprises took place. They surprised us with the last win and within the tiebreakers of the first match. But now we are here for the second one. What's gonna happen? I cannot wait.
Yes, we're very excited indeed. So once more, just to recap a little bit, we have seen TLG taking a 1-1 earlier from Gaming Gladiators. So how would they fare against our reigning queens right here at MWI? We're gonna hand our time over to the experts to find out more. Take it away, guys, at the studio. Yalla!
Yalla, we're back in the studio. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And you know, even Cheryl mentioned, right, 27, 24. You know, people are starting to lose count at this point, Lafel.
Numbers, just numbers. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it does depend.
Oh, it does?
I think it does, especially as an analyst.
Yeah, I guess mathematical people are not going to be happy. It's like,
yeah, they're seething.
Numbers. Numbers, alphabet, same difference.
Also, like the squirrel thing, that's not what I meant.
It's clever squirrel jump. One day squirrel will fall down also.
Yeah, okay, that was better. It's not fly, squirrel, fly. Eventually you'll fall down.
Listen, I'm scared, okay?
Okay, that's okay. While we get you unscared, we're gonna head over to the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Our first game of this best of two series between TLG and Team Vitality. The dark horse now, I would say, for TLG, going head-to-head against the queen of MLBB themselves. Hayabusa taken off the board.
I feel like the plan should stay the same. My only question is that will TLG get the Jushin again? And I wonder if they have something else. Because the thing is, Vermov can use damage dealers. But so far, it looks like in this strategy, they're going to be using support types. But I understand because if your jungler is going for a damage dealer, then as a mid, you have to be supportive. If the jungler is a utility jungler, then you're fine to go with damage. because you just want to make sure that your entire composition has balance. So now, Vitality, they've already banned out the chip, and they're banning out the Juicing as well. So TLG, now they have to figure out what's going to be their first pick here, because I kind of feel like they want to catch. I feel like that's their entire strategy. So as long as they can play around that, make every fight against Vitality a 4v5, they might have a shot.
I'm concerned though from the drafting phase, right?
You're always concerned.
I know. I just want the queens to think about this, right? Because earlier on TLG, they had 2 winning lanes. They had the Harith and they had the Terizla.
Harith got banned.
And yet they still lost.
No, I mean, like for this one, Harith got banned, so...
Right, but what I'm saying is, even if, let's say, TLG go for a proper draft and they win those side lanes, that execution is still going to be so paramount.
Well, now they have a Luyi, so it almost doesn't matter what you pick up in the side lanes, right? Because with the teleport, you can actually impact a lot of lanes for this one. So this is going to be very interesting to see how Vermouth is going to use the Luyi. Looks like Vitality, they're picking up the Roger as well as the Edith. So this kind of works in the favor of TLG, where the Edith only has 1 dash. So if the Edith is a roam, you can potentially catch the Edith and then try to make it a 4v5. But the thing is, Edith is a catch hero as well. So it's kind of like both teams are thinking of the same way that they want to play this game.
So what's the go-to here? Do we still focus on these side lanes? Terizla still opened up.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do they go for that? Is that the key?
The only problem is that what are you going to pick up in the gold lane? Because not a lot of matchups win going up against the Roger. Looks like they're going to pick up the Arlet first. If this is going to be an Arlet mid lane, it's going to be amazing. And they pick up the Julian. So they understand. Win early, win mid, you're good. They have a good tempo moving up. If this Arlet is going to go mid, they can punish Vitality, and it looks like they are picking up the Terizla. So this is going to be an Edith roam.
But dude, like, TLG's hero pool right now, right? I mean, they've been swapping around. They've been picking up debut picks here, left, right, and center. And it's insane.
It's a hero ocean, not a pool anymore.
I mean, tidal wave.
Exactly. Okay, stop it.
Okay.
Export banned.
Export banned. They want to secure, for sure, a winning lane for this Terizla, right? So X-Borg, heroes like CC as well, is definitely something that they are going to look towards. Yuzong.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Arlet going up against the Terizla, I'm not a big fan, so I kind of hope they have something else in the EXP. But for TLG, I kind of feel like they should ban out the mid laners. The Valentina is still open. Perhaps banning out that Valentina could be good. And then eventually maybe even... Honestly, their comp is good going up against a Farsa, so I feel like just focus on the mid. But looks like they're actually going to ban out the Nolan. If they're going to focus on Assassins, maybe even a Fanny.
Fanny, definitely a big option here. I mean, Team Vitality, Vival in particular, right? She's quite flexible, right? She can go for the utility. She can even go for the fighter junglers that are looking to find a lot more success here at MWI and have seen more success here at MWI, and of course the Assassins too. Minotaur, though, going to be the choice of ban from Team Vitality.
It does seem like with the Minotaur ban, you kind of want to go all in, like a very heavy dive composition. So perhaps this Roger is going to the jungle role, and then they have something else in the gold lane. But I don't know, I kind of feel like as long as you have Roger in the gold lane, you kind of win the lane, you win the pressure. Looking at the lineup here, if Vitality, they want to challenge back what TLG wants to do, they could have a Lilia to make sure that they can slow down TLG and make it so that any kind of engage doesn't look good. Like, if Julian finds a Lilia, you can just black shoes out of there.
But is the catch for the Julian jungle enough here? Right, we have Terizla, we have Edith.
If Holy Crystal first item, it's going to be enough. It really depends, because we've seen players go for Holy Crystal first or the Genius Wand first. Both are great, but damage-wise, definitely Holy Crystal.
So Valentina now gets eliminated.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, still a lot of options. Like I said, the Lilia is going to be okay if you want to play more tempo. If you want the Aurora as well, it's going to be pretty good. But the Kagura, now I didn't see that one coming.
Another debut. I love today.
I love debuts.
It's a day that keeps on giving. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. So Kagura now being planted in. And again, right, that burst, the CC coming through as well from the Kagura. I've seen it in a different tournament. It has done well. But in this composition, how do you think it will fare?
I feel like the Kagura, the reason why it's there is to deal with the Lu Yi. So the Lu Yi wants to stay in the back lane and then try to use the yin-yang reactions to control the fight. The Kagura can use the yin-yang overturn to burst the Lu Yi very, very fast. So it looks like your job is just to win the 1v1 in mid. I mean, not in mid in particular, but like in turtle fights, in lord fights, just aim for the Lu Yi. And maybe that's why they pick up the Kagura, because you have easy access to the back line.
And okay. Ruby
Claude
and
Louis.
Claude for TLG now.
Okay, again, this is flex. Both Arlet as well as Ruby can be flex in the roam position. So Vitality, now they have to show whether this Roger is going to the jungle or going to the gold lane. I like TLG's draft because it's a very meta draft. Like, we see male teams use this kind of draft. And the strongest point about this is actually the macro play, right? Sending the Claude over anywhere all across the map, making sure that he has a fine time farming. And now the carry gets picked up. So this is going to be a Roger jungle.
Yep, Roger in the jungle. I'm actually quite surprised, right? Because last time at SPS, when Falcons Vega qualified for MWI of Team Vitality, they did so well with Shell on Roger and Shell on Clint. So with the carry being picked up, it's interesting. Why do you think they went for carry?
I really just feel like that they want to have a good laning phase going up against the Claude, because I think she really just wants that true damage on the Claude so that the Wind of Nature doesn't really help.
I see. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first game in this best of 2 between Team Vitality and TLG. We're gonna skip over to the casters. Guys, are you ready?
Ready we are. Thank you very much, Eterna and LaFell. Love the nightmare thing, all that too, LaFell. Love it, you know? Did you get it?
I got it.
Hey, once again, it's me, Naisu, and Leo joining on the desk. It's this match number 2 for Group D. And yes, it's Team Vitality versus TLG. Once again, Title Legends Gaming. You know, they had a 1-1 in the previous series, man, so maybe they can replicate what they did in Game 1 to GGHG against the Queens of MLBB. Just non-stop. They've been winning. Just everything.
Undisputed. What was the number? 20-something?
20-something.
Over the past 3 years? Who's going to unseat him? Who's going to knock him off that throne? Title Legends is going to give it their all. Their Girl Scout try here.
That they could. Maybe have some cookies as well. But, you know, for Team Vitality, what makes them so good, I think, you know, even LaFell touched on a bit on this in the draft. Those first three picks especially, this is something that you see constantly back from the men's teams, even when we were in MSC.
It's a very meta.
It's very meta.
Yeah.
The Kagura, I was not expecting. So it's refreshing to see, yes, like Eterna said, these debut picks on day 1 already. There's a lot of unique heroes coming up. I forgot the exact number that we got to see throughout MSC, but I think it was like upper 70s or if not 80s once we got through all that. But the Kagura pick, I don't know, how do you feel about it? Is it enough burst damage with the lineup that they have, even though they already have a Roger here?
It's been about 2.5 years since we saw Kagura in a, I don't know, consistent basis in the professional scene.
Yeah.
So with that said, there has been some changes on her, right? We were talking as Chokes goes ahead and applies some pressure on to Chell there, but yeah, no. I'm wondering if those changes are going to be enough.
Yeah.
To put her over the top and make her a legit pick once more.
She's got the level 4 right now, so they're going to go ahead and make their way to this turtle. Looks like they have complete control over it too, so this might just be an objective in the hands of Team Vitality. And it looks like just that. Vival gets it. They come in though.
The diversion. And now Vermouth goes down. A quick response by Fumi Echo. And Bay's really trying, but Chinny takes her down. 2 free kills for Team Vitality. And now that's a purple attempt by Chokes. I'm not so sure this is wise.
Yeah, Chokes, you might want to get out of there. Looks like she's going to be forced back.
Oh! All right.
Okay.
So she dashes through. Again, I think they knew that they weren't going to get punished hard.
Yeah. Well, looking at the SCC replay here, this is what I'm saying. They came in with a diversion. They wanted to fight, but I don't know. They weren't even fully healthy here when this fight broke out. And, you know, with the advantage of, like, if you're just looking at this early game advantage of having a Terizla in the hands of Fumi Echo, who, you know, naturally Terizla, especially early on with a Brave Smite, and that body of Smith, he's tough. She's tough to take down. Yeah. Even with this, I mean, look at this. You're just going to force her back, and she's going to be fine, and will sustain back up here. And taking a look at the items, you know, early on, you got a lot of penetration coming out with the arcane boots.
Because that's all they need,
that's
really. There's an overabundance of CC coming in from the Queens of MLBB, and they're coming in at a low cost.
Wow.
I don't know how they call Vermouth there. Something tells me it's off of Vivian. The queen, the mother of tanks here, just caught her out of breath. And again, she had like 10 seconds left on that Purify.
Yeah.
Vermouth had nowhere to go.
This is, again, as you're looking at just how they're dominating this early game, it's a rotation that you guys have seen many times if you've been fans of esports for MLBB.
They've been doing this since 2021. Yeah. This is the same play style. Even under the utility jungler meta, Vival was living in their opponent's jungles already.
Yeah. Pretty much. And, you know, this allows her, because of how this is going, diversion is going to be used. I don't think they can stop that from happening. Just turret take already this early on, under the 5-minute mark.
Okay.
Oh, Kez, though.
She's trying. Does she get it? She did. Now she's in trouble. Can Chokes finish the job? Oh, Chokes gets it. But where is the clapback? Chokes walks away. Off camera, Team Vitality scores another turtle off of Vival. And I guess that was enough of a tempo break, but you're still looking at about 2,500 gold ahead for Team Vitality.
And why?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Shell!
All right, Shell. I didn't expect her. Like, she didn't even use the flicker. She didn't have to.
Nothing. It was just full-on commit. I don't know what Yinwei was trying to get at there, but I hope that the death was worth the gold she was getting off of the plate.
I was going to say, she got some gold, but, like, even with that, look, 2,000 ahead for Team Vitality because of this macro play that they're making, that they've done time and time again, which is reason why they've just been so dominant in the women's scene here for MLBB. So for TLG, it's like, you know, they're trying to find something. It's almost at this point where, you know, as we even look at the replay, this is already after Yunhua was pushing for that gold. We get a slow-mo look too, because just Shell comes in. Of course she's going to feel good about that.
She didn't even expect that she would get it that quickly, right?
Yeah.
And now here's a concealed play coming in. The BMI out. Yinhua is not going anywhere. She could have flickered, but I'm sure she would have died still.
Yeah, most likely would have got dove under that turret. So, you know, again, this point for Team Vitality, they're scaling up really quickly. Even on the carry, mid lane though.
Fumi Echo catching all of that and still standing.
The body of Smith, that passive, just allowing Fumi Echo to be so tanky. I know, you know, the body of Fumi Echo at this point, it's just tanky enough.
She's just standing there. Like
she's
capable. She has the kit. She's got the guts. And now here comes Vivian, asserting dominance. Look, Chokes, she has to think about it. Where do I go from here? Oh, here comes Vermouth, alone. That could have been disastrous. And now the flicker away from Kinzaki. Team Vitality is just walking through.
It's like they have, you know, these checkboxes that they're just going down a list. You know, they have these steps every time they go into a game. And now third turtle's up. We're right there on point. We go and grab it. We zone them out. Oh, Kanazaki.
Got the I'm offended. Looking for the knock up. Fumi Echo. That's a lot of damage. Yinhua blazing the way into the back line. Fumi Echo still standing. She gets her. And now Vival traded out with Chokes. Can she get it? Throws out an umbrella. Taking down TLG's jungler. 2 for 1 the trade so far. But look at this. Chell is working quietly off camera as Vivian might not be able to defend. Can she do this? Oh, looking for some damage. Looking at it. Big answer.
Oh, and then she's actually going to come in and clean a kill too. Kanzaki down. Not sure if Shell can get anything further, but good response.
And off camera, there's still that massive wave. So TLG have to clean up house. Interesting how Team Vitality are allowing certain things from TLG, but something tells me it's a calculated risk. Like, I'll let you come in a step further.
Yeah.
But we're working on something else 3 or 4 steps back.
It's almost like they, you know, it's either a game of chess or a code in their own where, you know, we'll, if and, basically, for coding. You can go ahead and do this. We'll cap off something from that and even push on a macro level. And all this kind of leads into is eventually the Lord fight, you know? So for TLG, it's like they've managed to find a couple wins here. But when it comes to the objective that is coming up, I don't think they're anywhere near where they want to be.
They still shouldn't engage.
They should not engage because of just simply the lineup. I mean, I don't have to go down the list, but just because of an Edith and a Terizla alone is a lot to handle.
Looking at the map, again, TLG just about to score their first turret off cam. There it is, down bottom. Up top, Vitality take another. I'd say it's a little bit closer to chest. We'll talk about it later after Fumi Echo goes in with the penalty zone. Lost a lot of damage coming through. Pulled in underneath tier 1 in mid. Chokes goes down. Can they get the revenge kill on the Vivian? The answer is no. Hyunwei falls. In comes Bay, dashing from one to another. Not before she goes down. 2. The shutdown on the Bay. Double kill on the way out. 3 for 2 the trade. I'm saying it's closer to chess. Like, take this juicy knight, but we're taking your queen.
Yeah. And with that, they're going to go ahead and get themselves this Lord off of that. You know, as we look at the replay, this is exactly what Team Vitality wanted to do. Fumi Echo goes down, and Vivian. They both go down in an exchange, but they get the 3 from a TLG plus the objective. All part of the plan, and Shell is just completely fine firing off. You know, having this time. And of course, there's going to be some frustration there, TLG. But again, they know what they're up against.
And something tells me even TLG knows what they're capable of getting on the back end too, because that's why Yinwei and Bay were saying, that was close, we could have gotten them, because they were the 2 closest to achieving something against Team Vitality in that moment. They could have, Bay got the double.
Yep.
Yinwei was blazing the wedding into the back line there.
It's just she's taken care of so fast.
And
like, that's the problem.
She's not fully kitted out.
She's not kitted out. That's the point, right? I think especially when you're talking about defensively, usually you see those Wind of Nature's picked up. Look at the items here. She's just got 2.
Not even
She doesn't have the Trinity. And I think even if you get to that point where you have the Trinity, you also have to account for that magic burst, you know, coming out from this pit, because that's a holy crystal now online for Cine. So Lord's taken care of.
Yep.
They at least deal with that, but I'm not sure. Does Team Vitality want to push this any further? I think they're still going to go ahead and be the discipline. Like I said, they got boxes, man. And they'll go down those steps and check those off one by one. They're very disciplined in how they approach this, even with the lead that they have. I mean, looking at the damage, you know, this Kagura pick was a surprise, something we typically don't see often, but it's paying dividends.
Again, you're talking about discipline. She's one of the heroes that you can just leave the damage out there and protect yourself with. And you have a cleanse built in. That's the concealed play coming in from Vivian. Finds no one. Does force out a final slash from Bay. And they let it go. They go ahead and take away all these resources from Chokes. I've been in this situation. I play a lot of Julian in rank. And when you can't jump in because your opponent outvalues you in CC, it's kind of miserable. You're just walking around like,
how do I, you know, at least you can retreat. Like you have a way to retreat, but your whole point they talked about this in the draft, was that interaction where we usually see the Genius Wands built up, you know, or the Holy Crystals, whatever path is taken first, and you work really well with kind of like a burst combination, especially with a Luo Yi. And unfortunately, that just has not worked. That game plan that they approach this from TLG has not worked for them. And part of it is just the way that Team Vitality's been playing with their frontliners. Tanking that up, it works great. Because you can see, she's got the Genius Wand, she's got the Divine Glaive.
And the Feather.
Yep. So the damage should be there. It's more so like, can we get the placement? Oh, they go in.
And there's the pull. Vivian welcoming it. Look at Vival looking for targets. Vivian very low. The blazing coming to the back line. Bay goes down. Vermouth as well. Inway follows. That's just 3 free for Team Vitality. And they collapse. Run, Joe, Cass, run! He's gonna fall. There's just about one left. Kinzaki, the lone survivor for TLG.
Kinzaki, she's just going to be able to watch this as a full force of Team Vitality.
Just 1 minion, is that all Team Vitality needs? The answer is yes! The Queens end at 12-22.
The Queens of MLBB. Victorious 20-plus times at this point, going on 3 years further. And you can see why. Again, TLG, very impressive in the game that they had previously, but man, this just looks like you know, they couldn't stand a chance on what Team Vitality threw at them in this game. They might have found, you know, some moments here and there, but I think it was just part of the game plan from Team Vitality. It was them utilizing that front line, willing to sacrifice some of their members for the greater plan, the greater good in this matchup.
In multiple ways, it was a checkmate.
Well, you guys go ahead and break it down there in the studio. Eternal Lefel, take it away.
Thank you again, guys. Thank you, Naisu. Thank you, Leo, as well, for bringing us that game. But again, it was insane. And right now, Vitality, they're still sitting at a win streak, you know, even through from SPS.
Let me just say, I would describe it as Team Vitality is just way ahead of the curve, right?
Okay.
Because I see the 1v1s that they do is very good. Their rotations is very solid. And TLG, honestly, they made quite a few mistakes here. Like, for example, the earlier diversion coming in from Vermouth, it was ambitious because their HP was so low, so I don't know why they tried to go for that fight. And then later on, we see Chokis. Honestly, is amazing using the Julian, able to get out of very sticky situations, but you're taking a lot of a risk for very small return. So I kind of feel like them going up against Team Vitality, where Team Vitality has a very strong base, very strong core understanding of the game, they just make better decisions. Where compared to TLG, sometimes the choices they make have a lot of risk, it just doesn't have a lot of return.
Fundamentals.
Yeah, the fundamentals.
Right? The fundamentals of the game. And I agree, right? And if you keep trading in like that with a team that has as much experience as Team Vitality and as much knowledge as Team Vitality, it really is quite difficult. And I think this is our fastest game so far, 12 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, and also you look at Shell, right? This is why you pick up a carry going up against the Claude is if you really have very strong lane mechanics, you can deal with the Claude very, very well because the Claude, after the BMI, honestly, if the Claude has full stacks, you can run away from the carry. But if not, the carry can just go up against you. And usually we see for Claudes, they will pick up something like a Vengeance or a Sprint just to make sure they survive the laning phase. The Flicker is too long of a cooldown, so it's not going to work out that well.
Okay, so even in that lane, Shell was leading, and
yeah,
she is one of the pillars. She was, I think, the MVP for SPS as well. I think that I keep referring to SPS because that was the last performance that we've seen from Team Vitality, as we are going to crown our MVP by PlayStation. Is it Shell? Is it Vivian? You know, there's an argument to be made for every single player, and I'm going to say that again.
Then say it again. Say it again.
Say what again?
No, you said like there's a chance. What do you say? There's something to be said about everyone being the MVP for this game. So say it again, because you said I can say it again.
Oh yeah, I'll say it again. What was I saying? But let's take a look at the reactions from the players first and foremost before we get into crowning our PlayStation MVP. And again, right, the TLG, since their first signing into this tournament, we've seen that they're very expressive as a team. There you go, the passion coming through. They're yelling. They're oh, what's that? Shocked?
Shocked, relief.
Relief?
Like maybe it's like, oh, I got away with 1 HP, right? I would do that, but again, I feel like their micro as well as their macro is actually very good. It's just that understanding the trade, right? What is a good trade? What is a bad trade? It takes a bit of an experience for you to make those split-second decisions.
And it just makes this group even scarier, right? Because TLG, they have the potential. GGHG have also been proving themselves. And now we have Team Vitality finally after that debut game. Who do you think is going to make it to the playoffs?
Oh, Team Vitality, of course.
Yeah, okay, the other...
Yeah, but let's test out the curse, right? Like, if it's true, if I say Team Vitality is going to win, and then they lose this one, boo-hoo, sad, more tiebreakers.
Okay.
Yay, yay.
True. We'll see after we see our PlayStation MVP. Let's see. And let's see, and it's Team Vitality. Okay, it's Shell. I just wanted to utilize C more.
Yeah. It's you know? In terms of vitamins, they're pretty cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. See the world. See Shell get that MVP once again, man.
Let's look at this 1v1. Look at this. There's
this was what you mentioned, right?
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. The carry is so strong. And later in the game, when you have a Win of Nature, the carry just pops all dashes forward, and then the Claude is dead because out of all the marksmen in the game, Claude is notorious by having one of the lower HPs. So it doesn't take a lot to destroy the Claude.
So whether it be on Carrie, whether it be on Clint, whether it be on Roger, Shell is able to perform once again on that hero in the middle, on Carrie.
Honestly, at this point...
I'll go over and hug her, by the way.
I'm married. I think I will get a mouthful if I go back and I like that, you know?
So let's take to the interview over with Shell with Reptar. What you got, Reptar?
Hey, this time around, we have another one of the Siswanto sisters. This time it's Chell, the gold laner of Team Vitality. You're gonna be going up against TLG that you only saw or knew more about based off of their first game earlier today. How are you and the team feeling about going up against a team you're not that familiar with?
If I might say, I think I'm pretty thrilled and also challenged at the same time. But we're gonna do our best, and we're just gonna focus on ourselves and make sure that we have enough preparations.
All right, so just focus on yourself, and I like that you really want to face the challenge of a team that you're not so familiar with. That confidence is important. Another important thing is the fact that, again, you're in the same team with your sister. So how do you guys usually like to spend time? Because I went through your Instagram. Seems like you guys enjoy hot pot. Are there any activities that you guys enjoy together? Go out to eat or spend a lot of time just joking around? What is it?
Yeah, basically we love eating, especially hot pot and Korean barbecue. We love Korean barbecue so much.
All right, so hey, if ever, Korean barbecue, that would be great. That would be great, yeah. All right, so do you have any messages for the Indonesian fans watching at home and supporting Team Vitality?
Should I say in Indonesian?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Buat fans Indonesia, tetap dukung kita, nonton match-match kita. Pokoknya dukung kita terus lah, karena meskipun kita bawa nama tim luar, tapi kita tetap Indonesia, kita tetap bawa nama Indonesia. Kalaupun kita menang, pasti Indonesia bangga lah.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck to Team Vitality.
Thank you.
Technically, I actually did find a really good Korean barbecue restaurant in Riyadh, yeah. I think I'll talk to Shell about it later on.
For me, I'm just missing spicy food.
Bring your own. That's what OG's doing.
Really?
Yeah, Ranger Mas, KB, Owl, they all brought their own sambal. It's sambal.
Let's talk about the game, shall we? I mean, honestly, Shell, I like that she also is like, you know what? We haven't faced this team, so it's gonna be thrilling. It's gonna be challenging for us to go up against them. But so far, Shell did show gold lane, mine.
It has been for so long. It seems like she's very comfortable on it. It's very similar to Chin Chao, right? Even being in a losing matchup, she's able to excel, and it's very similar to Shell too. So it's very interesting to see them actually in a 1v1, and maybe we'll get to see that.
Honestly, we might, because so far, looking at Team Vitality, because that match really wasn't as close as GG Homegirls going up against TLG. So honestly, this is one of the matches that can go 2-0, but we have to talk about this. If Team Vitality goes 2-0 against both TLG as well as GGHG.
Same thing.
Another tiebreaker. And if you see me, what I'm wearing, I like ties.
So you're the curse. You're the reason.
No, it's me.
Why we're having a lot of tiebreakers.
We come as a package.
Okay.
We're born from different parents. I checked just to make sure. But yeah, we both carry this power and curse. Because our uncle did say one time, with great power comes great curses.
Not responsibility?
That's Uncle Ben. Our uncle.
Oh, it's a different uncle.
Yeah, our
Is
uncle?
it Uncle Wawa?
Yeah. Wawa.
Yeah. He's over in the Indo desk, guys.
We have a weird family tree.
Yeah. I would assume so.
But I love my family, Go whatever we have.
So right now, Team Vitality are leading their best-of-2 series against TLG, and hopefully TLG can come back, because there are a lot of teams that kind of fall short in the first game, but they go for a terrifying comeback that is quite unexpected, and maybe that's all they need, right? Maybe they just needed to adjust to Vitality's gameplay, because technically this is the first time that they have met, seeing as this is the debut of TLG on the international stage.
Maybe the Kagura really threw them off. Because Vermont usually had amazing games, but with the Louise, she didn't seem all that confident. Because again, before she can actually execute her combo, she gets executed. And she's like, wait, I'm not used to dying this fast.
You mentioned that, right? The burst potential coming in from the Kagura?
I know!
Let's appreciate Lafel first.
Thank you. I act stupid, but I have my moments.
You too.
Don't agree.
Okay, what do I do then when I'm negative? You get mad at me. When I'm on your side,
Let me teach you.
You get mad at me.
Habibti, let me teach you.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, Habibi.
Whenever we are in an awkward situation, we don't know where the conversation is going. We change conversations. That's what I do. If I say something that I shouldn't have said, how about the weather?
The weather is quite nice, actually.
Yeah, see, this is why I have a lot of icebreakers, because I don't want to talk about the weather, because if we talk about the weather, it's pretty dry. Get it?
Oh, because...
Get it?
What about we get into the drafting phase? Ladies and gentlemen, for our second and final game of this best of 2 series, Vitality now on blue side, TLG on red. And again, right, so far, blue side has the best win rate. But Falcons Vega...
TLG just had blue side.
Yeah, exactly. But Falcons Vega... Yeah, this is the out of the box moment.
I'm colorblind, so I really don't care.
Okay.
Naisu's colorblind too. Shout out to Naisu. Shout out to all the colorblind people. We're special. Shout out to us. Speaking of which, looking at draft here, Vitality definitely wants some kind of jungler, assassin jungler, betting out to Valentina. And if you don't allow those assassin junglers to go through, the chip is going to get through because they already banned out the juicing, right? So looks like Vitality, they'll be having either Ling or Hayabusa or the chip. So this is why blue side is actually pretty strong. And they banned out the Angela as well, so oof.
Roger still up for grabs, however. Luo Yi, definitely an option. They go for the chip ban. Like you mentioned here, for Team Vitality and now TLG are put in a position where they have to choose their poison. We have Ling, we have Roger, Charizla, Hayabusa, you're right.
Yeah. Honestly, I can definitely see Vitality just first picking an assassin and just like, yeah, this is going to be a sub 13-minute game again. Because again, I kind of feel like TLG, their micro and macro is there. It's just that the experience isn't there yet. Like, I feel like they don't understand the limit of every single hero just yet. For example, like the Kagura. So if Vitality comes out with a hero that they're not used to playing against, they will have bad decisions.
And it showed. So we'll see now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get after this. Oh, there you go. The Ling first pick. Very quick, very confidently, even without the Angela. They don't mind. They don't care. They understand the limits of this hero. And now TLG will have to go and pick against it. Tigreal is still opened up for grabs. Charizla as well.
They need it.
And, huh?
No, they need it because imagine Charizla and a Ling. How are you going to deal with that?
Exactly.
So I feel like TLG, they need to pick up the Charizla here and then start figuring out whether they want the Harif because the Harif is open, or they pick up a priority mid laner and then last pick picking up something like a Hayabusa. So they pick up a priority mid laner here, they're picking up the Vexana, and they're picking up the Edith as well. This is a bit dangerous because they're giving away the Charizla over to the Ling. So you have one opponent that's hard to catch and one opponent that's hard to kill.
And there's also a Tigreal that's still left open. Can Edith be flexed into the EXP lane? Is that...
Yeah.
Okay. So Charizla has been picked up by Team Vitality. You said this was scary, and now it's actually coming true. Minotaur and Tigreal, the option now.
Or they can pick up a mid, something very aggressive just so that the Ling won't be invaded, right? But going up against Vexana...
Do you want to go for wave clear? Lilia?
Oh, they're picking up a Claude first, but again, this if TLG doesn't pick up Harif now, it's gonna get banned out for sure. I feel like they need to pick up Harif right now.
It's a good lane against a Claude. It wins that lane as well. They can try and shut down Shell. She was the PlayStation MVP in our first game from Team Vitality. So they need to figure out a way. How do we shut Shell down? And maybe that starts with having a better setup, a better lineup in that gold lane.
The thing is, Ling is going to be quite good going up against the Harif, but again, it's kind of like pick your poison. If you have something else like other than Harif, then sure, go for it. They're picking up a Ruby, so they're making sure that their front line is pretty solid here. And again, this is still flexible, but based on what we saw just now, the Ruby did go to the roam position, so maybe it's the same thing here where they put the Edith on the EXP.
Okay. So now...
Ban mid. Honestly...
Because, you know, Claude technically did lose in lane against the carry, right? So is TLG, is that what they're kind of fighting for right now? Sure, take the Harith, whatever, pick up the Claude, and then now we're trying to counter it with a carry.
It could be an option. I'm thinking of something else because I feel like something bursty could do well going up against the Claude as well as the Ling. I feel like Faramis is a good ban here because if Vitality has a Faramis as well, you have to kill them twice. Killing them once is hard enough.
But then maybe that's when the Hayabusa comes to play.
Yeah, actually you're right. Yeah, you're right. The Hayabusa can deal, but the Hayabusa gets banned. So this feels like a Faramis pickup. It's just that TLG, are they seeing this Faramis?
Man, that's so scary.
If it's not
that
Faramis,
team fight.
If it's not Faramis, honestly, there's a lot of very good mid laners. I'm just thinking of a situation where TLG, as an inexperienced team, they just want to go for team fights. Pick up a Faramis and deny all the aggression that they're going to show.
So let's see. The next ban coming in from TLG. They're taking their sweet dear time here. Are they going to go for the Faramis ban, taking it away from Team Vitality? What's on the board? I mean, we've seen an Aurora today. We've seen a Nana today as well. But they're going to go for the Grok takeaway, taking it away. One of the power picks from Vivian.
I feel like the Grok is a very good ban because, again, it gives you priority in the mid lane. And it's a hero that if you have a very good early game, you're able to go inside the jungle very comfortably. Harvey gets banned out. Now we got to see if TLG does want to go for the carry. The carry is a pretty good pickup here, going up against the Claw, going up against the Trizla. If they want a little bit more burst, we haven't seen the Brody, we haven't seen the Bruno. Bruno is one of Yinhuai's, comfortable heroes, but going up against the Ling is okay if you have like 3 or 4 items.
What about Melissa?
I think it's tough. Melissa is very, very tough here going up against the 3 heroes that Vitality has.
Okay, so definitely taken off the board, but you don't want to give the mother of roamers a good pickup. There you go, the carry, right?
Yeah, the carry is picked up here. Now, Vitality, if they want to go for a sustain, they can pick up the Faramis. If they want more damage, they could go for something like a Farsa or maybe even an Aurora just to have a lot more control, making it easier for the Ling to go in and out of team fights. So they have a lot of
biased
options.
to Lilia though.
Honestly, the Lilia is still good because as long as you have a fast tempo going up against TLG, make it so that they have very limited time to think about what's their next step. It's going to be pretty good. Especially if they have a very aggressive roamer as well, maybe like a Chow.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lilia Chow is pretty good.
Is that Vivian's style though?
The Matilda is open as well if they want that.
Last time she did perform on a Kufra, but we're gonna see the Tigreal and the Zas finally! Okay!
Wow.
Again, the day of debuts. The day of debut. DOD. The DD. Day of debuts, man. Why are you staring at me? Why is it okay when other people abbreviate, but it's not okay when I abbreviate? But anyway, we finally get to see Zas come into play earlier on. We only saw that it being a banned hero, but Zas coming through. Guys, what do you think about this? Leo, Naisu.
Hey, I like the abbreviation.
Thank you.
You know, the day of debuts? What do you think, Leo? It's Zask.
I'm with it. There's more than just Zask. We might even see one more debut here in the last slot for TLG.
Oh, man. Not only that, but I think, especially for TLG, you got to handle this signature Ling pick. You got to be able to control it. And what is the answer going to be? Oh, look at it. It's Julian again.
Oh, man. I was hoping for like a Hanzo or something.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Julian is a natural counter towards the Ling. You know where the Ling is going to pick up the sword, so you prepare your enhanced scythe there.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming.
Thank you for, supporting my DOD, by the way.
I like the affirmation as well. You know, our casters are very nice.
They're so nice.
They're not like us. We're very toxic to each other.
We are.
You guys...
We're horrible people.
I mean, we got to balance it out some way.
But, take control, Leo Naiso, as we battle it out here in the studio.
Be nice.
Hey, you know what? We can battle it out here because the two teams are going to be battling out again after what we saw from game 1, man. TLG, can they replicate, emulate what they did in the previous matchup? Going into this, can they get a win off the Queens of MLB, Team Vitality, the massive win streak they've had? We've seen this even back for MSC, and how this plays a part in all of this. You know, for Title Legends Gaming, they gotta bring the tide once again.
They gotta come help it rise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They took a dip after game 2 against GGHG, and again, stepping up to Team Vitality. But looking at the draft now, maybe all you need is a little bit of refinement. You know, take a bit of what your opponent used in game 1, recalibrate how Chokes plays on this Julian, and maybe there's something there.
I think even part of that, like going off of that, the Edith could play a big part in Title Legends controlling. I feel like that's one of the things, but from what we've seen so far, especially in the competitive landscape, Zas can be I don't know, I was going to say an alien in the side or the thorn in the side of all of these teams that have to face against this, you know, because the slow alone that comes from Zask is tough to deal with.
I see what you're trying to say, and from my point of view, it's such an alien pace to fight a Zask.
Yeah.
He ends up with an extra life, a style of damage that we're not used to. Like it's a DOT with a little bit of a slow.
It feels awkward.
It's very awkward. Like again, you're from a different planet when you fight a Zast, and is TLG ready for that? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that is. Nothing too crazy happening in the early portion of this game.
It's very calm.
It's very calm leading into this first objective, because I feel like for both teams, that's really what they want to play around is these level 4s. Once Fumieko also gets this penalty zone, that's where you're going to see them try to make a play.
If anything, now that the turtle spawned, you'll notice that TLG are up maybe 300, 400 gold.
Yeah.
Stable. Their farming is a better rate now, at least against Team Vitality in the opening minutes. Now the turtle's up, less than half health. Chokes very far off. Kinzaki with the spear and the suplex coming through. Big penalty zone. What? Down goes the turtle. Chokes secures it. She's on fire right now. And so is Kinzaki taken down. Serving up the kill to Chinny. Another one. Bay goes, but Vival falls at the hand of Chokes. Now the fight continues. Can Vival get out of there? She dashes through. Chokes wants to finish the job. Knocks her off, but again, tricky passive on that Tigreal. And both teams walk away with a little something.
Yeah, they both get something out of that. You know, it's they win in. Interesting, because I want to look at this again from STC, the replay. Interesting that Chokes gets that turtle. I feel like the retribution was also just off from Vival there, and even the placement wasn't on par from TLG.
It's a level 5 retry. Chokes on the Druid was just a little faster than the scaling Ling.
That's true. That's true. You know, which is interesting the way that it went, because for Team Vitality, you still see that awkwardness with the Zask playing part in that. Gets 2 kills. Yeah,
deal with it.
Yeah, so Sydney has 2 kills now that she can go ahead and play around with. The spike of the Zast too. You know, dealing with these little aliens is already enough.
Nightmare spawns.
The nightmare spawns.
Such a perfect name. It's a nightmare dealing with them.
Hey, it is. It is. And now that you have an early kill, two early kills on the Zask, it will be more of a nuisance to deal with. But we'll see for TLG. They are maintaining that minor gold lead that they had. But I think this is where you want to see, okay, at this point, you have to make plays. You have to find setups. You have Bay able to use I'm Offended when she rotates to these objectives, if that's the choice. But even so, like, this is what I was saying with the Edith, you know? Like, this is a big play potential that you can use with the Earth Shadow combination.
Yeah, despite being at 2-1, TLG are in a much better shape than they ever were in game 1.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
4 minutes in, they're up by about 300, 400 gold. Again, they're keeping that solid lead. As small as it is, it at least allows them to be competitive and forces Team Vitality to choose how they engage. Now the turtle's up, less than half health now. Oh, this is a quick take.
I think they just give it up. Oh.
Will they? In comes Kinzaki, repositioning herself, and there goes one more time, Deja Vu! Chokes secures the turtle! Vival takes out Kinzaki though, Tempest of Blades up, she's in the air, taking down Chokes. 2 for 1 so far, and Chinny scores another one, make it 3.
All right, that, you know, Chokes gets the turtle, but at what cost? Right? I mean, look at this again, the STC replay. good setup, but look at the implosion. That was, I mean, we have talked about the Tigreal pickup so many times. That's why.
All on Vivian.
Yeah.
All on Vivian. And the truth of the matter is, I'd reckon a huge chunk of why she is able to walk into these engagements and be on the brink of death or even barely take any damage is because of how well she places the passive.
Yeah.
She stack. I'm coming in.
Yep, I'm here, right? And she does it like, that was a multiple setup implosion, and we saw this even previously in an exchange where she didn't go down. Like you said, she plays with that passive very well. And that's a cornerstone of what's allowing even this lineup from Team Vitality to build up the way that it needs to. Again, we're talking about timing. Shell is just having that hell of a time farming up.
What do they call it? What do they call that?
We call it the gold lane experience.
And what's crazy about her gold lane experience is in olden times, I'm talking about like
Olden
9 months
times.
back. Yeah.
Back in my day.
You would need a roamer to help you out.
Yeah.
Right? Or a massive rotation from your mid. Duo even. But so far, even in game 1 of this series, she's been having the golden experience alone.
Yeah. And I think, again, when you have, it's usually for a Claude especially, that's exactly what you want. Uh-oh. They're actually going to go for Vivian, but...
Find her. Kanzaki was like an inch off on the onward.
Yeah, unfortunately. So they're not going to get anything off of that. Also, Turtle's now up here. So far, though, hey, Chokas has been on point. We'll see if she can grab another one and make it 3 for 3, but they don't want to have that same kind of at the cost that they had in the previous one.
It can't be a Pyrrhic victory anymore. Like, it has to be as clean as possible. Maybe a trade, but not a losing trade the way that last engagement went. Bay here pulls the trigger on the I'm offended. I don't know why she pulled it so early. Now the turtle at a third of its health. Tokes looking for the death.
Oh, again?
Here comes the implosion! Chinny secures the turtle and it's all going downhill from here. Tidal Legends crashing into a wall and its name, Team Vitality.
Oh, yeah, the wave can't get over that one. Okay, she's going to get spotted out too by the little alien. Goes in.
It's a losing battle, Chokes.
Uh-oh.
Spotted out by Vivian. Knocked off. Chinny's going to deal enough damage here. Oh, dashing through the iframes. Shell gets the kill.
Yeah. So, and I wanted to say before that turtle broke out, TLG has done a good job, I would say, in game 2 in comparison to what we saw in game 1. But with these exchanges, they haven't found out an answer to that play yet. Like, they haven't dealt with Vivian's setup potential.
Yeah.
And I think that's already step 1. You have to get over that obstacle somehow, some way. How do you do that?
To be honest, again, just how Chinny's Zask is playing a very alien game and how its pacing is so unfamiliar, almost extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
It's the same with how TLG are focusing so hard on the turtle that maybe Team Vitality doesn't even want the turtle. They don't need it. They're playing on a different wavelength. It's a different priority for Team Vitality, and that's what allowed for them to skyrocket out of control way ahead. 4,000 gold now.
4,000 gold at this point, and you can see the choke point now for Team Vitality is to go ahead and take the resources. They can pretty much do this because ultimately they're just waiting for the Lord to pop up, right? Put the pressure here. You take a look at the items real quick. Obviously for TLG, they still need a lot of time. You do have Corrosion Scythe and DHS now in the hands of Yunuhoi. Hasn't died. She's been okay. She's been able to farm herself. But at what point does this carry start to play the role in these team fights, in these exchanges? You know, for the most part, like we said, even in the beginning of the game, you're really just kind of relying on the fact that you have a Julian that can use a lot of damage early on. You've got a Vexana, but it's not enough to deal with that lead that Team Vitality has now. And now Lord's up.
When? I'd say after the implosion. After Vivian commits and shows herself and it's a clean go for Tidal Legends Gaming, that's when Yunuhoi is able to do her job. But looking at the map and how quickly Team Vitality makes work of that Lord, TLG are clearly on the back foot. Maybe under their turret, under the base. That's my guess.
They might be under their own wave at this point because, like we saw, Lord was just cleanly taken. Lead is there for Team Vitality, and like we saw from game 1, they ended it in about 12 minutes, 20 seconds. They're gearing up to get close to that position. They're going to take these tier 2s now, especially on the bottom lane, and put the pressure on TLG's base. Let's talk real quick Oh, hold on. Oh, no.
We'll talk about it later. After Chokes is taken down, there was what, a 2% chance she would have survived that.
Yeah, see, how do you avoid the implosion when it comes from the bush? You know, like, you can't.
To be fair, TLG have a huge dilemma, right? They have very little checking potential. And now Bei's in trouble. Taken down by Fumieko, one quick swing of the mallet, and just like that, TLG are holding off for their inhibitors.
Yeah, going back to this, shields are all going to go down too. Lord's still top side, so they're down 2 members as well. And it looks like Team Vitality, again, might try to do the same thing, possibly even quicker. That last shield's going to go down here. Lord makes its way. They got 4 members now up. Bei should be up in just a second as well. So they're going to have the full force defense. They're going to lose that mid lane turret, though. They deal with the Lord. I think their eyes are going to be set on this top side, too. Oh, conceal. Vivian once again.
All the way. Big 3-woman implosion. Down goes Yinwei. Chokes as well. This is just a matter of time. Bei goes down. So does Kinzaki. And it's just Vermouth left.
Just Vermouth, and that's Vivian. That's my MVP. That's my goat for this game, too. And in fashion, there it is, the Queens of MLBB.
It's giving Slay.
It's giving Slay.
The mother of tanks. Undoubtedly #1. I'd say MVP of this game, maybe even the series.
Yeah.
Never missed a beat.
Never.
I felt the pull. I was getting implosion.
I was going to say, I felt like I was a part of the implosion.
I need a Purify. That's how amazing Vivian was. And TLG, they tried. They were in control for like all of 3 minutes. And they did great. Two turtles.
Yeah, that would be about, you know, if we broke it down in percentages and how fast this game was, that was about 25%.
11 minutes is the game time. 11:01.
All right, so that's about 30%-ish.
Which is like a good chunk of the early game.
It's a good chunk of the early game.
Even after the second turtle.
Yeah.
It was hard to call it, you know?
Yep.
There were still some good angles that Chokes found, but as soon as Vivian walked into the scene, changed the flow.
Changed the flow. And, you know, it was a good showing, but again, this is Team Vitality we're talking about, undefeated for so long. We're going to hear from them shortly over on stage. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Leo. I can't wait to hear how they feel about this, because this was a very dominant match for them, of course, and they have another one ahead of them. So let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
Indeed, that was a very, very dominant win right here from our reigning queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International. And right here for Team Vitality, we have Shell right here beside us. Hi.
Hey. So, amazing performance. Like, we just kept us on our foot. It's like, oh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? But before that, you know, being right here on the international grounds here, the EWC, how do you feel being here in Riyadh?
It feels amazing because like we're so facilitated here, and that's just amazing.
Love it, love it.
I really echo that. Riyadh is really, really larger than life, especially right here in the Boulevard itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the next question is, you know, a little bit of a pat on the back for TLG, given that this is their debut, you know, coming in as the reigning queens. What do you have to say about brand new debutantes like TLG?
For me personally, I think they played really well. Like most of the time they dodged us, but they know what they're doing. Like they dodge us, but they want to get something in return. So they played really well.
Incredible. And of course, final question for you, Shell, would be that you guys are the reigning champions and you guys are looking for that 3-peat win right here for MWI 2024. Does that come as a stress on your shoulders for Team Vitality?
No, we're just having fun here.
Just a day, just a random day in the office.
Just
regular
another day, having fun
Yeah.
right here, you know, walking in the Amazon arena, you know, just another day. That's a beautiful confidence coming from Vitality right here with Shell. But how do you feel about it?
Now I'm very, very excited to see what they can do, of course, in classic and record time, may I add, especially for game 1. That was just record time, as they have mentioned on the panel as well. But of course, we're going to let Shell go because they're going to be starting off match 6 real soon. So thank you so much for joining us, and stick around for match 6 that will be coming up. We'll be seeing the likes of Team Vitality going up against Gaiming Gladiators Homegirls. So we're going to pass it back to the studio.
Yalla, let's go.
Thank you so much to our amazing hosts as we get back into the studio, ladies and gentlemen, with me, Eterna, alongside with LaFell. And And we're going to take a look into the highlights of this best of 2 over from game number 2.
Honestly, I have to echo what Shell did say in the interview. Is like, honestly, they know what they're doing. They're able to dodge our engages, and then they're finding ways to get any kind of trades back. So honestly, this does show how strong TLG really is, because in this match, we definitely see a lot of glimpses where TLG could really take it. But I gotta agree with Naisu, man. Vivian's the MVP for this one. Look at all those crazy implosions.
And there were even 2 Purifies, right? On the side of TLG. Yinhuai picked up the Purify, Vermouth picked the Purify as well, but with the way that they were able to layer their resources with the penalty zone coming through, and then Vivian comes in with the implosion, or either way around, or vice versa, right? It worked so well, and they timed it perfectly.
Yeah, again, like, this is why we keep talking about this Tigreal pick.
Yep.
Sure, there are ways to fight against it, blah, 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 I mean, you know, boring schmoring, but Tigreal's very strong. Like, that CC is instant. It's so fast. Did you see what I did? That's how fast it was.
We couldn't even see it.
You couldn't even see it.
Didn't even see it coming. Especially, there were so many times that she actually put herself in a position where they didn't even have time to react, aka in the bush. The bush plays were amazing, and I think there were a lot of moments that TLG kind of overstepped because they couldn't check in, they didn't have the visibility that was proper, and they just played into the traps that were already set in by Team Vitality.
I feel like Vivian is going to be amazing at parties, because I think she can throw an amazing surprise. Hi, it's your birthday.
You're right, you're right.
Right? She could throw an amazing surprise parties, like hug people, because that's what Tigreal does.
Mother of tanks.
He pulls, yeah.
Mother of roamers. We have our very own Daenerys, but it's not a dragon that she's taming. It's all the tanks and the roamers.
Honestly, looking at this game, sure, the MVP could go to anyone, but I don't care. Vivian has it.
And it makes sense. But you know what doesn't make sense?
What doesn't make sense?
Your predictions aren't cursing.
No, I feel
right?
I feel like Vitality is just too strong. Right?
Okay, let's take a look at the STC Play audience predictions right now. 33% for... Wait, what? Wait, whoa. TLG 67%. I love this. This is amazing. Expect the unexpected. Where's the camera? There you go. Hashtag expect the unexpected. Do you expect this, Lofel? No?
No. 9. How else can I say no in different languages?
No?
No.
I think that's French.
Maybe it's French. I don't know. Like, but here's the good thing. TLG has fans. TLG has fans. And they deserve it.
Maybe they love the dark horse story.
They love the nightmare, which apparently Mare is actually a female horse. So the more you know.
Do you remember the last time we were on the same desk together? We were also talking about horses, whether or not they could swim or not.
No. We talked about. Oh yes, we did.
MSC last year, I think. But let's crown our MVP by PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the mother of tanks herself? And it is Team Vitality. It's Vivian.
Are we used to seeing roamers with 11 KDA?
No.
Right? Again, we got to talk about what the casters did say. She plays very well with her passive, making sure that she can actually tank quite a lot of damage and then still able to survive. This initial fight kind of shows that both teams really have what they got. Like, we got to give credit where credit is due. Chokes was able to get 2 turtles. But again, the engage is coming in from Vivian. It's like, you can get the turtle, but I want you guys.
Maybe it was a bait to begin with?
Nah, I feel like it wasn't a bait. It's just that Vivian has an eye for an opportunity. She finds these situations where TLG was not aware of how close they were to each other, and then she just flickers forward and then she gets it.
The bush play.
The bush play. Keep going.
I thought you were going to,
No, because this
elaborate again.
This is speechless. Look at my man Tiggs. Look at Tiggs.
Can we take a picture with him real quick? Oh, he's covered. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Tiggs is amazing. Like, this is why we keep shouting him out, because he's very good against a composition that has a lot of melee heroes. And in this case, there was a lot of melee heroes.
And they were able to definitely take advantage of it. It's a surprise that he's not as popular as we thought that he would be today.
yeah, I feel like it's just one of those picks where you need a lot of practice on.
Practice your minds up. Shout out, nice.
Right now it's a 2-0. After this, we're going to have another best of 2 series. It's going to be Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls. If Homegirls gets even 1 win, they make it through. If they lose 0-2, then it's going to be a tiebreaker situation. And I don't know, going up against CLG, it looks like the more matches they play, the stronger they get. So if I was Homegirls, I want to get at least 1 point against Vitality.
At least.
At least.
But before we get into that, let's take a look at their reactions from earlier on. Man, you know why she's feeling it. She's like, oh man. Oh, Vivian's actually feeling it too. That's a surprise because usually they're very like nonchalant when they get victories because in an interview they mentioned that that's just the standard that they're going for. Winning is a minimum.
I like when players are allowed to express themselves. Don't be robots. Don't be like, oh, wait, it's okay. Don't be Super Marco.
I mean, technically they were robots.
Yes, they were, but now they're not. So express yourself. For everyone at home, if you're feeling sad, happy, maybe even depressed, just express it. People can have fun around you. They can help you out. Look at me. And now look at Eterna. There you go. There's Eterna.
So let's head over to a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the final best of 2 series of the day. And to answer your question, yes, I am expressing myself. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, at MWI XEWC 2024. And for the last match of the day, we will bring you a surprise with a surprise guest. Hello, Maria. How are you?
Surprise. I'm really great. Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much. Orang Malaysia.
Yeah.
What's going on with these two?
Orang Malaysia kat sini dengan seorang Indo. Like, it feels good.
Yeah, it feels good.
Aku mengerti.
Yeah, kamu mengerti.
I understand.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Yeah. But this is the English broadcast, right?
It is.
Okay, back to you. Yeah.
Okay, just to remind you, it is the English broadcast. But our first question, for Maria here. Sorry, I surprised you a little bit because, today's full of surprises. How do you think of today? It was the first day of MWI to open it up. It's one of the biggest events that we've ever seen for the MLBB women's scene. How are you feeling about it so far?
I feel so empowered to see all the ladies out there competing with full of their heart to prove something. Maybe to prove other people wrong, or maybe to prove they are right to be here for their dreams. And especially for GGHG, really proud that they are here. And I'm really hope that they're gonna make it to the next stage, because we're gonna against team that is so huge. So yeah,
that actually brings me to my next question, right? And I think we regarded Group A as the group of death, but now Group D, after seeing everyone's performance, they have been popping off. And it looks like GGHG are struggling now, right?
Yeah.
Because technically, if they don't find a win against Team Vitality, they might not make it to the playoffs. How confident are you that GGHG can actually move forward to the playoff stage?
Super confident because recently that Malaysia won the MSC. So we have the motivation, we have the high spirit in the name of Malaysia. We can, in the recent interview, Fafau, she said that she's motivated because of the recent winning. Of course, because we are always like not to be seen between Philippines and Indonesia, but it gives us motivation. It boosts our, fighting spirit to prove that we are here to be the world champion. Of course, for me, I can say as an audience or maybe just an observer, I'm really confident. I'm really hope that can make it to the stage because we know they are very consistent. It's just that they really need to avoid small mistake because this is international stage. No mistake are allowed. So any kind of small mistake, like tiny, you're gonna get punished. So I'm hoping that they're gonna get focused and consistent. So that's the key because we are right here bringing the spirit of Malaysia boleh or Malaysia can do it.
Malaysia boy.
I need her confidence, man. Like, she's very confident that homegirls can do it. I'm like, I'm a bit 50-50. And I agree with her. Like, don't do small mistakes. Let's go 100. Yeah, don't do small mistakes.
Yes.
Yalla.
Do the big one.
Yalla.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
No.
Oh, no,
that wasn't the point.
Let's don't do a mistake.
Oh,
let's embrace mistake and you fix it up.
See, like,
and woo.
Like, you never expect the big mistake. So if you do it, then you're like, oh. Okay, that's a bad idea.
Maybe don't.
But GGHG now against Vitality, that's actually the highlight of the day by Jamil Motorsports. So everyone's actually waiting for this matchup to come through. And here it is, right? Team Vitality, once again, like you mentioned earlier on. Thank you so much, Maria, by the way. And of course, good luck to GGHG. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Maria. She's awesome.
I love her already. That was the first time I met her.
Really?
Yeah.
And
then she
not
already...
the first time.
Oh.
She's great. She has an amazing personality and
I love her confidence as well.
I really like her editing skills.
Her editing skills.
Again, Maria is the head of WTM, and honestly, looking at the social media, she really brings the story of all the Malaysian teams in Malaysia to the eyes of everyone watching the esports scene. Like, she's honestly a critical point that makes Malaysia strong today.
On that note of strong, we're going to welcome the two strong teams, right? Jamil Motorsport walk-in, player arrivals as they are rolling in, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the day. And it always comes back down to that final point, right? Again, if Team Vitality go 2-0, I believe that is the scenario when we will be expecting a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and again, I feel like tiebreakers are very tricky, right? Because you've went up against those opponents before, and because it's going to be happening tomorrow, it's not going to be happening today. There's going to be ample time for both teams to do their research. So if we're going for a tiebreaker, honestly, it's a bigger matchup for the coaches because the coaches have to figure out what's the real weakness
You're right. But we're gonna throw it over to the stage because it seems like our players are ready and our hosts are ready. Go ahead.
And we are back again أعزائي المشاهدين هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع موبايل ليجندز بان بان وومنز انفيتيشنال في المباراة الأخيرة. Last match taking place right here. It's been an amazing day and with a lot of exciting things and surprises.
That's right, we're only in day one and just take a look at the Land of Dawn. It's just absolute havoc caused by the femme fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And right now here, we're down to the final match of the day. And right now we're gonna be seeing the likes of the reigning queens of MWI, and that is Team Vitality going up against the Gaming Gladiators homegirls. So with that being said, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our reigning queens, and that is Team Vitality. So yes, given, the match that we've seen earlier in match 5, they are the reigning queens for a reason, and they are defending their throne really heavily with that super stomp of that 2-0 clean sweep earlier that we have seen against TLG. Now, they're going to be facing off against the Malaysian players, Malaysian representatives, and with that being said, presenting to you, Gaming Gladiators homegirls.
Well, there you have it. Gaming Gladiators homegirls change the narrative so beautifully. Will they be able to hold on to that narration of even winning this championship?
Now, I wouldn't discount the Gaming Gladiators homegirls for a reason, because when it comes to Malaysia, they have taken MSC 2024, so they are also a region to look out for. But is that enough to take on the defending champions right here for MWI 2024? And that is Team Vitality coming from Indonesia. Let's hand it over to the professionals to break it down for us. With that being said, back to you over at the studio.
Yalla!
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. I'm super stoked for our last game,
I'm ultra stoked.
I'm mega stoked.
Ultra is more than mega.
I'm mythically stoked. Mythically immortal stoked.
I'm infinitely stoked.
No, nothing's higher than mythic immortal. I gotcha.
I died and revived again. That's how stoked I am.
Got that immortality. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the final match of the day, the highlighted match of the day that everyone has been anticipating from all around the world. Team Vitality and GGHG. Game number 1, Vitality gonna have first pick Arlet, their choice of ban.
Now for GGHG, they had a bit of time. They had say at least 30 minutes to really study of what Team Vitality showed. I kind of feel like Vitality has multiple ways to engage into a fight, so I feel like they didn't reveal too much going up against Gaming Gladiators homegirls. So I really hope they just brush up on their mistakes, because what Maria said was actually true. Don't do small mistakes, which they have shown that they've done quite a few times, especially when they're trying to go for a team fight, where I feel like the order is just a little bit wrong. But either ways, going back into the draft here, Valentina ban just shows they want to use an assassin. And since the Angela has been banned, GGHG, they got to ban out a Chip and then one other assassin. Honestly, one of the better ones is probably Roger.
Okay.
So I'm thinking Chip Roger.
Chip Roger. From the side of GGHG. But that's a X-Borg hover and an X-Borg lock-in banned out for GGHG, and that actually changes the tides a little bit here.
Yes. I feel like 2 things. Number 1, either they want to use a utility jungler or they want to use the Minotaur. And they've learned that the X-Borg can deal against the Minotaur quite well. Now, Vitality, they're the one that actually banned out a Chip. For GGHG, if if it was me, I kind of feel like ban out the Hayabusa and let Vitality choose whether to get Ling or the Roger, and then they can pick up one or the other. Because I kind of feel like Roger and Ling is more of a skill matchup.
What do you think is more expensive, though, despite it being a skill matchup, in your opinion? I mean, the Roger is a good flex.
Roger.
Right?
Roger is a good flex, and Ling has its has ways to counter it, like the Tigreal, like the I'm thinking of one Julian as well.
Okay.
So they ban out the Terizla.
Perfect. So they are gonna have to battle it out between both of these picks. Roger should be a shoo-in for Team Vitality. They love that flex. Shell is impeccable on the Roger, but they don't.
Jushin!
They go for Jushin.
Okay, that's good. I really like that
So
pick.
wait, but that means Roger and the Ling are opened up. Is it possible for them to go in for both of these picks at the same time?
I would encourage it. If you don't want, Roger Ling, because you have ways to actually engage on Jushin. So this is kind of good, but Vitality, they just need to pick up a Tigreal, and we saw how Vivian played on that Tigreal, and it's going to be pretty good going up against both these heroes.
What, so the risk was okay for them to take going in for Zuxin?
Yeah, because I think I even talked about it during TLG going up against Homegirls, where Jushin and a Tigreal, it solves both problems, right? It helps the Tigreal engage, and Tigreal helps Jushin from getting engaged.
Okay, so now it's scary. The mother of tanks herself back on the Tigreal. That MVP PlayStation performance might come through again for game number 2, as they also pick up the Edith to close it out in that first phase.
Now I'm thinking about the now they pick up the Zas, because they have a way to actually deal with a possible damage dealer coming in from the jungle, because again, Zas is pretty tanky once you're level 4. Now that you can actually use your the Nightmare Spawn, you can position yourself in a way that you're out of harm's way, and the slow is really helpful for both the Roger as well as the Ling to really engage in those turtle fights. So Zas is a very good pick, and this is something that is going to be new to us coming from GG Homegirls, because Queen only really uses the Ling in her ranked games. Haven't seen her use on the competitive scene for quite a while, but again, it's because Ling is just meta recently. So has she gotten used to the hero? It's going to be something that we have to watch out for.
It's a perfect time to put her to the test, right? The Ling for Quinn. Hayabusa gets banned out now as we enter the second phase of the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. And that does leave still a few options open. I mean, if they still want to bank in and go in for these assassins, there's still the Nolan. Julian was also quite exceptional. And, you know, technically, it still could be picked up. Do GGHG want to respect that away?
I feel like Julian is a good pick. Nolan's going to be very difficult as well, because we've seen how even Choki on the Nolan was able to actually demolish Homegirls. Even though Homegirls still win, but it wasn't an easy win. Yeah, I don't know. Nolan or Julian, both are very solid bans here.
What about Fanny?
I feel like because they have the Zas, you can survive the Fanny. Yeah, if you're on any other mage, say a Farsa, going up against the Fanny is going to be very difficult. Zas, a little bit better time.
Okay, so Claude gets banned out. Wait.
They're forcing a Harith pickup here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Harith has been left open.
Yeah. Few good reasons, because the Roger can deal with the Harith. So that's number 1. Number 2, if you force out the Harith for Vitality, they're going to be overloaded with magic damage. Right? So they're forcing a damage dealer in the jungle. So maybe a little bit less balance in the draft, because even Edith is magic damage.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. This must be the mind games that are happening between both of these teams. So you don't think that they should go for the Harith? You think they should go for something else?
I feel like the Harith is still fine, as long as you have a very good jungler here, which this also kind of makes it bad if they want to pick up a Julian, because then it's all magic damage. Yeah.
So what do you think? Do they go for Alpha? I mean, the fighters have been finding success. We do see a Ruby being picked up now for GGHG. What are our options for the jungle? Do we fall back to the utility?
What about Bane? Because I feel like in terms of the fighters, there's still quite a few pickups that we haven't seen a lot of. Alpha is pretty solid, but yeah, something like the Bane might be fine. If they do want to force out a full magic composition, they can still win. All they have to do is just end the game before... yeah, there we go. Bane pickup, as well as the Moskov.
Okay.
I know this game.
That's why they're the analysts.
See, do you still miss Mirko now?
No. Right? You're handsomer, better hair. But final pick for GGHG now.
I'm thinking what's going to be good going up against the Edith here. Yuzong is still open. I don't know if they want to pick up the Yuzong, but the Yuzong is going to be pretty solid. And Jushin is going to have a hard time. If not Yuzong, something like even... The Lapu-Lapu is good in theory, but it's just not good in this meta right now.
So what do we think, right? Because technically they already do have a setup hero in the Ruby. Do they need more peel? Do they need more sustainability?
Go crazy,
or can
more
they
dive.
go for something crazy like Paquito, Benedetta, that kind of strat? Or the CC?
Yeah, as long as that can give more pressure to the backline, and you call it the Benedetta. Maybe you should do this job.
No. That was lucky.
No?
I was lucky.
Right now for homegirls, I like that they're going for an all-in composition. It's a full dive. The only thing is, Vivian on this Tigro. It could ruin their plans.
Mother of Dragons.
Mother of Roamers.
Oh, yeah.
Dragons is a different series.
I mean, technically Yuzong's not a roamer.
Not yet.
You're
Things could
right.
change, right? Not yet.
Things could change. Expect the unexpected. Hashtag.
Unexpected, expected.
There you go. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the final compositions for both of these teams as we are moments away of throwing it over to the casters. Nice to Leo, are you there? Show us a sign. Give us a sign.
We are here. Thank you again, Lavelle and Turna. And yes, it's me, Naisu, alongside Leo. We're bringing you the last match here for day number 1 of MWI at EWC. And we're rounding it out, of course, for Group D. I don't know, man. I think it's going to be the House of Vivian again.
I'm trying to hide my excitement. Bane has come out once more.
Hey, if they have Bane.
Let me just get out of the way.
Yes! Hey, I know how you feel, man. When Gord was starting to fit into the meta, you know, he's fallen out as of late.
Yeah.
But now it's your time to shine.
Thanks.
It's Bane's time.
And not to mention, this is Vival rocking the Bane.
The Warcry.
Escalating its, value on the current metagame. Oh, wait, let's talk about that later. Vivian forced to flicker out.
She's fine.
Chinny taking care of the Nightmare Spawn. Did not know you could do that. You could soul snare that thing out.
My face as I saw that too.
Yeah, like, huh.
Whoa.
All right. Back to what I was talking about. The Bane on the Warcry.
Yeah.
In the early days of the debut of Warcry, I was,
Were you happy?
I was in the lab with Warcry.
Okay.
Yes. It's so good.
Because I would assume it's very easy to proc off too with Bane.
It is. And then after that, all your skills are relatively low cooldown. You just keep going.
And Deadliest Catch gets more deadly.
Yeah, not as quick as, like, say, a Ling or a Lancelot.
Right.
Rather, a Ling and a Hayabusa. But it's fast enough that it's AoE. That's what changes the dynamic.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? Because you mentioned it, like, this is, often when we see Lings take the Warcry. But this time, Quinn goes with the Quantum Charge.
Again,
it's different.
Flavors of junglers. Despite all of those utility jungler loyalists,
yeah,
I'd still say the meta's wide open.
It is.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Definitely, because I think, even when we were looking at a lot of the data from MSC, that's what we saw from teams. And they do it the same way here for MWI. Turtles for the taking, though. Wow.
Ball secures with a deadly catch. Oh, no! Chi gets caught out with a suplex, a choke slam. Forcing out Tempest Ablaze. I think that's enough stacks on the Quinn. Now the fight continues. Hani inside her massive nightmaric spawn. The oats spent up already. Enough to push back the rest of Team Vitality, but the Queens still walk away with a big win. Another choke slam!
She's still going. I mean, this is the use of Jushin and why I think now she's going to be a menace in the meta.
How long do these soul snare stacks last?
That's a good question. Like, how long does it take for the stack to drop? Because so far it just seems like Chinny's just like, yeah, I'm going to drop it down. Here's the snare, pull you in.
I'll leave you cool down,
yeah.
And then I can do it. What?
Oh, man. This is... another implosion is going to be used?
Vivian coming in. The implosion into the deadly catch. Enough to catch Quinn. Hey, good friend of ours, Ray Ash, noted that it's very hard to hit Quinn with the soul snare.
Yeah.
But you can do it after all that. Like, you can just kill him. You can just kill the hero. And, Chinny.
They got tired of it.
Didn't get the flicker out. Miss Honey with the onward and as well the SOD, but they are going to get him with the Primal Wrath. And now Ashe, here she is, dashing through. It's also been a while since we've seen Benedetta.
Yeah, you know, and it's good to see for Ashe here that picks up the Benedetta, can be aggressive with it. She's already got the 2 kills as well. But there's a Deadliest Catch down the mid lane, stopping Ashe from going back a little bit early. But, you know, that's the thing that they want to do. They want to play with some of this aggression that they can. We're going to take a look at the replay here by STC. And you can see it. This is where Ashe came in. She swooped in. She got the kills. And even for this, you know, too bad, right? Because the spear from Shell wasn't going to be able to land. And then they end up fighting this out anyway. So trading across between both teams, but Team Vitality will still hold on to a relatively good lead this early on.
It's very healthy. 2,000 gold. This is enough to disincentivize any engages. Fumieko coming in from the flank with the flicker and the Earth Shatter. Looking for one big implosion once more from Vivian. Serving up a kill to Vival. Fumi taken out. I like the final blow spent up already by Ashe. 3 down. Honey gets a double. Chinny and Vival. Vivian calls it. Split.
And GGHG, hey, great fight there. Great exchange. Going into that, we were just talking about that gold lead, that healthy gold lead. It's gone now.
That's it. And they're going to turn it into a lot of gold up top, maybe even end this turret. Take it out. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. They get a minor lead, or they even it out at this point. They get a turret too, off top of it.
Picking up that Berserker's Fury. That fight deserves a replay. If there was ever a time to go back to that, that would have been it, because it happened in the blink of an eye. It was almost a perfect implosion from Vivian too.
Yeah, it was a good setup, but I think, you know, this is where, all right, for the Jushin, it's like, we know she's a utility mage. You know that you're trying to get those stacks off, and then you're trying to pull.
It's not about the damage.
It's not about the damage. You know, your main point is getting... oh, hold on.
Ashe. Oh, it's got a flicker implosion. Vivian committing everything but the kitchen sink.
That was a lot.
Serves up to Vival, and they're still going. She's very low. This is not a place where you put a Bane. Falfao gets the kill. Vivian might get punished here. Dashing through. Chini takes down Falfao. Vivian goes down. Hani gets 1.
2 for 2. But look what's happening.
2 for 2, is it though? Because Quinn's gonna take down this turret.
Yeah, GGHG is playing the macro game. They're fighting these moments here, but they're gonna go ahead and get a turret off of it. Hey, if Quinn doesn't need to fight, she's okay. She'll take turrets, but it looks like I thought the minion would be able to get that last hit.
The CC on the Earth Shatter was enough.
It was enough.
Apparently.
I think Quinn will eventually, she's just gonna be, yeah, I'll go get that later.
Quinn maybe could have afforded one more basic.
One more hit.
Yeah,
one more basic hit.
Again, that's the discipline coming out of the veteran squad. That is GGHG. The last turtle spawns here. I wonder. GGHG is still with an economic advantage, by the way. Still 1,000 gold.
Yeah, still 1,000 gold. It looks like they're gonna go ahead and try to contest this though. They go in.
And there's the final blow, a lot of damage put in. Vival with the retribution, deadly catch, no one home. And they're still looking for targets. There's a lantern flare. Can he get the choke slam? Falfao walking away from it, uses the purify. That's one way to get rid of the stacks.
It's one way to get rid of it. It's one way to deal around, because I think if that wasn't used, then Falfao would have been dragged back.
And by the way, folks, mind my pronoun, them. You can put multiple stacks on multiple people, hit the lantern flare, and do a double, triple, quadruple choke slam.
As long as they're in that circular.
And they all have the 10 stacks each.
So that can actually be pretty devastating if you talk about the fact that if you pair it up with an implosion, how fast can you get those stacks off, you know, and then pull multiple people that are centered around an implosion?
I mean, it does sound like, you know, magical MLBB Christmas land, but you could hope for the best. And it's probably, we've seen multiple ways of that happening, and now Falfao trying to run away, jumping from target to target, not enough to walk away. The ult spent in by Hani. Where's the damage? Where's the CC?
There's the implosion.
There's the implosion coming in. Chi Boy walking away, the Tempest of Blades, dashing through. 1, 2, 3, 4, picked up, and all they can do is back off. Ashe here with the full combo. Earth, Shatter onward. She's backing off.
She's fine. She's got the Petrified too, so All right, a whole lot happened in that exchange, but also this is now the time for Team Vitality to be like, you know what, we'll go ahead and take the tier 2. We still hold on to ours with 1 HP.
The Queens are back in control.
The Queens are back in control for now. They get that lead they had earlier on, but also you have to respect the damage. You know, this Zast pick has popped up a couple times now, even from MSC, and it seems to be doing really well. It seems like it is just that annoyance, you know, dealing with the Zask in the mid lane.
And that's the worst thing you could hope for from a Zask. At best, it is an outer worldly mid laner, right? At worst, it's just annoying. Quinn goes down here. Again, that's what a Moskov is. It's a marksman that does well against the Ling, but back to the Zask. Right now, because of the Jushin, because of the Bane, and to some extent because of the Moskov that can outrange the spawn.
Yep.
It's just annoying.
Oh, this too. There's the pull. An implosion was going to be used.
Here it is. Big fight. Vivian very low. She already spent quite a bit of resources trying to get in, but Chell gets the kill. Now Key's up next. Can she get away? Deadly catch thrown out. Vival's gonna push in, and Quinn actually looking for the kill. Serving up to Ashe, but Ashe goes down, and there's a knockup. Quinn's gonna go down. Double kill for the Bane.
Hey, this Bane is doing wonders so far, just today alone. And, you know, it was a great kind of opportunity there for GGHG to go ahead and win that fight. Quinn really tried, but unfortunately for her, it was not enough. So now objective going in the hands of Team Vitality as well. Endless Battle now also picked up here by Vivel. So she's online, man.
If there's anything I can say about Team Vitality now, the way that they progressed, the way that they developed over the couple of best of twos we've had today that we've seen them in, they don't mind getting their hands dirty. They don't mind playing a messy team fight lineup like this and still going over.
Yeah, I think that's what is one of the, I guess, strengths of their lineup. The fact that they've been playing together for so long, you can pull out some of these drafts and make them work. Again, just relying on each other to play the part, because that's what happened even in the previous series.
And as a Bane connoisseur, something called out to me. Looking at Vival's build, she does not have War Axe. Usually you build War Axe first. Here, she decided to go, okay, Hunter Strike first, because the benefits you get from War Axe is somehow answered for by Warcry, and the kind of damage you're dealing isn't the kind of damage you want against the lineup that has that GGHG's running.
Yeah.
They don't need penetration. This is a rather soft lineup.
Yeah, and not only that, but you have a tanky enough front line to go ahead and help you. You get the Hunter Strike, you get the damage, you have Endless Battle, so then you're pumping out damage.
It's all out.
You're proccing the Warcry.
There's very little sustain you need. And here we go, Quinn deep in. Another implosion, keeping her in place. Taken down by Chell as she picks up the Wind of Nature. And there's the SOD coming in from the back. Honey goes down. She is next. They don't have a wave, but they do penetrate up top.
There is a wave pushing in. Down 2 members for GGHG.
3 defenders.
Can they defend it?
Can they do it? Here we go, putting them stacks on with the Lantern Flare. Sanchi. And there's the deadly catch. Now goes Ashe. She-Boy's up next. Immortality's getting popped here.
They cleared the wave.
Still no waves. Vivian gets taken down. Just Foul left.
They bought time.
Soon. But yeah, a minute out till the Lord. I think Vitality should play for that.
Yeah, GGHG, they had one assignment at that point. They're like, you know what, just clear the wave. We will lose some bodies, but clear the wave. We stay in this game past that 12-minute mark. And so far for Team Vitality, they've been ending their games 11, 12 minutes. So GGHG buys some more time. Even with these pickups here, Endless Battle now there, you can see the Haas Claws too from Quinn. You've got a Malefic Roar now for Foul, but is it enough to contest against this lore, or should they just defend in the base?
I'd say play safe. You gotta, if you're trying to answer the question of who's the beatdown, it's still Team Vitality. So GGHG have to very carefully pick their fights and find resources on the map to close this 7K gold lead. That's a huge gap, almost light years away at this point because of the firepower that Team Vitality is playing with. And talking about the item builds, right? Like, there's no contest here from GGHG. I say play it safe right now. Unless Quinn! Quinn, what are you thinking? Here comes the CC. The flip over, the suplex. Quinn coming through. Tempest, the blade. GGHG walks away with a big win, but trading out for Quinn. Fumi for Quinn, but they do get the Lord.
I feel like that was the best thing that could happen for GGHG. Quinn goes in. Yes, she's probably going to die, but at least she gets the Lord. It's going to be worked on here. But again, what we're talking about for GGHG is buying time in this game because you already mentioned it leading into that. 7,000 deficit. They have to work against that. And that helps them.
It's not a winning play, but it does delay team vitality. So anything else to prolong the match is what GGHG is going for, and kudos, respect.
Oh, wow.
Right now, Shell between 3. She gets punished. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of gold, and I'm surprised that Shell, even when she landed the Spirit of Destruction, she's like, I'm gonna full send this. I'm jumping into 3.
The Queens are far ahead enough that they're allowing these risky plays.
Yeah.
At some point, it's gonna get punished. At some point, GGHG is gonna go, maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. You know? And at this point, too...
Even Shell's wondering, maybe I shouldn't have.
Maybe I shouldn't have followed up on that. But I think at this point, you know, for GGHD, they have accomplished nearly what they wanted to. I think if they would have gotten those tier 2s, because they're literally like 1 HP both on the top and bottom.
The one remember that one that Quinn was working
earlier?
On like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah. Well, maybe this is part of the plan too. You know, let Quinn go ahead, push these side lanes later on. You can still see too, like we saw just minutes ago, that Zask is playing its part. The damage is insane. And you can actually see in some of these fights for Hani, she's still able to pump out that damage in these fights.
She has such a huge target on her back.
She does.
As well as each Nightmare spawn, because they're just constantly...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And looking at the totality of the damage, that's why she's top in charge. You could put the damage that Shell and Vival are dealing, and you would almost end up with the damage Hani put on the board.
I mean, look at her item build too. Like she's still...
She's short 1. She's short 2.
No, she's short 2.
And she's dealing that much already.
So imagine if she gets the full build.
This does confirm our suspicions, though, our theories on Jushin being a completely utility mage.
Yeah.
Look at that, Clock of Destiny. You usually see that on tank mages these days, like chunky heroes that rely on constant engages.
Yeah.
Like a Hylos. It's on Jushin. She wants to be there up front.
Yeah, because I think, that's what you do. Like, I mean, her ultimate basically reminds me of an Odette ultimate, like the Swan Song.
Oh, yeah.
But you can move around, and you get the stacks, and then you just pop the Winter's Crown.
Yep, there's a false engage. Chi coming in with a conceal, and no one home. So I guess they have to realign, and they have to reposition. Oh, wow! That's one way to use the Lantern Flare. Check bushes!
Check bushes, but Quinn trying to replicate what she did previously. She's going to jump in on the side. She gets information. Going to reset. So no trigger just yet, but look at this. Hani actually just poking him down.
You can say what you can about the Lantern Flare, but the damage on Hani is real. Nothing compared to that Jushin. But now look at this, the collapse. Is that an immortality pop? That's a winter crown on Chini. They're still going. Quinn goes down, the clap back. Oh, Chi as well. 2 down for free. And all it took from Team Vitality were a bunch of flickers.
I think like that was the plan. Team Vitality was like, let them try again. They got one. They're not getting it this time. So let's feign the take and then fight GGHG. If they can get Quinn, because they know that Quinn, she has to come forward. She has to be in that position. And I like the way that even Shell, the way she played it, pumping out the damage, and then you have Vivian do the same thing, use the implosion, and then cap out on a win. So this looks like it's very grim now for this game here.
Yep, all inhibitors are down. Echo forcing it out. That's it. That's a critical mass. Team Vitality takes game 1.
Took them a little bit longer, but Team Vitality will go ahead and get another W here.
Few engages, rough around the edges, but I would be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining.
It was. It was great. And, you know, I love the debut day here that we have, like Eterna.
That DD.
That DD.
And again, this helps in molding the metagame. Like, we understand a little bit more what's possible.
And you know what I like? This is also a different meta so to speak, than what we even saw throughout MSC. Like, there's still different variations.
I plead my case. Zhu Xin is a must answer. She's a legit tool that teams can use to change the flow of battle.
100%. And I think she's going to continue to find the footing here throughout this tournament especially. And teams will almost be forced in a position where it's like, yeah, we might have to just ban her out, you know, and deal with that. So let's throw it over to the studio and have Eterna and LaFell break down this game for us.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Naisu. But wow, that was honestly a close game. I thought at a certain point that GGHG would have been able to take control of that game, but Team Vitality somehow, some way, were able to come back.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's close, much closer than we anticipated. Yeah. But again, it's all about a team fight where the amount of damage that was able to be pushed out by Team Vitality is just that much higher. And the thing is, if we're looking at the positioning coming in from Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, they're not really making it difficult for Vitality to choose a target. Like, you see Quinn being far forward, so Quinn is going to be the first one. Like, they line up in a way where they can just be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's something that they have to figure out going up against Team Vitality. If they line up very, very nicely, it's going to be very easy for Vitality to choose a target. They got to make the team fights a little bit more chaotic.
I agree. I mean, there were several moments where Quinn came into the team fight head first into like a shark's den, expecting something of a benefit. But, you know, Team Vitality, they capitalized over that time and time again. And when I mean shark's den, I mean literal shark's den, right? They had the Bane. Yeah.
Honestly, like, if we see the gameplay on the floor, you could see it again where Queen and then Ashe and then Honey. Yeah. Everyone is like trying to circle Team Vitality. They're trying to trap Vitality inside of a circle so that they have some kind of control. But Vitality, they just kite back and deal with homegirls one at a time. So it's more systematic for Vitality.
And I found that surprising because in the mid-game, it looked like GGHG understood what they wanted to go for, right? Yeah. I mean, technically they were going against a really team fight heavy comp, right? With the Tigreal, with the Zuxin as well. And so with the fact that they picked up the Benedetta, they were playing the macro style. They were going in for pickups instead, being very, very disciplined, but something switched with them that I don't quite understand.
Yeah, if we were looking at a team fight here, I understand where GGHG, they don't want to clump up because the deadly catch is going to be troublesome as well as the implosion. So really what they have to do is split the map. Play like a 3-2, flank from 2 different angles, and then give a problem for Vitality. Which side are really going to control? Like, I feel like going up against Vitality with this lineup where they have a Zushin, they have a Tigreal, you got to split the team fight. Don't make it a 5v5. Make it a 3v2, 2v3, so that you have a bit of an advantage where you're creating chaos going up against Vitality's draft.
So do you think that it was execution that kind of lacked from GGHG?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, technically, despite everything that we've been talking about, right? GGHG have been the only team that have been able to push Vitality to their limits, right? 17 minutes of the usual 12 to 13 minute game. So they're on to something. There's potential, and there's a big chance that they can go for a comeback in the second game of the day. But let's crown our MVP by PlayStation. In our first game, it was Vivian, the Mother of Dragons. I'm going to stick with that. And for game number 2, you know, despite that mistake that she made with the Spear of Destruction into 3 members, she, at the most part, partaked in so many of the success coming in from Team Vitality here.
I mean, sometimes you need that kind of confidence. Be like, guys, hold my water. See what I can do.
Hold my bag? Earrings?
Hold my purse.
Hold my purse.
Hold my purse.
That's it.
That's it.
Gotcha.
Hold my purse. Let me 1v5 this one. And it's like, okay. Maybe 1v1 is better.
And then I liked how the casters highlighted her reaction after. She was like, you know, shifting on her nose with her hand, and she's like, oh, okay, maybe that wasn't the greatest idea.
Maybe they were like, why did you go for it? And she's like, watashi wa gatau si.
What?
That might be what she said.
Okay, yeah, true.
But yeah, looking at the team fight, it really is about the execution, because I feel like the idea coming in from Homegirls is pretty good. You have a dive composition, that's what you want to do, you want to dive. But again, it's like when you're going up against a composition that wants to play as 5, you got to split them up. usually when you have a composition that you're going up against a Minotaur, you're going up against a Tigreal. Even we saw the Atlas. If you can make their team fight so that the damage dealers are far away from their engagers, you're gonna have a successful team fight. But again, it's one of those things that's easier said than done.
So I don't know, was it hastiness that got to them? Was it patience that got to them? We're gonna take a look at the player reactions, and hopefully we get a replay of Shell's earlier reaction. But we have Fumi Echo here celebrating Vival. All smiles, no problem whatsoever. Usually Vivian is like the cool control one. See, there you go. That's the Vivian we know and love.
I feel like in this matchup, they went in pretty confident. Like, I'm pretty sure that they understand that GGHG is pretty strong, so respect is supposed to be given to them, and I feel like they did. For game number 2, it's really about home grows, because if they win just one,
it's done.
It's done. They make it to the playoff, and if they don't, they got to go for a tiebreaker. And again, it's basically a toss of the coin at that point.
So 50-50.
Oh, yeah.
Right? With TLG's performance, the way that we've been able to see them play so far, and imagine them getting like an overnight time to adapt.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think GGHG want to risk that, especially if they want to replicate the success of SRG. So we are going to take to an interview now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty sure it's with Reptar, so let's see what they've got.
Hey, I'm here right now with Chinny, the mid laner of Team Vitality. And I gotta ask you, you've already won this tournament twice. You're favored to win it all again 3 times in a row. How are you feeling going up against Gaming Gladiators for your first series of the day?
Because it's our first time meeting them, because they just recently changed the roster. But I'm pretty confident with our team.
Oh, so very, very confident with pretty much what everyone is feeling about you guys. You're also feeling that too? Confidence? All right, that's good, that's good. Now, I gotta ask you though, and fun fact, by the way, Chinny here, sisters with Chell, the gold laner of Team Vitality. What's your favorite thing about being in the same team as your sister?
Okay, because we're just 2 years apart, so we're really close. So like, I don't know, we always joke around together.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really fun because I have a family member with me all the time, so I feel safe.
Yeah.
And because I'm the younger one, she'll
always
be
there
side.
to protect you.
Yes.
Okay, so she's there. Oh, that's great. And that's wait, but it's funny because you're the mid laner, so you're protecting her in game.
That's actually true though.
But outside of the game, it's like big sister has you. Oh, that's very sweet. So, do you have any sweet messages this time for the fans of Indonesia supporting Team Vitality?
Buat netizen Indonesia, tolong support kita terus. Support kita dan juga tim Falcon karena kita sama-sama representatif dari Indonesia. Dan don't trash talk and just keep supporting each other.
Yeah, well, you heard that in the end. She said Indonesian netizens, please support Team Vitality and also support Team Falcons Vega. Just in the pride, yeah?
Yes,
in the pride. All right.
For grand finals.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He speaks Indo now.
Exactly. I was about to ask, is this a girlfriend buff on Reptar's side?
I'm really gonna expose him that way, but
yeah, it's fine, right?
Congrats, Remar. But yeah, support both teams.
Amazing.
And again, I like the sister kind of dynamics. Like, okay, in game I'll protect you. Outside of game, you get me Korean barbecue.
You're right, actually.
I'm right?
You're right.
Right, there we go, Shell.
And it's the same dynamic that we see in Falcons Vega, because they're also sisters.
I actually do have sisters. They're cool. They're alright.
Yeah, I have a sister too.
Really?
Yeah.
She's cool?
Yeah.
Not as cool as them, but you know.
Not as cool as the prediction so far. Because, you know, okay, aside from the TLG one, everything has been super accurate. So we still want to know what you guys think. So head on over to stcplay.gg to let us know what you guys think. Who will be able to reap the rewards here and the benefits? Can GGHG come back? Can they force this to a 1-to-1? And can they secure what is rightfully theirs in their playoffs?
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
They just gotta...
Every time LaFell is optimistic, that's when things go very, very wrong.
Aww. What are you saying? Are you saying when I'm happy things go wrong?
Yep. Were you happy?
Why you gotta do me like this?
Wait, technically.
Okay.
Were you optimistic about SRG winning?
Yeah.
Like on stage?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, you heard what I did, right? Like We're not gonna say it here. Like if you guys saw, you guys saw. If you guys English is difficult. Okay, going for game number 2. I feel like in terms of the drafting, I feel like it was fine because I feel like they have answers to each other's problems, right? So I feel like the drafting is fine. I feel like
I agree.
They won't mess up for this one. It's really all about the execution, and I kind of feel like this is difficult for any professional players. Is that in game itself, when you're transitioning from the mid to the late game is more about the team fight situation, and during a team fight, there's a lot of critical thinking that you have to think that in the early and mid you can do this. In the late game, you can't. For example, in the early and mid, it's completely fine if you want to target the roamer to make sure the roamer dies as much as she can in the early game so that delays the items. You're not going to be tanky. You're not going to be able to engage. But come late game, when the roamer has 3 defensive items, you can't do that anymore because you're going to waste a lot of your skills and the roamer still won't die. So it's about adjustments.
Buys a lot of time as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm still adamant with the idea that GGHG were on the right track.
Yeah, they were.
The drafts were amazing. They understood what they were supposed to do in the early towards that mid game. But again, that discipline was a big question mark, especially for the Ling, right? So many times she dived into these team fights in the middle, head first, into a sea of sharks, expecting a different outcome. I think the casters kept talking about insanity, and it was a little similar to that. So hopefully execution gets repaired because again, this is a big risk for GGHG. If they want to make it to the playoffs, if they want a sure win to the playoffs to get out of that group stage, they need to secure this win against Vitality as we enter the drafting phase.
You know who needs to step up so that the team has an easier time? It's the EXP. Ash needs to step up, create problems for Team Vitality to enable everyone else, because we saw how Quinn had to be so close in the eye of the storm, in the danger, to make sure that she can get these crazy steals on the Lord and such. But if your EXP is causing chaos, right? Controlling the enemy jungler, it's going to be easier for your jungler to actually grab the objective. Like, it makes it so that it's not a 50-50, it's like a 70-30. So if they want to go up against Vitality, honestly, the jungle and EXP duo need to start to have more chemistry. They need to be able to open up for the entire team to pop out. Because as crazy as Fafao is, if no one is being distracted, she's not going to be able to free hit.
But on that note, I think I was talking about Quinn a lot, but like that hero moment that she had with that Lord Steal was insane.
It's crazy because honestly, she did it by herself. Yeah. Because again, usually we see all these crazy steals. The roamer will flicker in, EXP will flicker, the mid lane will try to control and try to poke anyone in the front line so that there's a lot of chances for the jungler to create that moment. Quinn did it by herself in that game. So I'm hoping for this game, they're going to give her more space, because I feel like that's the problem as well. Fafao and Quinn is not having the space.
So let's see how they're going to be able to give that space, right? Because right now with GGHG swapping sides here with Team Vitality, it looks like these are completely different bans. Very different. Charizla Edith gets taken off the board. You're right. Ruby, Chip, last man, Lafel.
I think it should be Luyi, because GGHG is going to be pretty good with the Luyi, or ban out the Roger, because even though Vitality won against the Roger, but still probably want to respect that. So Roger getting banned here. Now you have an option between Valentina or Luyi here. Both are honestly equally good.
So we're not in a shoe-in for Zuxin?
It's a new hero. I keep forgetting about her. But we saw that Zuxin is not a free hero. There's an answer with the Zas. There's an answer with the Kagura. So it's a strong hero, but it's not like Luyi in MSC.
Yeah, but do they want to leave that open for Team Vitality to pick up in the next 2 picks that they will bring out?
Okay, this is not what I expected.
I guess the answer is yes.
This is not what I expected. Zas first pick is insane. Now, for Vitality to answer this, 3rd pick up the Harif or the Claude. The Claude is going to have an okay time going up against the Zas.
So what do Vitality do now? Zuxin...
Ling is still open. Ling is open, and then pick up the... maybe you don't pick up a Zuxin anymore. If you're not confident, if you're confident, you can pick up the Zuxin. If not, go for more damage to go up against the Zask.
So what, Vexana? Is Vexana the answer here?
honestly, Vexana is pretty solid because of the nature of her passive, exploding things. So just dealing with one thing, you're kind of dealing with everything else. But it looks like they're picking up the Arlet as well as the Ling. Now that the Terizla is not open, this Arlet is going to have an easier time dashing around with the Vengeance.
So technically, they also do still have time, right? Even if they wanted to go for Zuxin, they didn't have to go in first phase because of the Zas pickup. So I guess they're buying time now. Arlet a really good trade-in, especially now that Terizla has been banned out. Now, for GGHG, they are the ones who do have that option to pick up the Harith.
It's difficult. I feel like this is why they pick up the Arlet as well as Ling right now. The Harith, he's not going to have an easy time going inside the Zaman Force because the Ling has an answer for that as well as the Arlet. So I kind of feel like this is why they pick up these two heroes, so that if Homegirls makes the mistake by picking out the Harith, they already have the answer.
Props to Susugeja.
Yeah. Minotaur gets picked up, and the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa is a pretty good pickup here.
Okay.
The Minotaur as well, especially because they probably don't feel an X-Borg is coming, but Arlet Roam is good against the Minotaur, where you basically just pick off the Minotaur. Make sure the Minotaur dies by like 3 times before the third turtle spawns.
Actually, that's a good point to make, right? Arlet is still flex. It's not a sure win to go into the EXP lane. It actually can be flexed into the roam for the Mother of Dragons to pick up herself. So now that there's a bit of a flex here that Vitality can utilize coming into the second phase of the drafting, do you think, I keep mentioning this, but Zuxin, because I think she's been so okay, they go for the Claude instead.
Yeah. Like I said, the Claude is pretty good going up against the Zas, so that was what we were expecting for the third pick.
Okay.
But again, I feel like the Zushin is pretty okay still, especially because we've seen how strong the Zushin is against the front line. It's really about seeing his experience going up against the Zas. If the Zas was a very horrible experience for her, then perhaps going for something that has a little bit longer range so that she can impact the team fight without directly interacting with the Zas might be good. Harif gets banned here. I feel like it's a very good ban. For GGHG, this is a good opportunity for them to either ban out the roamers so that the Vivian can't really shine, ban out something like the Tigreal, or just ban out the mid lane so that the Zas has a better time. Going up against the Claude is difficult, but at least you don't have a difficult time in the laning phase against an annoying mid laner.
And there it is. The Tigreal being banned out straight in, as you mentioned it. And for Team Vitality, they're going to go for the carry ban here. Or are they going to let it go?
I feel like the carry ban is pretty solid here. If they want to ban something else, maybe ban some kind of EXP that has an easier time going up against the Arlet, but we haven't seen Ashe using the Yuzong even when it's open. So perhaps they're like, yeah, she probably can't use it. So just ban on the carry might be better. Or the Moskov.
So Moskov or carry is a good ban here coming in from Team Vitality. If they want to shut down Fafao from the get-go, they need to secure a proper lane for Shell, but technically we've seen Shell in losing matchups. And it works. And you're right, the Yuzong still does get banned. So technically now, Fafao does have the possibility to pick up the carry if she wants to win that lane against Shell.
I wonder if they have some kind of pocket pick, right? Because the Zas was, in essence, a surprise. Maybe they have a different surprise here. The Grog gets banned out, so they're really respecting Vivian here. I feel like they need some kind of locking mechanism or some kind of heal to deal with the Hayabusa. Because the Hayabusa, if he has a very good early game, is going to be very difficult for the side laner, especially the Claude, to actually survive, to the point where perhaps the Claude might have to go for a third item, Wind of Nature, to survive.
So what are we feeling here for the mid lane? Do we still go for Vexana? Do we go for a little bit more support? Zuxin? I know you don't really like the Faramis matchup into the Hayabusa.
Yeah, especially because the Minotaur is there as well.
Well, technically, wait, Valentina is still open. If they want to go for that.
Oh, but they go for the Lu Yi, which is not the best going up against Hayabusa because the Hayabusa can assassinate the Lu Yi pretty early on. So I feel like this might be an Arlet roam. Like, in a perfect world, this should be the Arlet roam. It's good against the Minotaur and it's a good combination with the Lu Yi because the Lu Yi, the Yin Yang reaction is a crowd control. And with every crowd control, it resets the Vengeance for the Arlet. So we can have a very aggressive mid trio here, where the Link doesn't really have to focus on the farm. The Link can follow the team and try to get kills. Bane gold lane?
Shoe on the other foot.
I mean, I did say they probably have a surprise for this one when it comes to the gold lane.
Wow, we saw Bane in the jungle earlier on, and that was a big surprise. And now an entirely different lane.
Leo might
When
be
was the
happy.
last time we saw Bane in the gold lane?
I feel like...
How many seasons ago?
I feel like 3 tournaments ago.
CC. Gonna be locked in for that EXP lane. Oh, I'm excited to see if this works out.
I want it to work out.
What do you think? I mean, technically,
I like
Bane can counter the Claude in a 1v1 after they both get level 4, but in that trading of damage, how does that work out?
GGHG has a lot of damage, especially if she goes for either a Hunter Strike or a War Axe first item, and then afterwards pick up a Thunderbelt. You're gonna be so tanky. They're gonna have a difficult time to take down Fafao.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of these teams have set their composition in stone with a debut Bane in the gold lane. It's a DOD, a day of debuts.
I'm pretty sure Leo likes this.
Why Leo?
He loves the Bane in general.
He said he's a Bane connoisseur.
He's a Bane connoisseur, exactly.
So let's call our casters right now. Leo, Naisu, you there? How are we feeling about this Bane in the gold lane? Do you guys think it will work out?
Well, I'll let the Bane connoisseur answer that. Leo, what do you think?
It's an acquired taste.
Yeah?
I'm pretty sure GGHG spent a lot of time in the lab to, calculate if this is worth it. Because again, gold lane is full of solid heroes. You got the Claude, you got the Moskov, you got the Harrod, you got the Cat. All of these are better picks, right?
Yeah.
But if they picked it, then all we got to do is trust the process. Let them cook.
Let him cook. Let her cook. Let Fafao make this work as we jump in to the last game for day number 1 here. Once again, MWI at EWC. And Team Vitality on a roll so far. This was expected for the Queens of MLBB, undefeated literally for years at this point, since, 2021.
That's right.
Now, this lineup from GGHG, I think it is interesting. And like Eterna said, now it's become DOD. It's DOD. Right? It's at this point, it's a day of debuts. And with this happening here, I really want to break down that lineup that we have from GGHG, because I think if you even look at the previous game that they had where, Team Vitality, they struggled with dealing with some of the pressure that was put there. This lineup that they have, of course they have the Zask. We saw how much damage Hani could do just from the previous game alone. But I think also you pair it up with a Hayabusa. You pair it up with a gold lane Bane. And this is it. Look at this.
A lot of pressure on a Shell, putting her to a 10th of her health. They could have finished the job.
Oh,
with
no.
the Chi from the back, taking a few hits from Chinny. And now Vival forcing out a flicker. Out of harm's way. Can Fafao survive? Still has a flicker. Gets right underneath the turret. Tempest ablaze up in the skies. Not enough blaze to pick up. And Fafao lives.
Oh, for now, but look how low they are. They should be fine. Okay. I would say out of that whole exchange, Team Vitality at least gets a couple flickers from GGHG. Turtle's now coming up here in just a second, so they're going to go ahead and reset. They know that information, though. Not only that, but you also lose, some valuable time in terms of getting that XP. For Chi especially, she's not going to have the Minoan Fury available just yet, unless they stall this out for some way, because they know, at least for Vival, she's got to get the purple buff.
Yeah, she couldn't do the old XP mid lane rope-a-dope swap to get the level 4 on the roamer, but she did spend a lot of time protecting Fafao, which they need to right now. She's their insurance policy, especially in big team fights, but check this out.
I don't think they can contest it?
With the diversion. Yeah, no, not at all. No. At this point, you just got to give it up.
Unless.
Again, this isn't a Ling that you can come in with the steal. Fumi Echo down to a third of her health. The Minoan Fury keeping her in place. Hani with the kill. Tempest ablaze up into the sky. Quinn still steals it. Oh, I should have known better than to doubt Quinn.
She did it before.
And walks away with a kill, too. They're up by 1,000 gold now.
She did it in the previous game. I guess, yeah, we can't count Quinn out.
I owe my homegirls an apology.
Give him the apology. Take a look at the STC replay here. She pulls this off great. And also, it was the pressure from Ashe. You got to give it up to Ashe. Pops the Vengeance, goes in with the current call and everything else. And great play, great team play. Look at that. First item right away, boom.
1,500 easy.
1,500.
1,500 easy. The best 1,500 you'll ever spend as a Hayabusa. Sky Piercer on her. She's about 200 gold ahead of Vival. Yep. And yeah, say what you will about how Team Vitality is always on point, how their mechanics are second to none. If you're behind, you're behind. And now look at this. Shell takes a good amount of hits here.
Wow.
Gold lane tier 1 turret helps with the damage reduction. Now Tempest of Blades. Down goes Ash off camera. The punishment on Vivaldi. She walked away with nothing.
She walked away with nothing. The Tempest of Blades look great, but then you just get you get stopped in your tracks. You know, and on top of that, the kill, you're gonna see it here kind of fall into place. Like I was saying, you're gonna have the Tempest Blades pop, but look at this. Boom. The damage. Gold lane Bane comes through, gets a kill. Fafa's been dealing with a lot of pressure early on, so I'm sure that feels good to finally get that kill there. But also there was a trade, right? Team Fatality also did pick something up. They're still gonna, okay.
The attack speed boots.
Yeah, attack speed boots on the Bane.
She's leaning into those passive hits.
And she's got War Axe early on as well.
That's the usual.
That's the usual, right? That's what you were talking about previous games.
That's your bread and butter.
So what's next?
You could go Hunter Strike.
Go Hunter Strike.
Go Endless Battle. Again, that's what makes Bane such a great hero to like main, is because there's so many flavors of it.
So many flavors, different build paths we've seen.
You could go Magic Bane if you like.
That's true.
I haven't seen it yet, but I played a good amount of it on rank.
Was that the old Vanix build? Was that right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Did see it for a bit, yes.
Yeah. So Turtles up again here. Team Vitality going to go ahead and take control of this area, but once again, they have to be kind of cautious on how they approach this. Wow, Vival's actually quite low, so she actually might not be in a position to give this one a go just yet. And a flicker comes out early on from Chinny, so here we go. Control for GGHG.
In comes the big cow. The Minoan Fury coming through. Chi putting them all in harm's way. Quinn secures the turtle. Fumieko down from Hani. Now Chi finally taken out here by Chell and forcing out a defensive Tempest of Blades. I'd call it a wash. If anything, GGHG walking away with a victory there by a small margin.
Small margin. Same with the gold lead that they have at this point. For Team Vitality, it looks like they're going to just go ahead and default to, we got to make the macro plays from here, deal with that. Because again, when we're talking about this lineup from Team Vitality, take a look at the replay. This Blazing Duet played a big part in allowing them to at least get something. But still, even from GGHG, able to secure the objective, able to utilize the damage coming out from this Zask pick. It keeps Team Vitality kind of hesitant in the fact of, should we full send this or not?
Yeah.
Oh, Quinn.
She's caught out.
She's out.
I don't know if she has any shadows, or even if she did, she will get caught out, given that this is a Carmilla. We haven't really talked much about Vivian. This is a far cry from her performance on the Tigreal.
It's different.
It takes time for her to do what she was doing with the Tigreal. So this might be putting Team Vitality slightly off tempo.
Off tempo, but I'm wondering how. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Catch forcing away 3 members of Team Vitality. All right, Fafa's gonna have to heal up here, top up via the motivation roar off of Chi. And something to consider here, between Ale and Chi's motivation roar, that's a lot of sustain off of just 2 heroes.
Definitely. I mean,
it's almost Estes-like.
Yes.
Estes-esque.
Estes-esque. But at this point, you play around with the fact that, I mean, even Bane alone, like you mentioned, the Ale, to be able to just heal and kind of sustain in that lane is good. Up to what point, though? There's the Cursed Blood.
Here we go. There's the big Minoan Fury one more time. Fumieko into the air. Didn't even get to pull out her final slash. And the damage off of Hani. Pushing back 2 members of Team Vitality almost single-handedly. And now, Quinn down. No retry. I repeat, no retry. Purple still being secured here by Vival. And I think this is enough to disperse GGHG.
Yeah, but actually look at this. GGHG is still just, they actually played up front a little bit. But, okay, so I think Turtle's going to go in the hands of Team Vitality now. So they finally get 1 of the 3. But for GGHG, you have to still look at, with the lineup that they have, with the capabilities that they have here, it's also just up to Quinn. I mean, for the most part, she's got to be very careful on not getting caught out. If the shadows are down, placement-wise is going to be tough.
And now as she picks up the Blade of Heptases, we have to be realistic. We have to put her feet on the ground and accept the harsh truth that, she had a great early game, but it really didn't lead to much. She secured 2 turtles. She picked up an early Sky Piercer. Now,
oh,
here we go, off camera. The rest of GGHG cannot respond. Foul is going to have to fight her way out of this. Enough of a trampoline effect to try and put them all down low enough. Fumi Echo goes, and that's the trade right there. A gold laner for an XP laner, and the fight continues. Where's Hani going?
Well, right now, she's going to go ahead and just rely on the little aliens to keep her safe, basically. But I would say fighting potential is actually pretty good. Also, still up to this point for GGHG. If they can kind of maintain this leading into the first Lord, I would love to see for GGHG take that first objective, play around that power play if they can. Looking at the replay here from STC, this is what I mean. Look at their team fighting potential.
Whoa.
Great Minoan Fury helps out a bit. You have some sustainability too. And then with that, you know, it's really just kind of being able to survive that final slash and then the follow-up with the Tempest Blades. So, you know, great. I feel like they feel good about that
They're
team fight.
having fun.
Yeah.
But Chi, though, is on point. Looking at her stat line, 0, 1, and 5. She's been there for 100% of all the engages and all of the team fight wins, or at least kills for GGHG so far in this 10-minute bout. And she had to take off her spectacles to really get in there. You see, I was wondering, like, is this the same player? But yeah, no. It's
her.
Chi without the glasses.
I was going to say, yeah, it's her.
And she's been on point. Fair enough. She's been doing so well that even this off-meta pick of a gold lane Bane is working out.
I think even when you talk about... hold on again.
Talk about later. Chini's in trouble. Chini goes down. One more hit on the turret. Great conversion almost instantly. Hani taken down here. A shutdown by Vival, and the fight continues. Ash pushing them all away as GGHG makes a beeline for mid.
I think they just want to go ahead and grab this turret. And then if they can, they go for that, but they actually just starve the Lord. For Team Vitality, they're going to go ahead and respond themselves, but look at this. Pressure also top side. They got to deal with the wave. Malefic Roar picked up for Quinn. They're pushed back to this bottom side. And with that too, Chini's back up. She has diversion she can use if she needs it, but they just full send the Lord.
Here we go, big knockup. Where's the Lord going? Chi secures the Lord. Kel is down. Fumi Echo as well, 2 for none so far, plus the major objective. Oh, you can see her Fumi Echo. She can't believe exactly what just happened.
She's struggling. And you know, that GGHG, I said it minutes ago. I was like, man, if they can get the Lord, hold on too. Whoa, Quinn actually gets some revenge too herself.
Fascinating, Vival. And not to mention, there's a Lord down bottom. They pop the shield in mid. I guess GGHG's off-tempo plays and their, again, uncanny aggression is enough to take Team Vitality off of balance.
This is a great thing for GGHG. It is only the first Lord, but they're a threat to Team Vitality right now in this game. I don't think they can end it just yet. Final Slash going to be used. Shields are going to be popped.
There's a push up top off of Quinn. Working solo. The Deadly Catch taking a good chunk out of Team Vitality and their inhibitor. And now the fight continues. Team Vitality has to focus on defending. There's a penetration in mid. And now Chi taking a lot of damage from Shell. Vival looking for a few hits as well.
Oh wow, Vival.
Get taken out here. Tempest Blaze through on the defense. Vitality still breathing. No! Echo taken out! Shell dealing a lot of damage, but not enough. She might even get taken down here. Oh, Crab Claw Cannon. That could have been it.
It could have been it, and I think if she... Oh!
All right, Chini's not done. Sends herself and Vival through. You were saying?
I was going to say, if Fafo had if she had the flicker, that would have been a kill picked up there by on top of Shell earlier. But so with that, Team Vitality stays in this game. They have not found themselves in this position in some time. And for GGHG, if you're taking a look at the items too, they're exactly where they need to be. I think a little more tankiness too. Interesting, is that actually going to be a Sky Piercer, possibly the last item? I'm not sure if Fafa's going that way. She's got the Endless Battle Malefic Roar now.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be a Sky, number one, it could be a Sky Piercer, or it could be a Winter Crown.
Yeah.
Because sometimes she finds herself in the middle of a Final Slash, or like underneath the Tempest of Blades. Yeah, as a Bane, those are the two options. Greedy, Sky Piercer.
Greedy, yeah.
I actually get in there a little longer. Winter Crown.
Yeah, because you have Quinn. Maybe it's not necessary they have it. Just get the Winter's Crown, a little more defense. Because I was gonna go ahead and say, you know, for the most part too, for Chi, like, you have this Minoan Fury, you have that setup potential, but if you can buy a little more time with a Winter's Crown, then you allow, again, to play around the fact that you have Zask. Hani, she's been on point, even in the previous game so far. So now with this, you can kind of control this Lord Pit a little bit better, right? You can set things up. Deadliest Catch Minoan Fury is so deadly against the lineup from Team Vitality.
It's the bouncy house combo.
It's the bouncy house. It's the deadly bouncy house.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It was not approved by the safety board.
Yeah.
Between an octopus man and a Minotaur. Oh no! Check it out! Forcing out the old
jungler battle.
The anime battle, almost off camera. You see it now. Still, Vival gets taken down by Hani. Nothing comes for free, not by GGHG.
Hey, both junglers down, so you might as well. I feel like both teams are just like, you know what? Fight it out.
Oh, Vivian walking away. Really haven't felt much from the queen of tank, the mother of tanks here.
The mother of tanks, but I mean, in the essence, like, she has it. It's just not the same as Tigreal because like. That's what we've seen.
But is that fair? Should we expect for it to do Tigreal things?
No, we shouldn't. You know, you do the Curse of Blood things. There's the Winter Crown. Yeah, for Fao. So we got our answer for that.
Yeah.
Need to be a little defensive.
You're putting people through something as dangerous as the bouncy house.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe.
Keep yourself safe.
It's a hard hat.
It's a frozen hat.
It's a winter crown.
It's a winter's crown, right? So again, Lord's going to be started up here. I think both junglers, you really have to be kind of on point with the placements here. You can see them both kind of get in position.
Chi coming in, committing a flicker with the Minoan Fury, and that's an immortality popped onto Vivian. Can she find the ult? Can she find the stuns? Ooh. There we go, dashing through, Ash down.
Here comes Shell.
While coming through, Shell, but she gets to the blazing duet from the back line. 3 for 1, the current trade. It's a losing battle.
Oh.
Goes Chinny. Quinn taken that by Chell. It's just Chell versus the world. 3v1, and they're making a beeline into the base.
And all the waves are going to be pushing in. Shell is not going to be able to hold this off.
And there's the deadly catch. Nothing comes close to a Bane underneath a base. A 1 and a 1 between GGHG and Team Vitality.
Oh, they're going to feel good about that one, as you guys can see. What an adjustment from this lineup here from GGHG.
And you can only imagine how Team Vitality feels. This game wasn't out of their grip. It's just GGHG snowballed out of control in the mid game.
And I guess part of that is just the lineup that they brought here.
Gold lane Bane.
Gold? You gotta
it's inevitable.
Gotta be happy.
I'm elated.
Because Bane works in the jungle, he works in the gold lane.
And my heart goes out to TLG.
Yeah.
You know what this means.
It does. Unfortunately, I believe for them,
if the math checks out,
they will not be going forward. There will not be a tiebreaker.
We'll leave the official announcement over.
Yeah, we'll wait for the panelists to go ahead and break that down, the math for us. But
as it is, man, the meta has evolved before our very eyes. These ladies are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in MLBB.
100%. Great to see how they brought these interesting drafts to the table as well. Guys, that's going to be it here for us on the casting desk. Again, I'm Nice2. This is Leo. And also on behalf of Trex earlier as well on the desk and Mirko on panelists, thank you for joining us. We're going to throw it over to the stage, though, to hear from our hosts and the winners.
Well, what a beautiful match that was.
That was absolutely exciting indeed, especially for the final game closing the show. That's just absolutely wicked. Now we have none other than Vivian right here beside us, representative of Team Vitality. Now, Vivian, I do have a question for you. So you guys for Team Vitality, 24 tournament wins so far. What's the secret to Team Vitality?
I think the secret is simple, like another team, chemistry. We just have 5, not more than 5 in one team. And always practice and have maybe have money hero in one role. Yeah, I think that.
I think I understand what she's saying. Like, it's just more of, you know, having huge hero pools and of course sticking to the same roster would actually, you know, guarantee that win.
Totally.
That's the secret sauce.
Pretty much. So how do you feel?
Now.
Yes.
Not full happy, but no problem. My team will come back again, and we trust the process, and we will strict.
Okay. Final question for you,
Beautiful.
Vivian, would be, you know, Team Vitality, you guys are the reigning champions for MWI. Who do you see in this entire competition, the team that might potentially challenge the throne for Team Vitality?
All of team have
No, which team do you think that, you know, like will put up a good fight
all
with Team
teams
Vitality?
SM have a chance, but maybe in Indonesia, Falcons. And all of them lah.
All of them, sama-sama.
Wow.
All right, so thank you so much, Vivian, for joining us for this segment. Now, of course, these are the reigning queens right here for MWI. But of course, with homegirls taking one game off Team Vitality, it is definitely a huge feat coming from the representatives of Malaysia. Now, you know, before we throw it off to the studio, Bara, you know, just for fun, right here the tagline for MWI.
Yes.
It's Layla's tagline, kind of,
Okay.
the Layla hero, and it's their time to shine. All right?
Yes.
So perhaps throwing over to the studio, we challenge you guys here from the stage using your best Layla voice, say it's our time to shine. So perhaps starting off with me.
Let's go.
Over to the studio. It's our time to shine.
Love it.
Take it away, guys. Yalla.
Thank you so much for the challenge, Cheryl. Thank you so much. I love it because LaFell is ready. He is.
You want me to do it?
Seeping with confidence right now. Go ahead.
Our time to shine.
I don't think
That's more of a Terizla.
sounds like that, but I love it. I love it. Putting in your own twist.
I gotta put a twist.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Like expect the unexpected.
Expect
you
the
want me to do a
unexpected.
cutesy voice? Nah,
Okay.
fam. I did a Hellcrate.
Are you?
Terizla, Dyrov doesn't sound like that, but you know what I mean.
I mean, I enjoyed that.
Time to shine.
I appreciate that.
Should
And
we
ladies and
analyze
gentlemen,
this?
you know, just to go back to the statement of the casters earlier on, it does make this official. We will be crushing a key today, and that key is TLGs.
I'm just happy that the Bane gold lane worked. Because this is one of those things that people have theorized with the meta of assassins coming back. Then you're eventually gonna see fighters in the gold lane. We saw Ruby, but people have been staying off of Ruby just because the damage hasn't been enough. But the Bane though, the Bane solves that, especially with the deadly catch. Having that crucial knockup makes it so that you're you have a strong option against a lot of assassins.
And that initial damage in the game when we saw it being executed against Shell on the Claude, it was a
Bombastic.
yeah, no,
It was bombastic.
every time she wanted to go in, exactly, just everything in the Thesaurus right now, every time she wanted to go in for that damage, that initial burst coming in from that Bane was already enough to put her in a position where she had to be like, okay, no, this is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
That's what happens when you go up against an octopus. I tried. It's not a good time. Like you think going up against an octopus, the size difference, like we're gonna be better, but no, they have like 8 legs and the suction cups. It does a lot to you.
So if she gets the MVP by PlayStation, we will be seeing a Bane on the stage, and we will be seeing how big the Bane actually is.
Oh, it's big.
Oh, it's not.
It's Chi boy. Minotaur's big too. Look, this time, right? the Minotaur isn't punished. Now we see what happens if Chi-Boy is not targeted, right? This time she was free. This time, no one handled the ball. She got kills, and she even got the Lord. Right? She got the Lord.
That was a big moment for Chi-Boy for sure. Also, wait, Minotaur or
She got the Lord.
You're right.
I've been doing this for years. I know how to watch the game. Where's Minotaur?
Okay, I'm waiting. There he is! Whoa, big boy. So technically, Minotaur's safe.
What are you trying to do?
No, because I thought that the Minotaur would be big. But I wanted to put it into perspective.
No.
By standing in the right
Size is
position.
subjective.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Vivian looks small between Cheryl and Bara.
But next to me.
Exactly.
Size
is subjective.
It is. But it is a very unfortunate fact that, TLG we had to say goodbye to TLG after everything that they, were able to showcase here. It's the perfect time for them to, come back to the drawing board and reform after that, because definitely they have the potential. That was their debut on an international stage, by the way, and that's how much progress that we have seen from them. But it's time for the Kadia Play of the Day.
Oh, dude, looking back at the plays for today, it's been amazing. Like, we had 6 best of 2s, and almost every single one of them, you have this crazy moments, and it comes from various different positions. We've seen crazy plays coming in from the mid, coming in from the roamer, even the gold laner. Like, today has been showing quite a lot.
And even the jungler, right? I mean, I think that moment coming in from Quinn on the Ling to go in for the steal has got to be one of my personal highlighted moments of the day.
What's gonna be mine? I don't want to take that one. I feel, just in general, being in the goal lane, that's my highlight.
Yeah, okay.
Shout out to the whole team. Like, it could be the coaches, it could be the players, probably a combination of the two. It's great. Looking at the game as well, shout outs to TLG. Again, like, we were gonna see moments coming in from Jushin. Seriously, they show why this hero is bannable, and like our caster said, you need an answer for that. You know what, let this be my play of the day.
Okay.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Okay.
Right, that's cool.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Yeah. There were so many moments that you'd think that, okay, they got a good moment, but the fact that it was able to be counter-engaged with the Fatal Links of their own, of the IMU. And we actually talked about it in the drafts, right? It was a very risky play that they went, especially with the IMU from Hanny on the Valentina. And that's kind of what we got earlier on as well. And this was also a very, very big moment in...
Not my favorite moment.
Wipeout. Boom.
Again, like, if the waves will sound a little bit better, they could have actually ended the game. So there is a world where TLG got a 2-0, and then a different story is held here.
For sure. But big props once again for TLG, as we're gonna, take a look at the schedules later on. But of course, so for Group A, it's gonna go down to tomorrow in that best of 1 where they go in for the tiebreaker. But for tomorrow's schedule, we are gonna be focusing on Group B as well as Group C. How do you feel about these two groups? I mean, we regarded Group A as a group of death, and it turns out Group D was also quite close to a group of death. But for Group B and C,
I don't know. First thing for me, I really want to see DreamHack, because I've heard from behind the scenes, the content team was able to talk to them, and they look very, very confident. And I kind of feel like, seeing as how basically all the teams today, they're fighting with their hearts, right? So I feel like DreamHack is one of the teams that I really want to see, because we saw what TLG can do. So I'm really hoping for a good game coming from them.
I agree. But I think confidence has kind of been just like the theme, right? A lot of these female players are coming onto the stage, whether it be their debut or they're veterans in their own right, but they're coming in with a confidence, and it just really shows that maybe they're finally happy, right? Finally, we get the moment and the place to finally showcase what we've got, who we are, and what we're made of.
Honestly, they inspire me, because if you guys don't know, I'm a very shy person. Like, I'm not talkative at all. Like, people would come out to me and it's like, no hables inglés,
That's not true.
They inspire me. I'm very insecure. I'm very shy. They give me confidence. Now back to Eterna.
And now I really enjoy how the casters put it as well when they were throwing it over, right? The women's team, they're testing boundaries, they're pushing the barriers. And that's what we saw, right? Gold Lane Bane. Even Team Vitality are not the uncrowned queen, sorry. The reigning queens, the defending champions of MWI. They've won the first MWI and they came in and were able to get the champions in the second MWI. Now we're on the third. And the fact that they were caught off guard is insane. And I'm excited to see how the meta continues to shape over the course of these next 3 days.
Yeah, honestly, like, Homegirls did defeat Vitality before. I believe it was ISM or something. But either way, it's like, Homegirls has done it. But again, we see the happy expression because defeating Vitality is a very good feeling.
For sure. I mean, their vibe is so intimidating already.
Yeah.
I'm scared of them though. Vivian is scary.
Watching them, I had to take off my shoes.
He actually did, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm. He was so scared he took off his shoes. But we're going to take a look at the groups before we end the day, ladies and gentlemen. Group A, Group B, done and dusted. Well, technically, we do still have one more game for Group A to figure out who will be moving forward to the playoffs, as Team Falcons Vega, uncontested so far, 4-0. But will it be CFU Serendipity? Or will it be Cloud9, the NA representatives that move forward tomorrow?
I'm looking for Group B because that's your group to watch. You want to see Smart Omega Empress do well, right?
Yeah.
Right? You said they're going to be champions.
I did.
Right?
I did. But, you know, with every tournament, right, comes the happiness, the joy, but also the
Smart
agony.
Omega Empress. She said
on
it.
The other side. LaFell, we're focusing on agony right now. Agony. Look at that. The key of TLG, their hopes and dreams to claim that 180k prize pool. It's destroyed like that.
Every single time I see this, I have mixed emotions of happiness and joy.
Happiness and joy?
Yeah, it's mixed between the two. I don't know which one I feel better.
Wait, why?
There's people that are happy when they do good. Some people are happy when other people...
I know why you're happy.
Why am I happy?
You're happy because of the free skins. Am I right? From the Youth Fair?
I love free skins!
Me too! The Youth Fair is here, ladies and gentlemen, with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so watch out and stay tuned. Is that your favorite skin, Sylvana?
Yes!
Joy and happiness, remember? We talked about this.
No, we don't. Don't make up lies just for the show. Right? We did not have this conversation, okay? Don't lie to the audience. They know, right? You guys know. If we say this, like, you know what? Do you have final thoughts?
It's been a challenging day, especially for the second half. Gotta be honest.
You know what I think? You know what? Today has been amazing, right?
Yes.
Because A and D, doesn't matter the group. We've seen exciting matches. And throughout the day, we've seen a lot of debut picks. We've seen a lot of clashes, a lot of crazy steals, compositions, and big bursts of damage. So honestly, this is a very good start for MWI.
I agree, and my heart still goes out for TLG because you guys have promise. You guys can definitely, reach higher highs in perhaps the next international tournament that you guys have joined. But already, you guys are amazing. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the first day of MWI 2024 at EWC. We do still have tomorrow to level out the group stage, to have a bit of a feel of the 8 teams that will move forward to the playoffs. That's it from me, Eterna. Thank you so much. Alongside with Lapel. And on behalf of Mirko and all the other casters that joined us today, we want to thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's continue to break barriers and redefine esports. It's time to shine.